During high school, I once rejected a girl, saying her chest was too small and that I preferred more mature women. The girl cried and vowed to make me regret it when she grew up. 6 years later, when I entered the workforce, she unexpectedly became the new female CEO of our company. I panicked, wondering if she would hold a grudge against me. At this moment, I was sitting lazily at my desk, yawning. A colleague beside me reminded me, "Hey, don't daydream. I heard a new female CEO is coming today. Be careful not to slack off and get caught." I chuckled and replied, "Got it. Thanks, bro." An hour later, a cute figure peeked out from the entrance. She had a stunning doll-like face that seemed to never age. With her cold eyes scanning all the employees on the floor, almost everyone looked up at the new CEO, except for me who was focused on my work with my head down. Her gaze gradually turned towards me, but when she saw my profile, she froze in place. Her initially cold eyes softened, and her long eyelashes blinked a bit cutely. I felt a sense of impending doom behind me and instinctively turned to look. What I saw left me dumbfounded. It wasn't her sweet and charming appearance that amazed me, but the fact that I recognized this new female CEO. I clearly remembered her name was Yi Wanan, a super genius schoolgirl who excelled in academics. She was very smart, learning 3 years worth of content in just 1 year. I recalled back when we were in the second year of high school. Yi Wanan had a crush on me. One day, she mustered up the courage to confess her feelings. She appeared in front of me, her face blushing like a steam engine, and politely handed me a love letter. However, I rejected her because I thought her chest was too small. Little did I know that my well-intentioned rejection would lead to Yi Wanan tearfully running down the hallway. Her sobbing figure became a vivid memory from my high school days. At this moment, I couldn't help but wonder, she wouldn't have recognized me, right? Back then, when I rejected her, she wouldn't make me wear her size 42 shoes, would she? Despite feeling a bit flustered, I quickly composed myself and continued with my work. Yi Wanan passed by me at this time. The refreshing fragrance lingered around my nose. I pretended to focus on the computer screen without turning my eyes away, afraid that she would remember me. However, I didn't notice that when Yi Wanan passed by me, she raised the corners of her lips with her hand behind her back. She arrived at her office, pulled out a chair and sat down, took a deep breath, then carelessly kicked off her shoes without caring about her image. Finally relaxed. Being a CEO is really tiring. Feeling awkward, she secretly took out a few QQ candies hidden in her pocket, tore them open and threw them into her mouth. After tasting the sweetness, she showed a face of enjoyment like a child. These are high-sugar foods. Yi Wanan's parents never allowed her to eat them, so she could only taste them secretly. Although she was a bit mischievous behind her parents' backs, she still had a unique seriousness and understanding in managing this aspect. She was able to become the CEO not just because her dad is rich, but also because she is a super academic overachiever. She ranked first in junior high school at the age of 10, dominated the college entrance examination at the age of 13, graduated from Tsinghua University at the age of 15 by skipping grades, and was appointed as the chairman of a subsidiary at the age of 18 against all odds. However, she still feels unlucky. At the age of 18, she has to take over the position of a 40-year-old man. Although her academic journey has been smooth, there was an unforgettable incident during high school. She developed a crush on a boy and spent a long time figuring out how to confess to him. However, even so, the boy rejected her. Now, the two have met again, and in a very special way. She gradually recalled the past of the two of them, her little face blushing suddenly. At this moment, the secretary walked in without knocking on the door. "Miss Yi, are you feeling unwell? Do you have a fever?" Yi Wanan was startled. Like a startled little cat, she immediately put on her shoes. Then she put on a serious expression and said, "It's nothing. Remember to knock next time you come in. Okay, Miss Yi, I'm very sorry." Calming her emotions, Yi Wanan suddenly remembered something and asked softly, "By the way, what's the name of that boy outside?" She pointed her finger towards the glass, trying to identify him. The secretary followed her fair finger and looked over. "His name is Gu Chen. He's a new video reviewer who has been working diligently for half a month." The secretary explained briefly and didn't think much of it. She took out the heavy files in her hand and said, "Miss Yi, these are the materials from the administration department, finance department, and operations department that you requested to review." Yi Wanan glanced disinterestedly and said, "No need. I already understand the company's situation. Within 2 minutes, I want all of Gu Chen's information." The secretary looked as if she had heard something unbelievable, with a face full of question marks. As time quickly approached 11 o'clock, feeling tired and busy, I stretched lazily and yawned. At the same time, I saw a graceful figure coming out of the president's office opposite. She was very cute, pouring warm water into a cartoon cup at the water dispenser. attracting the attention and curiosity of many colleagues around. Wow! The president's little cup is so exquisite. Ha! Doesn't the president's office have a separate water dispenser? Why does she have to come out to pour water? Maybe it's broken. The water dispenser happens to be right in front of my sight. I was thinking to myself, she looks so casual. She probably didn't recognize me, which is a good thing. I didn't care why she was using the public water dispenser. Reviewing videos is not boring. There are always some novel things in the videos the company pushes, like a man performing eating canned peaches, and even making coquettish sounds at the end. When I saw this, a look of disdain appeared on my face. I deleted it directly, and then found the account and deleted it together. Then there was a video of a girl in black stockings showing off. The girl's waist was twisting. It was obvious that this video was pushing the boundaries. I carefully observed for a while and fell into contemplation. Should I limit her flow or reject it? While I was staring at the screen, I noticed a refreshing fragrance quietly appearing behind me. Immediately afterward, the beauty girl's small, soft chin landed on Gu Chen's shoulder. Her brightly colored cherry lips slightly opened. You look very focused, don't you? Suddenly a mouthful of fragrance blew by his ear, exhaling like orchids. This gentle breath made him stagnate, while his body went soft. Turning his head, he realized that it was Yi Wanan. I don't know when he came around to the back, quietly leaning his small face very, very close to himself. Doing this kind of thing and being caught in the act, it made him stutter a bit vainly, though that wasn't the case. But her, suddenly appearing in the back, was a bit too much. It was inexplicable. It was a bit of a shock. However, her side face was really beautiful, pursed lips and smiling eyes. If it was an ordinary man, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist a kiss. Wait, retracting his thoughts, he actually heard a light hint of jealousy in Wanan's voice just now. What was going on with Kai? First, he answered her, don't get me wrong. Our reviewers scrutinize every video. That's our responsibility. He thought he had found a great reason to perfume. And Yi Wanan slightly sideways. Her good-looking eyes stared at his evasive eyes. Male silver. He was stared at a bit furiously. President, I still have things to do. He really wanted Wanan to hurry up and leave, worrying that the other party would gaze at him for a long time and be recognized as a high school classmate. But she didn't leave. The corners of her mouth smiled even more openly. Shallow pear swirls emerged on her face, wanting to escape. I feel like you look familiar. Do we know each other from somewhere? Gu Chen was dumbfounded and looked into her eyes, forcing an excuse. Ha ha ha, everyone says I look like Yu Yan, so it's normal for you to feel I look familiar, isn't it? He spread his hands casually, indicating that it's no big deal, but Wanan didn't hold back her laughter. Classmate Gu, you're so funny. Although Gu Chen is indeed more handsome than Yu Yan, it's the first time she's seen this as a reason. Yu Wanan's 18 years old not only had a childish face, but also had that sweet baby-like voice, which made people's hearts flutter with a gentle smile. It made him stay for 2 seconds. Gu Chen, classmate? Haha, you've got it wrong. He tried to save it one last time. Unfortunately, it was not warm. Classmate was a term of endearment from her student days, a flirtation from her. Wanan instantly made a play for the occasion and chose her words. How could I get it wrong? You were the one who abandoned me back then, making me cry for a whole night. My eyes are swollen. Man. Gu Chen stared wide-eyed. Even with 36 years of experience, he couldn't help but be inwardly shocked. Hey, don't talk nonsense in front of so many people. Looking at his expression of eating a bitter melon, Yi Wanan only spat out her little tongue mischievously. Of course those words were nonsense, but she was just adding more fuel to the fire, just to piss off Gu Chen. At this point, the co-workers over there were stunned. Originally, they thought that the female president was here to check if Gu Chen had touched the fish, thinking that he was in deep trouble, but they didn't expect that the two were actually still classmates, and the female president should be the one who was abandoned before the lovers were done. Many people showed their envy and sked. As long as she liked someone, she wouldn't care about what others thought. She only had him in her eyes. That's why she had the nerve to do this kind of thing in public. She narrowed her smile again and hit on a bad idea. Mr. Gu, the company has been very busy lately. For the company's sake, can you work an extra hour? She was still flirting. Gu Chen Sigma, Omega. Already wearing small shoes? Why must I work overtime? Wanan hooked up the corner of her lips. A touch of peach blush appeared on her face, and added, he just in time to get off work with me. Yo, happy or not? Gu Chen's eyes widened. So there is this plan? Then I'm happy as hell. Gu Chen felt like he was going to be haunted by her. And he was already an uncle in terms of age. He was already an uncle by age. But he wasn't interested in a little girl like that. However, the young girl's smile was indeed very sweet. So sweet that even an uncle would melt. Well, it wasn't a big deal, so he had to agree. Wanan was then satisfied and bounced back to the office. Just like the two of them in high school. Wanan still likes him and is no longer as timid as she was in the past. She's already very brave and vows to seize the opportunity this time. Raid Gu-chan completely. After that, Gu-chan felt a headache. How did he get involved with this girl? How is it so hard to be a salted fish? Before he could recover his emotions, his co-workers exploded again. Am I wrong? Didn't they say that the new female president is an iceberg beauty? I think it's clearly the little sister next door. No, the president doesn't treat us like this. I'm so envious. The co-workers beside him coaxed again. Old Gu, you can do it. You've even picked up a female president. Why don't you teach me later? He gave him a blank look, thinking that it's easy to be as handsome as me. So he went about his business. Although an hour was added, it wasn't unacceptable. As long as you left early when you got off work, you wouldn't be pestered by her. Just do it. However, the time went on until the afternoon. Gu-chan was tired of sitting and raised his eyes to see that his coffee cup was empty. So he picked up the cup and got up with the intention of getting a cup of coffee. However, just as he was about to get up, suddenly a soft and tender force came from his shoulders, pressing him back into his seat. Cinnabar, sit down. Let me make you some coffee. Just at this moment, the coffee cup in his hand was picked up by someone reaching out. Gu-chan was puzzled. What the heck is Tatsu? Turning his head slightly, he realized that the female president had actually appeared behind him again without realizing it. Her face was full of smiles, just like a lively little sister next door. Gu-chan was dumbfounded. What the hell? So she was behind me the whole time? I clearly remembered that she stayed in the office the whole time? Maybe he was too focused on the audit and didn't notice her sneaking behind him. It's better if I do it myself. Gu-chan didn't want to bother her, much less pull too many strange relationships. However, she snatched it away again. What does it matter? I'm the boss. Isn't it right to care about my employees? Looking at her innocent face, Gu-chan was filled with black lines. Then why don't you go care about someone else? And la, she gently patted his shoulder again, and only then did he feel better. Afterwards, Yuanan personally pounded a cup of warm coffee and slowly came to him. Gu-chan nodded his head and took it. Thank you. You get busy, President. He really hoped that Wanan was just here to make a cup of coffee. However, she pulled a stool without consent, swished around, and sat next to Gu-chan. He looked on speechlessly. She didn't care and smiled coyly. Work must be boring, right? Then I'll come and keep you company. She blinked her pretty eyes again. Gu-chan was shocked. Wasn't this a case of secretly observing himself from behind and becoming a name? However, those soulful eyes did cause a few ups and downs in his heart. He could now be sure that Yuanan didn't hate himself because of the sophomore's rejection, but instead because after becoming an employee under her, it multiplied even more. Work is fun for me. I'm not boring, he explained tenaciously. But Yuanan couldn't be persuaded away. Just like a little milk cat that stayed in place without throwing food, Gu-chan was helpless. The co-workers looked up from time to time, envious. The talk was mostly, Gu-chan, the straight man of steel, is so insensitive. Can't the president see that she clearly likes him? I would have said yes a long time ago. He was clicking the mouse while Wanan sat quietly. Finally, she began to endure her loneliness. Can we work and chat at the same time? Tatsu, don't call me that. She thought briefly, her bright eyes blinking. Gu then? Or Gu-chen? Gu-chen finally compromised. Forget it, it's still Chen. Yuanan then nodded, licking her lips and blinking her pretty eyes again. Elbows on the table, propping up her chin, she recalled the past to herself. Chen, do you still remember that time in high school? Gu-chen looked at the screen. I remember that time. I especially liked watching you play basketball. Especially the one-handed dunks were really super cool. Being praised by a beautiful girl, he inevitably still felt a little excited inside. She continued, making an upright posture. I remember it was a gym class. The weather was hot. You were sweaty from playing basketball, and a lot of girls were screaming for you. You jumped, leaped, then dunked, and finally landed on one knee. A set of action without any redundancy. It was so cool. A black line appeared on Gu-chen's forehead. Aha! It's just like that. He thought back to that gym class, and it was actually quite embarrassing. That time he shot a basketball. He originally wanted to dunk in a handsome position, but he missed halfway through. It ended up causing one knee to knock into the ground. The knee even bled at that time. That's why he was embarrassed to bring up this matter. Wanan didn't know what he was thinking and continued. Also, Chen, you're super caring. Every day after school, I can see on time. You feed the poor puppies that stray outside. She just loved loving sunny boys, and Gu-chen simply met all the conditions. That's why she couldn't help herself. But this embarrassed Gu-chen again. And he was furious when he thought back to feeding stray dogs as soon as he got out of school. There was a very aggressive stray dog in his second year of high school that used to run after him as soon as school was out. If he didn't feed it, it chased him. Once it even chased him to his doorstep. That's why Gu-chen fed the stray dog every day after school. So there's nothing to brag about. How did it become a caring person in her eyes? After chatting for a while, Wanan finally stopped talking about that topic. Thinking of something else, she lowered her voice, looked at the surrounding employees, and quietly asked, Gu-chen, tell me quietly, do you have a favorite girl here? I can help you go confessio. Although she was looking out for him, her tone was full of jealousy. Gu-chen stared at her thoughtfully, not believing her bullshit. If he really told her that there was a favorite girl here, it was estimated that on the second day, he would be asked to go to the branch, but he still gave a smile. There is. Yuanan originally just wanted to test, but didn't expect him to really have it, so immediately her little expression brushed down. Milky and fierce, who? Looking at her nervous and anxious appearance, Gu-chen wanted to laugh. Wanan had her appetite whetted by his unkind smile, and her little face puffed up. Ugh, I won't tell you. Slightly, he spat out his tongue. When Wanan saw this, she was like a kitten about to explode with anger. Humph, don't tell me. Slightly she also immediately spat her tongue back. She remembered. She must investigate properly when she turns back. After another moment, Gu-chen clicked the mouse. And suddenly, the other party moved the bench, and her delicate body slowly leaned over. Ugh, what are you doing? He couldn't avoid it. Is Yuanan going to launch a stronger attack? Wouldn't let her have her way. But she just smiled sweetly. The cherry blossom fragrance on you. It smells especially good. This was followed by a small nose inhaling vigorously on the surface of his clothes. Gu-chen wondered. Love your smell and you. And 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. Wanting to be close to him was fine. What kind of crappy reason was this? Of course, he didn't spray any perfume. There was indeed a unique men's scent on his body. After the meeting, Wanan had been accompanying him to review the short video, from which she found some small system problems, if modified could make the short video more refined. Gradually, she was sleepy. Gu-chen out of the corner of his eye only saw her slowly fall towards one side. Nothing was padded at the bottom. Gu-chen was worried that her porcelain white little face would crash into the desktop, so he casually stretched out the palm of his hand and caught her face, patting it underneath. At this moment, her face was facing towards herself. He smiled, then pulled her tiny arm over as well, replacing the palm before pulling away. Glancing back, he carefully surveyed her expression. She'd been tossing and turning just now, so she couldn't be pretending to be asleep now, could she? A few more seconds passed before he dismissed the thought. Yuanan wasn't pretending to sleep at all, sleeping like a simpleton. The corners of her mouth were still drooling. If others saw this, would this female CEO's image be lost? I'm afraid that if people knew, even the title of exquisite maiden would be gone. However, this quiet and naive look is quite cute, so people can't bear to disturb her. As she fell asleep, she slightly rolled over, and this time her head fell towards him. This time, she completely blocked his hand from touching the mouse. He wondered why he didn't go back to sleep in the big office. Wouldn't it smell better to sleep next to him? In the end, he just smiled, and took the initiative to move the computer to the left, leaving a big place for her. Gradually, I began to hear her talking sweetly in her sleep. Gu-chen, this time, no liking. Other girls, don't reject me again. Okay. The voice was a bit muffled in his sleep, but it could still be clearly heard when echoed a few times. He pursed his lips and smiled, not caring too much, didn't say yes, and didn't deny it, waiting until she woke up from her sleep, twisting her delicate waist and yawning. Only when she opened her eyes did she realize that she had squeezed Gu-chen into a corner by this time because of her large sleeping movements. Chen, I'm sorry, she immediately apologized, taking up such a large part of his position, indeed disturbing him at work, bowing her head and blaming herself somewhat. It's okay. Looking at the appearance of her bowing her head and admitting her mistake, Tatsu hooked his lips and smiled. She was cute in a different way, rubbing her bleary eyes. She then quickly packed up and left, with him by her side. This sleep was too good, and it was only now that she started to get busy with her own goings-on. After she left, Gu-chen put the computer back in its original position, intending to continue doing things, but his co-workers flocked over, questioning this and that. It was an hour before the end of the shift. Since he has to work overtime, he has to leave at 5 o'clock while others have to leave at 6 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, the co-workers around him had pretty much left, leaving only Li Xiang. He patted Gu-chen's shoulder and said meaningfully, "Old Gua, you're still young. When you encounter an opportunity, you have to take advantage of it. Usually take more initiative, and you won't have to work hard for the rest of your life." Gu-chen looked at the other party's cheap smile. and 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. What was all this? He didn't want to be adopted. Lee could only shake his head and walk away when he wanted to see how he was unteachable as a child, young and unaware of the fragrance of a rich woman. After another period of time, he was the only one left in the company staff. He looked at the clock. It was almost 6 o'clock. He grasped the time and looked at the president's office that still had white lights on, indicating that Yi Wanan hadn't left yet. It was definitely not a good thing for her to leave herself until 6 o'clock. Time passed by. Finally, the auspicious time has arrived. 6 o'clock sharp. Getting up and covering the computer, he immediately left. He wanted to run fast and love would never catch up with him. And there's something to do back home. It's been a long time since I've played a game. Quickly walked to the door, just about to catch his breath. But at that moment, a small white hand like a ghost, quietly stepped on his shoulder. Gu Chen thumped in shock. This familiar touch. Chen, why are you in such a hurry? Are you trying to avoid me on purpose? A sweet tone with complaints came out. Turning his head, he realized that Yi Wanan had appeared behind him again, and with a crooked little head. Coco Nai stared at him. Con. It was behind the gate, so she's been waiting here all along. I've fallen for the devil's trap. He shook his shoulders and found an excuse. I have something at home. The young girl felt amused when she heard this reason, but held her tongue, collecting her hands and placing them elegantly behind her back. She took a step closer playfully with a smile on her face. Gu Chen thought what she was going to do, so he dodged a little. What are you doing? Yi Wanan smiled faintly. It's after work. There's no one around here, and there's no cameras, so shouldn't we do something for each other? Gu Chen was shocked. Shouldn't this come out of a man's mouth? He admitted that being provoked by such a superbly beautiful girl, he actually had a bit of a heart attack. Seeing Chen shielding his body, Wanan tried to laugh. Just kidding, it's time to get off work. Shall we go? Playfully spitting out her tongue. Gu Chen then wiped his sweat and quickly went downstairs while looking at her. Arriving downstairs and then at the company's front door, he realized that Wanan was still following behind and was chattering away in her small mouth. Cinnabar, did you have fun today? Did you take the bus? Where do you live? He replied helplessly. I rode my bike. Looking at her starry eyes, he simply couldn't get angry for a moment. It's getting late. Why don't you head back soon too? Another casual cry of concern. The young girl then suddenly stood on her heels again, her small hands in front of her, somewhat squirming. Gu Chen is starting to care about me. Gu Chen was about to leave when she suddenly said, my car is out of gas, so can I trouble Chen to send me home? She flickered her pretty eyes. Gu Chen was puzzled. Stacked words, disgusted heart. How could it be? Obviously I watched you drive out before. He stared at the other party's eyes trying to poke through her ploy. Unfortunately, she was still apologetic. Tatsu, you can go take a look if you don't believe me. No pampering. Gu Chen finally couldn't take it anymore and immediately stopped her unintentionally cute behavior. Otherwise the body was going soft. Wanan revealed a small aggravation upon hearing this. Then following her, he came to the pink Maserati president. He wanted to see how much gasoline she had left. At this glance, there really was not a single gram left. She said again, the car's fuel consumption is really high these days, and it ran out of gas without driving for a while. Gu Chen had 2 black lines on his forehead as he looked into her eyes. No wonder before, through the window, he saw her downstairs driving a pink Maserati out for a trip. So the process was probably a big detour on purpose. I just ran out of gas before I drove back. That's it, isn't it? It can't be that coincidental, can it? She just wanted a ride home. What a painstaking effort. Finally, Yi Wanan's eyes slightly dodged. Gu Chen's gaze was as if to say, gas prices are so expensive now. This loser bitch. Although it had nothing to do with him. Then you can take a taxi back. Or ask someone else to pick you up. Gu Chen made a move. Not eating her. Sending her back would definitely involve tossing something along the way. Turning to leave, Yi Wanan wrapped her arms around him. Boing boing Chin, can you bear to see me? A girl, taking a taxi home alone at night? It's so cruel. Good lord. Being broken down and starting to pout again. She's like a piece of sticky candy. How can I tug but can't pull it off? In the end, he really didn't feel comfortable with her taking a taxi home alone. After all, she's only 18 years old, and she's still innocent. Of course, he did not know that the simple look, only Gu Chen alone can see. In the end, he couldn't stand her pampering offense, shaking his hands for a while, and rubbing his face on his arm for a while. This is really cute to no one. I'm afraid that even a straight man of steel would have to melt. That said, are you so relieved that you're taking her home? I don't think you're allowed to carry people on bicycles, right? I heard there's a fine if you get caught, he said. Wanan got a jolt. Aha, so that's what you're worried about? Tatsu, do you think I'm missing this little fine? Puffing her little cheeks again. Adorable. He was helpless. as if the fine wasn't really a big deal to her. I heard there's going to be a detention? This has some effect. So that she let go. Thumb rubbing began to seriously think for a while, and finally pursed lips, only to finalize the idea. Then if the traffic police uncle caught us, you run first, I'll section after. Don't worry about me. Gu-chan immediately revealed a look at the little fool after hearing this. It was quite inspirational, but if he really had to be caught and detained, there was no way he would leave her alone. Gu-chan suddenly thought again, but my family lives in the university town? We're not on the way, are we? Aha, that's too much of a coincidence. Let's just say we're destined for each other. I happen to live in University City too. Oh yeah, Gu-chan's last hope was gone. Yay. In fact, there were many ways to discourage her, but Gu-chan could never wake up a sleeping girl. Gu-chan then came to the electric car. Yi Wanan looked at him with some dismay. Yes, he had lied about the bike in order to get rid of her, but the electric car was also clear that it couldn't take anyone with it. After getting into the car, Gu-chan controlled the direction, while Wanan slowly sat sideways in the back. This handsome young man, and the extremely beautiful girl in the battery car in the same frame picture, immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. As the car started, Yi Wanan leaned on his back, her hands holding onto the guardrail. She was too embarrassed to hug Gu-chan, because she had learned from the past and was afraid of making him angry. But the car had only been running for a while when Gu-chan was the first to speak. Why? Don't you hold me tight? He didn't turn his eyes away, and there were no ripples, but Wanan's eyes widened. What? Did I hear you right, blah? She was like a little girl receiving candy from her big brother, her face full of joy. Gu-chan, however, spoke out his reason. Otherwise, if you let go and accidentally fall, I'll still be responsible. Wanan then nodded her head obediently with some small disappointment. He hooked his lips. Just like that, she stretched out her arms and hugged him tightly, her face pressed against her back, saying that she wouldn't let go. Since her high school days, she had fantasized about cuddling with her favorite person like this, but it hadn't come true until now. But it wasn't too late. Her small face was overflowing with happiness. The two of them were like a gorgeous scenery in one piece, attracting the attention of countless people along the road. Even though it was night, they were still as bright as ever. A few minutes later, they finally reached the university town. At this moment, he braked and was waiting for a traffic light. While he was waiting, a car beside him was making manic noises. The man in the driver's seat was swaying to the music. It was a scissor-door sedan, and the young driver with dyed yellow hair, shaking his legs to the rhythm, inadvertently saw Gu-chan across the street, realized that this guy actually looked better than himself. Unfortunately, he was riding an electric bicycle. At a glance, he was an endeavor youth who had just stepped into society and struggled. This made him tickle his lips and turn up the sound in the car even louder. His behavior drew a lot of stares from people, seemingly just to show off that he had a scissor-door sedan. Unsurprisingly, Gu-chan was also attracted by the difficult music, and exchanged glances with yellow hair in the driver's side, but the expression was unperturbed. With 36 years of experience, he saw the yellow hair model at a glance. This is a car produced by Dongfeng. The full name is called Dongfeng Issue Max Dark Knight Edition Black Warrior. Body performance 1.5T burst 320 Newton meters. With 4 exhaust, the car paint is matte extreme black. From afar it looks very bright. The most special thing is its scissor door design, which is still rarely seen in all the sedan ranks. Although it looks handsome, but the highest price is only $100,000 can buy. This kind of price cannot enter the ranks of luxury cars. And the 4 exhaust outlets at the back are all just for show. Purely good looking, the real exhaust in the car chassis. But I heard it wasn't mass produced, so it's kind of rare. He didn't care, but slowly drove the car forward a little. The extreme female president Yi Wanan in the back seat then appeared in Yellow Hair's field of vision. At this moment, Yellow Hair was dumbfounded, and at the same time, he was sour. He has a beautiful girlfriend who rides a motorcycle, but he couldn't even find her by opening the scissors door. It's just like being angry with a living person, and Wanan is still holding her tightly. This look, it's definitely true love, but that's not the case. The green light came on, and Gu-chan hooked his lips into the wind. The two's destination was a neighborhood in the university town, but the night market in the university town caught Yi Wanan's eye. Goo goo goo, her stomach growled. So again, she pressed against Gu-chan's back and whispered, Chen, here's a big stall. It's very lively. Can we go in and eat before we go back? I'm so hungry. Gu-chan, no go. He just wanted to hurry home and play the game. He didn't want to accompany her. A girlfriend is not as fun as a game. And he doesn't need a girlfriend. So he doesn't need one. Can you do it, Chen? I'm hungry. You must be hungry too, right? Let's go eat together. It'll be quick. Suddenly she was gently shaking behind her again, and that cute voice line was rippling in Gu-chan's heart. It had to be said that the pampering of a beautiful girl was something that even old men couldn't resist. In the end, he then took control of the direction, and with a turn, he drove into the University City night market. Alright, eat and go he said helplessly. He was indeed hungry himself. Okay, Wanan nodded her head obediently, but in her heart, she didn't think that way. Soon, Guchen parked the car, and Wanan grunted and came down. Oops, my butt is tired of sitting. He rolled his eyes. The evening breeze was a bit cool, or too cool, and after letting her hands loose on him, she actually felt her body cool down. The cool breeze blew past her ears, swaying the nice single ponytail. As she walked, suddenly, a jacket that had just been taken off and still had a warm scent, was draped over her shoulders. Wanan looked at the jacket and stared at him with wide eyes in surprise and pink bags under her eyes. Ha, Tatsu, why are you suddenly so nice to me? And he just replied lightly, I'm hot, and didn't care. Don't want it, right? Then give it back to me. Wanan was like a kitten protecting its food at this point, quickly grabbing both sides of the jacket to prevent him from taking it. No, who said I don't want it? Drape it over me and I won't give it back to you. She was very playful, and inside she was super chicken snickering. Looking at this look of hers, she was simply so cute that she really wanted to pick up and wrestle make. Wanan happily patted her little toes, following his footsteps and slowly leaning against his shoulder, making him frown. How did this little guy even get an inch? Not long after, he walked into the big stall. This is the real crowded place, the paradise of the dry rice people. Barbecue, milk tea, Guangdong boiled, seafood and so on. In short, whatever you want to eat is available. Smells good. Wow, it's stinky tofu. Cinnabar, I'm dying to buy it for me. Guchen twisted his head to look at her. Hey, Cauldron, you haven't paid this month's salary yet? Actually, stinky tofu wasn't expensive, but he wasn't going to buy it for her just because the other party said so. Can't be spoiled. Really? She was puzzled that it was because of such a small issue, so she pulled out her phone and tapped on the screen a few times. Guchen watched her behavior before he could stop it. The Kirin PayPal then suddenly sent an arrival message. Ding, $100,000 in the account. She happily raised her little face again. Alright, now you can buy me good food, right? Guchen looked at her again with the gaze of a little fool. The loser bitch. I'll return the extra money to her later. At her request, she ordered 2 orders of stinky tofu, which needed to be deep fried, and the two of them began to wait. Yuanan rubbed her small hands and licked her lips. Guchen was a bit curious. A big lady like you still likes to eat this? Wanan instantly threw a wink at him and smiled. He. Of course, my sisters all like it. Also, this is a secret between the two of us. Oh, don't tell my secretary, otherwise she'll definitely report it to my parents, and they'll have to criticize me severely again when they find out. Her parents wouldn't allow their only child to eat fried food from street stalls. It's not good for her health. However, she had always been very filial. Even if she ate it, she would never tell her parents. As if Guchen had caught her little secret, he smiled. Don't worry, I'll tell the secretary at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Aha, you play patience not allowed to tell. Guchen reveals a bad smile. No way, Chin Chen is the best. In the end, she shook her arm and rubbed her little face against her clothes, before Tatsu barely got around her. Soon, the charred stinky tofu was ready. Guchen picked it up with both hands and handed it to her. Scalding hot, whistling and blowing several times before holding it steady. Forking a piece with a toothpick, he sent it into the bright red sandalwood mouth. The scene was very slow, like a mermaid holding a pearl. Beautiful. Chewing, she let out a sound of enjoyment. Good times. Tatsu, why aren't you eating? She looked back only to realize Tatsu's gaze staring blankly at her. Immediately embarrassed. Oh, he just collected his thoughts. He was lost in thought just now. He also pinched a piece and tasted it. It obviously tasted good too, but not as good as the ones he bought at the school gate when he was a kid. So he didn't eat a few bites before stuffing it all to her. Wanan was filled with heartfelt joy, destroying one piece after another, during which a drop of grease accidentally landed on her bare white thighs. It was sticky, making her a bit uncomfortable, so blinking her eyes, she asked in a warm voice, Chen, can you help me wipe the grease on my leg? Guchen turned back, always feeling that the need and tone was somewhat seductive. Medium. Not good. He looked into her eyes, but didn't detect any teasing. Don't you have your own hands? Rub it yourself. But he still refused. Men and women are not related. Seeing that he didn't help, Wanan's small face suddenly became aggravated, and she said pitifully, but, look at my hands are full of things. Guchen took a look, and indeed, his hands were full. He had no choice but to pull out a tissue. Her thighs, unlike those of an imperial female president, she was uncovered, slim like 2 bamboo poles. The proportion of super chicken good looking, but he could not appreciate it. With a pure heart, he took out a tissue to help her wipe. Almost at the moment of contact, he felt Wanyan's body seem to have gone into a state of shock. Just like an electric shock. It took 2 sheets of paper to wipe her clean, but when he looked up, he saw her little face red and buried in her collar. Guchen was puzzled, ? The two continued to walk forward. Guchen wanted to find a place that sold fried vegetables and just eat a full meal, but she was the one who wanted to stroll around and buy small snacks to eat. Guchen felt that shopping with girls was really a headache, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who asked her to be the female president? Along the way, he bought wheel cakes, roasted pig's feet, hand-beaten shrimp sliders, fried yogurt. There were several things that he hadn't eaten before, as he wasn't interested in sweets, but was just curious about the way they were made. They all looked like Netflix snacks. After buying a whole bunch of food, he started to help carry it, leaving Wanan free to eat with both hands, and of course treating him every now and then, holding up a half-bitten piece of wheel cake, nicked and stained with bright red lipstick, and handing it to his mouth. He shook his head. Surely it would be considered indirect kissing if he ate it. He wasn't going to fall for that. Wanan instantly grunted. This time, it was back to the spicy crayfish stall. Wanan looked happily at the pot full of crayfish, about to be poured into the pot and stir-fried. Still fresh. Wow, I love eating spicy crayfish. There are also many small pots on the counter. According to the portion loaded with fresh crawfish, she leaned down, felt fun and then stretched out her fingers into the pot. By the time Guchen realized it, it was already too late. Zhao, is she usually this brave? Unsurprisingly, playing off, being caught by a crayfish on his white and delicate skin, screaming in pain. Ah, his pain. Only then did she regret it, and when she turned around, he saw a crayfish dangling from her finger. Guchen hurriedly put what he was holding on the table and went up to help. Ha! Fun! Ha! He counted, then gently used his hand, carefully peeling the lobster's front claws away. Her fingertips were then freed, and she whistled and blew. Phew, that hurt. Wooing, just getting pinched, crying like a little kid. I can't, it's getting cute. He took a closer look, and good lord, there were real tears in his eyes. The circles around his eyes were red. One could clearly see red marks on the skin. It was on the verge of breaking, like looking at a little fool. He took her fingertips. When Wanan was puzzled, she actually saw that the fingertip was gently held in his mouth. Feeling the warmth, Wanan instantly didn't feel the pain anymore. Slowly opening her beautiful eyes wide, her small face blushing as she looked at him, Guchen immediately explained. Don't get me wrong. I just didn't bring a band-aid, but saliva can stop the bleeding to a certain extent, he said casually, not caring about her. Ow. Wanan's sandalwood small mouth responded. Very well behaved. Tatsuya really cares about me. Not realizing what she was thinking, she used a napkin to wipe her gently after half a minute of relief, but she quickly turned her head and said to the boss, Boss, I want 4 langoustines. The crayfish had bitten her, so of course she wanted to bite back, so a little bit is 4 servings. The boss was taken aback and nodded his head in a hurry. Guchen rolled his eyes. The pair found the cleanest seat and took their seats. Wanan looked at the fingertips that he had taken in thoughtfully, gradually biting up her lip. She seemed to be thinking of something strange, causing Guchen to wipe away a sweat. 4 servings of crayfish were quickly served. Wanan quickly put on her gloves and helped Guchen put them on as well, so she started shelling the shrimp with a big grin and savored it, grunting. You guys bite me, I'll bite you too. She began to find a justifiable reason for eating lobster, and was more than happy to do so. Guchen wasn't interested in the lobster either, and it was weirdly troublesome to have to shell it, so he just watched her eat it. Although the eating looks were a bit pompous, but whatever a beautiful woman eats, it seems to be quite pretty. However, I've heard that girls will only eat without caring about their image if they don't treat each other as outsiders. Gradually, after eating a few, she started shelling the shrimp, and then put the peeled meat into a bowl. Very seriously, Guchen didn't know what she was up to. Soon the delicious shrimp meat piled up in a bowl full. What are you doing? He finally couldn't help but ask, but she pushed the bowl over with both hands, smiling in surprise. For you de. This made his eyes light up. Don't. I'll peel it myself. You eat it. Hurry up afterward, he said. This girl really has a heart. No, this is me peeling it with my own hands. You must finish eating. I'll feed you then? She suddenly thought of this and pinched up a piece of shrimp and dripped it to his lips, quickly dipping into the saliva at the corner of his mouth. Guchen was going to have to eat it even if he didn't. Alright, only then did he eat it. However, he didn't expect her to quickly hand another piece to his mouth. Don't eat. I'll keep it up if you don't. Ha, she also said with a small puffy face. Guchen couldn't do anything about her. Next, under her pitching in, A bowl of shrimp meat froze without a few left. He didn't like lobster much at all. But this was peeled by Wanan herself, and the flavor seemed to be a bit sweeter, and she still looked spoiled. Outside the stall, many people cast envious gazes, and some of the boys hated themselves for what exactly they were missing besides their face value. Eating the food, Guchen suddenly saw an eye-catching scene outside the stall. 3 beautiful girls in black silk were passing by, and they were winking at him intentionally or unintentionally. This made him look at them for a while. It wasn't because of how pretty they were, but the fact that these girls looked like they were still students, and they were actually wearing black silk, not learning. He turned his head to look at them one more time, purely out of curiosity. 3 pretty girls walked by, all talking. Hey, was that handsome guy looking at us just now? That's true. After all, we're so pretty, but he's so handsome. Looks like Eddie Pang. Do celebrities come here to eat too? Don't be ridiculous. That brother is even more handsome than Yu Yen. Why don't we go around again? How about asking for a WeChat? No, the sister across from him is so pretty, even better than a star. Should she be his girlfriend? And she looks fierce. The girls were chatting excitedly. It wasn't a small voice. In fact, he could hear it. Gu Chen was speechless. Just as he wanted to withdraw his gaze, his thigh was gently kicked from underneath. Hey, what's the point of kicking me? He felt innocent. Wanan had a look of jealousy on her small face. Humph, do you like looking at it that much? Then I'll wear black silk to work tomorrow too. Gu Chen was shocked. This company's welfare was a bit high. He looked at the more serious look of that fierce milky face on the opposite side of the room and stifled a laugh. Then he said in a serious manner, no wearing. But only after saying this did he feel something was wrong. Why do I care about her? Wanan revealed an expression of disbelief upon hearing this, as Gu Chen actually ordered himself not to wear it. It felt as if it was a private treasure that belonged to him. Gu Chen couldn't tell you this feeling either. Why? She had another teasing tone. Anyway, it's just not allowed to wear it. There's no reason. He had a tough attitude. She's only 18. Dressing like that for herself is fine. What's it like to be seen by so many co-workers? Right. That's it. Wanan was clear in her heart now. Biting her lip, she obediently replied back. Okay, ba. Her eyes were filled with delight. She felt like she was like his own sister. If she wore it, she would be properly repaired by this being a brother. But again, very close. After a while, she had almost finished all the delicious food, and it was already 8:30. She asked for 2 more cups of pearl milk tea. After this time, Gu Chen realized that girls could really eat, and she obviously had such a thin waist, but she couldn't see much undulation how she ate. He couldn't even drink this cup of milk tea by himself, but she could still come back with 2 more cups. Wanan held the cup of warm milk tea and looked at Gu Chen, her little mouth sucking on it, as cute as a little hamster. Her eyes suddenly saw a couple not far from the opposite side of the street, drinking milk tea from each other's hands in a cross-cup manner. Super sweet. She felt that this way was very novel, so she immediately approached Gu Chen and asked to try it. Chen, look at that couple over there. They are so sweet. How about we drink milk tea like them? Okay, she was like a little kitten pulling on his hand. But this time, he didn't agree. You said it's only for couples. I'm not that boring. He wouldn't spoil her. Just coming out for a meal. How did it get to this point? Eyes looking at her like she was a fool. Humph. You'll never find a girlfriend like this. After being rejected, she stomped her feet in place again, milky and fierce, and in the end, the more she thought about it, the more angry she became. She quickly and gently hammered his chest again, but for fear of being caught by him, she turned around and playfully escaped. Gu Chen felt her soft blow. Give her the habit? How dare you hammer me if you're angry? But just as she turned around, she tripped over a rock, and her body tilted over, obviously about to make a close contact with the ground. Gu Chen was quick on his feet and immediately wrapped his arms around her waist. With another push, he yanked her back. The petite body then thumped into his arms. Ah, scared me. In that scene just now, she was really a bit shocked, her chest visibly heaving. He came back to his senses only to realize that his waist was wrapped around someone's waist, and the person was still in his arms. His ears could still hear his heartbeat. In her arms, Wanan tilted her head and looked at Gu Chen. His side face was very nice, like a domineering president, causing a blush to float on her small face. Thank you. After saying that, she buried her small face into his arms again vigorously, inhaling the cherry blossom scent of his body with all her might. Ugh, Wanan, what are you doing? Just cuddle a little longer. No, what's wrong with hugging? Let go. He immediately let go, being taken advantage of by this girl once again. I don't. She spat out her little tongue. Gu Chen really wanted to grab her and see how she would spit in the future. It was also a good thing that it was so close just now, or else Wanan would have definitely bumped somewhere. In the end, the two of them separated. And if they didn't, Wanan was going to burrow directly into his clothes. When they had enough to eat and drink and wanted to leave, it suddenly started raining here, and many stalls closed early. The rain got heavier and heavier. Wanan anxiously held his hand and ran towards the carport. He didn't object. Who cares about this when his clothes are going to get wet in a little while? Before arriving at the carport, it was already pouring with rain, so the two of them had no choice but to find a place to hide from the rain first. Wanan is most familiar with the terrain here. Holding his hand, running to a place, Chen, here, can hide from the rain. When he waited here, he realized that it was a wall eaves, and it could only hide one person. The wind was so strong that Wanan's hair was wet, but she commanded without caring. Quickly crouch down. Guchen didn't know what she was going to do but could only do as she was told. Then, she stood and spread her clothes out like an umbrella to protect Guchen from the rain. She even said happily, so I can't get wet. But she was still getting wet. Clattering. He was a bit touched and was about to get up, but Wanan didn't let him. Don't get up. What if you catch a cold in the rain? I won't be able to see you tomorrow if you don't come on leave. She found a random reason. When he heard it, it turned out that Wanan was planning to do this. Helpless, listening to her words, he could only squat down, with her covering her. That said, it really didn't get much rain, but she was soaked. It didn't take long. The rain came and went quickly. After the rain stopped, Guchen stood up, and after gazing at her with eyes that really couldn't do anything about it, he took the initiative to hold her wet little hand, and went to the battery car shed. I'm sending you home now. Take a shower as soon as you get home. No delays, hear me? Wanan felt chilled all over her body, so she didn't listen to his words, but instead tugged on the corner of his coat. Her petite body trembled a little, and she let out a mumbling voice, Chen. I'm so cold. Can you hold me first? Guchen glanced at her and helplessly touched her hair before opening his arms and gently hugging her. Wanan felt his warm body heat, and was not so cold then. In her arms, she slowly tilted her head to look at him. Guchen also gazed down at her face, and their eyes met for a moment, alternating warmth, exhaling like orchids, breathing disturbed in one piece. The atmosphere gradually became a little strange. Her cherry mouth was exquisite. Even without lipstick it was still very bright and colorful. After looking at it for a long time one couldn't help but want to steal a bite. Finally, she opened her mouth again. Her tone was weakly pleading. Guchen, can you reward me once? This soft, sticky voice was like an effective anesthesia, causing his mind to buzz a little, nodding his head uncontrollably and gently lowering his face. Wanan also cooperated by standing on her tiptoes. The two of them just hugged and embraced each other. However, just at the moment when something wonderful was about to happen, an accident happened. As the two of them weren't paying attention, they fell to the right as they hugged each other, and with a snap, Guchen fell to the ground unluckily. Guchen, I'm sorry, I was too careless. Didn't fall and get hurt, right? Hiss. Chen, you're bleeding. I'll call 120 now. Wanan panicked and thought of first aid. While holding him up, she picked up her cell phone and dialed, afraid that something had happened to him. This fall wasn't light, but it wasn't her fault. It was her own fault for not paying attention. Strongly bracing her body, she felt a hot stream coming out of her leg. Looking down, she saw that her knee was cut. A 2-centimeter cut appeared. The battery truck was unfortunately pushed over, and it happened to be scratched by one of the sharp points of the battery truck just now. It's not a big deal if you just take care of it. He's not a star. There's no need to go to the hospital just to break some skin. So he hurriedly stopped her. Ugh, Wanan, no need to go to the hospital. I can do it myself. But she was tough and overbearing. No way, this is bleeding. How can I not go to the hospital? Don't move around first, lest the wound gets bigger. 120 will be here soon. Guchen was helpless. At this time, Wanan could not be persuaded. But this is more like a real domineering female CEO. But her voice is still soft and sad. Soon the ambulance came and immediately carried him to the bed when they saw the bleeding. But when they saw the bleeding wounds, several doctors looked at Guchen and Wanan with unbelievable gazes. This is the only wound that needs first aid? Feeling their gazes, he embarrassedly covered his face. Only later did he realize that this hospital belonged to the Yi Group's high-class private hospital, so it could only be left to this big miss. Nearly an hour and a half later, it was already more than 11 o'clock. In a well-equipped high-class ward, the nurse went out and slowly brought the door with her. Only 2 people were left in the ward. The doctor treated Guchen's wound with alcohol and bandaged it with gauze, then let him lie quietly on the bed. Wanan, on the other hand, utilized the separate shower room to take a bath, quickly changed into a clean set of clothes, and accompanied him by the bedside without knowing how tired he was. Cinnabar, drinking medicine? Thirsty? Want some water? Want an apple? Are you cold? Just pay attention to me. Feeling the care from her, he couldn't help but smile. No, you rest. Oh. She sat down and waited for his order. He didn't really want to stay in the hospital, so he said, the wound is bandaged. I want to be discharged. Wanan immediately stopped him with a milky ferocity. No way. What if you go out and get bumped again? What if the movements are too great and the wound splits? What if it gets infected with bacteria after it splits, leading to paralysis of the thighs, and then the whole body? It's not worth it, so it's better to stay in the hospital. She pressed down on his shoulders again, refusing to let go. Gu Chen listened to what she said and was originally fine, but now he was a bit scared. Why does it feel like she's cursing me? He lay back on the bed again, suddenly remembering the emu that he almost kissed before. The atmosphere was quiet. Wanan looked at his cheeks, and also recalled that scene, which was clearly close to a kiss before. Too bad. The two of them were instantly embarrassed to open their mouths as well, looking back on how impulsive they were before. Finally, 5 minutes later, she spoke first. Cinnabar, I told the management that you don't have to go to work tomorrow. Just stay here and rest. It's getting late. Why don't you go to bed? Gu Chen glanced at her. How it was all arranged plainly. But I can't sleep. He realized that there was no drowsiness at all under these circumstances. So Wanan came up with a new trick. Then, I'll tell you a bedtime story? He didn't need to be put to sleep, just simply didn't want to go to sleep. However, she looked at Baidu and read to herself, very seriously and gently. Once upon a time, there was a sleeping beauty. Gu Chen heard this. This is a story from 800 years ago. Seeing that he was a bit upset, she was smart enough to immediately change another story. Snow White and his 7 dwarfs. Gu Chen. After consecutively telling another 5 stories, Gu Chen failed to fall asleep. Instead, she herself collapsed first, dazed and confused. Her pretty eyes couldn't hold out any longer. Her little face pillowed on the bedding, her breathing becoming even. Gu Chen felt amused. A few minutes later, Wanan entered a state of deep sleep. He was really tired, after a long day of work, and now he was still here with himself at 11 o'clock. He should have gotten sleepy a long time ago. Gu Chen saw that it seemed uncomfortable for her to sit and sleep, and she often rolled over. So, he quietly lifted the cover, got out of bed, came to the side, hands and then gently wrapped around her waist. Light and then light will slowly hold her up. Finally, put on the bed to go. Will cover the quilt to her chin. Perhaps she was too tired. Or perhaps she belonged to the category of deeper sleepers, like an overgrown child, which did not even wake up. This time, he finally fell into a sweet dream, not accompanying her anymore. He finally touched her head, good night, and turned to leave. He still liked to go home and sleep, because there were pillows at home, and he had a habit of not being able to sleep without hugging things. And there should still be some leftovers at home today that he didn't put in the fridge, otherwise they'd be rancid. Early in the morning, the first ray of sunlight shone into the ward. Yuan curled up her petite body and slowly opened up. The sunlight was just too warm, making her a little parched. Slowly got up and stretched like a kitten napping. Aha! It was only when she saw that it was a hospital room that she recalled yesterday's events. That's not right. The person who should be lying on the hospital bed isn't me. It's Gu Chen. How did I take up the bed? She blamed herself a little more when she thought about it. Obviously Chen was the patient. She actually took the patient's bed and slept in it all night. Feeling the room empty, she was suddenly enlightened. Ah, Gu Chen is gone. She quickly got up and searched under the bed as well as the closet for half a day, but couldn't find him. At this moment, a nurse pushed the door in. She immediately went forward and asked, "Nurse sister, the patient I was with yesterday? Him, he left last night, and he's still very concerned about you, telling me not to disturb you." Yuan's mind roared at that time, like a deflated ball. She sat on her butt on the bed. Is that so? She then realized that Gu Chen had escaped last night while she was sleeping. She wanted to cry a little, obviously having injured her leg and still having to leave. For a moment, she thought that Gu Chen didn't want her anymore. But then she suddenly thought of something. Her eyes lit up and she pulled herself together again. She casually washed up, grabbed her cell phone, and took a taxi to the company. She didn't even wear high heels today, because that was just too lame. It was a nice pair of loafers. After quickly arriving at the company, flustered, she relaxed when she saw that familiar side face. Gu Chen was here, and it was early. He likes to live so comfortably. He came early in the morning to audit, and now the video he was auditing was the video of the young lady dancing, and watched it for a full half a minute. And Wanan was jealous again when she saw it, then quietly came behind him, like hide and seek to catch each other. She recalled that last night, she seemed to have been gently carried to the bed by his big hands, and covered up and said good night, and she felt a burst of happiness. She gradually leaned down. Gu Chen clicked the mouse, but then he felt a warm touch coming from his face, and a mischievous little one pecked at his face. It made him stall slightly. Turning his head, he saw that it was her. He didn't expect Wanan to actually engage in a surprise attack, and immediately reached out to wipe the red marks off his face. Wanan, what are you doing? So many people. He blushed, realizing that he actually couldn't control it. But Wanan smiled playfully. Of course it's a good morning kiss. Her porcelain white baby face was overflowing with vigor, and her smile was so nice that it woke up the employees who were still a bit sleepy. Doesn't Cinnabar like it? Cocking her little head again, Gu Chen held his face. I like a hammer. Yo. He didn't know what to say for a while. This scene startled the single dogs in the company. Then they were envious, and all of them were talking about his straight behavior. Only then did Wanan redden her little face and walk into the office. Gu Chen really couldn't do anything about her. Who asked her to be the boss? Wanan arrived at the door, and the secretary helped push it open. She sat down for a few minutes before collecting her thoughts and entering work. Asked the secretary, are there any problems in the company that haven't been resolved recently? As her boss, of course the company was still on her mind. The secretary immediately said, President, the company is going to do video promotion again soon. The female models have all been found, and there is an urgent need for a male model recently. Male model? Well, the ones we found before were either unsuitable or sick. President, do you think you have a suitable candidate there? The secretary asked casually. After hearing this, Wanan did ponder seriously for a while. Suddenly, when she thought of him, Wanan's eyes lit up and looked out of the glass. There. The secretary blinked her puzzled eyes. The time went on until noon, and all the dry rice people rushed to the cafeteria like reined in wild horses. Only Gu Chen was still reviewing the last video. Finally, the video was finished, and he got up, intending to go get his meal. The company's welfare was very good. Chinese and Western food were all available, and the key was that it was free. But just as he stood up, he was gently pressed down by a pair of small, white hands. Gu Chen was dumbfounded. This familiar plot, familiar routine. Turning his head, he saw Yi Wanan's heartwarming smile. He. Holy shit, when the hell did she come behind me again? Does she really know how to teleport? I want to eat. Don't pickpocket me, he then said seriously. You don't have to go to the cafeteria. It's because I've specially and personally prepared a love bento for you. The portion is super generous. The flavor is awesome. Then, he placed the already prepared bento on the table. At first glance, it was a pink box, perfect for a slugger. Inside the transparent lid, the colors of the food were bright, and it looked quite appetizing. No need, since you made it with so much care. It's better for you to eat it yourself. Drawing back, he intended to leave again. However, like a naughty child, she opened her arms and surrounded her body to prevent him from leaving. No way, this is something I commandeered the cafeteria and spent 3 hours to make. You can't eat anyone's rice today. Only mine. Gu Chen inwardly laughed. I won't eat it if it's spoiled for you. Aha, Gu brother, at least taste a bite of it. See, hard useless, she came to the soft offense. Using her arms to hold him in his arms, she pampered him and forced him back step after step before finally letting his butt sit on the bench. He was super helpless, as he realized that once Wanyan pampered himself, his body would soften uncontrollably. I guess there's something wrong somewhere. Go back to the hospital and have it checked out. Gu Chen returned to his seat before she was playful again. Try a bite. Don't, said Gu Chen stubbornly. Suddenly, Wanan thought of a good idea and smiled badly. Humph, then I'll kiss you if you don't eat it, until you eat it. Then she made a gesture to nuzzle out her bright red lips. He was startled. His eyes widened, looking at the cherry about to attack. Before he surrendered. I'm wrong. I'll eat, okay? She thought about what sin she had created in her previous life to be tortured like this. Although she had coaxed him into it, she didn't expect him to really dislike her lips. This made her grunt and cross her thin waist again. What is all this? He didn't want something that other people would never get in their lifetime. What a pain in the ass. Gu Chen sat down and she helped open the box. The exquisite scene became clearer in front of her eyes. The most special thing was the heart-shaped egg in the center. I don't know how many times I tried to make this shape. It's full of heart. Underneath the egg are some beef, sweet and sour pork, kung pao chicken, bean sprouts, tomatoes, corn. That's a total of 11 different dishes. At the bottom was a golden rice base. The bento is quite big, and there are several slots filled with fruits, cherries, durians, apples, pears, everything. This is like a royal meal. Looking quite good. He picked up his fork. Wanan was waiting by his side with an expectant expression. First, he chucked a piece of diced chicken and smacked it. Wanan, how is it? Is it good? Gu Chen looked into her eyes and chewed carefully for a while longer. He realized that although the dish was bright and colorful, it really wasn't chewed to be tasty. Did you not put any salt in it? Finally giving this comment, Wanan's little face was a little lost, rubbing his little hands. I'm always clumsy, so I didn't dare to put salt in. This look of self-blame. Actually, so cute. Instantly the kung pao chicken in his mouth turned sweet. Isn't it bad? If so, forget it. Let's not eat this. Let's go to the cafeteria. She was a little sad, and with her small hands, she wanted to take back the plate and gently cover it to keep it for herself. Guchen thought it was funny, and reached out to stop it. It's okay, not too bad. I can eat it. Actually, he lied to her. No, salt is a small matter, the key to which there are even more strange flavors. Simply dark cuisine. He was also afraid that this girl would not be able to eat it herself, and then pour it out. Wouldn't that be a waste? Afterwards, he quickly plowed through the rice again. Wanan's eyes were full of surprise. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day in the future. Put. Guchen didn't hold back and sprayed his mouth. No need. He waved his hand in a hurry, but he couldn't afford to dampen her spirits. Although it's hard to eat, it can't be wasted. At least the fruit is not bad. Seeing him eating so favorably, Wanan was also filled with appetite. Her body moved closer. Chen, I want to eat too, can you feed me? Upon hearing this, Guchen took the initiative to find a spoon for her. Since she couldn't eat all of it anyway, she was instantly upset. Don't I want a fork? Or else, just eat what's in your mouth, hee hee. Guchen was shocked, trying to indirectly kiss again. Okay. He was shocked and had no choice but to use the fork. But she didn't take it in time. But instead Cherry won. I want to feed. He rolled his eyes. Aha, is it difficult? But yesterday I even peeled the shrimp and personally fed the meat to you. Guchen, what? You're going over old ground now? Is this a prelude to today? As a courtesy, there didn't seem to be any reason to refuse. It wasn't a big deal. So he reluctantly picked up a piece of beef with his fork and handed it over to her. The next second, her little face was red, and her little mouth opened, excitedly holding it. Her face, which was originally quite happy, suddenly revealed a bitter expression when she tasted the true flavor of the food. Well, it's hard to eat. Yikes. Guchen didn't hold back his laughter as he watched her suffocating. How can it be so hard to eat? She began to doubt life. How could this still be a good wife and mother? Guchen smiled and said that it didn't matter, as long as she was full. Only then did she feel better. Soon, he ate only one piece of egg left. Seeing that she was almost done eating, Wanan brought her body a little closer and looked at him with her little head tilted. This squinting look was strangely adorable, making him melt a little inside. Cinnabar, the company recently had an urgent need for a male model, but I, after searching for several days, couldn't find a suitable one. But it wasn't until today that I realized that the person I was looking for was actually far away and close at hand. She suddenly blinked again. Ha, a male model? Well, a male model just needs to pose in the studio and shoot a few seconds of commercials. Oh, why are you telling me this? He finally mentioned the point. Yi Wanan immediately tapped the table. Because I want to invite you to be our company's male model. I think that with your body and face value you couldn't be more suitable. And the work is easy. And the pay is twice that of an auditor. Just say yes, right? Guchen glared. No, he didn't want to be a male model. Not to mention that it would be marketed for hundreds of millions of people to see. So this bento was made so meticulously to beg him to be a male model? What a thought. Ha, the height of the model needs to be over 1.85 meters. And preferably look like Chris Pang. So you're the only one who's super suitable. There's no one better than you. Please help me. There's no use in praising me. It's not like I rely on my face value to eat. He waved his hand, though his heart was comfortable with it. Then she defiantly put out a new trick. $10,000 for one commercial. Ugh. You really don't want it? She shook her finger again. And when he shook his head, she shook her finger again. $20,000 for that one commercial. It's a deal. Wanan was planning to forcefully buy and sell, but Guchen pressed her forehead. I forgot to tell you that I, for one, am not interested in money. How big of an airhead did this have to be? Not even $20,000 for a 10-second advertisement. Of course, Guchen knew that this was her opening herself up to a small fortune. It wasn't like a male model without any fame was a star. So it was impossible to pay that much for one advertisement of a few seconds. His large hand scrubbed at her forehead for a while, trying to get her to give up such thoughts and find someone else. She felt the big hand warm and comforting, and she became like an obedient kitten herself, her soft little head rubbing upwards. It wasn't until after he removed his hand that she came back to her senses, feeling like she was being teased by her master, holding back a small, exasperated face. As a man, there must be something that interests you. Since you're interested in money, you must be interested in women. She summarized at once. Guchen was dumbfounded. What the heck kind of logic is this? It doesn't seem to be a problem. She then suddenly thought of something, and with a serious face, "How about this? Tonight, I'll go to your house. To serve you? This is always agreeable, right?" There was some small snickering in her tone. Gu Chen was shocked. What the hell? How come it felt like she still earned it? Obviously a female president but said such bashful words, which made Gu Chen a bit puzzled. "Serve?" She nodded her head, and replied innocently, nodding her lips, "Of course, dressing up as an anime character, cleaning up after you, and pinching your legs and pounding your back. Isn't that what you geeks like?" Gu Chen, ITM. He was speechless. Who told her all this, and when did I become a geek? KAM. Wanan's little head thought of something else, and she said shyly, "Of course, if you can't hold back and want to do something excessive to me, it's not impossible." When she said this, her eyes quickly dodged and she covered up her face with her small hands. Face covered up with her small hands. The tone of her voice was quite aggrieved at first, but at the back you could actually hear her slightly expectant laughter. Gu Chen rolled his eyes. He said firmly, "No need. A few peanuts for her to drink like this? Ha, then what do you want? Just go to work normally," he replied without hesitation. Wanan tucked his chest again, wondering what he had actually gone through. Actually so many temptations in front of him were indifferent. "Please, please, please," she began to hold his arm and pout, her voice softly, her little hands shaking. Fun. In the end, she insisted on pouting for 5 minutes. It caused him to almost spill a cup of coffee before he agreed to it. "Okay, you're a real pain in the ass. So when do we start? Do I need to change? And just settle your paycheck normally at the end," he counted. Wanan then pampered tired to draw back his hand. Wanted to lie in his arms but was pushed on the forehead. Still laughing, he said, "Okay, finally, Tatsu is done. In fact, it is quite annoying, such an opportunity for others to beg, but put him here, but also to be pampered and cute to be willing to reluctantly agree." After lunch, Gu Chen helped her clean the bowl and told her not to do it next time. Time flies. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The female president reappeared in front of the crowd and came to Gu Chen's side again, gently grabbing the corner of his coat and heading to the studio together. She walked in front, hooked as a ball of his coat corner, like a friend who played well as a child. Actually want to hold his big hand to come, but in front of so many people he must be angry. After the two of them left, there was another murmur in the place. Wanan hummed a song, very cheerful, as Gu Chen and her finally arrived at the entrance of the studio. The studio was huge, and could be described as a combination of 3 large offices. In it, there were clothes, props, and cameras, as well as makeup tables and professional staff. Appearing in front of the staff, Wanan revealed a serious demeanor again, explaining about Gu Chen being a male model, after which he was dragged off to touch up his makeup and change his clothes. He just wanted to finish quickly and go back to continue fishing. After changing his clothes, when Gu Chen's suit-clad figure appeared in front of the crowd, he immediately stunned the audience. Originally, he was full of manly flavor. This dress is even more eye-catching. Instantly became the focus of the whole scene, fascinated a large number of fans on the scene, but his eyes are always light. Fangirl number 1, while this Gu Chen's co-worker is so handsome, his temperament looks like the vampire baron. Hey, have you read too many novels? He's clearly Dragon AOT on. I want to add him. Shoo, keep your voice down. I heard from my co-workers that he is the man the chief he likes, and he doesn't eat soft rice at all. He's always against Mr. Yi. Wow, what a man. Yuanan's eyes were also filled with a full-blown nymphomania. Her eyes were full of hearts, and she even licked the corner of her mouth as if he was a delicious food. He was simply more of a model than a model. Gu Chen got a little scared, tightened his clothes and ducked. Then, following the photographer's greeting, he stood in a piece with a beautiful female model. This female model was also an internet celebrity, or a webcam model. The company spent some money to hire such a person to shoot, so that the advertising effect could be better. At the same time, there are several female and male models with good body and average face value around to make the walking background. In the end, the models that the company hired were used for acting. Lin Yao is the type that is stunning at a glance, but should not be looked at for a long time. It will also feel boring after looking for a long time. Of course he had his own reasons. Although it was an online model, she had never seen it in the past, probably because she crossed over and forgot about it. Lin Yao glanced at the man in front of her, her eyes filled with glitter, biting her lip. Originally, she didn't care about shooting this kind of advertisement assignment, and wouldn't look at a certain man because she was tired of looking at him, but this one right in front of her was original and mouth-watering. Afterwards, both of them were dressed in gorgeous clothes and listened to the photographer's command. You need to pick Lin Yao up and just complete a fake kiss. Gu Chen was a bit puzzled. This money was really hard to earn. I can't believe I have to kiss someone else. Fake kisses are too hard. He instinctively dodged, but Lin Yao deliberately moved closer. Gu Chen subconsciously looked at Wanan and saw her expression. Her small mouth turned into an O shape. She didn't expect the script to be like this, and instantly regretted it. Her cute little face was in a state of embarrassment. Not knowing the script, she originally thought it would be simple to walk together. At most holding hands would be okay. But what happened? She was so stupid that she spent money to give Gu Chen to someone else. What if she accidentally lost Gu Chen's first kiss? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became, and she looked at the photographer grudgingly. The photographer felt a coldness behind his back and scratched his head, thinking, isn't that the best effect the president wants? In the middle of the field, no one had called for the start yet, but Lin Yao wanted to just wrap her arms around him. Let's start. She was so excited. She had never seen a man more handsome than Pang Yuyan. She couldn't wait. When Wanan saw this, she panicked and searched the cabinet. Ha, where's my knife? Gu Chen was hugged by her before he could react, looking at the woman in front of him with her eyes closed and her lips about to press in. He was speechless. It wasn't like he was going to fake a kiss. At this time, the camera was scrambling to get ready. The lights were on. In the room, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Shut up! Lin Yao was startled and immediately came down. Only then did Gu Chen lower his hands against her. Looking back, it was actually Wanan who was red with anger. Cameraman, change, Wanan whispered, walking up. The cameraman was confused. Mr. Yi, change who? And this is a critical moment. Where can we find someone? He was helpless. While Wanan pursed up the corners of her pretty mouth. Change Lin Yao. I don't think she's too suitable. So, I'll do it myself. She ordered. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Lin Yao was dumbfounded, but didn't even dare to meet her eyes. Wanan's gaze was super fierce at this point, only able to walk over with her head down. She was disappointed. It was so hard to see a man who was more handsome than Chris Pang, but he was snatched up by the president. Gu Chen blinked his eyes a few times. Wanan, stop it. So many people were watching. Gu Chen cannot know what she is thinking. He didn't agree to Lu. Ran Wanan immediately inserted his waist. A little lady jealous. Milk Fierce said, Humph, do you really want to kiss her? Gu Chen, didn't I say so? It's a fake kiss. Helpless to explain. Aha, no matter disagree. Seeing how reasonable he was talking, Wanan couldn't find a reason and started to play tricks, shaking her little head in place like a wave drum, completely childish. Then again, without consent, he jumped onto Gu Chen in a single leap and gave him a big bear hug, instantly strangling his neck tightly. We're ready. Let's start shooting blah. Wanan faced towards Gu Chen with a super expectant little look. He was a bit helpless, thinking to himself, forget it, with whom is it not a shoot, and why would it be more peaceful to cuddle with her? It's an illusion. Everyone was shocked on the spot and began to think that this president was afraid of having multiple personality splits. Facing them was the beast personality. Facing Gu Chen was like a newborn kitten. And this dog food is so sweet. The staff was helpless. And soon began. The lights hitting the two. Chen looked into the young girl's eyes and realized that the stars in her eyes were full of her own reflection. Hooking his lips in a smile, he did not struggle any further. Tentatively, he reached out his hands to hug her, because if he didn't, her petite body was going to slide down, and he would have to strangle his own neck. Looking at her seriously again, remember it's a fake kiss. If you dare to mess around I'll. Wanan was immediately unhappy. To be able to take this opportunity to mess around with him once, why not be happy about it? She stared at him with a pair of beautiful eyes and held her small cheeks. Just what? Looking at her like a child. He couldn't get angry at all, and subconsciously said, just, spank your ass. Humph. Wanan grunted, but was still a bit scared of the drops. After all, Gu Chen's hands were so big. The shooting started in such a haphazard manner. The female president's clothes weren't changed either. And the photographer realized that the video was much more effective this way. It was simply a perfect match. This was something he never expected. He commanded obediently. A little closer please. Yes. A little closer. Yes, very good. Listening to the instruction, the corners of Wanan's mouth curled up. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she pouted her tender lips. Gu Chen, on the other hand, had a black line. He felt like the photographer was messing with him. Looking at the vivid lips approaching in front of him, only a stone's throw away. He had no choice but to tilt his head back to avoid it. She really wanted a real kiss. Seeing that he hadn't kissed anything in half a day, Wanan opened his eyes, displeased, and pushed his head a little harder. The atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear the sound of Wanan's deer colliding. It was so close. Everyone was witnessing that moment. Even the curmudgeonly photographer was no longer concerned about the progress of the shoot. Because these two are so good together, Tatsu's first kiss is going to be mine. Thinking inwardly, however, a finger got between the two lips. Wanan, You wish. Tatsu. Where's the shoot? You're actually not cooperating with me. He laughed, so close to not kissing. Immediately, she wasn't reserved anymore and directly pressed her body over. As a result, her strength was too great, and Guchen had no choice but to turn his face sideways. And in the end, he was forced to let her kiss the side of his white, clean face. That's enough. The shooting is over. Come down here. He was serious. Wanan was furious. Together with the brewing of half a day only kissed the side of the face. Grandma's ass. I wanted to simply slam my face into it. Gu Chen, however, covered her face with his large palm, and his red lips ended up imprinting onto the palm of his hand. Oh, cheating. You're the one who cheated first. You little rascal. Gu Chen probably didn't realize that his voice was becoming more and more gentle. In the end, Gu Chen put her down from her body. She was also tired, and looked at him with some small grudges beside her. When it was over, the photographer said that the results were fantastic, and that it was the most beautiful couple he had shot so far. Even though it was just an advertisement, he took his fair share of the paycheck, didn't ask for more, and continued to go back to touching the fish. The video was quickly edited and made into a cover ad. What they didn't expect was that 80% of the users would rather swipe through the ad 100 more times than the next video. It's outrageous. 5 p.m. Sunset. There was no overtime work today, so Guchen happily grabbed his things and left. At this time, Yuanan in the office finished her work in advance and ran out to look for Guchen. But when she came to her seat, she didn't see him. Looking around, she didn't see anyone, so she was suddenly a little disappointed. Walking so fast. Can't you wait for others? Stinking straight man, she grumbled in anger, her feet stomping on the ground. And his colleague, Li Xiang, seeing this scene, hurriedly added for leaving Gu Chen, president. He went to the library, said he wanted to cultivate his temperament. This betrayed his brother and exposed his whereabouts. Wanan, as if he immediately grasped the target, nodded to him, and then like a small rabbit, jumped out of the small door. The group of colleagues who didn't leave were really helpless. Why is Gu Chen's brain so unenlightened? How in the world did he manage to avoid such a beautiful woman as the president? Yeah, if I let her go, my kid would be able to call me daddy. Dream on. It should be given to me. Wanan quickly arrived at the library, poking her head at the glass door as if she was playing hide and seek with Gu Chen. The library was an independent place, where one could come to read in peace and quiet after a busy day's work. But there was no one else here, except for Gu Chen, who was sitting on a bench, carefully flipping through the books. After seeing the target, she walked into the door with joy, watching him while walking, and realized that he actually hadn't looked up yet. Very serious Yazi. Just in case, she drew a book from the nearest shelf bar and blocked it in front of her, pretending to work on the book. The footsteps got closer and closer, and soon out of the corner of his eye he saw Wanan. The corner of his mouth hooked, still did not look up. After coming to the front, she finally couldn't help but open her mouth. Yeah, Tatsu, what a coincidence. Ha, I'm off work, and I'm actually able to run into you here? He. The sound of her laughter was as beautiful as a wind chime, causing Gu Chen to look up at her, as if she was looking at a little simpleton. Why are you looking at me like that? I came here to read a book too. Am I following you here? I'm not that boring, she muttered to herself. Hearing this, Gu Chen's gaze shifted just like he wanted to look at a big simpleton. Wanan couldn't hold her face a bit taut and gripped the book in her hand tighter. Really don't believe me. I have the book in my hand to prove it. Gu Chen happened to look at the book in her hand. Immediately, he was speechless. Cauldron, you're holding the book upside down. Are you reading from a heavenly book? She looked at the book as if she had exploded, and sure enough, it was upside down. I didn't notice it at all just now. It's over. We're in trouble. I was trying to act naturally. Gu Chen looked at her, pursing her lips. It was really a bit funny. She didn't pretend either. She showed her cards. What are you looking at? As soon as she put the book in her hand away, she then sat beside him in a good manner, accompanying him to read it together. After she saw the content of the book, she froze for a moment. Bad? She opened her big beautiful eyes. Aha! He gave a perfunctory cry, and then came over a little bit when he saw that he wanted to read it. He originally thought it was a novelty, and came here for a casual look, but he saw such a comic book, so he couldn't help but pick it up and read it for a while. Since he was a kid, he loved all kinds of anime, comics, and games, but after graduation, he seldom came into contact with these things, so this was the regret of his past life. Then the next step was to make up for the regret. Read all the manga that I haven't finished, just like the King of Thieves and Conan. Wanan moved closer and rested her face on his shoulder. He didn't really like reading manga. She liked watching Gu Chen. Gu Chen picked up a black line. How is this still habitual and natural? gently shaking his shoulders. However, she was comfortable. Why don't you leave after work? Oh, wait for you to go before I dare to go. Otherwise, what if you block me? Wanan was super upset after hearing this, glaring at her beautiful eyes. Then as fairness, how about you block me too? Try it. It's easy to succeed. Gu Chen. It seems like I'm still at a disadvantage. Chen Chan, let's listen to music together. Ha! Wanan pulled out her cell phone, and Gu Chen accepted the offer. But the moment he saw the phone case, he was a little surprised. The guy on your phone case is so handsome. He thought it was some male celebrity. As a result, she rolled over to look at the phone case, looked up and smiled somewhat spoiled. Hee hee, Tatsuya is so stupid. Oh, the medium do not see course too? It's you! Question mark. 2 question marks on his head. This boy is obviously wearing a school uniform. Where did he get a school uniform? But on closer inspection, it does look very similar. Wanan explained. This photo is from the 2nd year of high school. A gym class. You were punished by the teacher for running because you were late for gym class. Your whole body was sweaty and your clothes were open. It was very pretty, so I took a picture of it as a cell phone case. Guchen put down the comic and looked at her with some shock. I was punished for running the playground. What's so pretty about it? And he clearly remembered that time. After running the playground, because he couldn't hold his urine, he hid in the grass and nourished the flowers with the fertile water for a while. It couldn't be that she was filming it from behind as well. Then I opened my cell phone again, and there was another picture on the cover. It was the side face of a handsome man as he slept. This. Can't it be that you took it during your lunch break? He guessed what was going on, and Wanan also nodded, recalling the past. This one was taken by me during my lunch break, sneaking into your class and taking the picture. At that time, your position was right next to the window in the penultimate 3rd row, sleeping so well and knocking looking good. So I didn't hold back and stole a kiss from you. He. She uttered this in a very low voice, as if it was just like doing those sneaky things back then. But Gu Chen frowned a little. Kiss where? Of course it's the mouth. Such a good opportunity. She revealed a sneaky smile, but it was also strangely cute. Gu Chen was dumbfounded. Did he lose his first kiss in high school? Wanan saw that he was still really thinking about it, then covered his mouth and laughed lightly. Chin Chin teased you to play it at that time. There were so many people. I secretly take a picture of you are very difficult to Lulu. Oh, he immediately let out another sigh of relief. After seeing this, Wanan was not in a good mood again. Looking at the phone again, he opened the unlock with a tug, and an even more surprising scene appeared in front of him. He saw that almost every app's app wallpaper had been changed, replacing the previous app photos with his own. The photos were a bit small but clearly visible, because it was handsome. I don't know how it was taken, but it saved so many photos and set them as all kinds of wallpapers. How boring is this? Also, Wanan's chosen profession shouldn't be doggy, right? On second glance, her cell phone seems to be very old. You're so rich. Why don't you get a new cell phone? Wanan smiled coyly. Oh, this cell phone is full of your photos. How can I afford to change it? All of them? Quite thoughtful. Afterwards, he slowly and happily took out the earphones in his pocket that he had already prepared, and put the other end into his ear without his consent. With the headphones in, he didn't object. Then a piece of beautiful music started. My hawthorn tree love. Only with you can I be pure. I can throw away my bottom line. I'm locked in my sights with you. It's a hawthorn tree love song. Quite catchy. Guchen didn't realize that after Wanan plugged in his earphones, she also plugged in her own. The two of them looked like a couple who had agreed to come to the library together to listen to a song. So sweet. Her little face was so excited that she took the opportunity to take advantage of him again. Wanan was listening to the song and her body was starting to shake a little to the rhythm. Guchen finally did notice that she was out of sorts, and didn't break it down in time, but instead changed the method, showing a bright smile. Give me your cell phone. This song is too sweet, I want to listen to it for a change. Wanan was very good and handed it to him. Guchen could really interrupt the atmosphere. A drop of unhappiness appeared on his little face. A song was switched, and it was called Against All Odds. He then sped up the tempo and brought out the highest, climactic part directly. Look at the dream against the war is coming. Ace going wild. The sound was for boys, very rhythmic, but for a little girl like her, it was especially loud. She didn't listen to it for a while before gently pulling the headphones off, and her little mouth skimmed. She felt that Guchen was doing it on purpose, and turned up the sound to a thief. She looked at him aggressively, but she saw that he didn't care. Finally, he plugged the earphones back in and endured the song. It wasn't that the music was bad, but it was too loud. Only after it was over did he take back his cell phone. Now it's my turn to choose the song, revealing a very naive and serious look. Guchen smiled. The way he took back control was quite cute. He clicked on a song and didn't show him the title. The music in his headphones started. The songs of the old days, all wrapped around my fingertips. The beauty I can't get, always tickling my heart. Another song with a sweet, sweet voice, white moonlight and vermilion mole, almost as long as it's sweet, it'll be on her list. He listened for a while and then stopped listening, mainly because he had heard this song countless times when it was on fire. As he did, he gently took her phone again and ordered a song himself. Wanan was really going to be furious but not good enough to snap. Under Gu-chan's heckling voice, not surprisingly, ordered a song. Firepower. The sound was turned up again to thieves, simply titanium alloy straight man operation. And again, the highest, climactic parts were presented. Wanan couldn't take it anymore, and used a sheepish little fist, gave him a sweet blow to the chest. It was completely harmless, but he pretended to scream in pain. Ah, not listening to the song? What's the point of hitting me? Ha, are you listening to a song? You're being angry at me. Humph, just want to kick me out. I'm not leaving, shaking his head in anger. Wanan, really angry, and in his chest whacked several times. Froze even the clothes did not wrinkle a bit. Gu-chan also screamed incomparably. Ah, hurt me to death. She looked at him again with heartache. Really? I'm sorry, and reached out her small hand to rub him. Gu-chan felt the gentle caresses on his stomach. It was too much. If he continued like this, it was about to melt his insides. It's okay, just teasing you. Goodnight made a straight face again and proceeded to shove the dislodged headphones into his ears, ordering a song with real seriousness. And he doesn't mess around. Ordered one. By J. Waiting for you to get out of class. Soon both of them quieted down, quietly listening to the gentle song. Gradually, after listening to the song, the two went downstairs together. Cinnabar, you're tired today, aren't you? Why don't I send you home? The car has gas today. By the way, the weather forecast says that it's still cool today, and it might rain, it might even hail, and there's also a chance that it might snow early, which is dangerous, and the road is slippery on rainy days. What if the car turns and falls down accidentally? What if a big truck is coming from the opposite direction? So it's still a little bit safer in my car. She grabbed his sleeve and stood on her tiptoes in anticipation. Of course Gu-chan knew about his little scheme and wouldn't agree to her. And how old feel she cursed me it. So clear sky. You rain even if. Hail and snow is how fat for. He grinned. Real men should be brave to say no. Ha, I will not. Today even if the God of heaven comes I will ride my little donkey home. He swore to the heavens that even if he jumped from the jump, he would still ride the little electric donkey. Jesus couldn't stop it if he came. Then with a wave of his hand wishing her safety, he turned to leave. Wanan was holding the big bear in her arms, but instead of feeling disappointed, she quietly curled her lips. Gu-chan came to his little donkey. He liked the feeling of riding the wind home at night. However, he had just knocked down the braces and inserted the key to start it up for a while, only to find that it wouldn't turn over. Ha, is it dead? No way. I'm fully charged. And it's only 2 kilometers away. A little puzzled, he lowered himself down and checked the battery, finding nothing wrong with it, and then looking further back, he realized something was seriously wrong. One of the most crucial parts was missing. Cam, who stole my chain? So unethical. His bike is an old electric bike, so the chain can be easily removed, and once it's gone, it's not drivable. And it was only yesterday that the shell of the car was repaired because it fell once. Damn, dropping the chain when it matters. Who the hell did this? Even with 36 years of composure, he could barely hold back his foul mouth. This was as maddening as Charlotte's bike stepping on a chain. Just as he was wondering who the hell was so bored, suddenly there was the sound of a four-wheeler coming up behind him. It happened to stop right beside him. Turning his head, he saw that it was a pink-colored Maserati President. Sitting in the driver's seat was none other than Yi Wanan. The car was beautiful, and the person in the car was even more beautiful. That doll-like delicate face was looking at him suspiciously through the window opening. Aya, Chen, who stole your chain? Who's so boring? It's really detrimental to morality. It's so broad and evil. Gu-chen was squinting his eyes ever since he saw her, because it always felt like she was smiling, and if he didn't squint his eyes he was afraid of missing the second she snickered. Chen, look, the car is like this. How can I drive it? Why don't I send you back first? I'll ask my secretary to have the car repaired. She flickered her pretty eyes, looking concerned, and Gu-chen was still squinting at her. The atmosphere inside and outside the car was very quiet, and Wanan finally couldn't hold it in after a few seconds, and snorted a laugh. Only then did Gu-chen brighten his eyes a bit. What are you laughing at? Finally exposed, right? Ah, I'm cousin giving birth to a child. She laughed playfully again. Gu-chen was speechless. What kind of lame excuse is this? Originally he wanted to say, it's nothing to give birth to a son for someone who stole my chain. Now think about it. He just remembered that he had seen Wanan's hands a little bit of paint stains, as if he had touched the oil, not washed clean, and when he sat down together, he could always smell the faint residual gasoline odor on her small hands. I didn't care at the time, but at this time, he who had watched thousands of episodes of Conan instantly realized there was only one truth. Narrowing his eyes once again, he stared at her. Wanan, give me back the battery chain. The tone was serious. Her small face was shocked upon hearing this, almost covering her small mouth. Could it be that Cinnabar is a detective, noticing the clues? So powerful. Her beautiful eyes opened wide, her eyes dodged, and she stumbled and retorted. I didn't. Really? Shen, you can't plant evidence against me. You have to have proof. Saying this, it was assumed that Guchen had no choice. But, instead, to the next second, Guchen came around from the right flank. Give me your hand, he ordered. Wanan was a little intimidated for a moment, and obediently left the steering wheel, handing him his small white hand. What's wrong? What did I do wrong to hit my hand? She thought it was to punish herself, aggrieved. But this little look, even if she really wanted to beat her, she definitely could not bear it. Guchen is not so boring. Just pick up and put it to the side of the nose. Seriously sniffed, clear after that and handed it back to her. Grabbed her hand and put it in front of her nose. A look of you see for yourself. Smell it yourself. Where did the motor oil smell come from? And be careful, you haven't even washed the grease off your palm, he accused, rubbing the palm of her small hand again. There was a pitch-black mass in it that hadn't been washed off. But of course motor oil wasn't supposed to wash well. The smell was there, but it was actually covered up quite a bit by her body odor. Wanan was dumbfounded, immediately withdrawing her hand. How could it be? I clearly rubbed it vigorously with washing powder. Whispering to herself, she looked at it and saw that it really hadn't been cleaned up. She looked up at him again and giggled in embarrassment. Ha. I thought it was seamless, but I didn't expect him to poke through it at a glance. Worthy of being the male silver she had her eye on. The thing was like this. At about 3 o'clock, she took advantage of the fact that Guchen was busy, so she quietly came to his car, thinking that the easiest way to paralyze the car would be to just. After looking at it for half a day, she found out that the most crucial thing was the chain, so she squatted down and reached out to remove it. Without any experience, it took her an hour to remove the chain. In the end, she took it off, didn't break it, and stored it for good. And if it was found, she would put it back on for him. I didn't expect to be caught. Smiled her, counted Guchen down to her. Give me back the chain. He held out his hand with an air of imperturbability. I didn't know. Wanan defended herself. Originally she was planning to send him home, so her efforts would be wasted. A grieved little face, rubbing her little hands, knowing that she was wrong but not changing. Looking at her lowered head, Guchen couldn't get angry for a while. You won't give it to me, right? Fine. I'll walk back. He left the car right here and walked straight away. When Wanan looked up, she realized that he had already walked in front of her, and immediately started the car again and chased after him. Cinnabar, are you angry? I'm sorry. I was wrong. Don't be angry. It's not good for your health. The chain isn't broken. I just put it in the cabinet for now. It's well preserved. I won't dare to do it again. I really won't dare. Just give me a break. As she drove slowly around him, she was baiting him to admit her mistake. Guchen saw that her attitude was quite sincere, and didn't get angry at all, but just didn't say anything. Since your car can't be driven for the time being, then take my car. I'll send you home. Count me as apologizing for my mistake. Okay? Guchen, don't. Walking is healthy. He raises his head and chest. He doesn't want to sit in her car. As for the chain upstairs, forget it. The door is locked. It's too much trouble to go up. Let's talk about it tomorrow. And Wanan was just inching along, like a housekeeper asking the young master to come home and inherit the business. In the end, Guchen's legs got sore as he walked, and he saw Wanan still following, tirelessly chattering gentle words. It seemed as if she wouldn't leave until she escorted herself home, which made Guchen finally compromise. Alright, just this once. It won't happen again. It wasn't until Wanan's voice was almost hoarse that he got into the car, causing her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. She had a good brain ache and sighed softly. Alas, Tatsu was even harder to coax than a girl. She was never expecting her female president to give him as a driver to send him home. He did not want, but also while chasing while begging him. This in the end what is called a thing. Guchen is pulling the seatbelt. Heard her whisper, what? Oh nothing. Fastening her seatbelt, Wanan checked his again before starting the car. I have to say, the Maserati is very bright, especially the president's model in pink color. And more crucially, there are 2 men and women in the car who are prettier than the stars, attracting countless people's eyes. Guchen was sitting in the passenger side, and when he opened the window, he was greeted by countless fans throwing winks. He felt bored. Although this car is very good, but it really is not as comfortable as the Lincoln. After chatting with Gu Chen, he finally arrived at his old neighborhood. He chose a parking space and parked the car carefully before letting him down. Gu Chen was puzzled. Wasn't he sent home and left? What's the point of putting the car in the parking space? The neighborhood was ordinary. Gu Chen was renting a room here. Wanan, I'm home. You go home too. Be safe. Bye. He glanced at her in some panic, and immediately pulled out his legs and left. However, she made a gentle leap from the car, and her little feet quickly caught up with his pace. Wanan, what are you doing? Suddenly she grabbed his arm from behind, and he had a feeling that the other party was up to something, because that baby face was smiling. I've sent you home. Don't you want to buy me a cup of tea when you get home? Are you in such a hurry to kick me out? The innocent and romantic smiling face but made his head full of black lines. Stretching out a finger, he bent it slightly, then pushed it to her forehead, gently flicked the flickable skin. Awanan squeezed out tears in pain, letting out the scream of a kitten being bullied. But he actually didn't exert much force, probably because the skin was too tender. You're the one who broke my chain, making it impossible for me to ride the little donkey. And you still want to drink tea? Ha! He laughed strangely, knowing of course that she wanted to go to her house to play or do something even more outrageous for further development. Gu Chen was an old straight man, so he would never let that happen. But why was this little guy's skin so tender and thick? Calling Stinky Chin Chen bullied me, she covered her forehead, her eyes a little sultry, not letting him play anymore. Gu Chen looked at her like this, suddenly heart some self-blame. Is really hurt? He had the thought of going up to help her rub it, but was quickly dispelled by himself. So he smiled and said, you want some tea, right? You wait here, I'll go up and get it for you. Wanan pursed her lips. No wonder he didn't have a girlfriend until now. No, I want to stay at your house for a while, just a while. Finally, she was exposed, letting out a petulant voice, and went up to grab his shoulders. She said a little while, but in fact, she wanted to stay for the rest of her life. He then guessed what she was thinking and hooked his lips and smiled, thinking about it. After hearing this, Wanan was super chicken unconvinced and came up with a new trick. Oing oing Gu Chen, you bully me, a homeless person voice with some crying so pitiful look. Ah, what do you mean? The corners of Chen's mouth twitched, her head full of questions. Mischievous, her eyes turned again. Because my house was on fire before. I'm so pitiful, boing boing. Boring. This heck is too fake. And it's totally fake crying. Gu Chen didn't care about her and walked forward alone. But this little one grabbed her arm and just wouldn't let go. Then I'll tell the truth. It's actually because what happened between us was known by my parents. They were very unhappy, said when I go back will definitely criticize me severely, so I don't dare to go home. So it's not because of you. She aggravatedly put the blame on him again, stomping her foot. Gu Chen, what the hell? People lie at home, woes come from the sky. And what do you mean? What's between us? Don't talk so hazy, okay? There's nothing between us. Serves you right. After saying that, he stared at her again as if he was looking at a fool. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. If you're so rich, then it's okay to go out and rent a house? He suddenly thought. Wanan lowered her head again when she heard this. All the houses outside have cameras. It's not safe at all. Gu Chen was speechless. So staying here with me is safe? It's even more unsafe, isn't it? I'm a man too. Gu Chen had already arrived at the building's front door, but the little guy beside him still had no intention of letting go. I want to live with you, so I won't be afraid of my mom and dad, he said, rubbing his little nose on his shoulder. Still really filial out of powerful. Then I'm afraid. If such a good cabbage was taken by him, his old man would come over with a knife. But he didn't have much intention of eating the cabbage. If it's rent, I can increase your salary. No means no. Gu Chen was very desperate. It's not easy to be a salted fish. So what's the point of processing the salary? The two of them just stuck together and continued to walk towards the door. The house he rented was on the 4th floor, requiring an elevator. Arriving at the elevator door, there were some passengers about to enter next to him. Wanan was still by his side. Chen Chen, let me stay, I'll be good. I can do all the laundry and cooking. I won't give you any trouble. Gu Chen shook his head. There will be a second time after the first time. He will not be fooled. And he will never agree to jump from here. However, he didn't expect her to launch an even stronger attack. After entering the elevator, there were quite a lot of people. There were a few students from school, as well as 2 Amazons. He originally kept his golden bell still, waiting for her to give up on her own. However, a warm touch suddenly came from his ear, causing him to subconsciously let out a sound of enjoyment. Hiss. Wanan. What's going on? Don't do that. He turned his head slightly to see that Wanan actually closed her beautiful eyes, stood on her tiptoes, opened her small sandalwood mouth, and bit her ear. Ah, is this something a normal man can withstand? Couldn't. His body instantly went a little soft. The other people in an elevator saw the scene and instantly showed more than contempt, even speechless. They all avoided this pair of double dogs to stay away, taking an elevator and still getting dog food. The two older Amazons also couldn't help but shake their heads, thinking that it's still the young people nowadays who can play. Wanan, loosen up, we're home. He was helpless, out of the elevator. Across the street was the front door, but she was still biting and not letting go. He was almost physically limp, holding each other up before stepping out of the elevator. Ah, ha, is that a promise? Wanan licked the corner of her mouth and looked at his ear, biting on it again if he denied it. Gu-chen really couldn't do anything with her. Let go first. I need to get the key. Oh, she reluctantly let go obediently this time. He reached out, fumbling for a key in his pocket, and finally inserted into the key port. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that she was still looking at him, and intently, as if she would swoop in for a hug at the slightest movement on her part. The door was soon to open, but in the meantime, he turned his head to look at her with a bad smile. Ah, there are cockroaches under your feet. Again, he pretended to show a horrified expression. After Wanan heard this, immediately her little expression was like an explosion and she quickly backed away. Ah, where are the cockroaches? Help, help, help. It was obvious that she was scared and hid in the corner. Gu-chen took this opportunity to raid into the door first, and quickly left only a gap to instruct her. Wanan, I don't need you to help me with the laundry and cooking. You need to go home early. Do you hear me? Finally snapping the door shut again. Afterwards, the young girl only came back to her senses with her little face red with anger. Actually being teased by Qing Chen again. She came to the door and knocked heavily. Knock, knock, knock. Gu-chen, you big liar. Aha, don't you want me anymore? So desperate. Chen, I was wrong. Let me in. There was no response. She thought Gu-chen had gone into the room and was out of earshot. In fact, behind the door, he had been listening to her movements, but there was no response, so he couldn't spoil her. I hope she will go back to rest earlier. She is also tired. After a while, the sound outside the door finally became smaller and smaller, until there was no movement. The last sound was the sound of the elevator opening and closing the door. He then tentatively put down his heart. It should have already left. Wait, Wanan is a pretty sensitive girl. Is it possible that she is squatting outside and crying? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. So he quietly and tentatively pulled the door handle, wanting to see if she had really left. Just opened a sliver of the doorway. There was no dragging movement outside. Gradually, he opened the door a little wider and stepped out to take a look. However, it was then that everything in the outside world came into view. He saw that across the street, a young girl had been waiting there. The moment he opened the door, she came sprinting out of nowhere, giving him a big bear hug. Yeehaw! In an instant, he was wrapped up in a sticky kitten. His center of gravity was seriously unsteady, and he inadvertently tripped over his feet, finally falling backwards. Ah, Wanan, you made a sneak attack. Haha, you really do still care about me, Demua. Suddenly, he gave him another peck on the cheek, as if it was a reward. He sidestepped over and didn't get a kiss on the mouth. So close. Getting up. Are we? Is it fun to press against me like that? Fun, I'm going to hold you in case you kick me out of the house again, so you hold me up, bah. He was helpless and slowly picked up this mischievous guy. Only then did he feel something behind him on the back of his head, and it turned out to be her hands. Just now, the back of her head seemed to hurt her. Right. Or was it on purpose? She's really a girl with a big brain. The two of them were very close to each other's faces, their breaths intertwined. But Wan Yen didn't take advantage of the situation again, but just overflowed with a cute smile. Goo goo. At that moment, a gurgling sound came from both of their stomachs at the same time, as if Wanan had discovered a treasure. She immediately said, Tatsu, you're hungry, aren't you? Don't drive me away again, I'll make you a meal, ba? Gu Chen looked at her jumping off her body, and quickly walked into the kitchen, quite industrious Yazi. He no longer had the heart to drive her away, because he realized that no matter how he drove her away, he would be worried about whether the other person had gone or not. Before Wanan entered the kitchen, she brought the door with her and locked it, so that he wouldn't have to renege and throw himself out again later. He felt a bit amused. Suddenly he thought of something. Ugh, wait, let go of my food. Thinking of the bento she made earlier, the flavor was so unique. Taking the tomato from her hand. Why, I've recently learned how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I wanted to make it for you. Why don't you go set up the dishes? I'll cook, he advised in a gentle voice. Wanan only reluctantly agreed. She obediently took the dishes, washed them in the sink, and placed them neatly on the table, as if she was going to eat a Western-style meal. When Gu Chen saw it, he said, This room was 2 rooms and 1 hall, the smallest room type that Guchen had rented and searched for a long time before finding a good price. The house was neat and clean, just like Guchen himself. He was now planning to cook a fried egg with tomato, sweet and sour pork, and steamed Crucian carp, all of which were home-cooked dishes. In fact, in his previous life, at the age of 18, he couldn't cook these dishes. They were all learned from a top private kitchen chef after he became a business tycoon. During the process of cooking, he just turned on the hood, and did not make any protective defenses. Instead, Wanan quietly came behind him, and very thoughtfully found a blue apron, hung it on his body, and then carefully tied a bow at the back. The little expression was quite pleased. How can you not wear an apron when the oil from cooking is so big? What if it sticks to your clothes later? She tilted her little head, her finger pointing at her lips. Guchen lost some of his concentration as he watched her sweet look after thinking of others, and almost got the dish and the pot muddled. Thanks. Guchen turned his head and continued to cook the vegetables. It didn't require much use of the spatula, as this was a sweet and sour pork dish. After Wanan tied her apron, she stood by the side and watched playfully, and took out a small notebook to carefully memorize the steps of the cooking, just like a good wife and mother. Very patient. Sweet and sour pork production method is the first ribs stewed cooked, then add the flour coated into the frying pan frying a little, the onion and ginger incense, then add sugar, white vinegar, ketchup, soy sauce, pork ribs, and finally stir-fry evenly can be out of the pot. Every place has a different way of making it, but he makes it more delicate and delicious. Before it was done, the tantalizing aroma wafted throughout the kitchen, hooking Wanan's arched nose and slightly patting her toes. Fragrant too fragrant, the corners of her mouth were about to drool, but she haughtily wiped it with a tissue paper. Seeing the contraction of the sugar sauce of that sweet and sour pork simmering to a bright red color, coupled with the delicious aroma tantalizing her nose, caused her to fall into a deep indulgence for a moment, muttering to herself, "Whoever marries Tatsuya will surely pass out from happiness blah 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 blah." Once he heard that, what was the silly girl talking to herself about? Frowning, he looked at her. Wanan only came to her senses after a while, and covered her face, looking like a mediocrity. Oops, I'm definitely the one who married Tatsuo. He listened with a black line. Another moment. The food was not ready. The meat was not cooked. She could not stand it anymore. Her body slightly closer, stretching out her small white hand, confusedly probed into the pot. Too fragrant, I want to taste a bite first. Guchen couldn't stop her in time. Unsurprisingly, before she could grab a piece of meat after her little hand went in, she was scalded by the sugar juice. Ah, so hot, and immediately drew it back, huffing and blowing. Only then did Guchen anxiously put down the spatula, turn off the fire, grabbed her hand, and went to the faucet. Idiot. It's hot, isn't it? It hurts, doesn't it? Are you always like this at home? Didn't you learn physics well? Don't you know how high the temperature is? He counted. Turning on the faucet, he cleaned up her boiling hot sugar juice. Being scolded, she was so aggravated that she was on the verge of tears, murmuring, "It's all because you burned it too well." After helping her wash up and looking at her bright red fingertips, there were no other major injuries except for the burns, so I dragged her to the refrigerator again. "Put your hand in there and freeze it for a while I cook the food," he ordered, and touched her forehead to make her behave. Wanan felt that the Guchen in front of her was so rude and heartwarming. Just like this, she aggressively put her hand in the refrigerator, and then watched him cook the vegetables again while doing so. The atmosphere was strange. However, this is not a drama. His home does not have professional ice can be immediately pulled out to give her a compress, can only let put in the refrigerator to cool down. More than an hour later, fragrant dishes on the table. Wanan stayed in the refrigerator for a while. Good almost. So Swish came to the table to sit down. Guchen had wanted to call her, but now it seems forget it. He was still cleaning up, and it took him a while to finally sit across the table, but he saw that the dishes hadn't even moved a single bite. Puzzled, he looked at her. "Wanan, why don't you eat first?" She smiled playfully. "Of course, I'm waiting for our family master to come, so I can start eating." Tatsu was kinda touched when he heard the second half of the sentence. Speechless. "Boring. Ha ha, it's actually Mom who told me that as long as the food is on the table, you have to wait for everyone to arrive before you can move your chopsticks. Otherwise it's disrespectful to others." Explaining a bit, Guchen also counted on understanding and nodded his head. The young girl's cheeks were pink and moist, and under the smoky haze of the meal, her delicate face actually showed a hazy beauty, which made him unconsciously want to take a closer look. Now sitting in a proper posture, her delicate body was curvaceous and her waist was full. Sitting on the opposite side of the table, she gave the illusion of dining with a beautiful and noble princess. And the key was that this princess was also very playful. When Gu Chen arrived, she moved her chopsticks and reached out to whisk a piece of sweet and sour pork, but because she had just burned her fingers and couldn't hold on to it, she tried twice and couldn't, and made her hand hurt even more. Gu Chen was amused, so he extended his chopsticks and helped her with one piece after another. Almost half of it was pinched over, filling her bowl to the brim. Wanan instantly felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. She had never been this happy before. Pursing her lips, enough is enough. Only then did he stop. With a smile, hurry up and eat. She then nodded her head. You also eat, wanted to feed him but could not lift the chopsticks. Quite funny, and ultimately can only eat their own. Gently whisked up a piece of ribs, close to the edge of the mouth and stuffed it into the mouth. Savored for a while. The taste was sweet, super appetizing, and every time I ate a piece, my face turned red. It was pile high. Only the most loved ones get this kind of treatment, right? So she chewed each piece of meat carefully, but then she thought too much. At this point, the ones in the bowl were just too sweet and she would get bored if she ate too many of them. So she went to pinch another piece of tomato, wanting something sour, since he knew that Wanan had a sweet tooth. The sweet and sour spare ribs were basically full of sugar, which was why they were so sweet. Extending her chopsticks, this time she didn't want to bother Gu Chen, and very carefully she finally whisked a piece. But when she retracted her hand, she accidentally dripped the soup onto her body. Looking down, there was a warm touch coming from her chest. Her dress was open at the neckline, and she didn't really want it to be, but it simply couldn't contain it. It wasn't very hot, but it was uncomfortable sticking to the surface of the big bear. Gu Chen watched her movements, and at the same time, he also noticed the touch of red on her bear's mouth. For a moment, the straight man was actually too embarrassed to look up, and pretended to eat with his head down. Wanan noticed his strange mood, so she flashed her beautiful eyes and thought of a good idea. Squirming, she said, Cinnabar's tomato juice accidentally got on my skin, so can you please help me wipe it off? This was a tease, and Gu Chen heard it with a black line. Why did he have to say it was Cinnabar's tomato juice? How strange, ugh. What does this have to do with me other than the fact that I cooked it? Speaking as if I'm the one who soiled it. You dripped it on yourself. Wipe it yourself. Handing over a tissue. His throat was a little dry despite what he said. She was well developed. It was rare to have such a size at 18, but he didn't have much interest in that, other than thinking it looked good. Wanan didn't get angry after hearing this, but instead slightly hooked up the corners of her lips and secretly smiled. Receiving the paper towel he handed over, she gently wiped it off. A few minutes later, the bowl of ribs quickly finished. Gu Chen gave her a bowl of rice. So as not to solve the dishes, the rice is still left a pot untouched. She loved eating ribs. So Gu Chen poured all the remaining ribs into her bowl. Wanan felt some small favor from him. It was so unreal. Thought it was an illusion. There were 3 dishes in total, and she didn't see her eating the fish for half a day. So he used his chopsticks to nod at the fish plate and casually asked, "Don't you like steamed?" This steamed carp. The production method is simple. Is the first carp scaled and cut? But do not cut off. In the wound sprinkle salt, chicken essence, monosodium glutamate, in addition to ginger, scallions, cooking wine, and then a plate of well-tended carp into the steamer. Steamed can be. This dish is light as what he likes to eat. Maybe there is a cooking wine in it for the reason that girls don't like to eat. And Wanan looked up after hearing this, grasping the ribs in each hand, his mouth full of sweet sauce, chewing on a piece of tender meat, smiling playfully. It's not that I don't like to eat it, it's that the fish has a lot of thorns on it, and if you eat it accidentally, it will get stuck in your throat. Well, when I was 6 years old, I accidentally got stuck once, and later on, I still used vinegar to solve it, and since then, my mom didn't allow me to eat it, and I didn't dare to eat it again. He. Gu Chen understood this time. Oh, surprisingly, she didn't eat it, so Gu Chen simply took the fish plate directly. After a while, she went to wash her hands, and just now grabbed the meat to eat all the sweet sauce. When she returned to her seat, intending to actually move the rice, she saw that there were 2 large pieces of fish meat on the full rice, and she couldn't see any fish spines. Her tiny head gave birth to a great suspicion. When she looked up, she saw that next to Gu Chen's bowl, the pile was full of fish bones. Wanan was super pleased, her pink eye bags bulging as she looked at him. Gu Chen hurriedly explained, "How can I finish so much fish? So I picked all the fish spines for you. Eat at ease." Handsome smiled. She was suddenly so touched and moved, like a docile little rabbit, her eyes soft as water. She gently nodded her head. Chen, still say do not care about me. So gentle which girl can stand. She picked up the chopsticks and whispered to herself. Favor Gu Chen also heard. She didn't say anything, and watched her digging into the rice. The fish meat was very flavorful, and without any hesitation, She bit down on it, and it was full of juice. It means that the fish meat is very fat and tender. After chewing for a while, I realized that there were really no thorns. Not even a single tiny one. Carp meat had many small thorns. How on earth did Guchen manage to pick them out one by one? I haven't eaten fish in years, and what I'm eating today is still cooked by Guchen. And it's simply delicious, quite cha rice. 2 slices of fish, tossed with rice but quickly finished. Good times, good times, good times. I want more. Guchen looked at her with a cute smile in her eyes. After eating, he started washing the dishes again, and Wanan helped wipe the table, and then finally accompanied him to wash the dishes. Just like the little couple who were so happy to be together. But Guchen didn't admit it. Completely finished, Guchen wanted to take a shower first. So he instructed her, sit down first, I'll come and set you up after I take a shower. No touching things, nothing at all, hear me? She was a bit reluctant after hearing this, but agreed obediently. There's no way. Whatever he says is what he says. Of course we have to listen to what Lord Tatsuya says. However, Wanan's gaze was always filled with a burning heat. It was a strong desire. Licking the corners of her lips, waiting for him to step into the shower. Suddenly, Guchen saw her expectant little expression, thought of something, and casually said, and no eavesdropping on my shower. If I find out, I'll make sure to clean you up. He hadn't cared in the first place, but Wanan was like something important had been easily taken away from him. The little expression became super reluctant, puffing out his little cheeks. What, this isn't even allowed? Then wouldn't I have come for nothing? Guchen was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. He hadn't heard what the girl was saying clearly, or had misheard. Ha, Wanan immediately explained. Oh, nothing, don't worry about taking a bath and shower. I'll escort you, he. Guchen had a black line, feeling that being escorted by her was the most dangerous thing. Not caring too much, he walked in, took off all the clothes he wanted to change, opened a crack in the door again, and habitually reached out and put his hand on the counter outside the door, thinking that he would wash his clothes later. He himself had a habit at home of taking off his clothes outside before coming in, as he always forgot to wash his clothes after taking them off in the shower, resulting in a huge pile once. Quickly unlocking the door again, now it was naked, so I was really afraid of a surprise attack by her. That would be bad. And Wanan came back to his senses before regretting that he actually didn't directly hit the door just now. Too bad. Guchen's body was very good, because she had laid in his arms and clearly touched it. Listening to the sound of running water, Wanan began to think about it. Since Guchen had put out a warning, she didn't dare to stand in the doorway for too long. She found it too boring, had to find something to do. So, seeing Guchen's changed clothes and pants, then she picked them up, intending to perform well in front of him for once, doing the laundry, putting his dirty clothes in a bucket, and pouring in the washing powder. He rolled up his sleeves, and like a hard-working housewife, carefully rubbed them one after another. 5 minutes later, Guchen came out of the shower, his body and mind refreshed, but she saw Wanan standing on the balcony drying her clothes, and because the drying rack was too high, her petite body had to stand on her tiptoes to get to it. This time, she had to hang up a large pair of pants, and Guchen was instantly embarrassed. The tiptoe was padded for half a day, but it didn't get hung up, and it almost fell, so he was furious. Guchen smiled, quietly came behind her, and took the clothes. Idiot, used to be a picky eater, right? Only then did you grow so short? It was only when Wanan heard the sound that she noticed him coming. Oh, I was kind enough to help you wash the clothes, you actually said I was short, so annoying. After Guchen took a shower, his hair was wet, collapsed bangs to cover his eyes, coupled with his white shirt. In the eyes of the young girl, this look of Chen Chen was simply cool. Look at her original really helped themselves to wash clothes, only did not bully her again, gently frosted her little head. She only small face surfaced cat-like enjoyment. However, he froze for a moment when he saw that the clothes had unwashed bubbles. Did you put too much washing powder? Are there bubbles all over your clothes? He looked up and saw other clothes hanging up with bubbles on them as well. Not to say if the stains were cleaned or not, but the laundry detergent wasn't washing out at all. Ah, that. People accidentally sprinkled too much laundry detergent. How can I wash it but it won't come off? I also have a headache. Guchen twitched the corners of his mouth. Laundry powder, I'm leaving? I picked up the laundry detergent on the floor and found that only half a packet of the newly purchased detergent was left. Where did the loser bitch put too much? She's almost finished. No wonder it doesn't wash well. Don't you have to pay for laundry detergent? He tucked in his chest and deliberately looked fierce. If you are so clumsy, who will marry you in the future? Wanan was ferocious, and her two small hands rubbed together again in self-condemnation. Isn't it you? His voice was small and stubborn. In fact, he wasn't mean. At most he was gentle, like an older brother teaching his younger sister a lesson. Guchen rolled his eyes. Then he took down all the clothes she had washed and re-washed them. Chen, I've washed them so many times, but I still can't get the suds off. I can't help it. Gu Chen couldn't take his eyes off the clothes, and put in 2 more buckets of water to wash them. As long as the effort is deep, an iron mortar and pestle will be sharpened into a needle, he said. Wanan wanted to help even after hearing this, but he didn't want her to, telling her to go sit down. She thought Gu Chen was still angry, so she was around and just wouldn't go, and softly apologized. I was wrong, I'm sorry, I won't do it next time. I'll give you a kiss, so Gu Chen won't be angry, she said, and suddenly wrapped her arms around him from behind. And then the lovely cherry took advantage of his inattention and pecked at the clean face. Bar key. Ugh, what for? Gu Chen came back to his senses before realizing that something was wrong, but it was too late to stop it. The original clean face had a reddish color just like that. What is this? A reward? I don't need it. Still angry? Let's do it over here too. Then, she was quick, hugging him as sweetly as if he were a lover, and gave him another kiss on the right cheek. Bah! Immediately, the strawberries on both sides were symmetrical. Okay. I'm not angry anymore. He couldn't take it anymore. In fact, he wasn't angry at all. This was even more of a person going soft. He thought that his 36 years of experience was going to be so worn out by this abrasive girl. Little by little, Wanan had wanted to kiss him again, because Gu Chen was too tasty. His current appearance was actually quite cute in the young girl's eyes, because he was actually blushing. So she didn't kiss him again, and just held him and looked at his handsome side face without speaking. Gu Chen was helpless. Cauldron, it's inconvenient for you to hold me like this to do the laundry. Oh, only then did he let go and helped him catch another bucket of water. I have to say that the quality of the laundry detergent was good. It took 3 buckets of water to completely wash away the foam. Hanging up his clothes, he came back to the kitchen bathroom and collected the garbage bags. I'm going out to take out a garbage. You're not allowed to touch anything. Oh, and also go take a shower. Go to bed early. Wanan had wanted to help, but he didn't need it at all, so he could only stand upright in his posture. Yashiba sir, promised to complete the task. Gu Chen then smiled and turned around to go out. Wanan watched him go out and she smiled before turning back to find her clothes and prepare for a shower. Walking into the room with the doorway open again, it was Gu Chen's. The room was clean and odorless. The furnishings were in order, and there was a computer. Where was this a geek? This was clearly the ideal man for women around the world. Are there any pajamas in Chen Shindi's room? She bounced around, muttering to herself. Coming to the computer desk, she was inadvertently attracted by a few artifacts placed on the desk. While like a child discovering candy, his eyes were filled with wonder. The only element that belongs to otaku is these anime figures. A few minutes later, Gu Chen returned from outside, closed the door, and was about to walk into the room, but Wanan stopped him at the door, not allowing him to enter for the time being. Gu Chen looked at her suspiciously and noticed a hint of nervousness on her small face. What's wrong? Upon hearing this, Wanan first trembled for a moment like she was shocked, before her eyes dodged, her little face a little white, embarrassed to look at him, and she vaguely said, Chen, I'll ask you something. Is the hand puppet on your table expensive? Where can I buy them? Gu Chen didn't know why she had barricaded herself in the doorway to say this, so he casually said, yes, it's very expensive, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands, and most of them are limited editions. Wanan looked surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect the models to be so expensive, or limited edition. And bottomed her head, and ask you one more thing. There is an Iron Man with the biggest head on the table. How expensive is it? She was careful, and Gu Chen subconsciously opened his mouth. The most expensive one is it, and it's limited to 50 frames worldwide. I still asked a friend abroad to help me buy it. He said, the hand puppet is a man's romance, and it's still a limited edition, so he bought it. Of course, it's not that he's spending money recklessly. This money was applied to his old man, and since then he hasn't begged for his help, and has been planning to rely on his own self-reliance. Tens of thousands? Limited edition? Wanan instantly giggled inwardly, wondering why the man would spend so much money on these. Of course money wasn't the problem. The problem was that they were out of stock. One more thing. You said if someone accidentally broke your Iron Man and shattered it into crumbs, what would you do to her? This was said with some sobbing, like he was about to receive the death penalty, and looking hard into his eyes. He instantly understood what was going on and clenched his teeth. Then I'd probably pin her down on the bed and whip her hard. Fearful, Wanan leaned her back against the wall, watching her put both hands behind her back as if she was holding something, so he pulled her hands up without saying a word. Sure enough, he saw an Iron Man, but the surface was jagged. It looked like it had been dropped and glued on with 502 glue. He gazed at the Iron Man hand puppet that had accompanied him throughout high school. His hands were shaking. Yeah, sorry. I just thought it was so big that I wanted to pick it up and play with it, and I accidentally dropped it. But I found the glue and dabbed it on. But the effect doesn't seem to be very good. I'm willing to pay for 10 times the price. Please Tatsuya. Lighten up on the scolding. She bowed her head, already ready to be scolded and smacked, closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and her small hand grabbed the corner of her clothes. See out. Admit fault attitude is very correct. Guchen looked at her and looked at Iron Man. The two just so in the doorway stood for 2 minutes. Although Iron Man was broken badly, Wanan was also very careful to put it together piece after piece. Not even a single piece was worse. Just a few cracks. And looking at the way she waited to be scolded by herself, how could Guchen still be angry? He was afraid that if he scolded her gently, she would burst into tears of self-reproach. He couldn't bear it. Forget it. It's just a pile of ornaments anyway. The restoration is not bad. Let it be. It's fine. One had to admit. He had a good temper. Only then did Wanan open her eyes nervously, flashing her eyes brightly, very puzzled, almost about to squeeze out a tear. How did she say no scolding? She put her palm on her chest again. I will definitely compensate you for the money. Thank you Cinnabar for forgiving me. My Tatsu was so gentle. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the chin. Kissed him on his chin area. Actually, he was quick to dodge. Otherwise he would have kissed him on the mouth. It was like being bitten by a naughty and capricious kitten just now, which inevitably caused waves to appear in his heart. Shaking off his head, he said in his serious manner again, alright, go take a shower. It's not early. Okay, Les, snickering down again. Finally bypassing him, she went straight to the bathroom. Guchen only shook his head, looking at the Iron Man hand puppet handed back to him. Still, she hugged it up with a heartache. Well, she made her way to the bathroom, and realized that the innermost part was a glass shower, and the outside was a toilet. Then opened the door of the shower room, came to the bathtub next to the bathtub, put full of water, and quickly took off the clothes, white bare feet like a dragonfly pointing the water in general. Stepped into the warm water, began to soak. Woohoo! After a while, about to wash up, she pursed her lips. Guchen was outside pouring water to drink when he suddenly heard movement coming from the shower room. Chen, I forgot my pajamas. Can you help me get them? This voice softly requested. And Guchen's chest instinctively heated up after hearing it for some reason. Really? What kind of shower is it when you don't even take your clothes? But how can I hand it to you? He grumbled slightly. But then he welcomed her laughter. I don't have a lock, Mio, feel free. When Guchen heard that, he didn't even take the clothes, but he didn't even close the door? The behavior is already obvious. He listened to the sound of the showering raindrops, hitting the delicate skin, and replied with a dry throat. I'll find it for you, but I'll only put it on the counter outside, so take it yourself. Wanan, who was inside the door, whirled around and revealed a small expression of hatred. It's still too far for me to reach AC, you send it in for me. Although there is a glass door inside, but it is not possible to go when the glass door is open. He will not be fooled, so he can only say, I can send you in, but if you dare to sneak in or do anything strange, I'll stop your water heater, bath heater, and lights, let you take a cold shower. Got it? Finished this pass and laughed again. Worthy of my resourcefulness. Wanan in the shower, smelled the sudden silence for 2 seconds, thinking that if he can find a girlfriend like this I will directly follow his last name. Humph, you're just too bad, she grunted halfway through the shower, still hitting the water splash angrily. Although she had already washed herself pretty much, but in a while, if he was really so desperate to lock himself in the shower room, naked, with the lights in the shower bar not being able to be turned on, it would actually be quite unpleasant. He could only give up. Soon, Guchen looked for a pink rabbit nightgown suitable for a girl to wear. This is the pajamas that his cousin left behind when she came to visit him last time, and he didn't take them back, so they'll come in handy today. Take this pink clothes to the bathroom. Tentatively opened the door, I'm coming in. There was no response, but when I opened the door, I saw that the door to the shower room was not closed. Wanan quietly lying in the water. Her face was puffed up. He subconsciously wanted to cover his eyes, but when he looked back, he realized that her entire body was soaked in the water, only revealing a small head, and her lower white knees. It was really close. I put it here for you. Remember to wear it later. Guchen placed it on the small counter of the faucet for her again, and paid close attention to her behavior, closing her eyes immediately if there was a hint of something wrong. Wanan's face was exasperated, with a high ponytail and her chin buried under the warm water, so cute and adorable. It suddenly reminded him of an anime character, Ms. Ma-e, who also felt that her hair was too long and uncomfortable when she was taking a bath, and wore a ponytail, but she originally had a high ponytail. Gu Chen returned to his senses and hurriedly averted his gaze, turning around to leave. Seeing him in this scowling state, Wanan really wanted to tease him, so she suddenly stretched out her claws in her hands. With open teeth and claws, he soared into the air. Ow! The result really startled him, closing his eyes and walking straight away. But after replaying it 2 times in his head, he realized that he was teased by this little one. She didn't vacate her body, she just stretched her arms out. Gu Chen felt his face burning a bit. Although looking at other people's bodies was something you'd like to do, and the law didn't disallow it, he didn't advocate it. Maybe that's being a gentleman. He Tatsu is so cute. Before closing the door, he heard the girl's silver bell-like laughter, actually mocking himself. Cute my ass. Since she didn't really break the rules, she couldn't really have her electricity shut off. When Wanan came out of the shower, the pink rabbit beauty girl appeared stunningly before his eyes. The plush rabbit pajamas suited her well, as if they were tailored that way, or it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say it was a rabbit-eared lady. As soon as she came out, she covered her head with the brim of her hat, making her look even more innocent and cute. Tatsumi, really? So you already prepared such a cute nightgown for me? Gu Chen stood in the doorway, looking a little dumbfounded at the cute little bunny in front of him. He was getting adorable. The rabbit's eyes were blinking, and the tail also has a small white ball as a tail. He, in addition to the rabbit ears, there is his second most want to grab the place. Not explaining too much, just petting her head as she quickly leapt upwards. She took out her dirty clothes, and made her way to the balcony to wash them. Tatsu would have liked to help her wash it, but it was a girl's clothes, so he was too embarrassed to even look at it. So how could he touch it? But he still stayed by the side, helping her to catch the water and supervising her to pour the washing powder. Soon after, everything was over, and the two saw a light rain falling outside the window, and it seemed like it was going to thunder. The next step was to assign their respective rooms. Gu Chen's place was 2 rooms in 1 hall, so 1 room for each person was perfectly adequate. He actually really didn't expect Wanan to sleep in his own house today. Maybe he had a real fight with his parents, or maybe he unilaterally wanted to cohabitate. No matter what, since she had promised him, she had taken a bath. She could only sleep here. Carrying her to the door of a room, Wanan rubbed her small hands in anticipation of his arrangement. Sleeping, she was so happy. Her little pink ears were standing up. I've already packed up the room for you. The Wi-Fi password is 88. Don't play too late. I'm going to sleep first. Good night, he instructed like a father. After Wanan heard it dumbfounded, her face was lost like an avalanche. What, don't we sleep together? Pointing her lips, she grabbed the corner of his coat again. Innocent and cute. Gu Chen smiled slightly, guessing that she would say that, so he immediately grabbed her 2 rabbit ears again and lifted them up. Yi Wanan, what are you thinking about? With 2 rooms, why don't you sleep separately? And I always snore when I sleep, so there's nothing wrong with my arrangement. He laughed and just let go of her ear. Her little expression immediately became old and sultry, and sheepishly hammered a small fist into his chest. Yikes, hated touching a rabbit's ear indiscriminately will get you pregnant. Gu Chen almost didn't laugh out loud. I'm afraid of the dark. Can you take care of me for a little while and sleep together for one night? I swear I won't do anything small. Again, she came up and embraced him with her arms, her voice dainty. If it was an ordinary person, she might have rolled it over in her arms and spoiled it. She gave her arms a wrap around him so she could prevent him from pushing away. A bad smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Gu Chen didn't want to listen to her bullshit. Don't lie. Who's afraid of the dark these days? If you're really afraid of the dark, you can turn on the lights. I can still afford to pay for the electricity. That's it. Give me a hand. Hearing him say this, Wanan's little face angrily revealed her little tiger teeth. No way. I'll keep hugging you if you don't let me sleep together. I love to hear you snore, and I'm so good when I'm sleeping. Besides, isn't it a blessing to wake up early in the morning and open your eyes to see a good-looking girlfriend like me lying next to you? She was looking for an excuse by following the temptation, and was quite serious, hugging him even tighter, her little face pressed sideways against his chest. Aha, don't add to the drama. Boring. There was a first time for sleeping and all that, and this was something he definitely had to refrain from. I'm telling you, I don't care if you spill. Even if the sky falls anyway, I won't sleep with you. We can stay up until tomorrow morning. He was resolute. Although it's nice to sleep with a soft girl in his arms, he still prefers cartoon pillows. In this way, the two of them spent time in the doorway. Gu Chen tickled her soft flesh from time to time, making it itchy, and a few times she wanted to let go but insisted on hugging him. Soon, Wanan thought to herself that she couldn't stay at the door any longer. Gu Chen's perseverance was just too strong, completely incomparable, so she could only hold him while yanking his body towards her room. She leaned back with all her might, babbling IHAEEEEE, since her center of gravity was forward. Gu Chen was afraid that she would fall like she did last time, and it wouldn't be good if the back of her head hit the ground, so he had to give in little by little. Just like this, she gradually dragged her into the room, and Wan and even cleverly closed the door with her butt. Looking up at Gu Chen, she giggled at his handsome and disorganized face. You're mine today, not realizing that if it wasn't for Gu Chen letting her go, she wouldn't have been able to pull at all. He felt amused. In the end, it took nearly another 10 minutes or so to carry Gu Chen, the straight man of steel, to the bed. It started with her coming to the edge of the bed, followed by shaking her body twice with such force that Gu Chen didn't have any control over falling onto the bed at once, and feeling his weight crushing down on her. She let out a mumbled, "Ah," but quickly recovered and hugged him tightly again, keeping the two in a position where they could still sleep peacefully in their embrace. But Gu Chen was also stubborn, pressing down on her upper body. Looking at Wan En's eyes, he was really convinced of this little one. Didn't his hands get tired? Fall to the bed, let's just slowly consume it anyway. I'm holding you to sleep for one night is also one night. I'm not losing out. She was a little smug. Gu Chen was pressing from the front. In fact, if she wasn't careful, she would kiss her face to face at any time. This feeling was very anxiety-inducing. Wan En's body was nothing, but he was getting hot, because the young girl's legs were hooking onto his back. Gu Chen looked up and there was that cute smiling face under the rabbit ears. He was deliberately fierce. Fine. Then let's spend time. I'll leave when you fall asleep. The king of heaven couldn't stop him. Then I'll stay up all night. We can just watch each other all night long. She laughed, and from time to time, she purposely made a pouting gesture, trying to kiss him, and he was helplessly dodging it. Whether the girl was standing or lying down, her doll face without any fat was always super cute. If there were people watching from the side, they would definitely be envious of having such a cute girlfriend. But these were the things that made his brain hurt a bit. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 20 minutes passed. Finally, Wanan was the first one who couldn't hold on any longer. Eyes drowsy, small mouth snorted, sleepy or squeezing out tears just like a kitten napping. Gu Chen could already see her baby tiger teeth. And he wasn't sleepy, he was just helpless. Because he was pressing on her, he had to hold himself up and keep a certain distance from her. And if he didn't control it well, he would press on her. Coupled with Wanan's warm and nice-smelling petite body, it made him a man, basically not sleepy. Another minute later, the young girl in front of him, her breathing became soft and even, and her small hands finally loosened up, slowly sliding down from the sides. The thighs were also placed on the bed, and the petite body just lay so softly and comfortably. Gu Chen looked at this little one's appearance and shook his head. He really couldn't do anything about her. Like a little child. In the end, she lost first. He then felt sore and numb all over, and wanted to get up. But Wanan, who was about to fall asleep, couldn't keep her long eyelashes open, and warped her cherry mouth to speak a dreamy sentence, babbling, Chen, I want a good night kiss. I can sleep soundly. Somewhat blurred, but he still understood. He thought he had woken her up with the noise, but it turned out to be just her dream words. Not much consciousness, but the words were soft and sticky, and made him hear them in his heart. Can I sleep better with a kiss? Looking at her sleeping face as she slept, she was so cute and adorable. Then I'll make an exception. He didn't even notice that his gaze had become a bit more doting before he lowered his head and gently nudged her on her delicate forehead. Just once. Without stopping, he helped himself up and left. I don't know why. Maybe it's because he has no resistance at all to everything cute. Or maybe it's because it's too hot and his brain is confused. Anyway, it's just a kiss. It won't happen next time. He consoled himself with this. When he came under the bed, Wan Yen was asleep and didn't wake up, so he stretched a little, closed the door for her, went to the bathroom again, and went back to his room. Teenage girl's room. After Wanan was kissed by Gu Chen, she didn't realize that her little face was red, but she didn't wake up. She was just dreaming about that Prince Charming, leaning down to kiss her forehead. A good night kiss could indeed make her sleep more soundly. Gu Chen returned to the house, unlocked the door, and then lay down on the bed exhausted, turning off the light to sleep. I wanted to play games, but it was already 11 o'clock. As for Wanan, of course we can't sleep together. Something will happen. Outside the window, the rain is still falling, hitting the glass. Dark clouds. 2 hours later, it was already past 1 in the morning. It was raining heavily, and it had already started to thunder. Wanan was sleeping soundly in her room, on all fours, dreaming beautifully, when suddenly a thunderbolt struck outside the window. Swish bang, accompanied by the sound of rain. The thunder and lightning was very scary. Even in Wanan's sleeping state, she couldn't help but be scared and furrow her brows. She rolled over and wanted to go back to sleep. But then, another even bigger thunderbolt smashed down outside the window. Bang! When Wanan heard the sound of thunder, it was like a spike running through her ears. Almost instantly, her petite body trembled on the bed. Sitting up, her eyes opened wide as she looked at the empty room. A little scared. Outside, the thunder continued, crackling and striking down again, in the window to form a flash. Afraid of thunder, she has long been curled up into the quilt, curled up like a dumpling, shivering. Many girls are afraid of thunder, and she is certainly no exception. And today's thunder was so loud that it made her cry under the covers. Oh, Tatsu, I'm so scared. Where are you? Her tears were wetting a small ball of the quilt, praying for Guchen to appear. Oh, I hate thunder so much. She cried so much that she couldn't recognize her 6 parents. After a few seconds, she finally couldn't hold on any longer. She was already afraid of the dark. The room was still thundering, and Tatsu, who had promised to sleep together, was also gone. Her young heart needed care. At this moment, like a ball of caterpillars, she slipped off the bed and quickly stood on her tiptoes again to open the door and escape to the hall. It's quieter here, because the balcony windows are closed, but you can still see the thunder. In the darkness, slowly groping, finally touched Guchen's door. Then he gently pulled the door handle and turned it. Her lips were trembling. Guchen, can you open the door? I'm scared. Can you stay with me for a while? Just for a while. Okay, I'll leave when it's over. Please, Tatsu, don't leave me alone. I'm cold. Knocking on the door a few times. I don't know whether the person inside the door is sleeping too well or for other reasons, and didn't see any sign of opening the door. She gradually lost her mind, listening to the sound of thunder, like a puddle of water pulling on the door, gradually slipping down to the ground and sitting paralyzed. Oh, and cried again, like a child that no one really wanted. But, the dawn may be late, but it will never be absent. Click, the door handle suddenly loosened twice, but the door was slowly opened from the inside, and Wanan's petite body just slid into the door. Suddenly, a pair of big hands gently picked her up in a princess hug position, and her body fell into a warm embrace. Wanan, what's wrong? Why did you come to my room? Are you alright? Don't cry. I'm scared. Listening to this weak and pitiful voice, Guchen's heart was shaken, and he was almost heartbroken. The little head then vigorously drilled into his arms, seeking shelter. Guchen thought for a while, probably understood what was going on, so he hurriedly carried her to the bed. Good girl. It's okay. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Like coaxing a child that gentle. Originally wanted to let go of her, and then went to close the door. But Wanan did embrace him, as if she had grabbed onto him and would never let go again in her life. Oing. Don't go away. Don't go away. Hold me tight, okay? The young girl pleaded with tears in her eyes, while he smiled helplessly and gently wiped her tears away first. He saw that there were already 2 tear stains on her cheeks. He suddenly blamed himself a little, but didn't understand where the guilt came from. Wiping his tears, he touched her sobbing little nose again, and then gently patted her head. Alright, don't cry anymore. I'll just hold you to sleep. Then he affectionately wrapped his arms around her waist again, letting the 2 of them hold each other. Good girl, I'll protect you. He was like coaxing a child. Wanan gradually didn't get so scared. Only her body was still slightly trembling. He gently pulled the quilt over to her and covered her with some more. This time, even if there was thunder outside the house, she wouldn't be afraid anymore, because she had found a warm shelter. Gradually, the young girl in his arms was fast asleep under his comfort. When she finally had to resist closing her eyes, she glanced at Guchen, who was still lulling herself to sleep, and softly said, "Give me a kiss, and don't drive me to the elbow." Suddenly puckering her small lips, due to the close proximity of their faces, it resulted in kissing his nose as soon as she puckered her lips. Wanan had wanted to kiss him directly on the mouth, but she really didn't have the strength to do so because she was trapped by his soothing ground. Ooh, the breathing became even, but Guchen's body got hot from the kiss. What the hell? Why did you kiss me after sleeping? Why are you kissing me? As he looked at her, he unconsciously showed a slight favor on his face. How could he possibly kick her out? Afterwards, he also intended to go to sleep. I didn't expect that in the end. He would still sleep next to her. It's true that things are always changing, but it seems that it's not that bad. At least he can replace the pillow. Holding her thin waist, his chin knocked on her head, slowly fell asleep. The thunder outside was still loud, but the 2 in the room slept more deeply than anything else. Time flickered to the following morning, and the birds on the tree branches were twittering. Due to the torrential rain last night, the air today was damp and the temperature was just right. Guchen in the room was the first to wake up. Opening his eyes and shaking his head, he actually realized that he was actually lying on the ground. Immediately, his forehead was filled with question marks. When he thought about it, wasn't he hugging and sleeping together? How did he sleep on the floor? How did he do it? Slowly getting up, he realized that his waist was a bit painful, as if it had been squeezed by something. Supporting the waist, came to the bedside, only to see that the rabbit ear girl is lying on all fours on the bed. The sun is so big she has not yet woken up, and now her body was in a big shape, like a spaceman. After a night of swinging, she had already come to the edge of the bed, and could have fallen off if she moved any further. The bunny suit she was wearing belonged to the kind that wrapped around her hips, so her thighs weren't covered at all, and they were bright white in the sunlight. This naive look gave off a big grin. He just recalled that Wanan was prone to swinging in her sleep, and almost every hour there would be a big float, and personally unaware of it, by the time it was 5 o'clock in the morning, it was accidentally kicked out of bed by one of her feet, had a close encounter with the ground. I never thought that such an exquisite beauty president would be a character who was not as good a sleeper as a child. After being accidentally kicked out of bed, Gu Chen was too lazy to get up and slept on the ground until now. Thinking about it is really a bit of a migraine. Who would marry her with such a character? Who would dare to sleep with her? Sinful. Shaking my head. However, the morning sunlight hit her white face, and her little face was quite good, and with her face hidden inside the furry bunny hood, it gave one the desire to fill the cute gap with his face. But of course that would be kissing her. Putting aside his strange thoughts, he turned around and left the room to get breakfast. 10 minutes later, breakfast was back, only to find her still sleeping. What time is it? If you don't get up you'll be late. He spat. She just rolled over in bed. Gu Chen set up breakfast, so he rolled up his sleeves and pulled her out of bed. Yi Wanan, the sun is on your ass. Get up. After shouting a few times, she just went back to sleep a few times with her little mouth agape, so Gu Chen had to grab her delicate wrists. Get up, you lazy piglet. After pulling her up and lifting her up in the air, I thought she would be sleepless, but as soon as I let go, her soft body was spread out like water, once again blending in with the big bed, breathing evenly. Ha-hoo. After doing so much, she just scratched her butt and went back to sleep. It could be said that she didn't hear anything outside the window. Gu Chen was furious. Looking at her good-looking sleeping face, no one would have thought that such a good-looking female CEO would actually still be sleeping. She even drooled from time to time. Although it smells good, he still plans to wash the pillow afterward. There's no one else who can sleep as well as a child, so it looks like he'll have to use a stick on his butt to wake up, right? So he tilted his head and looked at her face. Then he reached over with one hand and slapped her ass lightly twice. Of course there would be some pain. How else would she wake up? After Wanan was slapped on her butt, she immediately covered it with her small hand. Her eyes didn't open, and her small mouth was soft and sticky. Mama, let me sleep for another minute. Don't hit my butt. After Gu Chen heard this, he was completely melted by this little guy, and his face unconsciously revealed a hint of doting. She thought this was at home, and her mom had come to wake her up for dinner. Gu Chen thought about it. Sleeping is not without reason. Yesterday Thunder came to his room has been 1 in the morning, tossing half a day so did not sleep well. Right, but it's time to go to work. There are several missed calls on her cell phone. Wanan, you get up first. Gu Chen went to get a washcloth and washed her face, making her slightly more awake and finally able to half sit on the bed, but still shaking her head in a daze. Then went to find the clothes she was going to wear, went to the balcony, and removed the white underwear that had been washed and dried yesterday, as well as the black jacket, and the glasses. Finally, I took off a pair of white cartoon underwear. When I came to the door of my room, I suddenly remembered something important. That is, Wanan didn't seem to wear that all night yesterday. Thinking about this, he was shocked beyond words. Yesterday he only found her a rabbit pajama. He still hugged her for so long under those circumstances. If he had known about this yesterday, this abrasive little goblin would have kept him up until this morning. Throwing away his scattered thoughts, he tossed the clothes to her, turning his back and letting her put them on a little bit. Her sleepiness had not diminished, and it took 10 minutes for the clothes to be fully dressed. Who done wearing it? I'm exhausted. Gu Chen turned his head and looked at the dress of this strong woman in the workplace. Feeling that it didn't fit in with her sleepy land at all, he smiled and told her to get up, but when she got out of bed, she couldn't even stand on her feet, so he could only take the initiative, bend down, and gently carried her up, and came to the hall to sit down in style. During this time, Wanan was sleepy and snorted, and her warm soft breath always hit his ears. Come on, have a donut. Gu Chen told her to grab it, but she was so tired that she couldn't hold on to it, so he had to tear it off and feed it to her little by little. Idiot, open your mouth, as if taking care of a child. And then, blah, 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 chewing little by little. He ate with his eyes closed almost the entire time, sitting on the stool with his little legs crossed, just as cute as can be. Soy milk, open your mouth. Shoo gulp gulp. Gu Chen was taking care of her as if she were a daughter. and was so obedient and happy to do so. After finishing her meal, she put a small oil-stained hand in her mouth again. Guchen saw it and immediately took it down for her, carrying her to wash her hands. Next time, don't allow it. The hand will rot, he taught. Wanan nodded her head in a daze, but when she came back to her senses, she realized that she was being educated by him as a little kid. After eating, he took her to wash her face and rinse her teeth again. Squeezing the toothpaste, he made her open her mouth and gently rubbed it up and down her small sandalwood mouth. Then used the cleansing milk. Her face will be coated evenly. Clean water to wipe. In the process, he found that the face wash actually did not have her skin white, and during the period of careless water choked her little nose. Issued a kitten sticking out the little tongue that delicate cough broad, but she blamed herself for inhaling it. After this set of operations, Wanan finally woke up from her drowsiness and didn't want to sleep anymore. Haha Tatsu. Good morning. Her small hand blazed at his face. Thinking of last night and today, she has been accompanying herself, going out of her way to work hard. She's so grateful. Good my ass. Look at yourself what time it is. He was slightly menacing. Oh yeah, it's getting late. The morning's almost over. So, give me a good morning kiss. Moving closer again, sticking under his arms. Guchen's head was filled with black lines. He was going to help her put on her shoes when his body suddenly froze. Good morning kiss? Thinking beautifully. Yo, sober up. Just put my shoes on yourself. He threw her original white cloth shoes on the floor. Somewhat furious, Wanan was like a doll on the bed, swinging her body. Don't be like this. A day without a good morning kiss is not perfect. Guchen rolled his eyes as he listened to the silly voice. Then can you still help me put on my shoes and shoes ACA? I won't make a scene this time. She retreated again, very much hoping that Guchen would be able to wear shoes for herself once. That would be closer to love. The delicate feet now went from the bench into the air, slightly raised a bit. This is also too good looking. Although he wasn't a foot controller, he couldn't help but be moved. He suddenly remembered an excellent action movie, and his throat indisputably gurgled. Wanan's small face also imperceptibly emerged a trace of redness, the first time to let a boy help put on shoes. Of course, more because of his gaze. It's a shame to be stared at like that. Can't help it. Can't let this foot dangle in front of my eyes anymore. Squatted down, and immediately grabbed it for her. He quickly took out the socks and put them on gently. Wanan felt his movements as he put on the socks, and suddenly a different feeling arose in her heart, gently biting her lips, and gazing at his side face, which was also somewhat blushing. The two didn't speak, but they exchanged something in the dark. Finally, Guchen put on her cloth shoes and tied the laces, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, trying to stand up properly, yet Goodnight bent down just in time. Thank you Tatsu for everything you've done for me. A kiss. Kiss. The timing was just right, one rising and one leaning down. Just as their faces touched and gently kissed each other, Wan Yan closed her eyes very attentively. This time, although he kissed the mouth, but actually did not kiss completely, just kissed at the corner of his smiling mouth. Waiting for Guchen to return to his senses, he then stared wide-eyed and hurriedly righted her. Wanan. Drool. He originally wanted to say something, but for a moment his brain was a blank. The young girl who was pushed away was still a bit engrossed in it, and helped her shake her head before she finally came back to reality. Guchen gently wiped the corners of his mouth. The places she had just kissed were covered in saliva. He realized that he was getting more and more helpless with her. Is this a thank you? But he didn't need it at all. But if he kissed the corner of his mouth, his first kiss is still saved, right? Wanan was a little smug on the stool. He. Guchen, next time you do that I'll beat your ass. Humph. Wanan immediately covers her butt again to prevent him from hitting it. The time had already run out to 8 o'clock, and there was still an hour until 9 o'clock to go to work. He was already planning to go out, but Wanan, who had already put on her shoes, didn't want to go and wanted him to carry her. After begging for a while, Guchen finally carried her out the door. On his back, she wasn't honest at all, blowing hot air in his ear, causing the former to go soft and almost fall. Closing the door behind him, he walked into the elevator again and pressed first floor. In the elevator, there were a few elderly passengers in the morning, presumably out in the sun, and two of them have yesterday's aunt. After seeing these two people hugging together, the first to avoid a little bit. This is to go wherever you can run into these two people. Her body is very light and soft. Carrying her, soon came to the car. Wanan to drive, along the way, and playfully chatting about what he did not care. Not long after the company arrived. Come to the parking lot to get off. Guchen glanced at his own small donkey, found that the chain has actually been on the good. Thinking about it, it should have been Wanan who arranged for her secretary to help put it on. Entering the company, he was unsurprisingly greeted by surprised comments from his co-workers. Why is our CEO following Guchen in? Could it be that the two were together yesterday? It couldn't have gotten to the point of getting a room, could it? It's unlikely, isn't it? If they really slept together. Our president's body is so small. How can she walk? Aren't you tired? Time passed, and an hour later, Guchen finally got rid of his co-worker's comments. To be honest, he actually admired Wanan's character of confessing when he felt like it, and he didn't care about people's comments. However, I heard that he was still afraid of his parents, only that they said that none of the boys nowadays were good, and they didn't want her to just started working, plugged in the computer, and one organized video appeared on the screen. The first video is extreme sports. Foreign man falling from a height into a river. He gave an official safety tip and advanced to the traffic pool. After all, he's a tech blogger. Next up was a beautiful woman with the account actually being Inukawa Ryu. She's a real internet celebrity, and I didn't expect Lucky to give her videos for review. I heard that she was the global beauty of the pure lust ceiling. Guchen had seen many of them, but he always felt that Ji Wanan was more refined. Almost instantly, he threw away the idea of comparison that had popped up. The female lead of this video was dancing, graceful, so he gave her a big push for more people to see. Next, he swiped another one, which made him frown a bit. Account number, Tatsu's private baby. What the hell? After taking another close look at the system push video, its content was actually the back of a boy tied with an apron and cooking vegetables, followed by a photo of a pretty girl with a doll face on the right, revealing a pose where she was going to kiss the side of the boy's face. The video content is a few photos integrated. In the photos, there are kissing, or licking tongue, or making faces, or in the boy's head grows a rabbit ears. In short, it's just weird. After watching it, I realized, isn't that me? Within the video, at this point in time, it seems to have just started cooking sweet and sour pork. It's quite serious, so Wanan took the opportunity to get weird at the back. Silently, Guchen was not aware of it at all. He instantly looked up to the office. Good lord. So Wanan had been editing the video in the office, and then uploaded it to the internet, just in time for the short video system to send it to his computer for review? Great! Wonderful! This video wants to pass? Oh, it doesn't exist. Guchen went through the past videos of this account and found that most of them were actually sneak shots of herself. A small number of shots of herself, which was unbelievable. And because both of them were so delicate, it caused the amount of airplay to skyrocket whenever they showed their faces. Every single one had at least over 100,000 likes. A few more posts and they'd all be minor internet celebrities. But she didn't cheat. She relied on her strength. This is good. Guchen directly restricted the flow. Let her fool around. A few minutes later, the president's office. Wanan was busy and tired of picking up the phone, checking a video that was sent out before, playing how it was, but more concerned about receiving everyone's blessings. That video is edited half a day. The old hard, predicted likes at least 200,000 or more. However, clicked on a look, but only a few hundred pure fan likes. This anomaly, the professional one could tell at a glance that this was not pushed to the traffic pool at all. What's going on? Could it be that the reviewer messed up the review? She didn't quite understand. Before just a 3-second selfie video had tens of thousands of likes. Why was this video only a few hundred? His gaze turned to the computer again, tapping a few keys, and then within the display screen, he immediately entered the audit president's end page. This is the president's independent checking system, able to find their own this video. In the end is pushed to which auditor review. It was equivalent to the superintendent of God's power. She is the president, of course, has this right. Waiting for a few minutes and checking the results, she hummed a breath, followed by a slight hook at the corner of her mouth. Taking her cell phone, she then walked out of the president's office with big strides. When Guchen saw someone come out, he immediately raised his eyebrows, because Wanan's little face was puffed up at the moment, and it looked like she was trying to settle a score with someone. He lowered his head to lower his presence, thinking that it shouldn't be about the video. It couldn't be that coincidental. However, what was feared came to pass. Wanan, however, suddenly turned her head and came in front of Guchen. What's wrong? Who made you angry? He continued to review the video, pretending to be casual, but actually wiping a sweat, because she probably wouldn't leave once she arrived. Yeah, it's someone who pissed me off. If I tell you, will you hammer him for me? Ren's small lips pouted. Who? He asked with a raised eyebrow. A person who limited the streaming of my video. Would you say he's not hateful? Should I clean him up? Guchen's heart thumped when he heard that, hands pretending to hit the keyboard, replying, that's really hateful. Wanan narrowed her eyes. If you don't help me punish him, then I'll do it myself. Guchen froze. How do you want to punish? Of course, Bite his ear or mouth and don't let go, followed by a cute bad smile. Gu-chan whirled around to reveal a great shock. The punishment was actually so atrocious, can't bear to look at it. Afterwards, Wanan came to hug him again, and Gu-chan knew to beg for mercy. Don't. I apologize to you, okay? He was really speechless, actually forgetting that she was the old boss and had the highest authority. It is possible to check the reviewer through the video. After all, the videos are all pushed by the company's system. Wanan hugged him and just wouldn't let go, as if she had one. The corner of her small mouth hooked. Very proud, humph. No, I'm going to punish you, accept the punishment. She chose to bite towards his ear close by. Afterwards, the two of them frolicked around for a while, spreading dog food all over the ground and attracting countless onlookers. It took 2 minutes for the two to finish, and when Wanan looked up, everyone immediately returned to their seats to continue working. Everyone had thought that the president was really coming to clean him up today, but it turned out that he actually came to spread dog food again. This time, there was no need to eat the noon meal again. Because of Gu-chen's resistance, Wanan's hair was a bit messy, and she hurriedly fixed it. Although he blocked her ear-biting attack, his neck was shot and a bright red strawberry mark appeared. Girls like to wear lipstick, so this strawberry was especially bright-eyed after being kissed by her. Just now, in front of so many co-workers, Gu-chen himself felt too ashamed, so he resisted negatively, and Wanan could only retreat in the end to bite at his bare neck, taking off his lips and licking the corners of his lips again. He somewhat regretted limiting the flow of her video, otherwise he wouldn't have come to the door. Gu-chen looked like a little man who had been taken advantage of. Really? Next time I'm going to sue you for being a hooligan, okay? Although it doesn't seem to be a crime for a female hooligan to do anything. Slightly, he began to work normally. Wanan also did not skin, lifted a bench and sat beside him, quietly watching him review the video. But Gu-chen had black lines. Is this considered a female president coming to supervise her employees? During the process, Wanan gave him pointers and suggestions, but when it came to clothing that was exposed, or young women who looked enchanting and showed off, she directly banned or restricted the flow. Anyway, the speed was super fast. Milk Fierce didn't want Gu-chen to look at her more than once, and the mouse control persuasion was all on her. Not long after, Gu-chen took out his potato chips again and ate them while scrutinizing. Wanan also nonchalantly reached out and grabbed the chips, stuffed them in her little cherry mouth, and gnawed on them bit by bit like a little hamster. Gu-chen faintly pointed out her immoral behavior. Cauldron, this is mine. If you want to eat it, go get it yourself. There weren't many packets left. Things like potato chips are actually provided for free, but one has to go downstairs to get them, and it's weirdly troublesome to run around. Wanan made a very strange yakko after hearing this. What? Isn't what's yours mine? What she said could be described as righteousness and actual bullshit. After that, she spat her little tongue at him, as if to say, what can you do to me? Come and hit me. Gu-chen's head was full of black lines, but he thought better of it, and didn't bother with children. After finishing a bag of potato chips, he took out a few more, and most of them were wiped out by Wanan. Obviously, he could have gotten them himself, but it seemed that grabbing Gu-chen's would be more flavorful. He looked at the last chip and slowly stuffed it into her mouth. He really couldn't do anything about this little brat. At least leave me a chip. He was very upset. Wanan's index finger and thumb pinched the potato chip and was about to stuff it into her mouth, but she suddenly curled her cute lips. Okay, I still have a chip in my mouth. Then eat the one in my mouth. The small lips curled up, and then gently dipped this piece of potato chip onto the full red lips. The moisture on the lips quickly dried up, and stuffed in a little more, and then gave a gentle bite. Revealing a large part of the outside is quite tempting. At this time, and hands together on the bench to support, body slightly tilted down to him hard flashing eyes. Looking at Wanan's teasing scene, he immediately rolled his eyes. Boring, I'm not eating. Seeing that he didn't appreciate it, Wanan's little nose came up, her eyes blinked harder again, and she utilized her little throat to make a sound. Tatsu, come on. Advancing his body a little more, his face was almost rubbing against his face. Up close, the thin sheet of chips had scratched Gu-chen's white skin, coupled with the touch of Wanan's soft skin, rubbing against his face. It was like a kitten wanting to get cozy with you, being so affectionate with her. Gu-chen was a little too much to bear and tried to avoid it, only to have her body tilt all the way over. She wanted him to take a bite of the chips on his mouth. The chips had already slipped from his face to the corner of his mouth, and he could take a bite as soon as he turned his head. Aha! Eat it! Wanan threw another adorable wink and nuzzled her little mouth. Gu-chen was really helpless. If he did that again, he would have to hold her. Fine, I'll eat, okay. Subsequently, opened his lips, gently bit a little bit on the potato chips, just bit a little bit, for fear of biting too much. Will touch her lips. How can I say this tomato-flavored chip taste? How does it feel? Sweet. Wanan looked at the lips that just took a bite and left. She was a bit unhappy, but she was also contented, and then took the chips that had been bitten through a gaping hole completely into her mouth, carefully savoring and chewing. Mama chip with a bite from Tatsuya is so good. With a look of being immersed in it, he even planned to go back and get a few more packets of chips to do the same, as it would be really sweet. These words made the corners of Gu-chan's mouth twitch. It was so annoying to be forced to complete another indirect kiss. The co-workers on the side smacked their lips. Lunch was coming up in a little while, and now it looked like there would be a whole bunch of people not going to the cafeteria. Especially the side of Lee Want. Gu-chan, 2 people just beside the show of love. He suffered the most damage. The key: he still has no girlfriend. Before teaching him to cherish the opportunity, the results of these 2 people every day here to get bored. Let him some regret. Can only rely on more water to ease the mood of the fuck. After Wanan swallowed it down, she watched Gu-chan work, and suddenly another good idea popped into her head. Chen. It seems like it's been more than half a month since you came to work here, right? Remember to submit an employee insight report today. I'll personally approve it. I won't let you go home without it. Another playful wink. Gu-chan turned his face sideways, full of reluctance. I won't turn it in. I won't turn it in even if the King of Heaven comes. He was very stubborn. Wanan did not believe him. Luo stood up and patted the potato chip crumbs on his body. Back to the office to go. During the period, but also the old Gu-chan winks. Seems to be encouraging him to write a good staff tips. Yo. In fact, men also have deer in their hearts. And for a moment his deer moved. Really? Why did you choose to find me? The heart to this kind of thing is actually not necessary. Just one and capricious request. Really idle egg pain. However, it seems that besides herself, she has never asked anyone else to hand in a report. Nearly half an hour later, the glass door of the office was gently knocked on. Come in. Yi Wanan, who was reading the information on his desk, casually said, thinking that it was the secretary coming in, and did not care. However, after he entered, he threw a piece of white A4 paper directly in front of her. Only then did Wanan look up. Ugh, Tatsu, you came to play with me? Her eyes were instantly filled with joy, and subconsciously, she was about to stand up, because this was the first time Gu-chan had entered her office. But Gu-chan said, playing my ass off, I'm here to hand in the report. Have you forgotten? Wanan listened to the ass before sitting down. Thought he was thinking of himself. Did not think just to hand in the report. Wait, half an hour to write the report? Wanan took the A4 paper and looked at him again with a confident face. The report was written so fast, Wanan didn't even rush him off. Such speed made him inevitably think that Gu-chan was trying to perfume himself. If the report was written by someone else, it would take at least half a day to polish it, because it was written too fast, and handing it in would make people doubt its seriousness. It was like taking an exam, and when the paper for the college entrance exam was written in 10 minutes, the invigilator wouldn't be able to avoid giving it a second glance. I'm going back. Gu-chan handed in his things and wanted to leave. Wanan, however, called out to him, wait a minute, I haven't reviewed it yet. And she began to carefully examine the report, trying her hardest to find any errors that might exist in it, as it would allow Gu-chan to stay here a little longer. He had no choice but to stay on, but Wanan moved a bench over for him so he could sit down first. The corner of Gu-chan's mouth twitched. I'm not here to drink tea. I'm not here to keep her company, so what's the point of moving a bench? He finally sat up. Wanan began to review, and Gu-chan looked at her. She frowned. So serious. Chen was suddenly a bit confused. Was this the same Wanan who was afraid of thunder yesterday and loved to sleep in this morning? He realized that Wanan would show the seriousness of a leader as long as she was at work, and once she was off duty, she became a little bird-like cutie. Wanan didn't notice his gaze, but read the lines. Title, Work Experience as well as Self-Improvement. 1. In my work, I always demand a higher standard for myself and keep making progress. Ideological cultivation. I actively participate in the unit and the higher authorities to organize political literacy and theoretical learning, and strive to improve my theoretical knowledge level. 2. Strive to learn working knowledge, do a good job of basic work, to achieve self-improvement. In my daily work, I am based on the principle of serving the people. Then read a few more paragraphs. The number of words on this piece of paper was dense, but the sub-paragraphs were very clear. The more she read, the more she couldn't find any problems, and the writing was just too good. Between the lines, everything reveals his practical work experience. It was as if he had been an employee for more than 10 years, or it is not too much to say that he used to be a group boss. Otherwise, he couldn't have written this full of dry goods. Wanan read a paragraph and looked at him, then looked at him again. Can't pick any faults at all. How can this be? Chen looked at her nervous little look that wanted to pick a fault, but couldn't, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Of course she couldn't pick any faults. who called herself with 36 years of experience. This article was basically just a real epiphany. And then add some oil and vinegar to it, fighting for the group without hesitation, so a boss would be happy to read it. How? Now that you've read it all, I'll be going. He got up again, intending to go back to continue touching fish and eating chips, but Wanan called out to him from behind, her voice stumbling a bit, "Ugh, no leaving." This was immediately followed by a made-up sentence. There's still a big problem with the article. Oh, Guchen stared back, always feeling like she was going to make something up, and racked her brain and finally came up with another reason, pointing out in a very naive and romantic manner. It's just that this paper is too thick. It's very uncomfortable to touch. After saying that, a touch of smugness appeared on her little face, but soon after she met Guchen's eyes, the soulful eyes began to dodge again. Chun, God, he meowed speechless, simply picking bones in the egg pile. Boring. Rolled his eyes. Humph. Anyway, you just can't pass in my place. And if you can't pass, you can't go home. Wistful boobs and another little haughty face. Ha, this damnable little capitalist. He really wanted to clean her up and beat her ass, but this was an office, so it wouldn't be good if the secretary came over. But it's not impossible to pass. But you have to take the initiative to kiss me and I'll give you a pass. It's a good deal, right? The corners of his mouth overflowed with curves again. Licking his small lips, Guchen began to narrow his eyes at her again, and wasted half a day trying to take advantage of himself. Think of the beauty, yo. But he still moved his body closer. Wanan saw Guchen's upright body walking over. That nice cherry blossom scent getting closer and closer, and was a bit baffled at that time. Is Chen really going to kiss me? It can't be right? I must be dreaming, right? She opened her watery eyes as Guchen moved closer bit by bit, causing her to gently bite her lip. This was great, successfully changing from active to passive. She was shy. Her small body nervously leaned back, helpless against the wall, already unable to retreat. She had never expected this to happen, and seeing Guchen already about to lean down, pressing himself underneath her in a wall-to-wall position, she was a little excited just thinking about it. Her little face was as red as a steamy G, and the top of her head was bubbling with hot air. For the first time, I was not prepared to be teased by Guchen. I thought he would object. Guchen's breathing got closer and closer, the corners of his charming mouth outlined, eyes discharged, resulting in the usually playful Wanan little girl, now shy to curl up the body. However, just when she thought Guchen was about to bite her lips, he suddenly got up and took away something from her clothes pocket. Looking at her stupidly waiting for a kiss, he reached out his hand again and hooked his lips. Poof, gently flicking her on the side of the head. Idiot, what are you expecting? Boom. Ow. After being bounced, she covered her forehead instantly with some pain, and opened her gaze with some small grudges. Guchen had already gotten up and turned around to leave. Wanan instantly came back to her senses. Ah, you actually teased me. Running away after teasing. Don't you want to be responsible? She was still covering her little head, not realizing that Guchen was the kind of person who would run away without doing anything after flirting. It's just too bad. It's like saying words to the end but leaving two words. It's hard to avoid driving people crazy. Ranshen hadn't intended to kiss her in the first place. He just wanted her to let her guard down and take the trinket in her pocket. Evidently, women in love are all little idiots. I didn't expect her to fall for it. Wanan suddenly thought of something. Just now he seemed to be groping for something in his pocket. She hurriedly checked, but found that her pocket was empty. Her little face exploded that way, even more upset because the long-stored snacks were gone. Tatsu, you give it back, that's my da. Aha, don't kiss me even if you still take my stuff. Bad een. Yay, my last pack of QQ candies. She bobbed on the stool, unable to get up due to her body being softened by Guchen's teasing just now. Her two little hands flailing to grab Guchen, but he dodged and didn't let her grab the corner of his shirt, and his back was turned, tore open the bag of QQ candy, and then smiled, a brain all pouring into the mouth. After tasting it, he said, the flavor is really not poking. Wanan watched him finish the last bag of QQ candies, and immediately felt pain, simply losing her husband and soldiers. The QQ candies were not stocked here, so they had to be bought at a small store outside. Every time she came to work, she would bring a few packs with her. Chen, you big bad egg, she grunted, making a face that she would never care about you again. Guchen, the corner of his mouth hooked a hook. Ah, didn't you say that what's mine is yours? Then yours must be mine too? What's wrong with that? He spread his hands to show his innocence. Who told her to eat her own potato chips? Immediately, Wanan's eyes widened. Good man. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Retribution came so soon. Sitting up in shock, the clown was actually myself. Guchen looked at her little cheeks' bulging appearance, and said, well, in the future, This kind of small snacks are to eat less. Easy to get cavities. Know it? Wanan tucked her chest and didn't say anything, as if this was a bad way to coax. She then stepped out of the door, and gently brought it back to her, and then continued to touch the fish. I don't care if the report can pass or not. If not, I will rob her of another pack of QQ candy. Who's afraid of who? Wanan was alone in the office, although she was milky and fierce. But when she recalled the sentence, "Isn't what's yours is mine?" she instantly covered her red little face again. Looking like Guchen was so annoying. Time came to noon, and after eating, every employee had a half-hour break. So many people returned to their seats to take a lunch break or brush up on their videos. I have to say that the company's welfare is really good. A month of guaranteed 6,000 and this kind of treatment. After Guchen finished eating and rinsed his mouth, he went back to the computer and plopped down for a nap. Gradually, no one disturbed. He entered a state of deep sleep, but right at this moment, Yi Wanan, who had long been observing him from the shadows, quietly walked out from the office on her tiptoes. Hey, Chen Chen is sleeping? I think he's dreaming about me. Should be dreaming about me, right? She muttered to herself as she gently approached. Her appearance caused many of her coworkers who didn't take a lunch break to poke their heads in, and when she saw it, she immediately made a false gesture. It seemed to be saying, "Don't wake up my Tatsu." They had no choice but to sit down, waiting for President Yi to spread sweet dog food. After Wanan came to his side, she didn't make a single bit of noise and quietly bent down to look at his sleeping side face. "Wow, my Tatsuya is so handsome blah blah blah." She started her daily obsession again. She's been obsessed with his sleeping face since she was a sophomore in high school, and her desire to see him in his sleep remains unchanged and even stronger now. Then he brought a small bench over and sat gently next to him, resting his hand on his face, quietly watching his side face. He watched him for almost 3 minutes without doing anything. Those co-workers were a bit speechless, not knowing what the president was going to do. She didn't intend to take advantage of the situation. It would be bad if she woke him up from the kiss, because there was still one important thing left to do. Finally she had seen enough, and slowly pulled out her bag. Something that had already been prepared. Guchen was dreaming, when he suddenly felt his hand being pulled, and then something was gently placed on his wrist. He felt something was wrong, so he gradually woke up from his dream and slowly opened his starry eyes. This time, he squinted his eyes and saw Wanan, who was secretly putting a loop of red rope around her wrist, not knowing what the purpose was. She was originally being careful, not wanting to wake him up at all, just wanting to put it on and leave immediately. However, Guchen woke up, and Wanan's originally focused gaze was attracted by the handsome starry eyes, and the movements of her hands suddenly froze. In this way, the two of them maintained a strange posture, gazing at each other for a while. Space stood still, and time also stood still. It was like a white rabbit approaching a sleeping lion, yet the lion opened its eyes and looked at her, making her not dare to move. Never expected him to wake up. She immediately let go of her hand and got up, wanting to run away, not wanting to be caught by him, and packed up. The corner of Guchen's mouth was hooked, and he was quick to grab her small hand that had just been loosened. Wanan was shocked, as if she had done something bad and was caught by the police uncle. She tugged hard and tried to pull her big hand away, but couldn't do it. "Yeah, let go of me." Guchen shook his head and looked at her soberly, his gaze narrowing. "Wanan, what are you sneaking around?" "Aha, I'm not doing anything bad." "Spread your hands." All she wanted to do now was run away, afraid that Guchen would be mean to her, and also afraid that he would reach out and smack her ass at any moment. That stubborn look of wanting to yank away, but not being able to because her body was too light and couldn't be yanked away, with her eyes closed, was so adorable that it was adorable. The long ponytail shook hard. Guchen only exerted a slight force, and gently knocked the mischievous girl into his arms, and then hugged her waist from behind, locking her in place to prevent her from leaving. Wanan's little head was a little dizzy, feeling her back being embraced. This time she couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Guchen looked down at Wanan's flustered and playful eyes, and then looked at the extra circle of red rope on his hand, and said doubtfully, "What are you running for? What is this thing? If you don't explain it to me clearly, you don't want to leave today." He was slightly fierce, actually coming to cheat and sneak up on him while he was sleeping. This young man. Wanan stubbornly probed and tried again, but as a result, Guchen hugged him even tighter, and he couldn't even breathe. So, she could only say, gently. Only then did he loosen up a little bit. Then looking at the red rope on his wrist, super aggrieved, he murmured, "Oof. This is of course a very valuable thing, la." Blushing bright red at being seen through everything. "Important? Speak clearly." He pretended to be fierce again. Making her tell the truth was too perfunctory. This is actually a red rope, it's related to marriage. Look, I also have one on my hand." Seeing that she couldn't resist, she gradually smiled faintly in her arms again. In-laws? What do I need it for? Gu-chan actually guessed the purpose of the red rope. He had seen certain couples that liked to wear something symbolic on each other's hands, as if declaring sovereignty. But Gu-chan wasn't that bored. Was the game not fun? Chen, don't underestimate it for a moment. This is something my mom begged for from a Taoist temple. It's been blessed by a mage chanting scriptures. It's very spiritual. As she said, the material is nothing special, but it is different when it has been blessed by a priest. One of the two red ropes is tied to one's own hand, while the other was instructed by my mom to offer it to the right person when she meets them. So it had been lying in the drawer before, and only today I suddenly remembered it. So I put it on him during my lunch break. It works. What can it be? Could I win $10 million on a lottery ticket? He felt funny. One and then got serious again. Oh no, the red rope is really powerful. I heard from the master that as long as you put it on the person you like, you can immediately get married in the same place. It's very accurate. This is quite naive. The key is that she herself believed it. Tatsu raised his eyebrows slightly and reached out to start picking at the red rope on his wrist. This is the one that has been enlightened. It would be bad if they really got married right away. As soon as he made the move to take it off, Wanan immediately reached out her hand to hold him down. You can't take it off. You can't take it off. The mage said that once you put it on, you can't take it off. If you take it off at will, the two of you will be doomed to be separated in the future. No matter how happy you are. So never. The voice got smaller and smaller in the back. A little bit pitiful, with big eyes open, and a little bit of wetness in the eyes. When Gu-chen heard this, his body immediately trembled for some reason, and the movements of his hands stopped. As a materialistic youth, of course he didn't believe in this, but he couldn't stand Wanan's pleading. Her small hand made a strong effort to pick at her arm. Gu-chen sighed, a hint of favor appearing uncontrollably in his gaze, and smiled. Alright, wearing it won't lose a piece of meat anyway. Only then did Wanan reveal a sweet smile. She revealed her own red string, and when comparing the two red strings, his was a bit bigger. Only then did Gu let go of his hand on his waist. He didn't notice it at all just now. Wanan, still not go, looking at each other's wrists on the red rope, at the sight of a wistful look, so he struck her slightly. We 21st century people still need to believe in science. This is just two very ordinary ropes. It says nothing. Wanan looked at his look of not wanting to admit it and secretly snickered. At 4 p.m., please that sticky little guy. Gu-chan went to the public bathroom to use the toilet. Suddenly, he received a phone call. He took out his cell phone and looked at the number 4661. It was an unfamiliar number he didn't recognize, but it didn't show harassment either, so he tentatively answered it. Hello, who is it? Soon, a magnetic and gentle woman's voice came from the opposite side. Ahem, hello. Is this Gu-chen? Xiao Gu? The voice was gentle like a kind mother's, but he didn't remember his mom using this number. So, yes. Staring in confusion. Ha, that's right then. You must be wondering who I am. Guess? The mature woman on the opposite side actually had some skin on, and Gu-chen was even more confused. I don't know. Idiot, can't you even hear that? Tell you what, I'm actually Yi Wanan's mom. Gu-chen. What? Wanan's mom? To be honest, he really heard a few hints of Wanan herself when he first listened to the voice. Now he could be sure that it was the parents who had come to settle the score with him, the pig who had arched the good cabbage. But he was very innocent. It was clearly Wanan Lao who was thinking of falling in love with herself. However, listening to this mom's tone, she shouldn't be angry. And even if she was angry, he thought he could still dislike her. Oh, Mom. Oh no. Auntie, what's the matter? That matter between Yi Wanan and I is actually not that complicated. Gu-chen, regardless of his experience, usually respected the old and loved the young. So the aunts and uncles in the neighborhood liked him to talk. Wanan's mom was no exception, I guess. He wanted to explain, but only heard a gentle smile from the opposite side, still really sweet-talking. No wonder Anan likes you. Humph. Gu-chen was helpless. It was clearly a slip of the tongue before. I know. It's that stupid daughter of mine who keeps pestering you. In fact, we as parents are not against Anan finding a boyfriend. It's just that we can't help but feel a little uneasy. It's good for her to find a boyfriend. After all, she's a girl. We can't stay with her for the rest of her life. It's better to have someone to take care of her. The company is also really too busy these days. Her father and I often go out of town or abroad. That's why I left the branch to her to manage, so that Anan can find something to do. There's no time to accompany her. That, Xiao Chen. I know you're a good kid. This girl follows me, the same as when I was young. When she meets someone she likes, she's a fool and can't be pulled back by 9 oxen. That's how her dad and I got together. So I hope you don't bully my family in an O. Gu-chen was instantly embarrassed as he listened to his aunt's gentle and pleading words. I won't, auntie. As long as Wanan doesn't bully me. By the way, her father still has some objections, but it's okay, I'll slowly persuade him. Xiao Chen, we don't really want Wanan to get pregnant out of wedlock. After all, she's still young. This suddenly mentioned the point. Gu Chen hurriedly said, oh, auntie, don't worry, I only see Wanan as my own sister. Subsequently, after chatting for a good half a day, Gu Chen got up only when his legs were numb and hung up the phone. In short, I want Wanan to find a person who is good to her. It does not matter whether the family is good or not. People are good, after all, as parents cannot persuade her not to fall in love. Auntie was relieved, so she hung up the phone. Gu Chen's heart was relieved. He always felt like he was talking to the mature Yi Wanan. It wasn't a big deal, as long as I kept my relationship with Wanan as a friend and a lover. A bit of a headache is how it's so hard to be quite a salted fish in this life. Soon, the time finally came to get off work in the evening, and Wanan still followed behind like a follower, until she reached the downstairs. Gu Chen, not going home again today? Aren't your parents worried about you? He was starting up the battery car, checking the chain. This time it was intact. Wanan, on the other hand, was a little playful and immediately sat in the back seat of the little electric donkey, sitting sideways with her petite body. This look is quite beautiful. Smiling, she looked at Gu Chen. I've grown up, and I have the ability to live alone. Also, mom and dad are very busy. Something went out of town, so I can only live alone when I go home. I'm afraid of the dark. I don't even dare to go to the bathroom alone when I sleep at night. So Cinnabar, just be kind and take me and I'll pay the rent. She was pitiful, because she had answered her mother's phone call earlier. Gu Chen looked at her small appearance this time and was a bit moved, but didn't agree in time. When Wanan saw that he didn't say anything, she thought it was an objection, so her little face sobbed again. Well, I'm sleeping alone tonight? In case it's thundering and raining again, and I can only hide under the covers and shiver. I'm so Wu. Then, like a playwright, she pulled out a xiuwan from somewhere, covered her mouth, and gently choked, like a young woman abandoned by her husband in ancient times, and it was strangely vivid. Gu Chen rolled his eyes, not pitying her now. Alright, let's go home. He finally sat his ass up on the battery car, and with a twist of one hand, he slowly started the little electric donkey. Ya Chen-chan, I love you the most, suddenly hugged him tightly again, his little face still rubbing against his back. The corners of Gu Chen's mouth twitched again. This was exposed. But I still have to make a pact with you. Ah, what 3 chapters? Gu Chen continued. First, you're not allowed to touch anything at home. Second, you can't run around without clothes. And third, and most importantly, men and women can't sleep together. The first 2 were barely acceptable. When it came to the last one, Wanan suddenly widened her eyes. Why can't we sleep together? She asked innocently. Gu Chen was speechless, as if he had asked the opposite. Right? A man and a woman with high hormones. Why sleep together is the most crucial question, right? No, what's the point of a couple sleeping separately? She gently shook behind again, expressing her defiance. Gu Chen had a black line. Who's a couple with you? I'll sue you for slander. The 2 just chatted while traveling on their way home. It seems to be normal for couples to quarrel. The little donkey beeped and was about to pass by a milk tea store. Wanan was a bit thirsty after resisting for half a day, so she grabbed the corner of Gu Chen's coat. Chen-chan, I want to drink milk tea, can I buy a cup before I go? After Gu Chen heard this, he glanced at the honey snow ice city on the side of the road. It was nicely decorated, with a statue of the Snow King at the entrance, set up like a mascot, attracting passing tourists. Those who bought milk tea were also mostly couples holding hands. Gu Chen wasn't going in. What if he was misunderstood? What if Wanan wanted to drink crosscups again? As a straight man of steel, can you let that happen? Right. Couldn't. Smiled. No go. Milk tea is too sweet. Not good for the body. Let's go back and drink a cup of plain water. How healthy. Wanan rolled a small white eye. Gu Chen can find another girl as a girlfriend in the future. She directly washed her head upside down. Come on, it's still early anyway. Afterward, he still shook his head. Wanan was helpless, and used her sharp nails to gently poke his back again. Ow. His body jolted, actually poking the soft flesh of his waist. It tickled, wanting to dodge, but as a result, she reached out and attacked towards the right side again. Wanan was like a gopher, poking at his soft underbelly. Gu Chen finally couldn't take it anymore. Alright, my big miss. Go drink it, okay? Really? Just passing by the milk tea store. He could only park his car on the side of the road. Wanan probably jumped down first and looked at him with a smile. But he reached out in the next moment and directly pinched her pink smiling face. Ow, ow, ow. Pain. The white cheeks were pulled up, squeezing out a little tear, and slightly tiptoeing to call out in pain. Ooh, now you know it hurts? Are you still poking me? You little brat. Gu Chen was like teaching his own sister a lesson, grimacing and pinching her face comfortably. Don't poke, really don't poke, spare me, don't be in a hurry, let me pinch twice more. Ah, don't, your face will break, let you have it. In the end, Gu Chen did both, rubbing and pinching her face for half a day. The feeling was just too comfortable, like soft patties. It was so much fun. Finally letting go of her hand, Wanan looked at Gu Chen with a little grudge. Big bad egg, don't feel sorry for me even if I don't, but still repairing me, rubbing the little bit of red on her little face. In fact, Chen is quite gentle, perhaps her face is too delicate, a pinch of her hand is full of collagen. Hearing this, a bit of heartache inevitably arose in his heart, so he reached out and rubbed her cheeks. Feeling the warmth of his big hand, Wanan immediately leaned up and accepted his touch. However, he only touched it for a little while before putting his hand down, because it felt too ambiguous. Wanan had the unenlightened look at him and pointed to the other half of his face that he had pinched. Rub here too. Okay. He was helpless. The two then walked into the entrance of the milk tea store. They were greeted with envious gazes from all over the store. Just now, the two of them were having an affair outside the glass door, but the people inside the glass door had all seen it, and one of the waitresses was so dumbfounded that she accidentally knocked over a cup of milk tea. Everyone deeply felt that these two people are really too compatible, like a match made in heaven. As soon as they appeared, they made all the couples inside the store pale in comparison. Obviously everyone is a couple, but why are the two of them so bright? Coming to the counter again, Wanan lowered her head and selected different flavors of milk tea. Gu Chen similarly took the list. He actually rarely came to this kind of store to buy milk tea, because he didn't like it. Unless some of his schoolmates would give him a cup when they wanted to confess their love for him, he basically didn't buy much. When he looked at the menu for half a day and didn't understand it, and wanted to get a cup of ordinary milk tea, Wanan said, "What do you think of a cup full of passion fruit? It's very good, yo." Gu Chen hadn't drank much and nodded at the sound of it being good. She immediately turned towards the waiter. "Hello, I'll have the super large cup of Yangji ganache, as well as the super full cup of passion fruit, please." Wanan smiled, causing the waiter to look at her more. The portion ordered was super large. One cup was twice as much as others. It was really capricious. Gu Chen smiled, and wanted to take out his cell phone to pay, but Wanan had already finished scanning the code to settle the bill. "Hee, I'm your boss, so I'm treating you. Let's just sit here for a while, blah blah blah." She, facing Tatsu again, revealed a super sweet smile. "It's over. I wanted to buy the milk tea and leave directly, but now I have to sit in the milk tea store for a while." Gu Chen was able to clearly experience the feeling of being bagged by a rich woman this time. The milk tea was made very quickly, and after receiving it, he realized that he couldn't even fit one cup in two hands. There really were these super large cups. Helplessly, he chose a seat against the glass. Here was an exquisite little table where one could sit and chat while drinking milk tea. Wanan was still playfully looking at Gu Chen, and helped him poke open the milk tea. The cover of the milk tea had a heart on it, and she was quite serious about aiming it at the heart. Maybe it was OCD. This time she didn't ask for a cup. Gu was relieved. The two of them were just facing each other, savoring the milk tea, while Gu Chen looked at the scenery outside the glass door. Suddenly, Wanan, who had been sucking on the pearl milk tea in one earnest motion since a while ago, finally sucked on one this time, and it got stuck in the straw. However, it didn't immediately slide into the small sandalwood mouth, but drew it out, like a concealed weapon, closed one beautiful eye, playfully aimed at Gu Chen's mouth, gently blew, and the pearl instantly shot past from inside the straw. Gu Chen felt opposite her, and to engage in what moths, turned back and subconsciously loose lips want to say a little, but just good, containing one in sandalwood small mouth blowing out of the pearl. He stared wide-eyed, feeling something soft in his mouth. Crap! Almost subconsciously, he chewed and swallowed. The flavor was actually quite sweet. Wanan's eyes instantly went wide, not realizing that his aim was actually so accurate. "I thought it would hit his cheek at most, but I didn't think it would fly directly into his mouth." And Gu Chen even swallowed it. Her little face changed to full of joy. Chen, is it good?" At the same time, she was afraid that Chen angry. Small hand rubbed. Unsurprisingly, Gu Chen really pulled his face down. Tasty hammer. Boring. But, the flavor of that one pearl just now, eating it in that way, not to mention it's quite unique, but won't admit it. He pretended to vomit again, to disgust her a little. Seeing that he was not in any trouble, Wanan smiled playfully. As she did, she inserted the straw into her cup again, and once again sucked out two pearls with great force. Raising her head, she aimed for Gu Chen's mouth again. Shoo! Chen thought that she wouldn't do that kind of thing again, but he didn't expect her to actually eject two more pearls over. When she saw them, she dodged slightly, and the pearl stuck to the right side of her face and the corners of her mouth in an instant. It didn't hurt at all. It was just like a snowball fight, and the little paper balls that my classmates used to play with each other. It was quite fun. It was also close enough not to fall into my mouth again. Hee so much fun. Wanan was like a child who had found a new toy, and was overjoyed. Tatsu was now full of black lines. Are you here to drink pearls or to spray them? Wastefulness is shameful. Although a floured donut like pearl wasn't exactly easy to digest, since she wanted skin, Gu-chan had to treat her, hooking his lips in a smile. He also inserted the straw into his cup, then sucked in a few pearls, raised the head of the cannon, exhaled, and instantly sent it out towards her in unison. Wanan had thought that Tatsu was a very serious person who wouldn't be fooling around with himself, so she didn't have any defenses, and it was only when a few pearls were sprayed in front of her that her eyes widened once again in disbelief that he was actually spraying so many at once. Ah! Use sneak attack. Then the successful hits. The first one hit her forehead, another one hit her nose, cheeks and other parts of her face. Her face was sticky, causing her to reach out and wipe it with a tissue. Oh, still skinny? Like a valiant commanderess preparing for battle, Wanan gently tapped the table. I'm not convinced. Afterwards, she buried her head in her little cherry and took another sharp breath, sucking out a few pearls and spraying them over again. Gu-chan rushed to his defense. The two of them sprayed each other for a while, and the sticky mess got all over their faces and clothes, but in the end, they used paper towels to clean it up, not to add trouble to the restaurant. Almost a small portion of the pearls in their milk tea were used to attack each other, but there was still a large portion that was drinkable. In the end, of course, Wanan lost, and was hit in the forehead several times before she raised her hands in surrender, protecting her little face. After all, Gu-chan is a 101 level player who has played CF. This point of accuracy is still there. After the victory is also quite proud to look at her. Two people this moo really sweet, so that many couples in the store have to gaze over, and then taste the cup of milk tea, and found that the dog food they spread is actually sweeter than the milk tea in their hands. Simply do not drink. Quietly watching how the two ambiguous, Gu-chan temporarily relaxed, thought that the war between the two countries ended like this. However, Wanan actually secretly. Suddenly, Wanan raised the head of her gun, aiming the pearl bullets in the pipeline that had been prepared long ago, closing her eyes, this time spraying Gu-chan's face with all her strength, telling him to bully a girl like himself. Shoo! When Gu-chan saw her raise the barrel of the gun, he wanted to speak out to stop it, but just as he opened his mouth, the pearl, which had cut through the air, suddenly flew into his mouth straight down his throat. Ah! The words he wanted to dislike her were also temporarily held back. Cough cough. The chat was too accurate. Without chewing it went directly into the throat, making him a little stuck for a moment, covering his neck, his face a little red, the old difficult, cough cough cough. Wanan was originally still smiling playfully and making a victory gesture, but seeing this scene of him coughing, he gradually began to worry about him again. Moving the stool out of the way, she then quickly came to his front, gently patting and caressing his back with her small hands and hands. Cinnabar, is everything alright? I won't play anymore, don't scare me. Looking at Gu-chan coughing quite a bit. After all, the pearl is a sticky thing. It's normal for it to get stuck in the throat and not be able to swallow. After she gently patted him, Chen recovered a little, and the pearl in his throat was about to be swallowed. Now, he grabbed Wanan's hand, thinking that when he regained his energy, he would have to clean her up so that she wouldn't run away. But Wanan looked at him grabbing himself, thinking that it was more difficult for his throat, so his little face became even more anxious, licking his lips, as if he had eaten an orange that way, some self-reproach as well as regret. Is it that you can't breathe? It's okay, Gu-chan. I know how to do artificial respiration. Let me do it for you. Afterwards, he gently tilted his little head, quickly hooked his neck, and pressed his little face all over his big face. In this scene, Gu-chan had never expected that Wanan would actually want to do artificial respiration on himself. Not only did he not expect it, everyone in the entire store did not expect it. However, everyone was now looking forward to the scene of how the two would kiss again. Everyone looked over with unblinking eyes, whether it was a single dog or a double dog. Tatsu didn't have time to stop it, and his eyes widened as he watched her lips press into his own. He knew she wasn't intentionally trying to take advantage of him, she was just worried about his safety, but he didn't even need that right now. Kiku. The moment the cherry touched his shallow lips, he tasted a sweet flavor he had never tasted before, super strong, and Wanyan's lips were still taking deep breaths, as if they were immediately transferring the air from his chest as soon as they touched each other. He was a bit touched, but in the end, he still pushed her chest. Wanan. I'm fine, there are a lot of people watching. He didn't exert much force, and the young girl's center of gravity fell backward, her lips reluctantly drifting away. Obviously, she was ready to take a deep breath, yet she was pushed away by Gu Chen. She quickly gained her footing, and then licked her own lips, savoring the fresh scent that remained from her contact with Gu Chen just now. Since she was focused on artificial respiration just now, she didn't even concentrate on what his lips tasted like, and ended up tasting only a little bit of it. Thinking of this, the small face again revealed a look of good pity. The two of them just looked at each other. Gu Chen had been righteous before, but now he was too embarrassed to look into her eyes. Wanan was no better, gently biting her lip, her face flushed. Little by little, she moved her ankles back to her position. There are really a lot of people of the same age here. Turning back to look at the large swath of gazes gathered over, as well as the passers-by stationed outside the glass doors. I'm afraid I'd be embarrassed even if I had social bullying. The atmosphere between the two was silent for another 2 seconds. The touch of fragrant soft jelly still lingered on Gu Chen's lips for a long time. Just now obviously just a little contact. Just a little. Is the touch between the lips? Not too much. He felt the cherry delicious. If the real bite down, then maybe we'll sink into it. Maybe we'll not be able to pull themselves out of it. He started in his position again, drinking milk tea as if nothing had happened, pretending that what had just happened had no ripples, his eyes looking out of the glass. Wanan noticed that Gu Chen was a little shy, and immediately covered her mouth and laughed lightly, not breaking it up, and also continued to drink her milk tea. Just a pity, artificial respiration was not made. Lips also only kissed a little bit. Of course this is also considered progress. From the corner of the mouth to the lip upside down. The next should be the complete lips, right? She looked forward to it, and again, like a little hamster, she sucked the milk tea into her mouth, making the two red cheeks become bulging. The two of them also do not play the pearl spraying game. After drinking the milk tea, they cleaned up, walked out of the store, got on the battery car, and continued to rush home. This time, Wanan gently hugged his waist. Tatsu's first kiss is mine so cheerful. Speaking as if he had earned it, Gu Chen was helpless. Just kissing the lip upside down a little bit shouldn't count. 10 minutes later, back in the old neighborhood, Gu Chen parked the car, only to find behind the back of the one and actually hugged to fall asleep. Eyes confused, still insisting on it. Slightly get up and move. Wanan awake a little. Gu Chen look at her like this is also quite worried. This if you fall asleep on the road accidentally let go what to do? Why don't we just use the whole seatbelt in the future? Wait, what am I thinking about? He reached out and held Wanan's small hand. Let's go, and would be more awake this time, and immediately gripped a little tighter. Entering the elevator together, Wanan took the initiative to press the floor. The elevator didn't move, and suddenly the two felt as if the elevator was stuck. Only then did it actually rise. Gu Chen said, "It seems that the elevator is old, so I'll have to call the property owner to repair it." Wanan nodded her head and continued to walk up the stairs on her arm. The elevator opens. Gu Chen again habitually fumbles for the key to open the door to his room and enters. I was hungry after work, so of course I had to cook and eat first when I got home. Still letting Wanan go and set up the dishes. He himself was responsible for cooking. Instead, she shook her head and first went to her room to find 2 aprons, then helped Gu Chen tie them on with great care. Taking another apron, she pointed to herself in front of her body. Chen, help me tie it too? I'll help you cut the vegetables. No, I'm a fast cook. No, I can't let you pamper me. You'll spoil me. I'm determined to be the best girlfriend in the kitchen. She waved a chopper in the air, and seemed to swear to the heavens with her serious appearance. Gu Chen was a bit scared and hurriedly put that knife away. Recalling what she said, he unconsciously revealed a hint of really taking you down. Retorting, "Who spoiled you? I'm the one who didn't." Wanan really knows how to talk nonsense. Of course even if he had spoiled you, he wouldn't have found out himself. Since she wanted to help, that was fine. Hanging the front of the apron in front of her, he then came behind her and prepared to tie a knot. But when shrinking the string, he realized that Wanan's waist was so thin. It seemed that she had lost weight again in the past few days, and that the apron's ties were about to be pulled through. So thin, he finally couldn't help but compliment. Wanan was a bit shy upon hearing this, pursing her lips and laughing lightly. It's good that Chen likes it. I can still be a bit thinner. Nonsense. Who likes it? Only then did Gu Chen close his mouth. Just now he actually said it subconsciously. Also, don't lose weight indiscriminately. Being too thin isn't good for your body either. He reminded, just like an old father. Wanan tilted her little head and smiled again, blinking her pretty eyes. I actually like Chen's mouthy yazi. So manly. Boring. Gu Chen reddened at the sweet voice and went about his business. Today I plan to make a fried meat with onions, squid with parsley, and steamed eggs. The onion took out and washed. Wanan then gently snatched over, began to move the knife. Gu Chen said with some concern. Be careful not to cut your hand. Wanan slightly raised his head and threw him a wink. Humph, again concerned about me, I will not cut my hand. No, I'm just saying, if you cut your hand, you're a little piggy. With a warm smile, he started washing the meat. Wanan raised her lips again and was very confident. I'm not a pig. You are. Poof. The kitchen began to bustle. Gu Chen opened fire with the intention of cooking the meat first, so that a little better cut. However, Wanan, who was cutting onions beside him, cried as she was cutting, wiping her tears as she did so. Oh, onions are so pungent I can't even open my eyes. Gu Chen wanted to laugh after seeing that. Since her knife skills weren't great, she had to get very close to each slice, causing the onion's flavor to push right through her tears. It was so vegetable and fun-loving. He even wondered how on earth An had graduated from Aohana. Of course Tsinghua was nurturing talent. It wasn't like she was going to New Oriental. Afraid that she would cut her hand, Gu Chen slowly reached over to hold her chopper in place. I'll do it. Stretching out his big fingerarm again, he went to wipe her sour tears. Touching her face, the fingerarm wiped the tears away a little. She rubbed her little face in her palm again before turning her head. No, I must learn to chop vegetables. She opened her eyes, and with a grunt of anger and defiance, she took back the chopper again, looking like she had to do the onions. With her little face strung out, Gu Chen felt amused. A moment later, and thought of a good idea, turned around and went to find a piece of fresh cloth, then wrapped it around her eyes. When Gu Chen saw this, he marveled at how many centuries it took to produce such a talent. The corners of his mouth twitched. In the end, little by little, she finally finished cutting. Gu Chen took the chopper and immediately cut the meat, not giving her a chance. After cutting the meat, she was about to wash her hands, but suddenly, Wanan touched her hands, which had not been washed after cutting the onions, to Gu Chen's nose. Accompany me to shed tears with me. Wanan was being naughty again. He couldn't dodge in time and was hit, and the smell of onions immediately smoked his eyes so much that he couldn't open them, and rubbed them vigorously. When he was able to open his eyes, he immediately grabbed Wanan, who wanted to turn around and run away, by the back of his collar, and carried him like a kitten, with his short legs like a tomcat who couldn't run away. Still skinny? Then she gently wiped her unwashed hand on her little nose. Wanan's eyes and nose only felt a burst of sourness and immediately surrendered. No more skin. No more skin, I'm wrong, spare my life. Only then did Gu Chen not wipe the rest of the place and let her go to wash her face. After she let go, her nature was exposed, and she grunted along the way. Chen Chen is bullying me again, I don't love you. Ha! Gu Chen just laughed. After a while, Wanan washed her face and came out again, and saw Gu Chen was stir-frying, so she came behind him again and gently hooked his neck from behind. Hee, it smells good. What are you doing? Let go. How can you stir-fry while holding me? He laughed bitterly. Wanan hugged him tightly, her small face rubbing against his big face. It smells too good. I definitely won't lose out by marrying Tatsu in the future. I want to love Chen Chen for the rest of my life. What nonsense. He rolled his eyes. Who just said they don't love anymore? Humph. Scum girl. The next dish was medicinal celery squid. The squid was placed on the chopping board. Wanan wanted to help but didn't dare to touch it at all. He loved seafood, but when she saw the complete squid in front of her eyes, she hid behind Gu Chen in fear. Chen Chen, these squids won't still be alive, right? Will they jump up and entangle us? She was very naive, and was a bit scared since she had seen movies about tentacles and such. Idiot, you've watched too many TV shows, right? I took this out of the freezer. It's long frozen. He cut it himself, and Goodnight nodded to help wash the celery. Soon, the steamed eggs were about to be ready, and Wanan went to set up the dishes, only to hear movement coming from the hall, tossing and turning. Gu Chen turned around to see Wanan actually setting up candles and turning off the lights in the hall. It was pitch black at night, and Wanan used a lighter to light up the candles on both sides of the table. Gu Chen's head was filled with black lines. Isn't this just a dinner? What are you doing? Wanan smiled back. Of course it's to have a ceremony. Dang, this is our candlelight dinner. Candlelight dinner? He was speechless. Good guy, there are lights, do not turn on light candles. Just for this? There's no one else. He didn't stop her. Maybe this is the kind of romance girls like. It's also quite fresh. In the past, it's a person who eats and sleeps and eats. Since she came, life has some more color. Gu Chen was a bit curious about where the candles came from, but later realized that they were already prepared and put in his pocket. A few minutes later, all the dishes were served. Wanan was very cheerful, took out his cell phone, shot a video of the candlelight dinner, including Gu Chen, sent a bucket sound, complacent, and Gu Chen didn't want to be on camera, just took a side shot. Afterwards, she politely gave Gu Chen the food first, until he said enough. She was like a hungry kitten, grinning widely as she plowed through the rice. It was already 8 p.m. when they finished eating. Wanan touched her rounded stomach and gently burped. A complete little naivety. I didn't realize that the usual superbly beautiful young lady president actually had this lazy and leisurely look. Afterwards, she started to collect the dishes and wash them again. Wanan, on the other hand, helped to clean and mop the floor. In short, Guchen didn't want her to do it, but she had to perform well. When she was mopping the floor, it was a bit hot, so she simply removed her jacket and took off her shoes. Guchen occasionally looked back, and she was running back and forth from room to room in her bare feet, humming a song in her little mouth. Guchen finished his work before calling out to her. Wanan, go take a bath. You're tired. Rest early. I'll drag. Oh okay Lord darling. Wanan turned around, again like an obedient little maid, bowing slightly, her voice very cheerful. As soon as Guchen heard those two words, his body immediately went a little soft. No calling it that. He cried out that he couldn't stand it. However, he still touched her good little head. Wanan then walked into the shower to take a bath with her bare feet. When Guchen saw her walk in, he was keenly aware that Wanan's mouth curved up in a small arc, as if she was thinking something bad, and was about to close the door, when he immediately remembered. Wait, you didn't take any pajamas, did you? You want me to send it in for you again? Guchen guessed her little thought, and quickly walked into the room, took the rabbit pajamas she wore yesterday, as well as a pair of ladies' underwear, came to the shower and handed it to her. Wanan looked at the clothes he had helped her find, and suddenly became a little reluctant, as if her bad intentions had been uncovered, and lowered her head and rubbed her hands together, not wanting to take the clothes at all, because this was the only chance to be honest with Guchen. He didn't care so much, and directly shoved it to her. Wanan pouted and spat out her tongue. Upon seeing this, Guchen made a move to go up and grab her little tongue, but as a result, she got scared and quickly closed the door again, blocking it. He can't catch me. Tatsu didn't care to bother with girls. Soon the shower room, the sound of water droplets across delicate skin came out. By the way, that one piece of ladies' underwear was also my cousin's, and when I came to play last time, I left a lot of things behind, but put it under the suitcase and rummaged around for a while to find it. Wanan sang and took a shower, then suddenly remembered something. Oops, I didn't wear my slippers. She got dressed in the bathtub and realized that she had left her slippers outside after mopping the floor just now. Now that they were white and clean, they were dirty again when she stepped on the floor. With a twinkle in her eye, she realized that she didn't need to wear slippers. Thinking like this, the corner of her mouth curved up into a cute curve again, so he lightly shouted a few times towards the door, requesting daintily, Chen, my slippers are not worn, can you help me for a moment? The voice was soft and small, but Guchen still heard it clearly. Idiot, bathing without even wearing slippers? Are you waiting to fly out? He counted his words, but they made the young girl laugh. Put. Guchen quickly took his slippers and twisted the shower room bathroom door. It's not locked again. Tentatively entering, and seriously reminding. Ahem. You're not allowed to suddenly appear in front of me without clothes. Oh, or I'll beat your ass. Fortunately, a glance. The young girl in the bathtub has already dressed. Slender thighs, pavilion net planted waiting there, has been smiling Mei Baisheng. Her small hand is collected inside the sleeve of the coat, revealing good-looking nail cover, like to have winter that way. And the rabbit ears cap to the head a cover, watery eyes a blink. This kind of appearance is simply lovely to him, want to directly lift up. The most appealing thing was the bare thighs, the delicate ankles, which made his throat involuntarily bulge. He shifted his eyes away and slowly came to Wanan again, dropping a pair of cotton slippers. Idiot quickly put them on. He really couldn't do anything with this girl, but she smiled and didn't come out, and playfully opened her arms again. Want to carry me to the bed, okay? Guchen slightly glanced at her. No, I have oil on my body. If I touch it, it'll get dirty again. He was looking for an excuse. He just didn't want to carry her. Wanan bounced in place twice. Just carry it once. Subsequently, to see Guchen or not agree, she was a little capricious, puffed up, and directly sat on her butt in the bathtub. If you don't carry the back, I won't get up. Wait, you bath, I'll accompany you like this, see how you do. The milky, fierce words startled Guchen. She's going to be here when she's taking a bath? How could she take a bath then? In the end, under Wanan's pampering, cute and terrifying intimidation, he compromised. Wanan actually just liked the feeling of being carried on Guchen's back, especially after taking a bath and being barefoot. It was such a happy thing to be carried to bed by someone she liked. Get up, carrying you is it? Chen was like looking at a little fool, gazing into her bright eyes. Wanan quickly stood up after hearing this. Then her little feet slowly stepped on the edge of the bathtub, and Guchen's back slowly leaned over. Her furry arms, in one fell swoop, locked around his neck, and her thighs hooked around his waist. Tatsu reached out and pocketed her, afraid that she would fall off and her ass would fall in half by then. He walked towards the room without haste, and Wanan chanted in her ear, "Thank you, Tatsu," crooked her face and tried to steal a kiss from him again. Guchen directly dodged it with his habitual side face, arriving at the room, and realized that the room wasn't right, so he pulled Guchen gently, not letting him walk in anymore. "But that is it okay if I want to go to your room? Don't worry, I'll knock it good. I can warm the bed for you later on, you can sleep hot and cuddling me is soft." "Okay," Wanan whispered sweetly. Once Tatsu heard that, although the offer seemed good, he just didn't. Once he sleeps in a room, it's possible to sleep straight through until tomorrow morning, with a supremely beautiful girl like her by his side, and his soft breath tickling him. What the hell is the point of sleeping? Besides, Wanan likes to move around when she sleeps at night, so Guchen doesn't want to sleep together if he doesn't have to. In the end, it was stipulated that before 10 o'clock you can walk around in the room, and after 10 o'clock you have to sleep in separate rooms. This is the same as not saying, Wanan crying not appreciate. Chen just threw her on the bed, and then give her slippers on the floor. Her little face was puffed up and cute. After that, he turned around to take a bath, and Wanan smiled wisely again. "Tatsu taking a bath? Then do you want me to help you rub your back?" Her little face turned a little red at the thought of that. Drunkenness was certainly not in the wine. His body knocked it out of the park. He could feel the distinct lines even through his clothes. She began to think about it. Her nostrils somehow had hot streams coming out. Maybe it was the heat. Guchen looked at her like this, squirming. Said, "Woman, you want to give me a back rub? You are clearly craving for my body. You see under." Wave hand shower went. A few minutes later was the sound of clattering water. Wanan didn't want to stay in bed, so she got out of bed, came to the bathroom door, gently twisted the doorknob, and found that it was really locked. If you don't lock your own shower, why would a big boy like him lock it? Really? To Tatsu, the door was of course locked. If it wasn't locked before, Wanan could have twisted the door open and rushed in right now. She saw his dirty clothes at the door, so she found something to do, took them all away, and washed and dried them very sweetly. This time, she mastered the amount of washing powder. When Guchen came out and saw the clothes hanging on the balcony, she smiled. He came to his room and opened the door. The room was dark, no lights on. Suddenly, a figure appeared inside, startling him. "Ha! Scared? Ha!" Guchen was so startled that he took a step backwards. Crap! And only after seeing the figure in the darkness did he realize that it was Wanan, who was hiding behind the door to stage a sneak attack. "I should have known that I would have turned on the light when I came in." "Nonsense! Am I scared?" Unsurprisingly, Wanan had finished washing her clothes and came back to her house to play. Guchen gently pinched her cheeks as a punishment, and he opened his teeth and bit his hand like a ferocious kitten, causing him to withdraw his hand. After turning on the light, Wanan jumped onto the bed again and rolled around in boredom. A moment later, he saw a book next to the bed and flipped through it, and a moment later, he noticed his pillow. It was actually a Luo Tani anime character pillow. The secondary character was beautiful. The pillow was long. No wonder Guchen couldn't sleep without a pillow. And here's why, she thought to herself, because of a lifeless pillow. Her little face puffed up with jealousy. Guchen scratched his head, always feeling as if Wanan was going to make a move on the pillow. "Be good, oh. Don't make noise. I'll watch some TV," Guchen said, then came to the computer. Wanan was a little disappointed, thinking what's so good about TV? "Why don't you come and watch me?" Could only nod obediently. He opened his computer, searched a movie website, and finally found a youthful pig-headed teenagers don't dream of bunny girl sisters. He swiped through the video earlier, and swiped through the clips, and there was a female character in it who was very pretty and had a prominent personality, named Sakurajima Mai. After watching the first episode, he managed to get hooked, and as a result, he really left Wanan hanging. Yasu was also fascinated by the anime playing, but it was just too far away to see it, so he moved like an earthworm on the bed. "I want to watch it too." Getting off the bed, and then without a care in the world, she sat on Guchen's lap again, wrapping her arms around his neck to watch TV with him. It was as if on weekdays, they often did such intimate things. Feeling the soft touch coming from his thighs, as well as the refreshing aroma lingering on the tip of his nose, caused him to frown. "Wanan, isn't there a stool? Don't sit on my lap if you want to watch." He spat. How can I put it? It was actually the first time she sat on his lap, and both he and his little brother were feeling uncomfortable, and rubbed her bangs against his face again. "No, I've seen so many girls that sit on their boyfriend's laps and watch TV. I want to try it too." The corner of his mouth twitched. "Good guy, taking advantage of me again." "Never mind, she's petite. Sitting on her lap is like a ball of cotton candy. Sweet. Seems like if you're hungry, you can always take a lick." "Wait, What was I thinking? She wrapped her arms around, her little face pressed affectionately against him, and her feelings seemed to have warmed up again, like a little piece of cotton. Feeling her soft and warm face gently rubbing against him, suddenly he felt the atmosphere was a little hot. Although he had 36 years of experience, it was hard not to be touched by a freshly showered, white skin like milk, fragrant body of a godly beauty, sitting on his lap without restraint, right? If you stick for a while to let go or not, but one and sticking will not let go. Gently pushed but also pushed not to go, as if the face is glued with the same 502 blue. Ha, Chen, do you have a fever? Why is your face so hot? She suddenly felt that Gu Chen wasn't at his usual temperature, so she stretched out her small, cold, white hand and touched his forehead. If she didn't touch it, it was even hotter. Gu Chen's old face was even hotter. Wow, it's so hot. It must be a fever. Let's hurry to the hospital? Wanan became super nervous and was already at a loss for words, wanting to call him 120. She didn't understand why she got a fever as soon as she got close to him. Tatsu gradually grabbed her small hand and smiled awkwardly. No thing. It's hot. Just turn on the air conditioner. He drew the air conditioner remote control from the table and pressed it twice, turning the temperature to the lowest. Only then did he feel better and continued to watch the video. It was just that Wanan was very puzzled. After watching another half episode, Wanan muttered comments from her side. Asajai-senpai is so pretty and has a good body. No wonder you boys like to watch it. Gu Chen gradually smelled a drop of sour vinegar. She actually started getting jealous over an anime character again. However, it was no wonder that he kept staring at the screen's female protagonist. Of course he just thought that this anime had a great design plot, with ambushes flying all over the place. After a while, Wanan's body was shivering a bit. Perhaps it was because the air conditioner was turned up too high, her little feet were too cold in the air, and her toes curled up, so she simply put her leg on his other thigh. This way the whole person was completely in his embrace, making him like a tree, and Wanan was a little sloth. It's all over. The beautiful legs with super perfect proportions are placed in front of him, even if the air conditioner is turned up to 17 degrees. I'm afraid it won't stop his body from radiating heat. He's like a warm baby. Seeing that she was cold, Tatsu hurriedly turned off the air conditioner, and rubbed her back to warm her up a bit. Only after a while did she get comfortable. Feeling his concern, Wanan's eyes were a little deeper, squinting and smiling as she looked at him. Muah-ah, gently pecking him on the cheek, like some sort of reward. Gu Chen seemed to be almost immune to it, just subconsciously wiping it off casually, not even wiping off the marks. Gradually, Wanan became sleepy in such an environment of alternating hot and cold. Without watching TV for a while, her eyelids began to fight. Another long snooze. He thought that and would go back to bed to sleep, but as a result, she still relied on his lap and didn't leave, and her hands hugged even tighter. Fearing that she would be loosened up for a while, Tatsu's thighs were already numb. But as he looked at the cute and well-behaved sleeping face of the little beauty beside him, he was too shy to disturb her. Then he watched another episode. The young girl beside him was breathing evenly, blowing gently and regularly on his cheeks, making him have to pick at it with his hand every few moments of time as it tickled. He was also a bit sleepy, reaching out to turn off the computer screen before gently supporting Wanan, wanting to pick up the sleeping her and carry her to her own bed. But he realized that he actually couldn't sense his own thighs. The thighs were now completely paralyzed because Wanan had been sitting for too long. He gritted his teeth and moved again. Although Wanan wasn't very heavy, she couldn't handle it even after a long time. He lifted Wanan's thighs and twisted harder before he felt something. Barely able to stand up, he hooked out her legs with his left hand and wrapped his right hand around her petite body. One step at a time, he returned her to the room he had arranged for her, and then slowly lowered the little bunny down. When she was placed on the soft sheets, Goodnight seemed to sense something in her sleep, and felt someone tugging at her hand. The thing she was holding on to wasn't going to let go, so outside of her dream, she hugged Gu Chen again, and like a clingy kitten, her little head dug into his clothes. Gu Chen had just wanted to strip off the hand that was wrapped around his own, but he didn't realize that just as he was about to succeed, she was backtracking and sticking even tighter. He looked down at her sleeping face and didn't open his eyes. Maybe it's because girls are insecure, so even in their dreams, they have to hold themselves tight. It's like a child who can't grow up. Once they fall asleep, they don't want to let go of their father, and once they let go of their father, they will wake up. Once again, he made an effort to break her wrist. Yet again she jerked away and reached out to hug herself even tighter, letting his little face burrow hard inside his shirt, his full heavenly body pressed against his neck. Ouch! 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 Gu Chen himself was in pain, and yet she was still entangled in her arms, talking in her sleep. Aha! No separating, or I'll get angry. Gu Chen now had a bit of a headache. not realizing that she was so strong when she slept. After she finished talking in her sleep, she didn't have the slightest intention of waking up again, and continued to sleep innocently in her arms. In the end, Guchin shouted a few times and didn't wake up, so he had no choice but to sleep with her. Lying on the bed, being hugged by the extremely beautiful CEO, he shed tears of regret. I should have known that I wouldn't let her hug me. Now it's good. I have to be entangled for another night. Maybe when the night was late, her sleeping range would loosen up a lot, but at that time, she was probably asleep herself, turning off the light and covering Wanan with a bedroll. This night is another sleepless night. Looking at the darkened room, he muttered, "Ugh, Wanan ah, if this continues, something will happen." The time stayed up until 1 a.m. Wanan appeared to make a drastic movement and finally let go, but he was already so sleepy that he had absolutely no energy to go back to his room. Early in the morning, the birds outside the window twittered. Guchan woke up and rubbed his eyes, realizing that he was still in one piece in his bed. This was a good thing. At least the night he slept with her he hadn't been kicked out of bed. Turning his head, Wanan beside him was gone. Did you wake up before me? She was a bit puzzled, but suddenly remembered a possibility. Could it be that the two of us were sleeping separately in the first place? That's great. He suddenly perked up, recalling that Wanan, sitting on his lap last night and sleeping close together again could have been a hallucination. He was still happy, but reality poured cool cold water on him. Suddenly the door of the room was gently pushed open, and a living, breathing rabbit-eared girl appeared in front of him. "Darling, you're awake? I hugged you all night last night, so I guess I didn't sleep well, right? Why don't you take a nap?" The sweet voice was so playful. When Guchen saw it, he began to feel pained again, and actually did hug and sleep all night yesterday. This will become a habit. And, darling, who's your darling? Noticing that he had a headache, Wanan smiled, "Or how about dinner? I've already made you a good breakfast, eat white sugar rice with donuts." Having slept well yesterday, Wanan was very good in front of him, and really looked like a virtuous wife who wakes up early in the morning to make breakfast for her husband. "Change clothes, come right away," Guchen said, and could only accept the reality. At least someone prepared breakfast for himself today, right? And being able to see a beautiful maiden's budding smile early in the morning, the mood of the day was somehow much better. Stepping on her slippers, she went all the way to her room, wanting to change out of her pajamas. "I didn't close the door, but when I was halfway out of my pajamas, I suddenly felt that someone was looking at me from behind, and when I turned my head, it was really Wanan who was staring intently at me, and was even ready to take out her cell phone to record the video." Being discovered the intention, immediately embarrassed again, leaning against the door, biting her lips, like a shy flower. With a little bit of surprise, she mumbled, $88. That's great. She had taken advantage of his change of clothes to get a full view of his toned body. Suddenly she felt a hot stream coming out of her nose. To avoid making a fool of herself, she immediately went to the lobby to get a napkin to block it. She was completely shy and embarrassed. Guchen smiled. She deserved to be told to peek. Now she's shocked by my tiger body, right? He quickly changed into his white shirt for work and went to the lobby to eat the breakfast she had prepared. Seeing him come to the hall, Wanan came to the kitchen in a flash, took a bowl, and fished out the freshly cooked pot of rice porridge with a spoon. Licking the corner of her lips, it seemed that this bowl of porridge was just like an aged wine. It was brought to him again, bowing down and asking him to taste it. "I'd been up since 5:30 to start cooking the kanji, and it's been simmering until now, so it should be cooked to perfection." Taste it and handed over another donut. When Tatsu saw it, he was still quite uncomfortable, remembering that yesterday he was the one who took care of him who was sleeping, but today she was cooking kanji for him. Seeing that the combination was not bad, he gently spooned a mouthful of kanji into his mouth, tasting it carefully. Sweet, too sweet, but it wasn't delicious. It was sweet enough to eat it all. Stumbling a bit, she asked, "Wanan, how much sugar did you put in? Did you put all the newly bought sugar into this pot of kanji?" He guessed that it could also be said that a pot of kanji and half a pot of sugar was that much of an exaggeration, but he didn't get angry. Wanan blinked her eyes a few times, blaming herself a little. "It's still not good. Aha. I thought it would taste better with more sugar, but when I tore open the bag, the sugar accidentally spilled out all over. Sorry." She lowered her little face, her ponytail sticking up high. Tatsu didn't blame her. People make breakfast for you in the morning, but also blame them for making it unpalatable. Is this still a human being? So off his lips, "It's fine. I love it. Don't know why." He subconsciously said these 3 words, starting to regret it a bit. Would it be too ambiguous to say that? The kanji wasn't bad, but he could only eat 1 bowl because it was too sweet. Guchen lowered his head and started digging into the rice, and Wanan took a bowl for himself. After tasting it, it was really sweet. but since he had a sweet tooth, he could still eat this bowl of porridge, but he was just wronging Tatsu. After breakfast, Tatsu washed the bowl and went to wash up. When he came to the sink, she suddenly rushed in. "Wanan, do you want to wash? Then I'll let you go first," Tatsu said. As a result, and tugged on the corner of his shirt, "Tatsu, let me help you brush your teeth. She also reminded. "You can't brush your teeth that fast. At the very least, you need to brush for 3 minutes." She smiled and already picked up the toothbrush, gently poking the corner of his mouth. Tatsu was dumbfounded. Was she trying to be a good woman? Only nodding, he opened his mouth, and Wanan playfully squeezed twice as much toothpaste and brushed it repeatedly over these already porcelain white teeth. Quite meticulous, not letting go of a single small bacteria. However, because he was too careful, twice he accidentally touched the depths of his throat, causing him to vomit. Wanyan blamed herself for this, and only after Tatsu stroked her head did she feel better. After brushing his teeth, he thought she was done, but then he picked up another towel. "Tatsu, let me help you wash your face again." Opening her small hands, she squeezed a little more face wash and mischievously waved it in front of him. Tatsu laughed and had to bury his head, feeling her face wash spread evenly on his face, and finally washing it off with water. The face wash he didn't have originally. It was a skincare product only used by girls, so it was the one she had brought back by the way when she bought breakfast earlier, and it was very effective. After the water washed his cheeks clean, the white, clean and wet side of his face, glowing in the light, reflected in her eyes. Tatsu knocked handsome and glowing. The original fair and handsome face was even more elastic after her cleanser. Wanan couldn't help but poke his cheeks and smiled. Wash it clean and you can eat it." Guchen immediately squeezed out a black line on his head. Then it was Wanan's turn to brush her teeth and rinse her mouth, and pouted and asked for his help. As expected, there was no free lunch under the sun. Guchen gently brushed and rinsed her sandalwood-scented mouth, and washed her face. Everything was cleaned up, ready to wear shoes and go out. Wanan poked him in the side again. "Chen Shem, the morning is about to pass, so a good morning kiss can be given to me first." The corner of Gu Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at her. This day after day has developed a habit, hasn't it? She can't be spoiled anymore. Today's meal is so sweet. I'm not used to eating it, so the good morning kiss is gone. He made up a random reason. However, this reason was quite effective. "Oh, how can you be like that, actually rejecting people?" She grunted, but soon thought of another idea. Her bright eyes turned, her face flushed, that. "Since there was no good morning kiss, can you help me put on my shoes for a bit? This is always okay?" It was like asking for the second best, but Guchen didn't want to do any of it. "Can't you put them on yourself? Will I walk faster if I put it on for you? Will you jump higher if I put it on for you?" Still, he lowered himself and took the white shoes. Watching Guchen bow slightly, he first put on the black stockings for himself, the short ones. The process was certainly torturous. Her feet were delicate and small, and they looked good without them. After putting on the stockings, her toes were still moving in the stockings unobediently. Not only him, Wanan was also not being playful when his big hands grabbed his ankles, gently biting her lips and turning her pinkish-red little face away. His shoes are so small, white, this kind of very not resistant to dirt, but worn on Wanan's feet, but never saw where it was dirty. He finally put on his shoes and was about to get up, but Wanan leaned down and gently feasted on his cheeks. Thank you, again. He guessed that after putting on his shoes, this little guy would definitely steal another kiss. Waving his hand, he casually wiped it. Only when he looked up, he saw Wanyan blinking her cute eyes at him and stretching out her little hand. "What are you doing again?" He after a good morning kiss. "Of course we have to hold hands and go out together." I'm not holding hands. Ha! He twisted his head stubbornly, took the key, and immediately opened the door and left. Wanan quickly followed, this time not asking him to carry his back but needing to hold hands, just like a small child who can't grow up. She carefully helped him close the door to his room. Tatsu had wanted to quickly escape down there, but he didn't expect the elevator to come yet. This was good. Wanan didn't panic at all and came to his side, looking at him who wanted to escape, then fumbled and stretched out her cold, icy little hand. With just a touch, Guchen subconsciously sidestepped, not holding. He just wouldn't hold it. He was really too spoiled to her these days. Wanan's mouth was bulging like a small puffer fish, and without looking away, she once again groped for it. Her small hand, this time again like a stinging jellyfish, soft but electrified. When the prey relaxes its vigilance, Wanan whooshed and grabbed it. It was like grabbing an escaping loach. Lifting it up, I got it, it's mine. He struggled for a while, but Wanyan actually directly stretched out two hands to suppress. Helpless, being held by two small hands, feeling that cold and fluffy touch, he only compromised under the soft persuasion. Then, Wanan did not restrain, began to be more excessive. Actually will be small hand open, to 10 fingers cross type, and he held tightly. By doing so, he could avoid the crowded elevator, and would not separate easily. That doll-like little face, pink bags under the eyes strands up, and revealed a small triumph, spitting out a small tongue, grabbing as if in the oath of sovereignty. Subsequently, from time to time, also kissed on the back of the hand, just like the princess kissed the prince, sweet and greasy, some funny, but also a little bit let a person's heart. Seeing that she was strangely pleased with herself, Guchen quietly wrapped his other hand around her back, slowly touching her soft waist, then gently tickling her soft flesh. What? It's so itchy. Actually sneak attacked me. One and immediately dodged over, but Guchen yanked her back with one hand and held her in his arms to continue tickling her. Spare my life, I was wrong, it tickles so much. She laughed her ass off, her little tiger teeth showing, so cute as hell. Even he, who was very serious, couldn't help but laugh. Wanan was tickled on her soft flesh, almost to the point of kneeling down, because this was the only way to escape his tickling attack. And just then the elevator door opened. It was now time to go to work, and there were quite a few people in the elevator, mostly office workers who were in a hurry to get to work, just in time to see a beautiful young girl lying in a boy's arms laughing her head off, as well as the scene of the two of them interlocking their fingers, eating sweet dog food early in the morning. The elevator was full of people. Their chests were sweet and greasy. Guchen tugged this little one into a quick entry again, and only then did she collect herself. Most of the elevator are men. Guchen will Wanan to the last, and guarded behind the corner of the silence. Wanan held her hand and watched him guarding his love like a brocade guard. She was simply bursting with happiness, though it was all in her sweet imagination. Playing around on the way, the two arrived at the company. At the entrance of the company, Wanan actually wanted to hold hands. Helplessly, she kept holding hands until she reached the work area, making countless people envious for a while before she let go of her hand and went to her office with a sweet smile. Just sat down. Suddenly the colleague beside him, Li Xiang, stared at him. It always felt like he had a strange look in his eyes. Old Li, why are you looking at me? Thinking back, he couldn't be gay, staring at him all the time, and his gaze wasn't all envy. Li Xiang then revealed his anti-smile. You're doing well with our CEO, aren't you? Why don't you send me your tips? I'll go and pick up the CEO too. Guchen rolled his eyes. I really don't have any. It's mostly personal charm. He spoke from the heart. Some of his co-workers greeted him with warmth and asked him to help him speak well in front of the president. Guchen only felt bored. He was just a very ordinary employee like everyone else, just a little bit more handsome. What else is there outside of this? Simply nothing. Opened the computer, began to review today's video, made a cup of coffee and tore open the chips. Gorgeous. Suddenly, Li wanted to find him chatting. Alas, Lao Gu, today the company to happen a big event. You know? What big thing? He bit into a piece of potato chip, very puzzled. You really don't know? Did the president sleep next to you and not tell you? He was shocked. No kidding. She really didn't tell me. Why? In fact, today is the day that Ayun Group signs a partnership with our company, and I heard that the president of Ayun Group will appear in our company today. Ayun Group? Guchen thought for a while as he bit into his potato chips, and knew who this group was. The chairman of the group is named Ma, and Yuanen's father's network company is the same volume of existence. The two cooperation is of course a big thing. Once the contract is signed successfully, perhaps also have to carry out the conference. In the future, he knew that this company had great prospects for development, but it had nothing to do with him now. I've heard that the person in charge of the Ayun Group seems to be a superb female CEO. Ha. Suddenly, he faced him again and laughed badly. What are you laughing at? Guchen wondered. He. With a body like yours that's born to tease rich women, I'm sure that female CEO will be attracted to you as well. So you should be careful. Guchen rolled his eyes. Boring. Having little interest in this, he focused on reviewing the video. An hour passed, and the company's front door began to bustle with activity. Suddenly, a woman dressed in red, alluring and charming, followed by 4 bodyguards. I've heard that the brighter the color of the dress, the more confident and proud she is. The woman has long wavy hair and a high face. Since the conference room is in front, this is the way to go. Her passing by made the company's employees look up. The woman's temperament and demeanor was truly enviable, causing everyone's lips to form an O shape. Wow, it's actually one of the 5 strongest e-commerce groups in the country of China. The female chairwoman of the Ayun Group. So domineering. This is also too valiant. I really don't know what kind of man can be worthy of her, or can enter her eyes. She has a good body. If my ex-girlfriend had half of her body, I wouldn't have broken up with her. That said, this woman is pretty. but compared to our president, she still feels a little bit worse. What? You call this a little bit worse? Our president is a fairy with natural beauty. Although this female director has a great body, I heard that she is made in many places. Anyway, it's still better to look at Mr. Yi. It was nothing more than the boys desiring and the girls being unconvinced. The woman in red was expressionless, stepping on her high heels as she walked by. Attracting so many gazes was what she expected. Almost everyone turned around to look at her. However, Gu Chen, who was positioned in the front row, had not looked back as he had been focused on reviewing the video. This contrasting scene really attracted her out of the corner of her eye. Gradually, she looked over, and when she saw that Gu Chen was quite handsome, she immediately added some luster to her gaze. But he didn't stop. After all, he was here to talk about cooperation. The bodyguard escorted to the meeting room. Passing in front of him, Chen only slightly raised his head to look at it. Just a glance. He did not care. Just about to look down. Suddenly saw the opposite side of the president's office. Yi Wanan out of the door, followed by a secretary with a contract, seems to be going to the conference room. The company is very large. The president's office is probably set up in the center, while the staff work area is on the left. The leadership conference room and so on are gathered on the right. Just this floor. Since the other party was also a big company, Wanan was still quite nervous when facing such a situation for the first time. But when she saw Gu Chen looking at herself out of the corner of her eye, she immediately captured his gaze. She gathered up her collar, then licked the corner of her lips, and threw 2 winks at him, releasing 2 peach hearts. That's right, she was just happy to see Gu Chen, and couldn't walk when she saw him. The meaning of those 2 winks was like saying, Chen Chun, I'm going to go get busy, yo, you have to be good. Tatsu received an electric current and was instantly defenseless. His body softened then. This abrasive little goblin, and saw his body tremble for a moment, and immediately covered his lips and laughed lightly again. He hooked up his lips. Why did he feel that after one and threw a wink? He was a little bit more energetic at work. The secretary behind him glanced at him at the same time, without saying anything. Then, the chairman's conference room started to get busy, calling a meeting with the more powerful people in the company. The meeting seemed to go on until noon, and there was still an hour left before they had to go to dinner. Gu Chen had an urge to urinate after drinking too much coffee, so he went to the bathroom for a while. During that time, he was actually worrying about Wanan being so young, facing such a big deal as signing a contract with the company. Could she grasp it? And would the pressure be too much? It was just a sudden thought that popped up, and then suddenly he felt that why was he always concerned about Wanan? This isn't right. Can't be like this anymore. Isn't this falling into the trap of the beautiful girl president? Smiling, he pushed open the door, intending to go back and continue working. At this time, the meeting had already ended with the signing of the contract, and the woman in red was the first to walk out without letting the bodyguards follow. Since she drank too much water, she also went to the bathroom on this floor, intending to facilitate. Just in time, she bumped into Gu Chen, who was washing his hands and planning to leave. For a moment, her bewitching face smiled knowingly. Gu Chen was turning back after washing his hands, but he turned around and saw that behind him was the female president of the Iron Group. Immediately, he was startled and covered his heart, rolling his eyes. Crap, how in the world did she do? High heels do not make a sound? Look at the boys in front of the appearance of being scared. The woman did not hold back. Smile sweetly. Did not speak. Chen also did not speak. In addition to Yi Wanan, he did not want to have intercourse with any of its beautiful women. The woman in front of her, dressed very enchanting, long wavy hair, willow leaf eyebrows, straight nose, full of lipstick apricot lips, as well as the perfect melon face. A dress. The upper body is a red lady shirt. The lower body is a black hip skirt. Clothes stuffed in the hip skirt. Thighs exposed. High-heeled shoes inlaid with a diamond. Tall figure looks very bright. However, Gu Chen did not have the desire to take a look at her. Perhaps because she had been with her for a long time, he was more inclined to the small, delicate and cute type. All in all, Yi Wanan looked better than her even without clothes. As he moved 2 steps to the side, the woman in front of him also moved to the side. Chen thought it was a coincidence, so he moved to the right again to avoid it. But he didn't expect her to move over again. Puzzled, he looked up and continued to move to the left, but the woman continued to follow at his pace. The public sink wasn't that big, and there weren't many people standing horizontally, but in such a space, there was a dramatic aspect of the two of them. Tatsu didn't know why the synchronization rate between the two was so high, so he simply stopped to let her go first, but as a result, she lightly stepped on her high heels and slowly pressed towards him, gradually stretching out her long and slender arms, with a tendency to wallop him against the wall. Tatsu then realized that it seemed like he was going to be molested by this woman. Her bright red lips spoke. Little brother, what are you avoiding me for? You're so cute. Sister, I appreciate you, yo. My name is Mari. What's your name, little brother? She smiled. Her gaze was as if she was looking at a tasty prey. Slowly reaching out again, she cupped Gu Chen's chin and pressed him against the wall. Sorry, I still have things to do. Although this woman was very pretty, he didn't have any unnecessary fluctuations in his heart. His gaze was flat and his tone was without ripples. Aga Mari sniffed and opened her eyes slightly. Too interesting. There was actually someone who dared to reject his own pickup like this. So far Gu Chen was the first one. Brother, trying so hard? Why bother? Why don't you quit and come to my company? Our company's treatment can be better than here. Another thought. Simply, I'll be blunt. I appreciate you. You don't have a girlfriend yet, do you? You don't have a girlfriend, do you? Be my little boy's pet. I'll raise you? Her voice was magnetic and seductive. A normal person probably wouldn't refuse, but he didn't agree. Those expressions were as cold as ever. He was never thinking that he had really been hit by Li Xiang's words, and that he really seemed to have some kind of attracting rich women's physique. Why is it so hard to be a salted fish? Why is it that there are always beautiful female CEOs who come to his door to adopt him? This is simply a headache for him. How he wished this physique could be thrown to someone else. It's too painful. Ma Li was still winning, but when she saw him this cold, she got a little flustered for a moment, pursed her lips, and pressed that pretty face closer. Look at this expression of yours. Is it because you don't like sister me? Or too shy? Or the first time to tease such a little boy, but also completely unable to tease? What she couldn't get was perhaps the most tempting. She was now eager to taste what the unique flavor of this high-cooled boy was. Tatsu wanted to escape, but she was blocked to death, so she had no choice but to push her directly if she came closer. That was the plan. However, just as Mari was about to lay her hands on him, a crisp cough suddenly came from a corner outside the restroom. Cough, cough, cough. Mari was slightly startled. That coughing sound came from a girl who was not too old. A baby-like voice but with the majesty of a leader. Spoiling her own good deed, she turned her head to look, and sure enough, it was Yi Wanan. She was now holding her breasts in her arms, her ponytail high, her face stern, as if the prey she had been searching for with great pains had suddenly been snatched away by someone. Very unhappy. She came in style, the black women's suit angular, so more like a female officer. Seems to be ready to judge the prisoner. She didn't wear high heels, but her temperament was far beyond that of someone like Molly. Gu Chen was relieved to see it was her. Gazing at that milky, fierce look, he always felt that her little expression was very similar to the female character in the cartoon he watched yesterday, when a Seijai senpai was jealous, as if she would step on you at any time and make you have an affair with someone else, although it wasn't his fault. Mr. Ma, he's my man. His tone was respectful, but it was like he was swearing sovereignty. As soon as Mari heard that, she immediately got off of him and patted herself down, pretending that nothing had just happened. Luckily it was seen by her. She felt lucky, because if it was seen by some people with bad intentions, took photos and uploaded them to the internet, then the rumors and gossip shall not become a whole lot. After all, she is also a listed company's female president. Messing around outside has a very bad influence on the group. Well, I just want to ask him a little something, she explained awkwardly. In the end, she quietly pulled out a business card again, turned her back to Yuanan to prevent her from looking at it, and handed it to him, whispering, "This is my business card, and the number is my prestige. You are welcome to come to my company anytime." Afterwards, without even going to the restroom, he turned around and left. "Goodbye, Mr. Yi." "Aha," Wanan replied stiffly. In fact, she had been forcing her back with her gaze. If it wasn't for the previous polite signing of the contract, and if it wasn't because she was also a female president, goodnight would have been mean to her. That little card that was stuffed into his bag. Wanan used her gaze to watch her walk away. Even if the other party wanted to turn back, it was impossible. Then, turning her gaze back to Gu Chen, in almost an instant of change, a wisp of tenderness surfaced in her eyes. "Wow, what a great smell of vinegar," muttered Chen to himself, not realizing that this scene of being walloped had been seen by her, and now the vinegar was spread. Wanan slowly approached. Tatsu didn't dare to move or run for the time being. Subsequently, that small grudging gaze did not leave, came to the front, spread out the palm of one hand, handed over. It was as if passing a small note in class had been discovered by the teacher. After all, anything from another woman was not to be placed on his own man, so he had to hand it over. What? Tatsu was puzzled and didn't understand for a moment. Ran, and thought that he wanted to keep that thing, so Milk Fierce pursed his lips again. "Business card, do you still want to keep it?" Gasped at me. In the face of Cinnabar, she couldn't really get angry again, and brought a bit of petulance and grumbling. "Good guy, The attitude was a 360-degree change, making people very uncomfortable. Looking at the white palms, slightly bent bow, Chen suddenly felt funny, so that stuffed into the pocket of the business card into her hands, taking a look at it, and then directly destroying it. Once, twice, 3 times, until it was torn into shreds that could never be put together. The vinegar was so strong, it was souring him. Tatsu, remember, from now on, you can't take anything from a strange woman or else I'll. She put her small hand down again, her small face gradually relaxing, but at the same time giving him a warning. He hooked his lips in amusement. Or else what? Wanan's current appearance was indeed too amusing, like he couldn't do anything about you but had to control you. Or else I'll get angry, she thought for half a day before she stood on her tiptoes and bucked her voice, her cute eyebrows furrowed. Poof. Guchen finally laughed unkindly, seeing him like this, and immediately bit her lip, unconvinced. What are you laughing at? Oh, I remembered that my cousin gave birth. Ha ha ha. Wanan. This routine is so familiar, seeing that he was so unserious about it. So he huffed and puffed again with both hands crossed, looking like a wife lecturing her husband who was fooling around outside. Humph. Just now I saw that you didn't resist at all. Do you really like her type? She thought of another possibility. It had to be said that girls had a great ability to make up things in their heads. Guchen, that was called being a gentleman and not bothering with women. You seem to enjoy being walloped by her. Ha, is that right? Answer me. She moved a little closer, then gently pushed Guchen's chest a little, causing his back, once again, to hit the wall, once again retreating. What is this? He replied helplessly. No, I just, trying to explain, Ran Wanan interrupted him at once. If you like it, then I'll wallop you too. Are you ready? Guchen had a black line. What the hell? Not waiting for him to object, Wanan's small hand directly pressed on the wall next to his side face. Her delicate body leaned closer, and pressed him into the corner with the momentum of wall thumping. She looked up at him with a serious look on her face. He sort of realized that Wanan actually learned from his predecessor's wall thud. Stop it. I don't like it. He narrowed his eyes and very gently tried to touch her little head. Nonsense, you're clearly blushing now. Tatsu had a bitter look on his face. It's only been a little while, and Wan Yen is so short. How could she blush when being walloped by her? Of course it's just her own adding fuel to the fire, just to prove that she's no worse than that woman. In fact, in his eyes, Wanan is super excellent. Ha ha ha. Tatsu laughed again, water squeezing out of his eyes. What kind of short-looking guy wallops a tall-looking guy? That's a funny look, hey. Wanan was now trying to stand on her tiptoes again, trying her best to make her small stature act taller, but it still didn't help much, still only able to look up at him. I'm not blushing. He was also stubborn in the face of the beautiful girl's moves. When Wen heard this, her little nose immediately came up, then she stared into his eyes, her hands pressed harder and her whole body almost pressed over. Then blush for me. If you don't blush, I won't let you go. These mischievous words hit him straight in the heart. Crap. So cute, sweet to the core. It's the first time he's seen someone ask someone to blush. He's never been in love before. He can't even do a wallop. What's the point of pressing your body all the way over? That's not wall thumping. This is clearly begging to be entangled. The effect is not satisfactory. Although she had never been in a relationship, today was the first time she was super serious about walloping him, so she was very flustered, and a layer of reddish donut floated on her face. Then she tried very hard to stand on her tiptoes to complete the most important step of the wallop, that is, to dominate and force a kiss. However, at this moment, he realized what Wanan was going to do, so he also stood on his tiptoes, trying hard not to let her kiss him. Ugh, she was puzzled. How come she couldn't reach him after half a day of kissing? Obviously there wouldn't be too much difference in height, but now she could only kiss his chin. The height difference between the two of them was the most adorable height difference, and Guchen stood on his tiptoes, so of course she couldn't kiss him. When her little head looked down, she saw that he was actually cheating. Immediately, his expression became more bitter. Boing, how come you don't feel anything at all? She complained to herself. Could it be that this fairy's charm isn't big enough? Saying that he didn't feel anything was actually impossible, because the young girl was now sticking very close to him, and he himself was quite hot everywhere except his face. He felt that the Wanan in front of him was a bit sad and upset, so he deliberately lowered his voice, maintaining a certain magnetism. Idiot, you don't even know how to do wall thumping. Next, it's better for me to teach you? What? Wanan seemed to have heard something unbelievable, and thought she was hallucinating, but before she could understand, Guchen just smiled with his eyebrows and hooked up the corners of his charming mouth, then with a slight force, reached out and hugged her waist, grabbed both of her small hands, turned around, and backhandedly pressed her against the wall. The speed was so fast that it smacked one's lips, as if it was as sharp as a secret agent. The sudden transformation caused her to let out a sweet scream. After that, her delicate back was gently pressed against the wall by him, and a large hand grabbed the wrists of her two small hands and pressed them to the top of her head, as if she was bound. The hand placed on her waist was withdrawn and pressed on the side of her small head again, and finally, it was to look down at her with that charming gaze. His voice was very magnetic. Humph. Did you learn that this is the way to make people blush? Unsurprisingly, Wanan met his bright gaze. Angular features, warm breath. She reddened. If she continued like this she would be red through and through, that shell teeth gently biting the lip. A pressure-selling butterfly little look. The effect was very good. He was just trying to teach her, not to wallop her for the sake of walloping her, because this little one was just too stupid. That's why he got excited. Wanan, silent now, as if every little breeze would disturb such a sweet atmosphere. She wanted to keep. Her own hand was caught and held by him on the wall, just like a kitten disobediently being grabbed by the front paws and lifted up. And it didn't hurt, although she didn't know where a wave of shame came from, but she felt that this was also great. That moving eyes, some intoxicated, jelly lips in the light of the colorful swaying. Normal men will not be able to resist biting down a bite, and even bite not to let go. Wanan saw that he didn't let go, yet his handsome face was getting closer and closer to his own, leaning down and slanting his side face. It seemed that he really couldn't help but kiss towards himself. At this time, her deer has already hit her head. The surface is calm. Inside, how to do so handsome, I'm not ready, forget. Come directly to it, I do not enter the hell who enters hell. Wanan herself also tried to pat her toes, just when Gu Chen immediately kissed. The distance between the lips was just 3 millimeters. However, Wanan herself suddenly burst into laughter. So itchy, chirp life. So annoying, didn't you say you were going to kiss me? Don't tickle. I don't wanna kiss, okay, boing. No way. Guchen pressed her hands against the wall just to tickle her. Why else go to so much trouble? Was it even really necessary to kiss her? Was this something a straight man could do? The scene of this little one being jealous just now was just too cute, so he couldn't help but want to tickle her, grabbing her with one hand to watch her struggle, and tickling her waist flesh with one hand. Cool. As much as he struggled and shook his head, Guchen didn't let go, completely letting him swing. Boing boing. In the end, this was tickling her out of tears before he let go of her hand. Bullying me again, Tatsuya. You're so annoying. Although she said so, but a head down, but in his arms crying, with a sheepish small fists pounding his abdomen. He did not hide. Let her hit enough. Anyway, after half a day of beating her own still hurt, in the end, and hugged him dependently, like a little piece of cotton wool. Don't run, let me hold you for a while. Okay. He reached out and stroked her little head. The docile look warmed the heart. The two of them didn't notice that a woman was peeking around the corner of the stairs past this walkway. Seeing the scene of the two of them hugging and giggling together, she was really shocked and envious. That was precisely Molly, who hadn't left since a while ago, hiding there, originally thinking that Guchun, an employee, was going to be bullied by the female boss. But it turned out that the two were so close that they were actually kissing. So she was alone here blowing in the wind and eating the sweet dog food that was unintentionally sprinkled out. It was still the first time she saw the female president of this company would have such a bird-like scene, just like a little daughter. And that boy is also very special. He can be both warm and domineering. He is simply a teenage girl reaper, but he is not philandering. Dog food is full. She called the Bao Fat downstairs and also left. It seems that it is absolutely hopeless to adopt Guchen, because he has already been adopted by someone, but this is just her guess. The two were sweet at the sink, and there were quite a few employees who also went to the restroom at this time. So they saw this scene. The key is that you can still eat dog food when you go to the restroom. Guchun hurriedly separated from her, but Wanan's soft and fragrant body hugged her again. By the way, how's your contract going? He casually cared, and pondered for a while, then nodded her head. That woman is very difficult to talk to, very arrogant. In order to sign the contract, I gave in to her in every way. I just didn't expect that she actually dared to lay her hands on my Tatsu. Can I still tolerate this? Humph. If she really abducted my Tatsu, I will definitely not let her go. Even if I have to sell Dad's company, I'll take you back, even if I have to take out a loan. She clenched her pink fists again. This little food protective look was oddly adorable. Guchen was a bit shocked by her cute appearance. What a great filial son that's hard to come by in 100 years. He touched her head again and pulled her high ponytail. Returning from the bathroom, Guchen returned to his workstation, and Wanan also entered the office. I thought I could stop for a while, but after dinner, Guchen didn't feel sleepy and read a novel on his desk. He found one called Dog Food, Female President Always Thinking of Falling in Love with Me. It was very nice, and I fell in love with it after one look. The male lead was handsome and the female lead not that cute. I was lying on a chair, enjoying looking at my cell phone, when suddenly, the door of the office across the street opened. A living, breathing beauty, quietly drilled out from the doorway, starry eyes gazing at him, mischievously blinking at him a few times. Tatsu was instantly electrified, not knowing what she was up to, squirming, with her small hands behind her back, because noon is the time for everyone to take a lunch break. So as the boss of course she has to take care of the feelings of the employees. That's why it's quiet. You can't even hear the footsteps. Looking at the beautiful maiden president approaching, Tatsu subconsciously wanted to hide or pretend to be asleep, but it was already too late. Wanan tiptoed to his side, blocking the exit. A grinning baby tiger teeth showed. Missy, you're going to do it, huh? She listened and for the first time showed a look at the big dummy. What do you think I'm looking for you to do, huh? Is it to help me cut a slash? I'm sure it's a good thing I'm looking for you. She stretched out her index finger again, her fingernail scratching lightly on his desktop, looking like she had something on her mind, and a little bit happy. He thought for a moment and retorted. Good thing, my ass. You're here. No good thing. He also quietly, not intending to wake them up to eat dog food. It always felt like she had something to ask for. Then, she slightly bowed down, bucked her hips, and put her hands under her knees. Her little face expectant and pleading. That's what, my computer is broken, can you help me fix it? Tatsu was a little bit touched by her small meat. So it was for this. I should have told you earlier. Because he wouldn't have said yes no matter what. The computer is broken, and I don't know how to fix it. You'd better find someone from the technical department to take a look at it, he replied in an eerie tone of voice, and with style. Wanan instantly had been fleshed out by his words, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly with a smile. No learning from me, only I can be pampered to you, she said as if someone had robbed her of her right to speak. Tatsu immediately pretended to vomit. Who wants you to pamper me? I don't care. The people in the technical department. They can't fix it. So I want my beloved to help me fix it. I believe in the power of love. It will definitely restore my computer to its original state. Help me, okay? Guchen, I go. It's getting more and more fleshy. No. Do you think I'm idle? He spread out his hands, stating that he was about to work. He didn't have time off. Although he knew how to fix computers, he wasn't a professional. Wanan also nodded his head vigorously, indicating that you really are idle. Pouting cherry, I saw you slacking off in the morning through the glass. At 9:30, you looked at your cell phone for 3 minutes and 5 seconds. At 10:27, you were chatting with your coworkers again. And at 10:55, you were still picking your nose. Guchen was shocked when he heard the last. Stop. Hold your tongue. Good guy. Wanan, this is to catch his own little handle. Just that time in the morning. She since accurate to the minute. On how he is lazy to touch the fish is like a finger on the pulse. So, are you paying attention to me at work? It's also too boring, right? That makes it sound like it's pretty idle. Actually, there's a centralized camera at every workplace, so just watch the security footage carefully once. But then, doesn't that make her even more boring? Even if you catch me groping a fish, I won't fix it for you. Give it up. He was decisive and showed the majesty of a real man. Upon hearing this, Wanan instantly strummed her little cheeks on one side. Her eyes lit up and she thought of a new trick. Then, her delicate figure slowly approached, her thighs already touching his knees. Then she opened her arms, seemingly wanting to wrap her arms around him. Ugh. Why? Just talk. Don't make a move, okay? Tatsu wondered. Then I want a kiss, I want a hug. Guchen, don't make a scene at high noon. No, I'm going to mess with you then. To snap his neck again. Chen's body shrank, and immediately dodged away. But Wanan did not give up, hooked up her lips, and attacked again. This time directly embracing his waist. He really didn't avoid it. He was hugged hard by her, and then his little head drilled into his arms, rubbing against his chest like an electric drill. Itchy and soft. So sticky. Missy, let me go in the middle of the day. Then I'll stop if you help me fix my computer, it's a good deal. Right? Raising her head and looking up at him again, her beautiful eyes blinking with animation. Tatsu, what the hell is a good deal? Then I won't go. After I'm done hugging, I'll still want you to kiss you later, and I'll still want to sit on your lap to sleep and sleep. Tatsu was rocked by her hug and expressed his helplessness. Geez, torture. At this time, Li Xiang, who was originally looking at his cell phone on the side, frowned. The two people were spreading dog food behavior in the middle of the day. He had long wanted to lift the table, hearing that the female president was so sweet, but Guchen repeatedly objected and thought it was torture. Is this still a human being? You cannot let me come. Chen finally could only find the opportunity to grab Wan'an's high ponytail, before gently lifting this sticky little guy up, after separating, and grunted and nursed his little head, hitting his hand. He had only gently grabbed it a little, otherwise the two would have melted together if they had hugged again. Don't stick to me, it's hot. It's actually the chest that's hot. Forget it, it's pathetic that your computer is broken. I'll fix it for you. Let's talk about what's wrong first, right? He compromised, or else Wan'an kissed and hugged again. It's unseemly, and he has to take care of the feelings of the other single dogs as well. That was it. After he let go of his hand, Wan'an bites her lip at him and points to her little head. Ouch 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 rub. Seeing that he agreed and wanted to have her head rubbed by him again, Tatsu had no choice but to stroke her ponytail, softening it to the end. She narrowed her eyes and rubbed upwards, enjoying it for a while. Tatsu realized that this was a cat girl, right? She was mischievous again, taking one of the fingers in his big hand and hauling him to the office, raising the corners of her mouth triumphantly while explaining, "My computer screen always jumps. I don't know what's wrong." "Ha, then you couldn't have been browsing strange websites that caused you to get a virus, right?" Wan'an turned her little face, a blush on her face. I didn't." Looking at her this way it seems like she's lying. Can't be, the extremely beautiful girl president is actually a fellow traveler? Then he entered the office and clicked on the computer to check her browser record. This could still barely open. Wan'an wanted to reach out and stop it, but that didn't stop his curiosity. Eventually, he saw the following headline. Boys Guidebook. What kind of girls do guys like? What does it mean when guys suddenly care about themselves? How to catch the male eye from what you wear. What men like about the most feminine. What to do when you live with your boyfriend. He scrolled down, feeling funny that he actually had nothing to search for these things. Wan'an felt a little ashamed to see him actually laughing at himself, deflated her lips and thought to herself that she would scroll through his browser in the future as well. Checked it, and it didn't go to an unhealthy website, but then the screen suddenly jumped. After that, he simply clicked on the antivirus program to check it again directly. After half a day of tossing and turning, he didn't find out where it was poisonous. There was exactly enough memory, and the computer was healthy. Since all these have been checked, it should be the mainframe. Do you have a screwdriver? Wan'an rummaged through the drawer and found a tool screwdriver, handing it to him who had already bowed down to check the mainframe. Once he decided to do something well, he would take it very seriously, so he used the screwdriver to open the mainframe without taking his eyes off it. He didn't notice Wan'an looking at that handsome and serious side face with a heavily obsessed expression. Serious boys are the most attractive. This computer was paired with a mainframe, not a Mac that could be moved around at any time. This is the office class host computer she asked for. Office can also play large games. Both. I disassembled the mainframe shell. See, the configuration is quite high. Continue to disassemble. I've repaired it before in the dormitory, but it broke once in 3 repairs. If this time for her to repair the bad, then their own replacement. Anyway, she is not bad money. The mainframe was placed under the cabinet, where there was just enough room for one person, and Wan'an was sitting on the bench, tilting her little head to look at him with unblinking eyes. There was something strange about the two of them in this position. The air conditioner was forgotten to be turned on, and after fixing it for a while, Wan'an realized that he was sweating before turning on the air conditioner, but it couldn't cool down immediately. So he took out another stack of important information and fanned himself hard at the side first. The breeze blew onto his face. Guchan was much cooler. One hand wasn't enough, so he switched to 2, making the wind even stronger. Guchan smiled. Come on, Tatsu, have some water, have some jelly. She took care of him again, so to speak, spooning out the jelly and shoving it towards his mouth. He had to swallow it after it was stained with saliva. She tore open another jelly. Tatsu quickly waved his hand. No need, but she still held it up. In the end, after eating 6 jellies and half a bottle of drink, Wan'an was happy. Finally, after 15 minutes, the key to the problem was examined. A moth actually flew out from the inside of the chassis, not yet an adult and small in size, drilled in through the chassis air vent, but couldn't find its way out. Because of the overheating of the chassis, he flew around in the chassis when it got hot, and when he flew around, he touched some circuits, causing Wan'an's computer screen to always skip. This time this little moth that was trapped, before it flew out, Tatsu had wanted to catch it, but it disappeared. Turning his head, it's a small bug crawling inside the mainframe. Next time you can't let it in. Teaching Wan'an a lesson. She nodded her head obediently, with a look like soda is inside. My Tatsu is really all around. Another silly compliment. Tatsu only felt bored. How did I become your family's again? After checking the computer again, and realizing that there was indeed no more screen skipping, he reinstalled all the disassembled casings again, and it was over. However, Wanan revealed a bad smile and licked his lips. It took 2 minutes before it was fully installed, and was about to get up when she realized that right in front of her, she had leaned her chair and person over, her thighs completely blocking the way out. Wanan, I fixed it, so hurry up and move over so I can get out. He gently pushed her long legs, but it didn't work, and instantly had a bad feeling. Wait, there's still one important thing left to do. Ha, I'll talk about it when I get out. No, it'll be too late when you get out. Again, she playfully hooked up one side of her lips. Bright and pretty. Tatsu's sense of crisis intensified. This is not letting me out. He felt that this little guy was going to make a mess again. Wanan's thighs intentionally blocked in the middle, blocking the way to the dead. Squeezing cannot be squeezed out. He seemed to be doing something at the moment, and couldn't see her face. Only then did he bend his delicate body and bent down his face. That budding doll's smiling face then appeared in front of his eyes, only to see that the lips seemed to be coated with lipstick, becoming a little redder. Do you want to go out? Then please give me a kiss first and I'll let you go, okay? Be you okay? Upon hearing that, he instantly felt a stab in his back. I didn't expect her to keep her hand in, trying to take advantage of me again, and in such a shameful way. It's simply detestable. He looked at the young girl's red lips that were about to nuzzle up, and he said unconvincingly, I helped you fix your computer, and this is how you thank me? Ha, woman. But I also feed you good food and kiss me and let you out, you don't lose out either. Come on, mouth to mouth, just kiss. Guchin didn't care about her. She was so spoiled that she wouldn't kiss even if the King of Heaven came. It's really the first time he's encountered this kind of situation, and it's really fresh. Guchen's perspective is honestly quite good. Her snowflake white legs are fortunately not wearing a skirt, wearing a good-looking jeans, otherwise it would be bad. Although it is said that the red lips of the bouncy soft ground is very tempting, but this cannot affect a straight man of steel, just about to try to squeeze out from the side. The body hard, don't open her like moonlight bright thighs, and was a little bitter. Guchen actually rejected himself again, thought about it, so he simply moved the leg that was blocking him away. Chen also thought that she was going to give up, but also complacent, not in a hurry. However, he didn't expect that she actually tilted her little head, and her lips gently pressed towards himself. This time, it was not biased, and it happened to kiss the shallow lips. Feeling the fresh scent, Jelly pressed on harder. Tatsu didn't even have time to dodge, opening his eyes wide to look into her beautiful eyes that had already begun to be infatuated. Feeling the fresh scent of that cherry, this time is the real taste. That is more delicious than eating a jelly gadget. Red popping worry to bite through. Also today, the two first kiss really did not. It was at this point that she became more like a domineering beauty queen president, taking what was his in a domineering way. Uhumu, Tatsu, red-faced, rushed backward after returning to his senses, trying to disengage her lips, and when she realized it, a small pink face with tightly closed eyes, she pressed down hard on him again, as if she wanted to eat her fill in one go. It wasn't until their foreheads hit the edge of the table that the two men's lips loosened. Only after hitting her forehead heavily did she slowly raise her head in pain, covering her forehead which had already reddened a patch. Oinking 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 oinking. It wasn't red from him blushing, it was red from the bump. Guchen was still leaning on his back now. He could hardly imagine that the first kiss that he had kept for so long had been taken away by this little brat today. He then revealed a look of lost chastity, which made Wanan's little face complain a bit after seeing it. What do you call this? He rubbed a little harder on his mouth again, but his first kiss was already gone, so no matter how he rubbed it, it didn't help. Wanan, you're really too much of a fool. Female pervert. Her jelly was delicious, but he wasn't going to admit it. The point was that her kissing skills were so bad that after half a day of kissing she was completely sucking the air out of him, causing all the gas to be sucked out of his chest. If there was a chance, yes if, she must be taught in the future. Just as he wanted to break open her thighs again to rush out, Wanan also did not make a scene. Her brain broad still hurt, gently put her legs apart, but at this moment, there was a sudden knock at the door. Knock knock knock. Mr. Yi, I'm coming in. Hearing someone outside the door, Wanan suddenly panicked and immediately touched his face blindly with her small hand. Chen, can you wait for a while first? The secretary is going to come in. It's fine for the two of us to cuddle. She'll definitely misunderstand if you squat here today. I'll be in deep shit if I tell mom and dad. They'll surely call and criticize me for a while. I've already been scolded a few times. Oing oing oing. Tatsu gently opened her small hand at this time, touching her face. What? Laughing, he said. That's a good feeling then. I'll go out immediately now. You just want to see me get scolded, don't you? So annoying. Wanan pouted. If he wanted to come out, he didn't want to stop himself. Tatsu didn't move again despite his sarcasm, hiding underneath and not coming out for now. But that gaze stared, demanding that she end it quickly, and only pursed her lips and smiled, So touched. Tatsu is just a knife mouth and tofu heart. The secretary's name is Su Xiao. To Wanan, she is the spy that her own dad arranged beside her. But she has been considered good. Often turn a blind eye. Of course things cannot be done too obvious. Cannot be when she does not exist. It is too disrespectful. But Gu Chen appeared in the office in the middle of the day, hiding under the cabinet. This plot would be blindly thought by anyone. Su Xiao walked into the office, took some information and came to her. But she saw the president looking at the computer seriously. President, this is the next cooperation project. Take a look. And perfunctorily nodded. Aha. Actually panicked looking at the computer. She was shocked to finally see her own missy start to work seriously. Usually it's all about being lazy and stealing snacks. But even if she does not work seriously, with her Tsinghua graduation qualification, her ability to do things is 10 times that of an ordinary person. 7-digit multiplication and division. Almost in one breath. So what else do you need to work hard for? She pursed her lips and smiled gently, wanting to see what her own missy was seriously busy with, slightly moving her position to her side. Underneath Gu Chen just saw the black high heels. The two began to tense, unavoidably held their breath. But Yi Wanan was more serious. She casually and accidentally clicked on the browser. But the result was that the secretary saw all the browsing records. Su Xiao narrowed her eyes, just by looking at it. Wanan's small face stifled red. In a hurry, she nodded her fork. I know. You get busy. Su Xiao nodded awkwardly, just as if she didn't see anything. Turned around, shaking his head. Mrs. Too Cute. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly realized that something was wrong somewhere. There seems to be an additional fragrance of cherry blossoms in the room. Maybe all beautiful women are foxes. They can smell it. He also noticed that Wanan, a small hand, actually put it underneath, as if he was stroking or comforting something. Her eyes flashed with a flash of light. She seemed to understand. Hooking her lips and not breaking it down, she turned around and left, taking the door with her. Only 2 seconds after leaving did the two in the office gradually breathe a sigh of relief. Wanan was just stroking Chen's forehead, reminding her that the person was still there and not to rush. Gu Chen quickly got up at this point, then saw that she had something in her pocket, so she reached out, and gave it all away with one hand. After making me wait so long, the QQ candy is mine. He stood up and immediately kept a certain distance. Wanan's eyes widened, looking at him in shock, a little protective of her food. Grabbing my QQ candy again, give it back to me, crying nine. Her little paw scratching feebly in the air. You stole my first kiss. Shouldn't I take one thing from you? He laughed, then tore it open and put it into his mouth piece by piece, making a very enjoyable and delicious appearance. Honestly, it seemed like other people's food always tasted better. The ones he bought himself didn't taste like that, and sat in place, listening to this frown. Tone hoarse and small voice. Well, but my first kiss was also taken by you, is not it? It's not fair, she retorted unconvinced. She bought it in the morning because she was too busy and hadn't eaten a few packs yet, and then he took it away from her again. 1 kiss for 3 packs of snap candy. It doesn't seem too bad when you think about it. Looking at her little face, Gu Chen pretended to be very fierce. Warning, next time you dare to do this, I'll whip you off the bench and let you have a close contact with the ground. Okay? He turned around and laughed again, and then is now aggrieved, drawing circles on the table with her little finger. It's just a kiss, why are you so fierce? If you don't like it, you can kiss me too. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Gu Chen rolled his eyes. You think so? He then walked out and wiped out all of the button candies, which was considered to have spared her, and was like a deflated ball of fur again at this point, lying on the table. Not a single packet left for me. After being quiet for a while, she pursed her lips again. But Tatsuji's lips are even better. The lips not good looking, more angular than Korean stars, but with his real man's aura looks very different. The flavor is strong cherry blossom fragrance. That is the unique fragrance of the gentleman. At that time, as if kissing in the cherry blossom petals, gradually recalled the previous kissing process, more and more in depth. She closed her eyes again, towards the air new mouth. Fantasy, but kissed alone. Tatsu returned to his seat. The lunch break was over, and saw that Li Xiang beside him was awake. Actually, he hadn't slept at all. I wanted to act as if nothing had happened, but he stared at himself again and spoke with a smile. Lao Gu, you have something red on your face. Tatsu froze and immediately reached out to wipe the sassafras. Hiding it? How come? Especially on his mouth. A lipstick mark on a man's mouth is either too odd or too strange, Li thought with a smile. In fact, there is nothing on his face, and the red marks on his mouth were wiped clean. Saying there is was a tease. I didn't expect him to be so excited. It seems to be the real thing. After a while, busy with work, he chatted about other things. Oh, right, do you think the cafeteria's ground pork tasted weird today? Don't you feel the bitterness? The meat seems to be bad when you bite into it. Taste? He twisted his head and thought, it's okay. Today, the cafeteria had specially cooked spiced spinach and sweet and sour meat, and the portion was very large. The sweet and sour meat belongs to the sweet food. The flavor is great. In the restaurant to sell at least 30 up a share. Expensive but delicious, so the whole company a lot of people have come to a share. Even Tatsu is not an exception, because he doesn't like to eat sweets, but this is the only like to taste the sweet food. He said the meat was hard to eat. In fact, he also noticed that it was a bit hard to chew, probably didn't handle it well and didn't want to waste it, so he still ate all of it. Shrugging, he didn't care too much, but a few hours later, his stomach suddenly hurt. Not only him, but almost the entire company's stomachs hurt. It was the first time he had such a stomach ache, which caused his eyebrows to flatten, and a bitter expression appeared on his handsome face, which looked good to the other female co-workers. Got up and went to the restroom, but saw a full line, waited a few minutes and finally went in, on a trip back but not good, still covering the abdomen, biting one side of the lip. I don't have the strength to touch the fish. A few minutes later, Wanan busy, out to make a cup of coffee, suddenly noticed him lying on his back, as if in pain. She was puzzled, thinking for a moment and then threw down the coffee cup. Small steps immediately came to the front of Tatsun. Then, tilting her head from side to side, she probed and groped up and down, wanting to check what was wrong with Gu Chen. Eyes heavy, face worried bad, after observing a circle, before shaking the arm of the Chun ground. I squeezed out tears. Chen, you wake up, don't scare me, don't leave me alone. We're not married, haven't given birth to a baby. Before she finished, Gu Chen, who had a hard stomach, gave her a blank look and directly interrupted. You give me the calf paper. The voice was a little shaky. Only then did Wanan feel a little better and collected her tears. Scared out of her wits, still worried, she began to touch his face again. She was smart. After all, she graduated from Changhua, although it was not the major, but she still took the time to learn the art of medicine. Is your stomach upset? Did you eat something bad? You can't just eat randomly. It's really worrying. She blamed him for eating carelessly again, but slowly reached out her small hand to help him stroke his aching stomach. A black line immediately appeared on Tatsu's brow. Lozi just ate something from your company's cafeteria. It seems to be goo meat. That's why it hurts. Wanan's eyes widened. Ah, the clown is myself? Scratching her head cutely, unsure, raising his head to look at the other employees again. He found that nearly a large portion of them were covering their stomachs and bowing their heads. It wasn't a collective touch of fish, but a collective diarrhea. Smart as she was, she instantly understood. She also knew about the couscous in the cafeteria today, but due to being busy for a while at noon, she went to eat very late, and the meat was all grabbed. Rubbing his stomach again, then pressing against his ear. Tatsu, don't worry. I'm going to get you medicine, hold on, be sure to wait for me to come back. Why does this milky and gentle tone sound weird when you say something like this? Why can't I hold on? Why do I have to wait for you to come back? It felt like she was beating around the bush, but I didn't have the strength to refute it, so I could only nod my head. She then hurriedly took the Maserati car keys and went. In the process of going downstairs, she called her secretary and asked her to manage the others and manage Chen herself. Gu Chen face down on the table, not even having the strength to play with his cell phone. This time, I was careless. I should have known that I wouldn't have eaten so much goo meat. 10 minutes later, Wanan came back with a big bag of things. Tatsu, who had a stomachache, was shocked when he saw it, and his eyes widened. Then, do we have to swallow all the medicines we bought? His small feet ran and jumped at a high frequency, coming to his side to put the medicine away, and carrying his cup to get water. Finally, panting without resting, she immediately opened the medicine for him. These were all stomach pills, each with a different effect, so she bought them all. Cinnabar, I found out all about this matter. It was the cook in the cafeteria who was too careless. The meat was bad and didn't want to waste it, thinking that the high temperature could completely kill the mold, so they illegally made a large portion. I'm sorry, it was my negligence. She apologized and lifted the 2 pills up again. Tatsu, take your medicine. Then she stuffed them into his mouth, before gently making him tilt his head back to feed him water to drink. Without strength, he could only be taken care of like this. She wanted to open the other medicines one by one, but Tatsu directly pressed her hand, saying that she couldn't take more medicine, so she could only stop. Actually, the fault wasn't hers. After all, each department had its own head. She didn't kick out the chef either. She just deducted some wages and was scolded by the department head. After dealing with this, Wanan saw that her expression had loosened up a bit, but it wasn't completely fine yet, so she dragged a small bench from the side and serenely sat down next to him. accompanying him by tilting his head on the table and gazing at each other. When the other employees in the work area saw this, they cast countless envious gazes. After all, Gu Chen was the first female president of the entire company to shush him, the first president to personally buy and feed him medicine to drink, and the first president to touch his stomach to comfort him. It could be said that he was the happiest employee in the entire company, but it's not like no one asked for it. The secretary still bought medicine back for the employees. After all, this is the company's mistake, and the sick people can go home early. Gu Chen at this moment, his face expression slowly relaxes, because this girl is rubbing her stomach for herself with her warm little hands. It's okay, I'm by your side, it'll get better. Wanan just tilted her head and looked at him. The color of her eyes was as gentle as if she was taking care of a sick child, and her small hands hadn't stopped rubbing until now. He felt it. His chest was warm while his heart was soft. His eyes looked at Wanan's dumbfounded and gentle little face, unconsciously revealing a hint of doting again. Suddenly, Anan thought of his office has a hot water bag, so again quickly went to get it. Filled with hot water, again came to his side. His clothes removed, hot water bag carefully stuffed into the surface of his stomach. During this time, of course, I saw Cinnabar's full 8-pack abs. After stuffing the hot water bag, the little red face hurriedly wiped her nose with a tissue. When Gu Chen saw her little face, it was both cute and funny. In fact, there is no need for a hot water bag, a small hand to help rub a good, but such a request did not say out. Wanan quietly lay down on her side to accompany him, pulling her small face very close to his. Tatsu couldn't hide because of his stomach pains, so if Wanan wanted to take advantage of the situation, then she could only let her. But An didn't kiss her. Instead he took this opportunity to scrutinize Tatsu's features, memorizing every detail. Normally, he wouldn't let this kind of scrutiny, because looking at it made him mouth off and he got angry. He was sick, and had to be understanding, so it was even more important not to do that kind of thing. After lying quietly for a while, the warm water cooled down, and then I took it off and rubbed him again with my two little hands. In short, I was happy to do it. Tatsu's body was finally better, and his eyes became bright again. Thank you. Hearing his recovered tone, Wanan's little expression became delighted. He, a great favor is not appreciated. Why don't you kiss someone as a thank you? He, what a good idea. The corners of his mouth hooked up innocently, but after he got well, Wan Yan was really much happier. The corners of Tatsu's mouth twitched. This little one was still stirring up her nose, but she was still really going to kiss over. Her bright red delicious peach lips glistening silver in the light, shaking tantalizingly. But Tatsu immediately turned his head. Did not give a kiss? Pretending that I am still sick, Yazzie. I kissed you once at noon. If you keep on kissing like this, your mouth will rot, you know? Seeing Tatsu actually avoiding his cherry, it looks like he is almost well, so he started to play with him again. I stood up my body, my small hand grasped his back, stood up and kissed him from the side, inevitably showing the president's overbearing side. He where to run. I can't hide from the first day of the year. However, when he was about to kiss the corner of his mouth, he turned his head again. This time, she only got to kiss his fragrant hair. She was not convinced and turned again. Gu Chen and hide, back and forth for half a day. Wanan simply directly embrace him. Not active at all. Not kissed. Directly locked his neck to hold a moment, also no enough. He also did not object. Feeling her soft breath blowing on his ears. The side is still covering the stomach with painly want to look at the two, and that chirping is really unexpected. Sick during the time can also see a scene of dog food. Chest a bitter. 8. The stomach medicine is useless. If there is also such a soft beautiful girl to take care of their own, how good. At least the mood will be a lot better. Soon. Wanan finished being mushy and smiled again. Cinnabar, I'll try to come home early today, I'll give you a big surprise. The smile was very sweet. This made him a bit puzzled. Which day didn't he meow to go home early? Wait. Bitter Life said. Sister, is the villa uncomfortable? What's so good about my home? Could it be that the bed is more comfortable to sleep and surprise me? No, spare my life, Help yelled. In everyone's eyes, this kind of beautiful maiden door-to-door bed warming thing, but with ordinary people for 3 lifetimes. Gu Chen actually don't want it. Which in turn, Li Xiang and a few other co-workers were half dead angry. Wanan's small eyes turned, listening to his words and aggrieved. What is it? I didn't expect you to be such a man. The corner of Chun Yu's mouth twitched a bit confused. Huh? Wanan again grunted and tucked his waist. Eyes appeared a touch of cunning. Slept with me twice. Turn around and do not want me, but also do not allow me to go home. Ha tue za male. Crap. Shocked. The seat is all shocked. Those originally still sick colleagues have looked up, as if hearing that sentence after the disease themselves are dispersed. What twice? Don't talk nonsense. I'll sue you for libel. He really had a brain ache, only to be hugged and slept for 2 days. even if he slept with her twice. What did I do? People lie at home. Pots come from the sky. Seeing him stumbling, Wanan snorted and covered her mouth. Everyone was staring over. Tatsu was trying to explain, but it didn't make sense. Sleeping is indeed sleeping twice. But such a superbly beautiful girl sleeping next to her without even touching it. This set out of the ghost believe awe. In the end, things would be even more complicated. He shook his head and could only give up, thinking that it was actually quite good to have a beautiful girl to warm the bed. The bed was warmed up hot, and he slept soundly, but it was limited to warming the bed. His request was that simple. Seeing that she was still quite capricious, Chen wanted to sneak up on her, gently going to pinch her little face and call her out on her nonsense, but was playfully dodged. If it wasn't for the crowd here, Guchen probably would have gone up and spanked her ass. Still, he asked, "Wait, translate for me first. What does surprise mean?" He was a little fuzzy on the concept of surprise, and pretended to be fierce. Wanan just tilted his head mischievously. "You'll know when you get home at night it's a super surprise you might not be able to resist." When she said the last sentence, she blinked her eyes adorably, actually a little seductive. "This, can't help it, I can't help it, okay, so this is the surprise? Then you can come at me. I'll see if I can't help it." That was his plan, and saw that his body was recovering well, so she put the pills in his drawer again, and instructed him to take 2 in the morning, 2 in the evening, just in case of a rebound. Then the little hand was behind his back again, bouncing back to his office. Gu Chen shook his head, and was quite thankful for her. Everyone had a stomachache, and as a result, because of Wanan's careful care, it resulted in only herself recovering first. It wasn't until they got off work at night that everyone's stomach pains got better. It was just still weak, as if they had a collective kidney loss, and only Gu Chen was energized. Chen stretched his back and packed up his things to get ready to leave work. Going home, he planned to play a game, Attack on Titan. It's been a while. However, he gazed at the president's office and realized that Wanan was still sitting in front of the computer, her fingers tapping the keyboard. Everyone is off work, and she is the only one who is still busy. After all, there must be too many matters to deal with when working with Ayun today. Was thinking, should I wait here for her to go home piece by piece? Eyes turned suddenly thought again. Ugh, what am I waiting for her for? Isn't it nice to be home alone? He slapped his thighs, realizing that recently being pestered by Wanan had become a habit, and he always thought of her in everything he did. Yes, that's it. So he picked up his cell phone, took one more look and headed downstairs. There was one more thing to do today, and that was to feed some stray cats. Suddenly, he was a little uneasy in his heart, so he took out his cell phone, found Wanan in his contacts, and sent a message. Be safe at home, okay? He did not notice that his tone was instinctively gentle. The cell phone number is not what he saved. It is when Wanan came to accompany himself to review the video, opened and secretly saved in. The name is, Wanan Baby. Neat numbness is very. Chen without saying a word to change the name to a normal and not ambiguous. Out of the company. Mounted the small electric donkey. Went to the pet supermarket, bought a few packages of high-quality cat food. When came out, found that the small electric donkey was dropped on the ground by someone. The battery knocked into a stone on the ground, appearing to dent. Immediately pushed up, looked around, did not find anyone. Just today the wind is strong. Their own pole seems to have not played well. Perhaps the wind blew down. Did not pay too much attention. Rode to an ordinary neighborhood. Downstairs next to a remote garbage room. Just as I entered the neighborhood, I heard kittens calling. A couple of kittens still drinking milk. This place was last rented when I came to see the house, and I saw it by accident. But then I rented somewhere else. But I still think about it because there's a mommy cat here who was abandoned by the owner, and she comes to feed it whenever she can. Maybe it's because of the big belly. So the civet cat in front of me was abandoned by the owner. Just made foam boxes, put clothes and left a simple nest. The mommy cat now has given birth to several wailing cubs, and needs more food. Luckily, the people in this neighborhood are very nice. Many students from school will come to visit in the evening, and bring good food to help it through the most difficult time. The civet cat tilted its head sideways, a little wary at first, and when it saw that it was Gu Chen, it revealed a cute and kind smile. Walking over to the front, he squatted down, put down the cat food, tore it open and poured it into the bowl. The little cub had grown up a bit, and asked for the scent as he stomped his little legs and came to the bowl to chirp. The mommy cat looked at him, then leaned in close and rubbed and licked at his hand. Tatsu would smile. There were 4 cats, and Tatsu wanted to bring them back, but cleaning up the poop was too troublesome, so he couldn't be accused of being a pooper scooper so far, so he could only come to feed them. After a while, the cat slept next to their mother, and Tatsu also turned around and left, mounting his little donkey and riding on the wind. However, halfway through the ride, the vehicle became slower and slower, and finally stopped directly. Ha, it's broken? After checking, the reason for not being able to go should be the dented battery. It was still a bit of a distance from home, so he could only push it off to get it fixed first. However, it would be too late to go home. After repairing the car for a while, there was no movement coming from his cell phone, and Wanan did not return the message. Finally changed the battery before rushing home and walking up the elevator. He didn't get a text message. Wanan should not be home yet. Pressing the 4th floor. A few seconds later when the elevator opened the moment, he froze, because there was a young girl in front of his house. That's right, it was none other than Yuanan. At this moment, she was holding her hands, holding an express delivery in her hand, and seemed to be a bit cold. Leaning against the front door of Gu Chen's house, there were actually some small pockets on the ground, filled with the fresh vegetables she had bought. Didn't care about those. Looked up and took a closer look. She actually fell asleep leaning against the front door of her house, and drooling a little. Cute and funny. The sound of the elevator opening didn't wake her up. She's home from work, and she's back at her house, only she doesn't have a key to the door, so she's locked out. She didn't even send a text when she arrived home. This little one is really something. Doesn't she want to bother me? One in quiet sleeping face is very nice. Abandon the playfulness. At first glance is simply a living sleeping beauty. Need to be kissed gently by the prince to wake up. Gu Chen covered his face and laughed, feeling that Wanan is quite bullish. Before I just heard that someone can fall asleep standing up. I did not expect to really see it today. Quietly approaching, watching her breathing evenly, he was very intolerant, but had to wake her up, rubbing his fingertips gently over her porcelain doll-like face, and felt discomfort coming from her skin, outside of her dream, and gently smacked the hand. Tatsu wondered, she didn't even wake up, so changed a trick, the hand to her petite throat, and then like teasing a cat, pulled out for a while her white chin's soft flesh. At this time, feel the throat area from the comfortable. She reacted a little bigger, but did not reach out to fight off, but the eyes slightly narrowed. Some small enjoyment tilted the small head. Tatsu gave a lick in his heart. Worthy of being a cat girl, just by pulling out her chin a little bit she sank down. Aha! And made a tickling and comfortable sound. After half a moment of comfort, she felt something was wrong. What was she doing? Slowly opening her eyes, she saw none other than Gu Chen, who was reaching out to tease herself, immediately pleased to want to embrace the past, but suddenly in some shame, lowered his face, will be the small face away, small hands twisting and rubbing each other. Where did you go? Just know to come back. Her lips coyly, aggrieved pitying. It made people want to hug and touch her face to comfort her. Chen scratched his head. Wanan, why didn't you send me a text message when you arrived home? And only returned her face to purse her lips. I know, you must be busy outside. I do not want to bother you. Where am I busy? He cried and laughed. The young girl in front of him was really soft. I just went to feed the cats. Then the battery broke down. I had to fix it before I was delayed. I'm sorry. He was sorry. Letting a girl wait at the door for such a long time. What kind of words is this? One and then eyelashes a sheet. Heard him actually apologized. Revealing joy. No, it's okay la. Come back is good. Thought you don't want me anymore. Ha, what? The more he said, the lower his voice became, and he froze at the last sentence. No. Feed the cat? Really? After recalling his words, the little head wondered again. Yeah, but the car broke down and after it was fixed, I even passed by the park. One and then saw his hand carrying a bag again, which was filled with, actually, pink cherries. The little face became even more elated, forgetting everything about herself. Good-looking eyes blinked, and indisputable tears flowed out from the corners of her mouth. Is this for me? And counted on herself with her pinky. Incredulous. Was this meant to be an apology? Then it's barely forgiven. The little drama queen has inner thoughts to herself. Ran Tatsu, however, throws a bowl of cold water on her. This one. Ha, it's me passing by the park. Saw the cherries on the tree are almost ripe, so I picked them by hand. Not bought them. Wanan gently took it, opened it and saw that the cherries really weren't fully ripe, but they were already pink in color, just not as sweet to eat, and immediately turned her head. Her eyes narrowed and smiled. Aha, I know handpicked is more meaningful than bought. The little face seems to be naive, and touched another one from it, casually wiped it on the body and stuffed it into the little mouth. Tatsu was a bit puzzled. Why does it always feel like she's making something out of nothing? I just saw the cherries growing nicely, so I just picked a few randomly. Wanan tasted it with joy, but opened her mouth a moment later with a sour taste. Oh, it's still a bit sour. Chen was about to remind him that sour is not a big deal, but it's not a good idea to eat it without washing it. But Wanan couldn't wait at all. Looking at her little expression like she ate 3 oranges, So cute. So sour. Don't eat it, buy it later. He reached out to take it, but Wanan snatched it away with a protective hand. No need, I want to eat what Chen Chen picked for me isn't love sour and sweet, so I love to eat sourdough. This naive and funny words. I'm afraid it's really a little fool who is deeply in love. But every time she eats one, she purses her lips sourly. Still holding on, Tatsu couldn't do anything about her stubbornness, and could only touch her small face, gently scrubbing it because of her sourness. Feeling the touch, she suddenly felt the sour cherries in her mouth become a little sweeter. Opening her eyes wide, her happy little face reddened as she immediately opened her arms and hugged over. Then there was a soft fragrance into the bosom. Wanan like lost and found. Want a hug for a long time, do not want to let go. Nearly 3 minutes later, when Chen's legs were numb and his stomach was hungry, he gently stroked her back. Wanan, are you still coming home? I can't get the key to open the door like this. The voice was so gentle. Ow. And then became excited again at this time, immediately gave way to her petite body, and skillfully used her small hand to help him dig out her pants bag, and took out a key. I'll open the door blah. Tatsu smiled. Let her. The courier in her hand shook, and Tatsu grew puzzled. Ugh. What's that courier in your hand? Reaching out, she wanted to bring it over to read the delivery information, but she deftly dodged it sideways. Hee surprise, I'll tell you after I take a bath. Tatsu was a bit surprised. Why did it have to be after a bath? Shouldn't. Looking at her pink little face, Tatsu suddenly associated it with something less than harmonious, and his own face reddened. Wanan was really being a fool, but it also gave him a sense of sufficient anticipation. She was the first to lift up the groceries she had bought and bounced through the front door. Tatsu also threw away his strange thoughts and got ready to cook the vegetables. Utilizing the exquisite vegetables that she had bought for nearly 50 yuan, she cooked 2 dishes and a soup, originally thinking that Goodnight would eat slowly. Guchen was quite eager to see her little cherry, chewing and swallowing slowly, making her mouth full of oil, but she wiped her mouth and said, I'll go take a shower first. Then she quickly entered, this time taking her clothes with her and locking the door. It seemed like the surprise didn't want him to see it in advance. Guchen saw that she was still behaving herself today, and a touch of relief appeared on his face, but it wasn't exactly what he thought it was. She bathed quickly, and when she came out, Guchen had only finished washing and wiping the table. Hearing the sound of someone coming out of the toilet, he turned around, casually glanced at her, and subconsciously said, quickly go to bed and stay there. Today you can still only sleep in your own room. Oh. But suddenly, he was captivated by the young girl in front of him who had just finished her shower, her body still smelling hot. Half of his words were still stuck in his throat. Afterwards, there were a few more lively lowly cat purrs. Meow meow Tatsu Tatsu, what's up, do you like my new outfit today meow meow? Her face was a bit flushed, and her cute cat ears twitched. Guchen was watching, his eyes dumbfounded, as if he was looking at a heavenly beauty, his mind already traveling outside. Meow? Suddenly, there was another cat's cry, which brought him back to his senses. The little maiden in front of him cocked her cat head, wondering what happened to Guchen. After Wanan took a shower, she actually changed into a cos cat uniform, and a cat made at that. First of all, the single ponytail was undone, presenting a nice mushroom short hair, and then with a delicate cat hairband. Very spiritual. Cat ears outside the hair black, while the inside is pink and white. The old good-looking, with the porcelain white doll face comparable to this, almost like a cat into the spirit. Face also wearing a pair of large glasses, hanging on the small bridge of the nose, highlighting the playful more skin a few points. There was a big black bell hanging around her neck, shaking and making a clear sound. Underneath was a long black dress of excellent quality, fluffy and beautiful, with a white lace apron superimposed over it, the white dress extending to encircle the waist, and the lace connecting upwards to the fragrant shoulders and neck. Under her feet, there were Coco Nelly's cat-eared cotton slippers. Now, her 2 little hands were placed in front of her chest, making a posture of serving her master at any time. This outfit is so desirable and cute. By the way, she was also wearing white silk. That made it even more unbearable for this old man. When Guchen saw her at that time, he was dumbfounded because his brain was completely switched off. The cat-eared girl in front of him was so cute. So cute. How long does one fist have to cry? It was so adorable that I wanted to pick her up and drop her to her death. Wait, there's a cat's tail. How did you put it on? Of course, Wanan didn't know what Guchen had in mind at this moment, but if he did, he would have been adored by the fact that he had 3 to 6 years of experience, and then would be so excited. Meow. What's going on? Why don't you say anything? I don't know. Guchen's heart. Don't scream. It's too kawaii. On the surface, ahem. Dry throat. That's just average. After hearing this, Wanan was a little bit unhappy, scratching her face with her cute cat paws. Ah, but this is my customized limited edition cat-made costume. The world is limited to Ah. When Tatsu heard that, this little guy was quite attentive. Wait, 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 wait. She covered her small mouth in shock again, as this was the first time Guchen had been that far away from herself and yet she was shy. There must be a reason why the straight man of steel was shy. The weather's getting hot. He spread his hands and looked at the ceiling, deciding that he couldn't admit it, or else Wan Yen would definitely seize the opportunity to tease him hard again, or even do something even more outrageous. Ha, Tatsu, then why did you get a nosebleed again? Anne's eyes widened with worry as Tatsuji's nosebleed was out of control. What? I accidentally bumped into the corner of the table just now. You have to believe me. He defended, then went to pull out a piece of paper and wiped it vigorously, but after wiping for half a day, it took 5 sheets of paper to completely finish. The process was always uncontrollable. To explore? Oh no. To imagine what kind of consequences would be if one slept cuddled after wearing this maid outfit. It wouldn't just be one sleepless night. It would be several sleepless nights. Wanan approached, thinking that he had really bumped into it, and with her dull, beautiful eyes open, she carefully checked him out, using her little paw to touch his red, high nose. Gu Chen, Tion's so cute. Will spray blood again. Ah. After the young girl came closer, he saw the tail on Wanan's back. It turned out to be attached to the clothes. By the way, she wore 2 pairs of cute cat's white paws on her little hands, and the inside of the white paws was also pink flesh. Of course it was just decoration. The young girl smelled so good. She was so well behaved that it melted his heart, gradually reaching out his big hand and stroking the cat ears on her crooked little head. Feeling the caress, Wanan squinted her eyes in comfort for a moment, meow meowed twice, as if to let her master continue to caress. The 2 little cat paws also drew back and started scratching at his chest. It was itchy and crispy, very comfortable. Tatsu couldn't stand it some, but held it in for a few seconds. Then he scratched her chin again. On the hand, the little face eyelashes began to close tightly again, just like a real milk cat, tilted his head up in intoxication, and actually spat out his little tongue. Guchen realized how he was still addicted to jerking the cat, so he hurriedly retracted it, and Wanan suddenly lost his comfort, so he tilted his little head and looked at him pleadingly. The star-like eyes blinked animatedly for a few moments, and the corners of his pretty mouth hooked. Then again, without his master's consent, he pressed his face and licked his cheeks. It tickled, and Guchen felt like his soul was going to be emptied. Okay, that's enough. Tatsu sighed outright that he couldn't stand it. Did Wanan learn the skill of pleasing in advance? From the cat? The effect is just like the same. I'm Tatsu's pet cat made today. You're my male master. You can call me as much as you want. Wanan wagged her little tail again, her chin gently nudging the back of her small white clawed hand. A small look of a cat being good and obedient. No need. Can't afford it. He said. He can't take it anymore. Wanan is tempted to go on like this. He really wants to make a call. Aha, the cat girl commiserated upon hearing that. He's going to forget about it. Then, thinking of something, she revealed a cute and bad smile. Meow cat made applying for a back rub for her master. Is it good? Excitedly blinking Kaziran big eyes, a flash like bright stars, small paws waving in the air. Tatsu was a little heartbroken at first, but turned his head to realize that he was almost trapped by her soft voice again. Oh, master, I don't need a back rub. Cat, give me a good stay outside on the line. No naughty. Oh, he learned one in tone. Her small face a stream, gently in his chest and scratched twice, as if to blame him for being a big straight man. After a while, Tatsu took a shower and locked the door, lest he be caught by the agile kitten running in, turned back only to find, changed a cat uniform. One and temptation is even greater. Actually not much resistance to accompany her to play half an hour to sleep. Said to play the game. It is jerking a cat have gained fun? Another thought, the game will be empty after playing, but jerking a cat will be a straight cool awe. And catmate is waiting at the door with some disappointment. This master just doesn't get the hang of it, so he can only take away his dirty clothes first and do what a maid should do. Waiting for him to finish his bath and come out, Wanan has already finished washing all the dirty clothes, and has brought a small bench to step on with her little feet, so that she can barely hang it up. Her cat uniform actually not yet off, especially that pair of cat ears. In the reflection of the moonlight, the balcony of her, like a small claws are about to stretch out. Hard to pull the small dried fish. Naughty cat, shaking fear of falling off the stool. However, the cat was flexible, and after hanging up her clothes, she leapt down from the stool again, and like a child, she picked up her tools from the side, and started mopping and sweeping the floor around each room. As a maid, He was still quite competent, but he felt that he was too competent. The floor that he cleaned up yesterday was still very clean, so he didn't need to mop it every day. A moment later, a cat with a mop was purring with the dirt on the floor. Because there was a piece of sticky stuff on the floor, mopping several times did not mop off, so she grunted, using the mop to rub with all her strength, rubbing the little face red, before mopping clean. Looking at her diligent and lovely appearance, Tatsu smiled heartily. It was a pity that such a cat girl would help herself with the housework. If she were to give it to someone else, they would have to treat Wanan as an ancestor and offer her up. Mopping the floor meticulously, only when she saw Guchen standing in the hall, she meowed at him a few more times. Meow, there's dirt here, feet, please step aside. Meow. Meow, stepping on someone's mop, let go quickly. Meow. The last one, Tatsu stepped on it on purpose. The hall Wanan was surrounding had been mopped 3 times and was still there. The floor tiles were like polished shiny. It wasn't too tiring. It was even more diligent than in her own house. That's why he stepped on the mop. Alright, go rest. Any more mopping and I'll be able to look at my floor in the mirror, smiling and shaking his head at this hard-working little fool. Wanan blinked her eyes and smiled joyfully. He, then since I'm all done mopping, master can give me a small reward. Meow? And cupped her little face with her little paws again, revealing a look that begged her master to feed her little dried fish. What reward? A kiss, of course. Meow, just a kiss, just kiss here. He didn't ask for a kiss on the mouth, but rather nodded his white cheeks. When Tatsu realized this, he took back the mop that he was going to return. Here, go on. Wanan immediately huffed. Milky and ferocious, humph, master is a big rascal. She touched her waist again. A Yazzie who couldn't be coaxed well. Tatsu reached out and pinched that pink face. Soft as dough. Alright, hard work. Go play for a while. Don't be too tired. He casually cared. Wanan broke away from the hand that was pinching her small face before she spat out her small tongue and opened one beautiful eye. Meow, then master. Slave will wait for you on the bed. He smiling sweetly. She turned around and went to his room. Tatsu wanted to stop, but it was too late. She went in and closed the door behind her, seemingly guessing that he would object. There was nothing he could do. He hooked his lips and could only go and empty the trash can first. Wanan didn't have time to empty the trash can. Of course Tatsu didn't want her to come downstairs in such a cat-made outfit. He didn't want other boys to see her cute look. I don't know when he started to become selfish. Everything about Wan Yen could only be seen by him alone. Going out to take out the garbage. When he came back, the door to his room was finally open. Putting the trash can, and quietly walking in again. Cat maiden. Yi Wanan didn't look over, but was busy with something in her hands without looking away. She was in front of the computer desk, kneeling her entire petite body on the bench. The little beauty was holding a ballpoint pen, writing on a piece of white paper as if she was drawing. I don't know just what she drew with her pen when she went out for a while just now. Without making a sound, after getting closer, she realized that Wanan's little face when she was serious, actually had some high coldness, just like an iceberg beauty, only to be seen from afar. He was amused, so he came to her side. At this time she did not look back. It seems that the painting was completed, and shook her little head happily, and the elastic cat ears also trembled slightly as a result. Feeling amused, he gently blew 2 hot breaths on her cat ears. Phew, what are you doing? The scent of cherry blossoms sprinkled beside her small ears, causing her body to tremble. Her face flushed scarlet. She straightened her back with a jolt, and when she looked back, the light in her eyes became a bit low again. The hot air was mainly blown on her cat ears. It was a decoration. Actually not much effect, but the cat ears were curved. Once the hot air was bent back, it bounced back to her delicate ears. Boing. Master, why did you suddenly appear back there? You scared me a bit. Wanan revealed a small sultry, yet greatly surprised expression as she looked at his face. Her ears flushed red. After hearing that, slave or something is a bit tempting, isn't it? Guchen thought that he had really scared her, so he reached out another hand to caress and comfort her on her little head. I'm sorry, haha. Wanan obediently rubbed her little head upwards again. It was so comfortable. Meow, forgive your master's transgressions, lot. Tatsu then turned her head to look at the painting in her hand. I was so focused on her that I didn't pay attention to anything else. What's the drawing? He saw a drawing of a man and a woman on a piece of white paper. The boy was wearing a straight suit, supporting his already tall figure even more stylishly, and the girl was wearing a fluffy wedding gown, her face overflowing with a mesmerizing smile as she rode on the handsome boy's back. At first glance, wasn't that the groom carrying the bride? Of course he understood. The man and the woman must be himself and Wanan. The painting was fantasizing about the scene when they got married. That's why he pretended not to understand. Aha, can't you tell? This is our wedding portrait. I think that when we really get married, we'll be 10,000 times happier than what I've drawn. She simply tapped her lips, her face full of intoxicated anticipation as she looked into the future. Gu-chin smiled. Wanan did draw very quickly and very well, almost not missing any small details. After all, is a graduate of Tsinghua, although usually do not show much intelligence, naive, but in serious times, but can kill the whole scene. This painting, just her use Chen pour garbage time, then painted out, and so fine. At least Gu-chun himself is not painted, but marriage is too far away, isn't it? I won't talk about it later, at least not now. He poured cold water on her. Think beautifully, yo, who wants to marry you? Just know to set me up, and reached out and popped a small brain crash. Wanan smart but did not escape, covering the small head crying. It's fine if we don't get married, it's just a formality anyway. We can still have babies anyway. Wanan grunted and was stubborn. Tatsu couldn't help but laugh. Who wants to have a baby with you? Boring. He faked giving a brain crash. Wanan was so scared that she immediately covered her face and dodged it, expressing her defiance. So angry and funny. As a result, after waiting for half a day, Tatsu didn't attack. She slowly opened her eyes, but she saw that he had taken a pen, and actually started to draw too. Her little head, greatly puzzled. Gu-chin, on the other hand, just suddenly wanted to draw a picture to show her as well. Which washed away her previous disheveled state, sat in a straight posture, and thought to herself that it was a good thing he didn't give another brain boom, or else she would definitely hit him back with her little pink fist. Let him feel the sweet blitz. He was very quiet. Calmly, his side face made people look at him and subconsciously thought that he was a domineering president. Wanan was a bit obsessed by such a face. He was just doing serious work, yet he could make the girls on the side drool, unsurprisingly, and finally couldn't help drooling, and it took several sheets of paper to wipe it off, so that Tatsu wouldn't see him and make fun of him again. Soon after he finished his drawing, Wanan immediately looked over his shoulder. Although the drawing is a bit rough, but compared to the poor drawing skills is much better. Just then the top is not enough, then the bottom is not enough to catch up with the skills of Wanan. After seeing what he drew, and show brow slightly flat. In the painting, there was also a man and a woman, but instead of a suit, there were ordinary casual clothes. However, the young girl inside is different, with a pair of cat ears, bells hanging from her white chest, along with cute kitten claws, a delicate cat-made dress. It's almost like a smaller version of herself, isn't it? Just like a real cat-eared loli. In this picture, Gu-chin, as her master, was gently lifted up by one of his hands, hooking the back of her collar, and intended to bring her to her nest because she had not behaved herself at all and climbed onto her bed, wanting to burrow into the comforter. The cat Wanan, grimacing with his little tiger teeth, stretched out his little paws in the air to scratch and throw, very defiant, but to the tall owner of no way, simply let him lift up and go. This painting, see her own is pouting little mouth, just like in his picture, milk fierce, tucked chest. At a glance, she really brought herself into it. After all, he drew it in a comic-like style, and Wanan is the literary type. Protest meow, anyone who bullies a cute kitten like that is a big bad guy. You won't be able to find a girlfriend in this life. Seeing Wanan's defiant face, Tatsu was suddenly inspired to draw a separate picture of a cat-eared girl with her tiger teeth showing, her fierce paws open, and cute hearts in her eyes when she's angry. Too much love. Of course, it's based on Wanan with secondary elements. Wanan was still quietly watching from the side. She liked whatever Gu-chin drew. However, if she drew any more of these with some mapping, she would definitely use her little pink fist to pound his chest. Then after watching him draw for a while, his gaze moved somewhere else, to his serious cheeks. The beautiful eyes blinked for a moment and became dumbfounded, looking at his star face with features that reached the human extreme and fair skin. It was so handsome that he didn't have a girlfriend. She gradually recalled that this quiet side face was not common in high school. Only when he was reading in the morning, she had intentionally been late for school just so she could pass by his class and sneak a peek at him. At that time, Gu-chin was also so serious about writing with his pen, but he was actually treeing up his books, making up for the homework he didn't finish last night. Even though he was that kind of student who didn't finish his homework on time, Wanan still liked it, and liked it a lot. At that time, Gu-chin also wondered why Wanan, such a school flower, was always late, and obviously there are other shortcuts to go, had to walk through his class this way. Before he confessed, of course, he did not know. Just when Wanan red face secretly look over, he was writing homework, noticed, slightly raised his head, with a hooked lip smile in response. That is, a silent greeting. Wanan received that smile on his cheeks, and all of a sudden the deer was like a stimulant, banging his head in his chest, lowering his little brain, biting his lip and quickly escaping. Tatsu thought at that time, it was his face that scared people, scratching his head. In the past, in order to look at his serious cheeks, One needed to be prepared to be scolded by the homeroom teacher, but now it's a different story. One can look at it whenever one wants to, and if one really can't help it, one can even kiss on it. In the past, she has never been so happy. Thinking like this, the corner of her mouth inadvertently hooked up. The color in her eyes was lax, as if her soul was wandering. Kagom's petite body slightly propped up and leaned forward. Still really couldn't help but want to kiss him before saying anything. She nuzzled her moist lips, and leaned forward a little more. The two of them were sitting in two chairs. One chair was so narrow, of course they couldn't afford to sit on it. And Guchen had unintentionally pulled away a little bit before, so if they really wanted to kiss him, it would still be quite an effort. Just one stolen kiss. Just one. In her heart, she was planning to do so, but because she was tilting too much, her body's center of gravity went forward, causing the chair to suddenly tilt forward. It was only when she came back to her senses that she realized she was going to fall. It was too late for regrets. The cat girl's body fell straight to the ground, making a close contact with the ground. This was a bit of a steal. Tatsu had been concentrating on his drawing, but he immediately jumped at the sound of that scream. Turning his head, Wanan was out of sight, only to realize that Evie was lying on the ground. Boing boing. Somewhat strangely and breathlessly. Ugh, Wanan. How can you fall even when you're sitting down? Are you alright? Where does it hurt? Get up. Let me see if there are any bruises. He reached out and supported her delicate body, slowly picked her up, then gently dropped this kitten onto the bed. Oinking ouch Tatsu. Her little mouth felt like she had eaten a sour orange as she cried 6 times, incoherently, and Tatsu suspected that what she was trying to say just now was Tatsu. Pain pain pain. The little beauty shed 2 bright tears, squeezing them out of the corners of her eyes, making it oddly heartbreaking. Guchen hurriedly touched her head and wiped the tears from her face again. What did you do? Did the chair not let you sit on it? Turning her head to look again. It hadn't become essence or broken, so she was puzzled. I just wanted to lean a little closer so I could see better. But the chair wouldn't listen to me. Oing oing oing. Never had any other ideas, she cried babyishly as she covered the place where she had just fallen and hurt herself. But that little face was hiding something shy. Tatsu didn't know what she was going to do, but she had to be punished in advance. Gently picking up her small arm, her white elbow had scratched a piece of skin. He tried, gently rubbing the periphery to make her feel better. Wanan ate the orange ground face before gradually relaxing away. Is it here that it hurts? Wait for me for a while. Oh, I'll get you a band-aid. Wiping tears from her eyes, and gently nodding her head, she hooked up an aggrieved smile and reddened her little nose. Tatsu got up and went to rummage through the drawer next to the bed. When he turned back, he wanted to wrap it up for her, but he saw that Wanan was actually using her little tongue, licking the injured area. Fizzle 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 fizzle. There are certain ingredients in the saliva that can stop the bleeding and sterilize it. That's why she gently licked it twice. The cat's ears were lowered, and her little tongue was sticking out. A look that made his eyes a little blurry for a moment, and he subconsciously imagined it to be a real Persian cat. Only after half a moment did he regain his senses, and hurriedly went to bandage it up. The wound was caused by friction with the ground. He told Wanan to put away her little tongue, and took out his own cotton ball and alcohol, wiped it twice. She slightly ate the pain, but knew that it was for her own good, and then bit her lip to endure it. Alcohol is much more effective than saliva. He also took out 3 band-aids, no matter if she was injured or not, and wrapped them all around her, so that the injured area would look better. Wanan tilted her little head and watched him bandage it up. Thinking of something, her little face aggrieved, she asked again, Meow master, is there a pink band-aid? Meow? Why? Tatsu was speechless. Don't meow if you're injured. Because of that is suitable for girls. I see a lot of secondary Yuan little sister. Paste the pink band-aid are very good looking. The key male lead more like her. What the hell was that for? I don't have that in my house. Gently flicked the young girl a small brain. Injured and still thinking about like it or not. So boring. Wanan covered her forehead again and meowed. Meow, don't just do it, it hurts. Tatsu slightly rolled his eyes. He didn't want to draw anymore. He accompanied her and helped her rub it. After a while, Wanan suddenly wanted to eat something. Meow master, I want to eat a peach. Tatsu didn't understand for a moment. What? It's the cherries I picked today. Oh, he realized, but then thought, you want to eat that? It's very sour. I can't eat it anymore. Wanan, however, mischievously stomped her little feet. Her little face capricious. Where is it sour? As long as it is the master hand-fed, then everyone is sweet. Dok meow. He took this girl no way. Gently pressed the lace white, silk little feet. Do not let move. Get up to go to the cherry to wash. That little feet are too cute, but at the same time is also tempting him. When he washed and brought it to him, Wanan opened his own little sandalwood scented mouth. He had no choice but to feed it in. She ate one first, and her little expression was like she had eaten a lemon. Just now, this one didn't seem to be very ripe. That's why Wanan's reaction was so great, but she still reluctantly said, so sweet. Gu-chen rolled his eyes. Your expression says it all. Wanan ate a few more, and during the process, Gu-chen accidentally touched her little tongue, and immediately put it back as if she had been electrocuted, and Wanan lowered her face, revealing a small hint of delight. The last few are not so sour. After feeding him, he went back to painting. A few minutes later, a beautiful cat-eared lady with peach eyes, milk fierce comic picture came out. Manga style lines are particularly evocative. Wanan saw it all, looked dumbfounded, whispering to himself, wow, this is my Yazi in the eyes of Tatsu. He didn't hear, or he would have said you're so narcissistic. Gathering up his paper ballpoint pen, he took out his keyboard, then put on his headphones, ready to play some computer games. Attack on Titan hadn't been played in a while, so today it would be an all-nighter. There are actually a lot of games like Jedi Survival, Ark, My World, and Pirates Unlimited, so one by one first. Wanan, if you're sleepy, go back to bed. Don't try to rely on me today. Tomorrow I'm on vacation, so I'm going to play all night. I'm sorry I won't be able to stay with you. He smiled a little bit cheaply at the end of the sentence. Tatsu realized that he had been sleeping together lately. It was really strange. Every time he wanted to avoid but hugged together for various reasons. This time, he would never. He was going to resist. Not to mention that tomorrow is a day off in January. Explicitly stated. Which is also a kind of company benefit. The good thing about working for a company is that there is a specific rest period in a month. Or of course, you can choose not to rest and continue to work to earn a paycheck. But is he short of that kind of money? Mainly depends on the mood. If you are in a good mood, you can do whatever you want to do. Wanan listened and then nuzzled his small mouth. Meow, how can a cat leave its owner's mud? I'd better accompany my owner to watch the game first. On the surface, although well behaved, she actually wanted to spend time with Gu-chen. She didn't believe that he wouldn't sleep all night today. Even if she ended up cuddling and sleeping for an hour, she was satisfied. Besides, who says that if the employees are resting, the president can't rest? Taking out her cell phone, she found her secretary and said that she had something to do tomorrow, so she didn't have to go tomorrow. After all, the big and small things have been resolved today. There is no big deal to go tomorrow. Even if there is an extra hour shift, it will be resolved. Besides, if you go and don't see Gu-chen, how can you make it through tomorrow alone? How can she live without Gu-chen? If she didn't see Gu-chen for a second, she would have visions in front of her eyes, and if she didn't see him for a day, wouldn't she go into a state of insanity or decadence? I can't imagine. And Tatsu was naive enough to think that Wanyan would be as busy tomorrow as she was today. He shook his head. She could stay with him if she wanted to. After all, her hand was injured. What if she fell again? Clicked on the game. Attack of the Giants is a slightly bloody, gory game. Wanan had wanted to get close or even squat on his lap to see it, but was scared by the game cover of a huge bloody body of the giant. Pulling up the small quilt, her petite body shrank towards the head of the bed and covered her small chin with the quilt in fear, subconsciously thinking that this must be some kind of horror game. Turning back to look at Wanan with a deer in the headlights look, he somehow blamed himself. I'm not scared. I'm just a little bit scared. Don't worry too much. Wanyan saw the concern in Tatsu's eyes, so he used the topic to play on it, and he was so happy. After hearing this, he suddenly became less self-critical, narcissistic, not worried about you. Turning his head, he continued to play the game, but still manually reduced the game's ground blood star effect to the lowest and lowest. It was only then that Wanan held the small quilt and continued to move a little closer. So it turns out that boys usually play this kind of game. He started the quest. The player is a human. Kill the giants that are randomly swept out in the city can be. He never recruited teammates to play this game, and he took on the whole game solo. The rest of the game was very enjoyable, but he neglected Wanan, and was alone in the quilt. Earlier she had found it fun to see the characters flying around in the game, but now she didn't pay attention to it anymore. Instead, her little cat paws gently covered her belly and rubbed it. Her little face was a little hard to bear. The whole person was on the cat's back. Only her cat ears were exposed, waiting for her stomach to get better. She saw that Tatsu was still playing, so she came down to the bed. Tatsu, and did not see it, then stepped on the sheepish cat ear shoes, came to the kitchen, took down a coffee cup, found a black coffee, put the hot water, and finally added some sugar, stirred well and gently blew a little, and then served it to him, waiting for the warm coffee served in front of the computer. Tatsu only noticed Wanan. People have long been out of bed, and thoughtful to make a cup of coffee for himself. Raising his head and looking at her smiling face, he removed his headphones and nodded. Thank you. And the young girl narrowed her eyes and just weakly purred softly, meow, as if to say, this is all what a cat maid should do. Please enjoy. At that moment, Tatsu noticed that her pretty body was trembling a bit, and she was lightly biting her lip again. Ow, it hurts. The voice was so small that Tatsu didn't know what was being said. Serving him a cup of coffee, the soft body slowly blended into the bed again, covering up the quilt, not letting Guchen see, gently rubbing his stomach. He didn't care too much. Maybe it was because he stayed under the covers and got cold once he got out of bed. Anyway, he thanked her for making coffee for him. The coffee was already lukewarm, not too hot in the mouth. I played for nearly 3 more minutes. The room was a bit quiet, and Wanan behind her didn't move at all. By common sense, she shouldn't be able to stay alone for too long, just like when she watched a Seijai senpai before, watching her run up her legs. He gradually didn't mind Wanyan's playful little look, and even, there was a small drop of anticipation, turning his head, only to see that the young girl had been shrinking under the quilt, curled up with her hands covered. He felt something was wrong, so he immediately unplugged his headphones, turned off his computer, and came to the bedside in a bit of a panic, then gently lifted the corner of the quilt. The light shone in, and what he saw was a small, somewhat white-faced Wanan, with a tightly locked brow. This caused him to be slightly stunned, almost as if he had never seen her in this difficult state before. Wanan, what's wrong? Gently lifting the quilt again, she reached out and touched her forehead with a few drops of sweat, realizing that it wasn't a fever. Lifting the quilt a bit more, I really saw her rubbing her belly. No, it's just a bit of a belly ache. It's not a problem. Cat Beauty Girl reluctantly hooked up the corner of the lips. Small appearance people want to hold in the palm of the hand care. Mouth-to-mouth skirt. 6, 1, 2, 5, 5, 6, 0, 2, 2. Huanin. Guchen touched her little tummy. It was strange that she obviously ate the same thing. Could it be that she ate too many cherries? Then I'll get you medicine. He quickly turned around again, only to be held by Wanan's small hand. No, don't. It'll be fine in a while. She didn't want to disturb Guchen from playing the game. However, she looked down, not realizing that Guchen turned off the computer when he saw her curled up in a ball. Nonsense. If you have a stomach ache, you need to take stomach medicine. How can you get better so quickly? He said, his hand gently tugged to loosen it. However, just before he was about to walk away, Wanan grabbed it back with a jolt. Her small face was a bit aggrieved, shy and embarrassed to speak. In fact, it's my relative who came. Relatives? He understood instantly and frowned. It's quick. It'll disappear tomorrow, don't worry, blah, she said sweetly, actually not wanting him to worry. The thought was to hold on for a bit longer, wait for Tatsu to get sleepy a piece and just get through the day, but it turned out to be caught by him in advance. Nonsense. Guchen was stern and unquestionable. This time he figured out why Wanan liked cherries so much. Women themselves are prone to anemia. The ant will add more serious, and the high iron content of cherries, belonging to the first of all kinds of fruits, can improve iron deficiency anemia, but also to improve the physical condition. Even if it is sour, she also loved to eat. Of course, mainly he fed, raised his head and picked up the air conditioning remote control, turned off the cold air and immediately turned on the heat, and rubbed his big hand hard, then gently lifted her belly clothes and laid it on, rubbing it in circles. Wanan was a bit shy and biting her lips at that time, but then she felt that her stomach was much warmer, and even silk enjoyment surfaced on her face. The air conditioning cold was turned on by Wanan earlier, because he was sweating from watching him play the game so hard. She was very sweet, but hid herself under the covers. When relatives come, you can't catch a cold or you'll feel worse, but she only had Guchen in her eyes. Just rubbing her stomach is definitely not enough. She has to take stomach pills for any stomach ache, so when her aunt comes, she definitely needs to drink brown sugar and ginger tea. But there was no brown sugar at home. Looking at her haggard little face, Tatsu blamed himself a little for only focusing on playing the game just now. Wanan, stay in bed. Don't run around. I'm going out and I'll be back, said Wanan, but again and again held his big hand. Don't, I really will soon be good. I don't want you to go outside. Her stomach began to ache a little again. Her little mouth to speak are ambiguous. Fool, stay you, but still tugging and not letting go. Tatsu at the moment, in order to reassure her, simply one thing or another, leaned over and gently ruffled the wet hair on her cheeks, and then planted a kiss on that porcelain doll-like little face. Boo! Wanan felt the warm touch coming from her cheeks, and instantly, it was like an adrenaline shot that lifted her spirits. The cat girl's eyes were wide open at the moment, blinking hard several times in disbelief. Guchen had actually taken the initiative to kiss herself. Dreaming, right? It had to be, didn't it? Excited and confused, the answer was of course no. while the air was dry and hot. Her cheeks were also dry and hot, rubbing a reddish color, and repeated green smoke rose from her little head, as if that one kiss was just a switch that activated an adorably steamy hyme. While surprised, her eyes filled with joy. Her small stomach that was still in pain didn't hurt much anymore. This little look was just too shy, immediately covering her little face with her hands again. But now even her little hands are covered with red. Auntie hasn't left yet, and her legs are just bouncing with excitement. This is the heart of a swinging girl. Aha! Wanan's thoughts haven't stopped yet. She made a squirming and shy sound. Tatsuya actually made a surprise attack. I'm not ready yet. But the exuberance of the brain is not really an effective cure for the physical discomfort. Not long after that it still hurts, and she covers her tummy again. But this time she doesn't have a bitter face, but a smile. In her heart, she was still thinking that if Tatsu came with a few more kisses or directly to her mouth, maybe her great aunt would really be pissed off by this full of dog food. Tatsu gave her a kiss because he wanted to put her at ease, but he didn't expect this girl to be so restless. Stroking her soft cat ears, don't be too excited, oh, only once. Feel at ease and wait for me to come back. When the words fell, Wanan then watched him put on his jacket and go out, gently leaving the door ajar. Although he said that this kiss is only once, but you have to know, some things are once started, it will be out of control. Gu-chan went downstairs and went to the supermarket, and quickly picked up a few packs of sanitary napkins, brown sugar, tender ginger, red dates. Ginger is available at home, but it's too old, and red dates can nourish qi and blood, which can effectively relieve the pain of menstrual cramps. Came to the cashier. The cashier was a pretty girl, saw a guy buying a couple packs of sanitary napkins and such, and once she saw it, she could tell that he had a girlfriend, and that she was having an affair. She could tell that Gooch and Super loved each other and bought everything over again without fail. Also thought of scanning a code to add his WeChat. Think about it or forget it. Boys buy anti-towels. Of course, will attract a lot of people to watch. Gu-chan red-faced, only blame himself for not wearing a mask. I couldn't care less. The cashier laughed softly and immediately gave him the check. After the purchase of things upstairs into the door, looked at one and is still curled up in a small body. He came back, did not notice, so he went over to take a look, realizing that she wasn't asleep, but in pain and unable to care about anything else, and she said she'd be fine in a while? What a hammer! Reached out and touched her little face, then turned to the kitchen, boiled a pot of boiling water, chopped ginger and red dates into powder, put it into the pot, then added the most crucial brown sugar, and boiled for 5 minutes. Cooked with a leaky spoon to filter out all the dregs, leaving only a bowl of thick brown sugar ginger tea, like amber that is about to congeal. I didn't bring it over in time, but let it cool for a while, then took out the baby bottle that I had prepared earlier, and poured all the ginger tea into it, and not a single bit of it leaked out. I put the lid on the bottle and brought it over to Wanan, and closed the door to the room. I also went to the supermarket to buy a bottle, because I saw that she was in pain and couldn't even get up, so how could she drink it? So I bought a bottle. It should be easier. Wanan is a good girl. Open your mouth. He got on the bed and gently pried open her teeth and put the bottle in. Wanan's body was weak, and the amount of her aunt this time was quite large, so she couldn't even turn over in pain. However, it is said that girls will be quite grumpy when their aunt comes, but Wanan was not at all. Instead, she has been taking good care of herself, and even made a cup of coffee. He even thought that those were rumors, but the truth is that when Wanan faces him, she can't lose her temper at all and just wants to be a little treasure in his arms. It's just that he was blaming himself for coming home late earlier, and Wanan was blowing in the wind at the door for a while, playing games and turning on the air conditioner. The more he thought about it, the more he felt bad, so he got into bed and simply held her gently. When the small milk, mouth into the sandalwood small mouth, she was difficult and did not open her eyes. Small expression frowning, at first do not know what, feeling like back to the baby, mom feeding milk to their own drink. So gently bite a little, shoo, then warm soup will enter the small mouth. Let her feel a burst of comfort. The eyebrows slightly relaxed. I did not expect the sweetness is quite good. Before slowly opening her eyes, with her own little paw cupped up. It wasn't pocketed yet at once. Only then did he hold it steady. Gu-chan looked at this gently milking drink. Small lips up and down gently biting Wanan, revealing a trace of doting, and did not disturb her to drink milk. She was now a newborn baby, and this little bottle was the only gadget she could hold on to. Squinting her eyes, her little face overflowing with happiness. Swoosh, the cat maiden's cat ears hadn't been removed yet, and the hem of her skirt hadn't faded. At first glance, another hallucination appeared in Tatsu's eyes, and Wanyan in her eyes actually became a wailing cat cub, drinking milk and making enjoyable sounds in her throat. Shoo, 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 shoo. Crooked milking is not comfortable, because the milk drink off a small half, all the delicate body in place a turn, 2 hands holding up the bottle, into a vertical sucking. Milk. Shoo shoo shoo. She didn't open her eyes and gently sucked. This time all of it was drunk. Tatsu was afraid that she was in a hurry to drink, so he gently patted Wanan's chest. Good boy, drink slowly. I'll go cook it if it's not enough. Wanan seemed to understand, and shook her head, saying no. This cover the bottle to eat milk small appearance, simply to melt his heart. Titanium alloy straight men are going to melt into a puddle of water. Has long been cute out of a face of blood. It was as if he was taking care of a baby doll, tirelessly. After drinking the brown sugar water, Wanan felt contented. Her tummy warmed up and felt much more comfortable. Her little hands gently put the bottle on the bed. Perhaps too happy, not yet opened his eyes. His stomach was warm, suddenly wanted to sleep over, but still gently covered his belly. Cocking his little head, Guchen looked at some water stains on her little cherry mouth, so he gently wiped it clean with a tissue and touched her little nose. He also looked at her rubbing her little tummy, so he turned off the light and pressed against her delicate back, covering his hand with heat before lifting her clothes and helping her patiently rub. Once, twice, Wanan felt the comfort. Her little face became a little more relaxed. He didn't leave this time, but rubbed Wanan D's small stomach for 2 hours. His technique was much more skillful than the previous tummy ache and Wanan's rubbing, which made her so comfortable. 2 hours later, it was already 1 in the morning. Guchen was also a little sleepy, seeing that she hadn't moved and seemed to be too comfortable to fall asleep, so he withdrew his hand and gently covered her with clothes. He snorted and immediately closed his eyes, no longer able to leave, nor did he want to. What if Wanan's stomach hurt again? After covering her up, Tatsu just planned to sleep. The air conditioner was still hot, and it would be very hot to cover herself, so she was simply given a blanket that was naturally cool. Slowly closing his eyes, the atmosphere was quiet, but the next second, he was pecked on the cheek by something soft. Almost at once, he opened his eyes, touching his face. A spot on his own face was a little wet, and he was blushing, so it wasn't a hallucination. He slightly inclined his head. Wanan, why aren't you asleep? Kissing me for what? He Tatsu doesn't sleep, I don't sleep either. Kisses. Goodnight kisses, of course. What came out was the sound of a young girl's giggles, so beautiful that it could soften the ears. It seems that her health has really improved a lot, and she hasn't slept at all. No wonder when I rubbed her stomach earlier, I accidentally touched other places and felt her body tremble slightly. As for the goodnight kiss or something, this little guy is really more and more excessive. Good morning kiss, even if this also added good night. Later is not still want to have an afternoon kiss? A parting kiss? I don't know what to say. In fact, Wanan wanted to kiss on the mouth, but because the lights were not turned on, the kiss was wrong, but she was satisfied. Well then, I'm going to bed soon. Wanan and oh, sweet dreams. He gently stroked her cat ears, as well as her little head. Okay, let's have a good dream together. Under the comforter, Wanan innocently and romantically said, and Guchen actually didn't do anything to refute it for a while, feeling that it was a pretty good idea. Her pretty body again gently hugged over, holding an arm, afraid that he thought he was better and left, still in slight pain, actually, and closes her beautiful eyes, waiting for his cheeks. The heat completely dissipated, and Guchen fell into a deep sleep. Another 3 hours later, other movements came from this large bed of 2. Guchen was sleeping at the moment, but he felt some soft object on the bed, as if it was about to shuttle off the bed. Chen suddenly thought of her, instantly opened his eyes, woke up, and turned on the light, saw the end of the bed is crawling on the ground. Cat girl Wanan. Feeling a strong light, she instantly covered her eyes again. Oh. Looking at her little appearance, soft and spread out, it seemed that she hadn't woken up at all, and didn't have the strength to get out of bed at all, confused and about to fall over, rubbing her sleepy eyes. I need to pee. Her soft and sticky voice was like sticky candy. Gu Chen, of course, had a headache when he encountered this kind of thing, and it felt like he had to wipe her butt. However, Wanan wasn't asking for his help, but seeing that he was so concerned about herself, she said so that he wouldn't worry, that she just wanted to go to the bathroom. However, this made him even more worried. She looked like she was drunk when she didn't wake up. She was falling around. She was really afraid of bumping into something, not to mention that she was still on her period. Guchen slowly got up and braced himself to get out of bed first, but Wanan didn't notice him because she didn't even open her eyes. Too sleepy, almost intending to feel her way blindly to the toilet. In fact, most people who slept halfway through the night were like this, failing to touch something reliable by the bedside. Her delicate body was almost about to fall over, making a close contact with the ground. Suddenly, a pair of big hands caught her delicate body, and gently rolled her over, as if she was a favorite, being slowly cupped into her arms. Being held by someone, her deep drowsiness only woke up a bit. "Ha, what's wrong? I'm just going to the restroom. I'll be right back to keep you company," she said super narcissistically, thinking that Guchen was a little boy who couldn't sleep without a pillow, although that was indeed the case. Looking at the young girl in front of him rubbing her eyes, he laughed, then took a big step, carried her to the hall and into the toilet and put it on the toilet. The whole process did not take a breath, but Ranwanan breathing so fast and furious. She suddenly awake a lot, afraid not to think that they are dreaming. Why did Guchen suddenly pick himself up, and so thoughtful to send me here? But then I remembered. I think I had my period before, and he made myself brown sugar and ginger tea as well as feeding me a little bit from a bottle. So, Tatsu was worried that I'd have another attack at night? Really do you only know how to care about me when I'm hurt? Thinking to myself, I remembered that I seemed to be chewing on the milk bottle earlier, and my face turned even more red. Does Tatsuya really treat me like a child? How dare he feed me with a bottle? The bottle is not her age to use. Apparently a little childish. Think of shame. The key at that time but also special like, brown sugar water sweet sucking thieves strong. In fact, there was nothing wrong with being a child in his eyes. When I think of my aunt, my stomach really hurt again. Hissed gently covered. Just now the room is really too warm. Suddenly came to the cold bathroom. Feel particularly uncomfortable. Intend to hurry to solve. Continue to lie back in the quilt hugging him to sleep Sue. I'll wait right outside the door. Hurry up. Guchen yawned and left the door. Scratching his head, Wanan looked at his back as he opened the door. In fact, she wanted to say, as long as the backs are facing each other, it's fine. Anyway, the relationship is close to this extent. But he had already closed the door. Outside the door, reflecting the frosted glass door inside the back. Upright, like a very full of security genie way. A few minutes later, Wanan ended, sitting on the toilet shaking his little feet, his little face expectant. Okay, Tatsu only pushed the door open, gently picked Wanan up in his arms. She watched in her arms with some fascination. Never been so happy. Gradually carried back to the bed. Once in bed, Guchen covered her soft and delicate body with all the bedding, up to her chin, before hugging her, and without saying a word, he went back to sleep. He can't really sleep without hugging something. The key to his own pillow also gave her a little head pad. Wanan was full of happiness for a while, and started to get sleepy again, but seeing that he didn't have any quilt at all, so he reached out and drew some over. Then, both people are tightly covered. Wanan again put his hand on top of his waist, satisfied, sleepy to come, would have liked to steal a kiss, but the result of new small cherry, but gradually fall asleep. She muttered silently in her heart, tomorrow, I must thank Chen Chen properly. Only she didn't know that Guchen didn't need a blanket at all, and was woken up by the heat after 10 minutes. He looked up and wondered what had happened. After realizing, she covered it all back up again. The next morning, the sun was shining just right, and the air was moist and pleasant after yesterday's light rain. The warmth of the sun gradually reached Wan Yan's sideways little butt. Of the two people on the same bed, Wan Yan was the first to wake up. Yawning like a kitten yawning towards the sky. Her whole body trembled slightly because of a small huff, just like a cat, rubbing his sleepy eyes. This night, with her care, he slept very comfortably. If it were in the past, in my own home, where my parents were often absent, when I had a stomach ache, I would have to boil brown sugar and ginger tea with my own hands, and due to the rush to relieve my stomach, I would often burn my little tongue. However, this time, obviously more than the previous times to double the pain, but like the boy, not only to their own boiled medicine, but also at the sight of the warm hands rubbing the small stomach. The night to go to the toilet worried about their bumps and bruises. Sleepy also want to stay with the side. Thinking about it, suddenly her face pursed up a touch of happiness. Beside him, Guchen is still in bed because he took care of himself last night and didn't sleep well, and half of his body was on the bed, and half was in the air. Because of Wan An's unintentional boss bed, he accidentally squeezed under the bed again while he was sleeping, and climbed up once on the way, and then his body was half hanging on the bed, becoming like this in the morning, sleeping with a beautiful girl, although the benefits of her fragrance soft, holding easy to dream, but Wan An is slightly different, sleep to halfway old like to engage in action. A big grin. I really do not know who dares to marry such a daughter-in-law, but there is no way to do it. Other people do not want to only his own cluck. In fact, there are many girls like this, just he happened to meet. Early morning sunshine sprinkled on the face of the girl, but also in Guchen handsome side face, white gloss, burning brilliance. Looking at it, Wanan developed a strong appetite, but still held back first. She would eat enough later. The petite body slowly groped over, and half of the body hanging on the bedside. gently pulled back, for fear that he would fall down again. The heart is a little self-condemnation, thinking that we must change this bad habit or else Chen Chen will not marry me. Gu Chen was moved a bit and just scratched his butt. He didn't wake up yet. After doing this, she heard Gu Chen in the stomach came cooing and cooing, the same as if the resonance general, their own little stomach also called. So the little feet jumped out of bed, intending to go and cook for Chen Chen. Today, another day of trying to be a good housewife. He planned to make fried cabbage as well as a pot of red date porridge. A moment later, although the movement in the kitchen was loud, the soundproofing in Gu Chen's house was so good that he still hadn't woken up, or else he would have swished, rushing into the kitchen to stop her good intentions. Gradually, Wan cooked the dishes, and at the same time, she was also busy on her cell phone for a while. That is, the secretary sent a few question marks early in the morning. After ending the chat, she went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face, cleaned up the frilly maid group, put the cute cat ears back on, set the bells, and sprayed her body with a nice smelling perfume. In fact, even if she didn't spray it, she still smelled good. She just hoped that as soon as Gu Chen smelled the dense fragrance on her body, she would want to hold it in her arms and rub it vigorously and lovingly. Taking small, excited steps again, she arrived at Cindy's room. I planned to call him for dinner, but when I opened the door, I saw that he hadn't woken up yet. So, a wicked smile appeared on his innocent face, and when he came to the door, he looked at his sleeping face, just like looking at his own big baby, for a moment actually fell into a trance. I can't believe he hasn't woken up yet, so I have to be responsible for waking him up, otherwise it's not comfortable to have an empty stomach. White little feet, took off his shoes, one foot grunted and stepped onto the bed, the other foot also stepped on. There are many ways to wake people up, but she chose the most special one. After getting on the bed, she actually gently rode on top of Gu Chen, and slowly leaned down, admiring that flawless handsome face. Then, with the soft little hands, pressed on both sides of his face, into a wall trend, looking down on his delicate features. Finally, did not hold back, full of wet, moist little cherry, whoosh, directly on the right side of his face to feast on a mouthful. Moo ah, cool. She stifled her laughter, and was so happy inside that she couldn't stand it. Not feeling enough, she licked her lips and moved her cherry to the left side of his face, planting a brightly colored strawberry on that bare, white spot. Mwah, it's so good. When Gu Chen didn't wake up, he was at his mercy. Of course, if he woke up, he would immediately grab the naughty girl and press her on the bed to whip her disobedient little butt. Tatsu just snapped his cheeks, dreaming that he didn't know what was tickling his face, but there was a fragrance unique to strawberry jelly that was refreshing. Wanan's petite body was just too light. Sitting on his body like this, he actually didn't feel a thing. Not that kind of no feeling, but another kind, cannot be misunderstood. Her eyebrows arched, and she began to look at him squarely again. The little face under the cat's ears began to be a little shy, pink, and two peach hearts had already grown in her eyes, because both sides of her face had been kissed, leaving only the center. She was inwardly deliberating again. Should I go on? Of course she should. This is the reward I should give to Tatsuya for taking such good care of me yesterday. Wait, are you sure that Tatsuya will like your reward? Are you sure that if he wakes up he won't immediately pick you up and beat you up? Coco, but I said I'd give him a reward yesterday. And what else can I give him but this? Is it somewhere else? But he's not getting the hang of it either. If you say so, there's nothing you can do about it. But be prepared to run away. Don't get caught, or you'll get your ass kicked in half. Okay. Her own heart of the little man in the conversation with their own, and finally agreed to their own. In fact, it is promised a lonely. Finally, two pairs of big beautiful eyes, suddenly changed into a delicious greedy desire. After all, to such an ambiguous, obscene way to do this kind of thing, is really the first time. Slowly bent down the body, the small nose gradually bumped into his high nose. At the same time the breath is also slowly intertwined. Breathing became zero distance. A delicious peach lips and a shallow apricot lips, just stuck in one piece. At first, she was still a little worried, afraid that he suddenly woke up to scare himself, opened his big eyes, looked at his even breathing, which only relaxed a little, then gradually entered a deep kiss. Moo. She was enjoying this moment, and she believed that this was definitely the most unforgettable moment of her life. After a full 5 seconds of contact, Wanan's body gradually relaxed and fell. Closing her eyes, she actually reached out and hugged him gently. She had planned to wake him up, intending to just steal a sniff and leave, yet she herself hadn't realized that Gu-chan was like a black hole, never-endingly attracting her. Even that undynamic sleeping face seemed to be beckoning her. Her body began to rub and move, just like in the drama, uncontrollable. This time Tatsu felt a little hard to breathe in her dream, not just blocking her airway, but sucking it outward as hard as she could. What the hell is this? He was fighting monsters in his dream, and for a split second he thought of Wanan in his house, and then looking around at everything in the unreal land. So, I'm dreaming. Spinning around, he woke up a bit more, because that feeling of air being pulled out of his chest was all too familiar to him. The clumsy kissing technique made him slowly open his eyes. The bright world came into view, and his head hurt a little, but he didn't really have a headache. He had a headache from a cat-eared girl lying on top of him, constantly claiming him. Wanan? So energetic today? It seems like her period is better. In his heart, he thought so, but his eyes became a bit more stern and sealed his mouth shut. Wanan is still in the mood. For the first time in this position, doing this kind of thing. She also specially checked on Beidou. Only the deeper the kiss, the more feeling she felt. She was so hard. But what happened to Gu Chen's originally loose lips suddenly tightening? Immediately, his heart thumped, loosened his lips, and his face left. Fresh jelly, swaying in front of his eyes across a millimeter. When he opened his eyes, he saw Gu Chen's eagle-like eyes. Those eyes were very deep, but they were quite intimidating when they were stern. But they still had a ferocious look to Wanan. Knowing that he had woken up, Wanan, as if she had made some big mistake, drew her hands away, stood up and turned around, wanting to run away. I just wanted to wake you up. I definitely didn't do anything else bad. Well, that's it. Bye. Her small face was both worried and a bit surprised. It could be said that she was both dish and playful. Playfully with a pair of white feet, she was about to get out of bed immediately. However, she was gently tugged by him and pressed down on her ankles. Her petite body, then, folded back under the force, and all of a sudden, she fell down again. Her fluffy cat-made skirt patted underneath, and flopped heavily into his arms, bracing herself. And just like that, she remounted on top of him. Do you think I'm blind? You call this not doing anything bad? That's just bad, isn't it? And you want to run away after you've done something bad? Your period's over and you're too energetic today, aren't you? Then I shouldn't have taken care of you yesterday. What are you going to do? His lips hooked as he said something that was not what he meant. Stealing kisses from himself so openly and honestly was certainly not something to make a habit of. At least not right now. Although a bit fierce, Wanan was not only not scared at all after hearing this, but instead pouted her little mouth and her little paw gently pounced on his chest, keeping her distance for fear of pinching her face or giving other punishments. This is of course you take care of me. I want to thank you. Give you a reward. La hard is not like it? She grunted on it, wanting to escape. But Gu Chen wrapped his arms around her waist, making her two pairs of small hands powerless to hold up, and once again crashed into his chest, his hands tightening to not let Wanan run away. Almost instantly, her delicate body trembled. I like a hammer. Oh, don't try to set me up. Oh, if you do something bad, then you have to be punished. I'm going to spank your ass now. He then raised his large palm, shook it in the air twice, and then gently slapped it down. Slap. Ow. Ouch. Meow. I didn't think he'd actually do it. It didn't really hurt much, it was just screaming at him, and then the cat girl's shrill, milky voice, super defiant. What is this? I'm such a pretty girl, and you still hate me? Tatsumi is so annoying. You're the worst. He hit the left side, then the right side, then the left side. After he hit a few times, Wanan not only didn't give in, but her little expression was fierce, revealing her tiny tiger teeth and red face. The screaming was still unceasing, and the more he went on, the drier his voice became. Only then did Tatsu feel that something was wrong with the atmosphere. What am I doing? Oh no. These evil hands. He realized that there was another place where there was also an abnormality. Now that she was on top of him, he must not make any other movements, or else it would be troublesome if he rubbed his hands together. Seeing that Tatsu stopped her hands, the red-faced cat maiden leaned down and began to look him squarely in the eyes again. Don't have the strength, do you? It's my turn. Then, she hugged him again, forehead to forehead, nose to nose, cherry aiming for the bullseye. Moo-ah. She thought that this sudden kiss could confuse Gu Chen, who was arrogant outside the law, but when she opened her eyes, she realized that he was hooking his lips and his eyes were very bright. Idiot, your kissing skills are so bad. Do you think kissing is drinking pearl milk tea? He counted in a warm voice, realizing that although Wanan was a superb learner, there were still certain areas that were lacking greatly. I'm also a first time. What do you think I should do? She felt a slight blush in front of Gu Chen. She had obviously kissed him so many times, but none of them had been able to excite him or make him nostalgic. Instead, she was still being criticized, thinking of the last time on the table under the strong, kissed him. Now think about it, is really so shameful. At the moment to look at him slightly with mocking small eyes. I really want to find a crack in the ground to drill in. First hide for a while and then say large beautiful eyes began to flash and hide. but also to find a small hole in the ground. The big beautiful eyes began to dodge. Thought he really did not like, but Gu-chen suddenly without warning, wrapped around her waist a force to turn over, changed a bit of writing position. Swish! Ah! The weak girl's center of gravity tilted, and she was gently lowered onto her body. The sudden change made her a bit worried if she would suddenly be popped in the head, but Tatsu amusingly hooked up one side of his lips, and with a gentle yet magnetic voice, he said, "What should I do? Teach? Idiot. I'm only going to show you once. Learn well." Then, one elbow pressed on the mattress again, one propped up on the side of her little head, into a wallop situation. That hand slowly fell, and the distance between the two changed subtly. 5 millimeters, 3 millimeters, 1 millimeter, 1 micron. Looking at his face that suddenly carried a wild charm, Wanan was so nervous and tense. Tatsu. I'm not ready yet." Her small face was so red that it was about to drip blood, and her feet kept curling up. The deer in the heart took off straight away, showing a rare instinctive little reserve, because this was just too shy. "Do you think I'm too stupid to teach me? I can't stand it. I'm so close to calling out goat." Tatsu didn't say anything, because the atmosphere couldn't be broken at will, but that look had already answered her. Wanan gazed into his deep and seductive eyes, and for a moment, she was mesmerized as if she was drunk. Gu-chen's eyes could actually be so seductive, just like the hero of a novel after blackening, but instead, it was more appealing to girls than when he was gentle. It's the first time she's seen Shen Shen look so seductive. One look for 10,000 years. The young girl's heart was simply shocked. Moo! Soon, Tatsu first bumped up, nose to nose. A few seconds, Wanan closed his eyes to feel. Seems to have learned something, and wanted to raise his little face to match to meet up. Tatsu laughed. "The little guy this wants to get out of the teacher? You're too good to be true." Afterwards, a big hand pressed on her forehead, stopping her behavior. Originally, Wanan was a bit uptight and even wanted to hug him, but when he pressed her, her courage was gone. She opened her eyes and looked at him calmly like water, her big eyes with a small grudge. "Humph, you're the only one who can exert yourself. Tatsu has become so bad, but I love it." 15 seconds later, with a boing, the two separated. Learned. Got it? Wanan was still immersed in the atmosphere just now. Suddenly coming back to reality made her feel like everything was so dreamy. She did learn something just now. Full of dry goods. "Learning is wasted," she replied subconsciously. Tatsu just laughed. Only after calming down did she recall what she had done. "I was actually teaching Wanan this, afraid that if she learns it, she'll actually hit herself in the face a few times every day." He was really digging a hole for himself. However, it's useless to regret it this time. Who asked her to be so stupid and cute? As a result, it seems that it's not that bad. Wiping her mouth, she wanted to get up because this position was a bit weird. However, Wanan noticed and wrapped her arms around her. "Wait, no," leaving like a little kitten that had been jerked off hard by its master, ending him and wanting to leave. The little kitten wouldn't let it. "Ha, I've suffered so much today, and you still won't let me go?" He jerked helplessly, realizing she was clamping tighter. Her legs hooked onto her back again, and she just stuck together. How fatty for. Should have chosen to run away just now. Wanan continued. Next she was going to shake out all the words she had been holding in her chest for a long time. "Tatsu. I like you. Love your cherry blossom scent. Love every dish you cook. Love your unintentional gentleness. Love all the details on you. So, I like you so much. Can you be my boyfriend?" Closing her eyes again, she hugged him tightly. "I'll be a good boy," said Tatsu. "I'll never go south when I'm told to go west." Tatsumi didn't look back at the time, and only after half a second did she realize that she had summoned up the courage to confess out loud. She took advantage of the ambiguous atmosphere she had created earlier, and said a bunch of sweet words with great force. Tatsuya was still quite shocked, waiting for the young girl's eyes to open up and meet her evasive, watery eyes. He wanted to catch Wanan's evasive gaze, because it was too much fun, and now it was very quiet. Both of them did not speak. Of course Wanan was a little embarrassed. Shy little face did not know which step to take next. After staring at each other for a long time, a trace of excitement actually surfaced in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by his own natural straight male body. Didn't he agree to be a salted fish for the rest of his life? Where did the sudden excitement come from? He felt that Wanan would not be able to resist saying yes if he said a few more words. He smiled faintly, thinking of beauty. Loosen up. So helpless. Just now also loose. Have the opportunity to escape? After saying this sentence her small hand suddenly tightened again. It makes people laugh and cry. Wanan was rejected in a warm voice. Her little face was so aggrieved, but when she recalled the flavor of Gu Chen's lips, she was instantly filled with confidence. With her soft little head and fluffy cat ears, she gently rubbed herself in his arms twice. No matter what else she did, she would pamper herself first. Aha, don't be so heartless, I'm sad, boing boing. Thinking about how he took care of himself last night. Such a gentle and good man. She absolutely must grasp it in her life. Tatsu's chest itched, narrowing his handsome eyes and turning his head away. She was about to be softened by her soft bangs and cat ears, so she didn't let her see her soothing expression. Tatsu had no choice but to turn his head and tickle the soft flesh of her waist again. Once, twice. Wanan didn't expect him to use this trick, but she held back her laughter, wanting to pretend that it didn't tickle at all to keep him from getting his way. But after holding it back for 2 seconds, she couldn't help herself. Ah, itchy, no more scratching. No more scratching. But she wouldn't let go. Even if it tickled to the point of cramps, she wouldn't let go. I won't scratch if you let go. Tatsu watched as she planted herself in her arms and tried to stifle her laughter. It was so adorable that there was no one else. Pikachu was no better. Wanan looked up, her bangs scattered, and said faintly towards her, "Humph, I'm not letting go. Chun-chun, you are my happiness. How could I possibly let it slip away? I'm going to hold on to happiness, ah." "Humph," Wanan said innocently, but again, she was incoherent because she was too tickled. "Will you be my boyfriend?" "Goo, brother, she said. Her last few tones were a bit long, making his ears feel good. She opened her little mouth, and gently licked her tongue on his cheek, like a kitten launching the strongest pampering attack. Even if the owner was a cold-blooded killer, she couldn't help but touch the cat's ears. Guchen couldn't take it anymore. He was so tickled by this little guy's various moves. Well, promise you'll just do it." With water on his face, he felt a wave of comfort, but his face was also reddening, and realizing that even stranger things would happen if he continued like this, he simply spoke out to stop it. Wanan was on the verge of jumping up and down with joy upon hearing this. However, she didn't withdraw her tongue and head in time, but instead, she found the right position and secretly poked the corners of the birds' nests on the left and right side of Guchen's mouth, gently poking the corners of the birds' nests with her tongue and between them twice. It was as if they had put a screw or some kind of seal on it, meaning that if you say yes, you can't change your mind. Tatsu only felt the corner of his mouth, like being gently electrified twice. These 2 times warm, visible Wanan in the end how excited, but he quickly returned to his senses. To say something, speak, but unintentionally licked the corner of his mouth. Oops, got hit by the strong love toxin of the beautiful maiden. Ahem. First coughed twice with a dry throat. Don't be too happy. Oh, this thing of being your boyfriend has a deadline. He just wanted to set a node. Before the words were finished, Wanan knew what he wanted to say and softly interrupted. What deadline could it be? Suddenly another bright idea came to mind. Is it a lifetime term, or 100 years, 200 years? Okay, then it's settled. Yay! Wanan boasted to himself, but Tatsu rolled his eyes. There's a fucking difference, right? Why don't you just say where you'll be buried? Reaching out, he gently flicked her little head. A hint of doting appeared on his face. Thinking about beauty? It's half a month, at most, he said. Wanan are so pampered. He again do not agree, is indeed not a man. But salty fish want girlfriend for what? Crying but also coaxing. So troublesome, oh. So first half a month to try. Expiration then say. What? Wanan was shocked. As if this was the most shocking thing she had ever heard in her life. Guchen looked at the small expression of speechlessness. This expression looks at me like I'm going to hiccup immediately. She shook her head in defiance. No way. The cat girl shook her little head, and didn't care that she had just been bounced by Guchen. But instead, she was super stubborn. Aha, can't. Half a month is too little. Eyes twinkling. At least, the duration should be 80 years, right? She stumbled over her small request again, her large eyes looking sincerely into his eyes. 80 years? Might as well just say we're buried together? What's the point of expiring at that point? He thought. Half of his body was already in the ground. Wanan blinked her eyes again, and with a cute smile, she even took it seriously. It's okay. I hammer. Guchen reached out and pinched her little face. Innocently cute, pitifully unloved. No. Aha, then 70 years, it really can't be any less. She flicked her face again, breaking away from his big hand, stubbornly. You call that no less? Then does anyone else have room to drop? No, he said. 60. No. 50. Where's the beauty? Finally, the price was cut to. That's 1 year, so it can't be any less. She was exhausted. Guchen was no better. Too much. At most 1 month at the most. This is the bottom line. Otherwise free to negotiate. He said seriously, realizing that he wouldn't be able to resist adding more if he wore himself out any longer. Not even half a year? Her small face was aggrieved, rubbing against his arms again. But Guchen didn't go soft. Then it's off the table? Her face was completely flopped in his arms, thinking that this month must make our relationship a little more intimate. She was using her businessman's mind to figure out how to double that 1 month to 2 months or even a year, or even longer. But she didn't really need to think about it, because once people who liked each other were together again, all the deadlines that had been set would be gone, and they wouldn't be separated again even if the sky fell apart. Guchen felt this small face on his chest, breathing through the clothes, haunted the chest warm, quite comfortable, relieved, and touched the back of her head, very smooth. But, what kind of salty fish is it when you have a girlfriend? A month? That's not too long. He wouldn't have thought that the next month of dating would be a lifetime. That's how the 1-month agreement was made. He finally thought of something and added a little more. Be good for a month. Don't do too much, or you'll be an unqualified girlfriend, he said, rubbing her aggrieved little face again. Wannan really disobeyed. Her voice pulled long. Even excessive things can't be done. What's the difference between that and not having one? The words were very, very small. Guchen didn't quite hear it clearly, gently picking at the hair on her face. What did you say? No, nothing. Just great. She forced a smile. In her heart, she was still quite aggrieved. Wanan's eyes turned, and suddenly thought again. That's right, since we're both couples, shouldn't the terms of endearment be changed as well? She made a small request to her boyfriend. Calling names? He thought about it. It didn't seem necessary. Yeah, I see a lot of guys call their girlfriends baby, little heart, little baby. So you pick 1, 2, ba? Counting them all out and laying them out in front of him for him to pick from. Eyes became expectant as she gazed into his eyes, wiggling her cat ears a bit to show her excitement. Too mushy, right? He revealed an expression of goosebumps falling to the ground. Wannan grunted with a crooked little face. That's not even willing? Really? Then how about Wan, or little fairy? Choose another one. Fine. He was helpless, but a hint of favor surfaced on his face, and he helplessly chose. Just an un? Oh, that's fine, ba. And showed a hint of not being too satisfied. If only the suffix had a baby added to it. I still want to hear it. Can I scream more? This. Scream. It's so hard to be your girlfriend. Can't you even ask for this little thing? I can't even ask for that? She's using the fact that he's her boyfriend to get a little bit of an inch. Okay. And on? He looked at her like a little fool with a smile. Hey, Wannan. The next second answered obediently. None. Hey. None. AI. A number of times later, it wasn't until this little guy tired himself that he knew he was satisfied. Happily lying on his chest, hooking his legs was released, but his hands were still clasped tightly. Let me hold it for another minute. So happy. She made another very small request. The two of them were now sitting in the bed position, and after she hugged over, Guchen also ghosted over and held her waist, similarly feeling happy. This is in addition to parents, together the most intense sense of happiness. People. A moment later, beside her ears came her soft greeting. Tatsu, I asked you something, that is, how do you, so good at taking care of girls? Could it be that you've dated before? She recalled the brown sugar ginger tea she drank from the bottle yesterday. That ginger tea had all the ingredients it should have, and it was filtered out of the residue, leaving only a bowl of clear sweetness. Super careful. Guchen faintly detected a hint of jealousy. Could it be that you used to take care of her like this? She let go of her small hand. Then those large eyes that were originally dull and adorable, slightly milky and fierce, while pouting and looking at her. This inexplicably jealous look of Wannan's made Tatsu feel hilarious. This was clearly creating something out of nothing. Something dark. What are you thinking in this little head of yours? The reason why I'm taking care of it. That's all just checking Beidou, of course. There was no stumbling in his tone, indicating that she was the only girlfriend he had. He did go online to check. He was just being more careful. Wannan stared into his eyes, still a bit uneasy. In the end, she agreed obediently. I believe you. Thinking about the fact that even if he had a predecessor, or if he was too handsome causing other women to get entangled with him, then no matter what, he himself was the only proper palace. Other women can only step aside. She was satisfied and remembered that her stomach was empty. The cat girl shook her head and smiled. Adorable. Let's eat rice. I cooked your favorite food. Good. He also got up. However, seeing Wannan grunt and get out of bed, like a kitten about to rush down, he felt a little budding inside. Without saying a word, he wrapped his arms around her waist and picked up this little princess, and in her astonished gaze, he went to the hall, and slowly landed his little butt on the floor chair and sat down. Wannan's small face red. Such a princess hug posture. Thought Guchen want to spoil themselves, but the result is just carry to the hall only. She was very contented, her little feet swaying in the air, and her mind was filled with the handsome side of his face as he hugged her. Is this boyfriend power? That's great. He went to wash his face and cut his hair to make himself fresh. He went back to the opposite side of the table and sat down to look at the breakfast food. Lowering her head, she tasted the porridge and realized that the taste was nothing too special, not too tasty, as if she had put too little sugar in it. However, the red dates are quite colorful. As a garnish, it seems that this morning, one and these cherries were too sweet, but now everything I eat is not sweet enough, and nothing tastes as good as those cherries, so I have the illusion of a poor appetite. I patted myself on the head. I really don't know what I was thinking. Looked up at the opposite side of her, also gently picked up a small spoon, a little fed into the sandalwood small mouth. This little mouth is really small, can't eat much at a time, but it's very good at eating. About 6 grains of rice at a time. Swoosh, swoosh, often easy to stick to the corners of the mouth, and then stick out the little tongue. Licked, really good koaya. He looked at the cell phone on the table and checked the time, realizing that it was already getting late. How come Wanan, the company's female president, wasn't in a hurry at all? Wanan, eat quickly, oh, you're going to work soon. I'll send you down later, he said. Later send this little guy away. You can play games or watch anime. Cool. When she heard this, she first revealed a rather reluctant, fierce and pouty look. Why don't you change your name? This name is not sweet at all. She gently touched the bowl with a small spoon, her voice ringing out. Okay, and an okay? Aha, she said, her little face pink with joy. Looking up is a lovely smile. Tatsu, you're off today, right? He coincidentally, I happen to be off today too. You must be lonely at home, right? Then I'll stay here to keep you company. Isn't that fun? Wan Yen wiggled her little feet and pursed her lips high in the air. Tatsu was slightly stunned. Sure enough, this girl was messing around again. Such an outcome was something he had expected. However, when she really said it out loud, there was still a bit of enlightenment as how fat for? Hooked his lips and laughed softly twice. Wanan, seeing this somewhat caught off guard look of his, covered her lips and laughed lightly. Cinnabar is so manly. He ate the red dates and rice, and then took a piece of fried cabbage. Wanan didn't know much, so she simply fried the simplest cabbage. At least this dish only needs to control the salt, and even if it's hard to eat, it won't be a waste of expensive ingredients. With a large piece of cabbage in her mouth, Wanan secretly looked at it, hoping to get a favorable review. However, what she didn't know was that the cabbage was salty and the kanji was sweet, and it's best not to put sweet and salty together, otherwise the taste will be weird. And the leaves are huge. One leaf is as big as Wanan's small hand. When she cut the vegetables, did she compare it to her own palm size? Guchen didn't even say anything about this, so as not to discourage her. Luckily, when Kaba took a bite, the flavor was still okay, not too bad, and her cooking skills had grown a bit, only the leaves were too big. In Wanan's eyes, he was like a piggy pig, gnawing on the stems and leaves of this cabbage, gnawing on it for 5 times before finishing, and shaving off another mouthful of rice and swallowing it. Just now, that piggy arched the cabbage like that, with its mouth full of oil, making her so delighted that she didn't hold back and unkindly laughed out a goose call. Goose, so funny that she almost slapped the table. But when she met his gaze, she instantly put away the smile on her face and, embarrassed, obediently lowered her head to eat, not letting Gu Chen see the expression, but actually still snickering, almost spraying a table. Chun immediately looked at her with a little silly gaze and mentioned his opinion. The vegetable ball is too big. Next time cut it smaller. You know? Wanan heard immediately excited up. Good lo, I must correct the hee. In the end, she didn't hold back her laughter. Wanan lowered his head and drank the porridge. There were not many jujubes in the bowl, and he quickly ate them all. But he gave Gu Chen to undertake a lot. Almost a bowl of kanji, half a bowl of dates. Suddenly, a reddish thing on her lips stuck over, staining her saliva. The little head was puzzled, looked up, and her eyes flashed twice like butterflies. It turned out to be a red date, which Gu Chen had clamped and stuffed into her mouth. Seeing that she hadn't yet contained it, Chen hooked his lips. Red dates are good. You should eat more to replenish your chi and blood. Quickly open your mouth. His narrowed eyes are very pretty. His tone is gentle and gentle. Wanan originally wanted to push it over, but her body is like a puppet on strings, opening her peach lips, as if his words have the magic power to control the body. When he came back to his senses, this one date was put into his mouth, sweet with the unique fragrance of red dates. Menstruation is obviously not so painful, but he is still so concerned. The young girl's heart was running wild, muttering, and suddenly thought of something interesting, her eyes shining brightly. Then, not only did she eat the dates he handed her, but she also took his chopsticks with her and chewed them in her mouth. There were 2 sets of cutlery set up for dinner, chopsticks and spoons, and Gu Chen preferred to use chopsticks. Oh, as if chopsticks were a delicacy too. He closed his eyes in enjoyment. He had a black line. Hey, Don't contain my chopsticks. Get your hands off me. She pulled back with a gentle tug. She wasn't a big person, but her grip was quite tight. Wanan smiled again, and pushed the pits of the jujubes out of her little cherry mouth and onto the table. She raised her head to start picking up her rice, but another red date appeared in front of her eyes. Open your mouth. It was him who chucked another one over, in the air like he was teasing a cat. Wanan was shocked once again, and this time, she almost jumped for joy. Gu Chen actually feeds himself red dates specifically. Wan Yan wasn't polite anymore, revealing her little tiger teeth and taking a bite. Kiki, Kiki, Kiki. After finishing one, she took another one. Gu Chen said, all for you. Hurry up and get your energy back so you can go to work tomorrow, he said. In fact, he just hoped that she would be physically well. Ow ow. After stuffing a few in her mouth, Wanan wanted to say something but was blocked, unable to say a word. The little mouth was full, but from that excited little expression, it was clear that it was trying to express thanks. In the end, half of the jujubes in the bowl were all eaten by Wanan before he withdrew his hand and sat down, glancing at the chopsticks that she had held several times, hesitating to take a bite. As Wanan watched, she thought that he had disliked her, and with a small expression of disappointment, she got up to bring him new chopsticks. However, noticing the action, he was the first to put the chopsticks into his mouth and quickly took a bite of rice. Very casually, Wanan froze, his little buttocks returned to the bench, and he also lowered his head and grubbed his rice. But his little face was ecstatic. Chen Chan really does love me. Just now, he only intentionally made a small dislike. After all, Wanan was so pleased just now. After seeing her a small disappointment, he then smiled slightly and took it into his mouth. He first tasted the flavor. Sweet. The original not too sweet red date rice has become flavorful to the mouth. After a while, Cinnabar, what are you going to do today? She plowed through the last bit of porridge and looked at him with big, expectant Kazran eyes. Besides playing games and sleeping, what else can I do? Do I go out with you? He continued to eat his hard cabbage. Unimpressed, Wanan blinked her eyes excitedly. That's a good idea. I was planning to do the same. Let's go to Jingshuan Park. It's closer and has recreational facilities. There's a nice big water lake. We can go boating. How nice is that? He, I'm so smart. Wanan revealed another faintly bright smile. Gu Chen touched the black lines on his forehead. Did he say something wrong just now? Why is he still stomping on his nose? Don't you know that I was in denial? Looking at her with a look of being completely ready, the corners of his mouth were twitching hard. This time it was having the mood of Charlotte in the movie. Sinning. Wait, why did it sound like they were going on a date together? A date? It seemed really essential to dating. His eyes also lit up. If Wanan liked it, he was a proper boyfriend now, so it wasn't impossible to fulfill this little wish of hers. After being busy in the company for so long, he really should also come out for a break. He just hoped that he would never buy too many things at that time, and was too lazy to mention them to her. It's not impossible to go out and play, but you have to listen to me. No shopping or eating indiscriminately, and even more so, no being in public and asking to do strange things. His eyebrows slightly condensed. Not messy eating is not eat greasy spicy during menstruation. Public places to do strange things. That is, all of a sudden kissing and hugging and so on. The park can be a lot of people. He does not want to be so many people as monkeys to watch. Not to be able to take a shot of the hair doing publicity all over the network. In the company, even if, after all, is the person's own company, she has the right to take the initiative. Want to naughty themselves can't take her. But at home, or other public places, the girlfriend must listen to their own. This is the family status. That's okay. She was originally quite cheerful, but when she heard that she couldn't do those things, her little face didn't look so happy. Her little feet were tangled up in a knot. However, Wanan has never been a child who was willing to be obedient. She got out of the chair, quickly ran to the sink, and washed all the dishes. All in all, it was pretty exciting, since going to the park was technically a late date. Grabbing his cell phone, he tried to get out the door, forgetting everything in his excitement, taking little steps and humming a little song. Tatsu froze, then immediately grabbed her by the back of the collar. Is this what you're going out in? Change your clothes for me. He was like carrying a kitten, easily lifting her delicate body up. It was only then that Wanan retreated back and looked at the dress she was wearing. The cat maid like did not take down, was lifting can not run, and droll slanting eyes looked at him. Beaming lips, what's wrong? Don't you like my maid dress? Tatsu replied almost subconsciously. Very serious, it's not that I don't like it. Anyway, it's not like we're going to a comic convention. If we want to go to Jingshan Park, we have to change out of this dress. Wanan heard that his tone was a bit overbearing, as if this costume on her body could only be seen by him alone. That's right, such a cute cat maid. He wouldn't want to let anyone else take more than a glance. No reason. As Wanan watched, she wanted to bite his cold face and melt it. However, without waiting for her to kiss him, Tatsu directly dragged her back to the room, and found a few casual clothes that could be worn by both men and women, and gave them to her to put on. What he found was a white dress, the smallest model of the first year of high school, plus her own jeans. However, the clothes were quite large, almost covering her jeans below her body, and those who didn't know thought she wasn't wearing them at all. Although it was big, the neckline of the dress was small, so her shoulders wouldn't be exposed at will, or else he'd have to lift it up anytime, anywhere. Gu-chan also changed into a fresh set of clothes, black casual clothes plus a black jacket. That's right, he likes black. The jacket is still yesterday's. This is in case it gets cold. Putting on her white loafers, Wanan was already impatiently standing in the doorway bouncing around like a bare child who was in a hurry to go to a relative's house to dabble in the food when she was a child. Woohoo! Looking at the mischievous, she just took her cell phone and suddenly thought, "Don't you bring your car keys?" Wanan's showy eyebrows stared. "Bring what car keys? Ah, there's no place to park there. Besides, I don't want to drive." She gently pawed her toes in place twice, as if she was already prepared to answer his question. "Ha, so are you going to walk there? And, geez, you're so dumb. Of course I'm going to change some coins and take the bus." The eyes blinked again. It wasn't really that it wasn't good parking, it was that driving would make it impossible to sit with him, to put his little head on his shoulder, and going to the park together was to pass the time. To get away, was it going to be over so soon? No way. Gu-chan really doesn't understand. Having a luxury car and not sitting in it, just play. Forget it, it's also a vacation to take a break anyway. Just let her be for the sake of her being so cute. Quickly took the keys and went out. Went downstairs to the supermarket to change a few dollars in coins, and then came to the bus stop to wait. The bus he took was 302, and his cell phone showed that there were still 11 minutes to arrive. Since Wanan had become his rightful girlfriend, he was now openly holding hands in public. Holding hands wasn't over yet. She hugged her arm again and brought that little head next to him, happily planted on his shoulders, but he was too tall, and needed to pat his toes to do so, and Wanan was happy to do so. The bus stop has seats. Wanan gently tugged a tug, only to put a reluctant him, dragged to the bench to sit, so that leaning on his shoulder will be a little easier. Gu-chan covered his face in helplessness. Also waiting for the bus were some men and women. In front of the right, a woman in a rather revealing dress, who was originally looking at Gu-chan quite casually, suddenly followed him after seeing him. She sighed in her heart, "He's so handsome. It's a pity that he has a girlfriend. But the key is that this girlfriend is also very beautiful." She was originally quite confident, but she was instantly eclipsed. The bus came slowly. Wanan almost fell asleep just now. In his look at the little fool gaze, only in a hurry to pull out a few coins from his pocket, stuffed into the money box. Gu-chan had wanted to sit in one of the middle seats, as this one was a flat, so that he could temporarily set aside this sticky little guy. But Wanan felt bad and grunted as she pulled him to the two-person seat at the back. He cried and laughed. The people were seated and the bus started to start. People were looking out the window at the scenery, but Wanan kept watching him without letting go, because there was a woman in front of Gu-chan's vision, and the woman was dressed too revealingly, showing her waist and legs, proud of her high heels and red lips, and wearing a pair of earrings. The woman exuded a mature charm that made Wanan feel threatened, just like a scared kitten, starting to be vigilant. She also happened to be sitting right in front of Gu-chen, and it felt like she was doing it on purpose, and it was hard for Chen not to look at her even if he wanted to avoid it. She also had a very fragrant odor on her body, and Wanan felt ashamed of herself. Of course, she didn't know that the only thing that was truly tantalizing was the natural body fragrance, and Wanan. Her large eyes stared at Gu-chan's eyes, and then at the woman in the front row. Her jealousy inexplicably flipped again. But in fact, Gu-chen just wanted to see what was playing on the display screen inside the bus. But the front, that shoulder corner slipped down, skin white exposed, out, really conspicuous. Eyes unintentionally looked, really not on purpose. "Tatsu, why are you still looking ahead? Boing boing, is it hard? Is that so good looking?" She finally couldn't take it anymore, babbling. Tatsu was still a bit puzzled, but as a result, Wanan reached out her tiny hands and raked them over his cheeks. Then with a gentle twist, she pulled his original gaze back, pouting in a small voice. Can't you just look at me for a while?" She puffed out her little cheeks, her little nose coming up. Her jealous little look so cute that he wanted to reach out and squeeze it to see if the little mouth would leak. "I didn't," he explained. "Aha, lying. Your eyes were so straight just now." Then, she started to get serious again. "Isn't it just a little bit of exposure? You can tell me if you want to see it. I will too." Then, jealous, she gently pulled her shoulders and head. The good-looking fragrance, the shoulder is revealed, coupled with the red face. there is a special kind of temptation. Tatsu looked dumbfounded for a while. Really good looking, this dress is big. The neckline for her small body, or wide. A slight tilt would easily reveal her shoulders, and now a slight pull would make it even more obvious. However, there were other passengers in the car. Even if this position was more remote, it wouldn't do for her to purposely bury the bottom a bit. Hooking up the corners of his lips, he smiled. Idiot, pull it up for me, I don't like to see it. He was fierce, and after thinking about it, he added, don't show it again, or beware of me pinching your little face. Wanan was just a little bit ferocious by him, and immediately a drop of aggravation appeared on her small face. Seeing her dumbfounded appearance, and still not pulling it up, he could only help her lift it himself. He could only help her to lift it up. This side lifted it up and that side loosened it, so he lifted it up on both sides. In the end, he pulled it a little tighter, almost hurting her, spitting out her little tongue. Ow, that's enough. I'm good la no more, she said, happy even though she was cleaned up. Then she moved a little bit closer, and gently touched her face to his serious face. Muah, planted a strawberry and left. This strawberry melted his serious expression, so he reached out and touched her little head again, helpless against her sudden attack. Her body burrowed into the embrace again, drawing circles on his chest in boredom. Gu Chen, on the other hand, knocked his chin on her little head, feeling the itchy chest, recalling the moment when he saw the bright white of her shoulders just now. Wanan's skin is so white, as if a squeeze can squeeze out milk, but the one in front of her, her skin looks a little dull. I have to say that after being seduced by Wanan's mischievousness, I have no desire to look at other women. In fact, there was no desire to do so, but she had just become her boyfriend, so she was sensitive. The woman in the front row was still secretly rejoicing just now, because the young couple in the back almost quarreled because of themselves, yet both of them quarreled in an ambiguous manner. She felt that she had somehow created a bunch of dog food. Only then did she pull up the shoulder that had intentionally slipped. The surrounding male and female passengers cast tisk-tisk gazes. There were quite a lot of people on the bus, and the key thing was that apart from Wan and Gu Chen, all the others were single dogs, or just broke up. Everyone was silently eating dog food. Sour dog food seems to be good too. A while later, Wanan was still in his bosom, having wanted to sleep for a while and wake up to arrive at his destination. Gu Chen felt his body being rubbed, hot by her fur, and also wanted her to stop moving, so he reached out his hand and wanted to touch her little nose to coax her to sleep. However, just as she raised her hand, she saw that Gu Chen's white wrist was empty. Red rope mud? Wanan stretched out her small hand and suddenly grabbed his big hand, looking carefully from side to side. The red rope was gone. Tatsu rolled his eyes. Cauldron. Wrong hand. It's this one, idiot. He vigorously pumped his pressed palm. A hand wearing a red ring was raised into the air, held high in front of her eyes. Looking up, her bright eyes sparkled with a bit of starlight before the corners of her small mouth lifted again. You scared the hell out of me. I thought you took it off. That wouldn't have worked. Wanan is like a lost and found general. Stretched out the small hand, pick his big hand, gently pulled over, holding in front of the eyes. Carefully look at his hand. Red rope. Just saw the red rope is gone. Is really too excited. The original is in this hand. She realized that ever since she fell in love with him, she had become more and more clumsy. Gu Chen twitched his mouth and thought it was a big deal, replying jokingly, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Wanan heard, immediately unhappy, looked back and tilted his head on his chest. The little face milk fierce and aggrieved. Sure is the red rope spirit. You just promised to do my boyfriend so you can never pick. I will be angry. Speaking in a tone of voice. It's true? Are you sure this girl graduated from Manhwa? She's not a materialistic girl? The soft tone. Gu Chen originally still want to bar a few more sentences. Suddenly soft heart. Reach out and tickle her waist flesh to make her happy. Listen to you is it? The tickling ground coming from Wanan's waist. Felt that she was bullying herself again, so she also reached out to tickle his chin, or armpits, but unfortunately his laughing point is still quite high, helpless to lose, and vigorously burrowed in her arms to avoid him tickling. Don't. Two people putty for a while. The car there is a commuter. At this time is nibbling on the breakfast cream buns. Eyes watching those two. A meter within the pink ambiguous aura emanating. Suddenly found the bowl of steamed buns tasteless. Why is this dog food so delicious? I also want to. The bus quickly arrived at the stop. Arriving at a bus stop near Jingchuan Park. After accompanying her for a few steps, we arrived at the main gate of the park. No tickets were needed. It wasn't like going to an amusement park type of place after all. Jingchuan Park, though not as rich in amenities and expansive grounds as an amusement park, had a long history. This garden was built by the government in 1990 to commemorate Mr. Tang Jingchuan, a famous anti-Japanese hero and literary figure during the Jiajing period of the Ming dynasty. and is a garden where monuments and natural scenery are skillfully combined. The park has a beautiful environment and perfect attractions, mainly divided into Mr. Tang Jingchuan's reading place, tomb area, large lawn activity area, flower pot ornamental area, children's play water area and so on. The layout of the park. The natural landscape garden frame of the small slope of the half height of the curved water and quiet lake is the main focus, reflecting the characteristics of contemporary gardens. Of course, Wanan's character is a child, certainly not come to simply enjoy the garden scenery. With a gentle breeze blowing in her ears, Goodnight bounced around, finally letting go of her hand to run over first, because she saw that in front of her, there were several pomegranate trees planted, and the pomegranate trees were full of big fruits, red, old attractive. She reached out to try to reach them, but the fruit at the bottom had all been picked, and with her size, she couldn't reach them even if she put her feet up and added a brick. The fruits of the trees in the forest garden may not be allowed to be picked, but isn't it a waste to drop them on the ground when they're ripe? Tatsu came to her back as if he was taking care of a child, reached out towards the fruit, and instead of picking it in time, he looked down at her. Instead, he looked down and mocked her for not growing tall enough. Wanan, however, was not angry and still reached for her small hands, revealing a look of longing for food. I want that one just one crabby. Tatsu didn't intend to help her pick it easily, but seeing this cute little face like a baby asking an adult for milk or water, he couldn't help himself. He grabbed the reddest one, picked it, and wrenched it open with his bare hands. A few red fruits were accidentally exposed. Putting it in Wanan's hand, he held it like a pearl. The little head was buried, and with a snort, she bit into it. It's sour, she whispered. Although it was red, it wasn't bought from the supermarket after all. Guchen didn't hear it, but was just curious, and she flashed her beautiful eyes and thought of a bad idea. Her sour expression changed. It's so sweet. Chen, come and taste it too. When he heard it, why was this tone a bit strange? Faintly unnoticeable bloating mud? He raised his eyebrows a few more times, baiting him. As smart as Guchen, he could see the trick, so he stared at her big dodging eyes, and slightly hooked his lips. Is it very sweet? Then why don't you eat more? Took half of the pomegranate, quickly snapped down a dozen or so fruit particles, covered in the heart of the hand, and then aimed at her small mouth covered over. Wanan's small face incredibly looked at. How the clown suddenly became himself. Small feet a hard backward. Wait. Don't. It was useless for her to regret. At least half of the pomegranate was stuffed into her mouth and she subconsciously took a bite. It's sour, humph bad Tatsu. Stinky straight boy. Sour to the tip of her heart. She also defiantly took down a few of the fruit grains, and then while he wasn't paying attention, a pat of her toes and a small handful of handfuls were stuffed into his mouth. Humph, you eat for me too blah. No one can think of a good day today. Guchen also accidentally took a bite and instantly coughed with acid. Crap. Sneak attack. He spat out a bite and turned around to run. Wanan took down a few more and chased after him with her small hands covering the full of fruit particles. All of these were to be stuffed into his mouth. Tell him to bully himself. After the fight, the two of them had mouths full of them, so they could only go and buy a bottle of mineral water to wash them. After a short while of strolling forward, she saw a stall specializing in selling cotton candy in front of her, and she, who has no resistance to sweets, couldn't help but rush over. He couldn't even hold her, and was going to say that you can't eat too much candy during menstruation. He could only wait in place for a while. Suddenly a few catcalls came from the side, and he was drawn over. Only then did he see, in the corner of a wall, a few stray cats purring. The cats were quite pitiful, and were being fed by a group of cat lovers. However, most of these people were girls, and judging by their dress, they should also be little rich women, and the cat food they bought wasn't cheap. He walked over and realized that there was a concentration of stray cats there. From the past, I have heard that the family does not want to keep small animals. Can be placed in Jingchuan Park, where there are many people. Encountered the good people will be able to adopt a few, but the result was unsatisfactory, until it became a stray cat colony. Good thing there are no bad people here. He pulled out something in his jacket. It was a small bag of cat food. When he went to feed that mommy cat yesterday, he didn't finish it. It's just right to use it for them today. Crouching down, this handsome man, who looked too good to be yawn, took out the cat food and scattered it on the ground, attracting countless female cats, but also attracting the attention of many girls. The little girls couldn't help but whisper their delight already. Gosh, this little brother is so handsome. Is he alone? He doesn't seem to have a girlfriend yet. He likes animals? He must be very gentle, right? He won't reject me if I ask him for a WeChat. Will he? Go on. Don't just talk about it. Give it to me and I'll buy you a Michelin. That's so cool. Who dares to go? Some of the girls were dizzy, just like Wanan was back then. While they were chatting, Guchen was stroking a kitten's head. giving her a burst of comfort. Wanan looked this way at this time, to see him fall in the pile of women. So the other marshmallow also do not want. Small face bulging, expedited stomping small short legs rushed over. When I got closer, I realized that he was actually feeding the cat. So he came to his side and looked at the little she-cat that he was stroking very comfortably, slightly giving birth to a trace of jealousy. Because she was used to Gu Chen's big hands, she subconsciously couldn't help but stick them on that gentle rub. But he was actually touching the kitten, and he was also feeding the cat food, a big handful at a time. Just like that, she started to get jealous with the little animal. Tatsu felt that the air around him was strange, and when he looked up, he saw Wanan, and her little cheeks rising up. I want to touch it too. She squatted down again, holding a marshmallow in one hand, and rubbed her little head crookedly. Ugh, what the hell? She was still rubbing against his arm. Tatsu had no choice but to take out his other big hand and caress it. A black line on his forehead. Realizing that she was jealous everywhere since she became his girlfriend, he was simply speechless, feeling the touch coming from the top of her head. Wanan was so comfortable that she almost fainted, asking for it so hard that even the marshmallow in her hand almost fell. Suddenly all the cats and people looked dumbfounded. This big sister is a cat, right? How come it's even more clingy than a cute kitten? Wanan was still unwilling. Her narrowed eyes slowly opened and looked at the few cat food that hadn't been put down in his hand. Cat food I want to eat too, she grunted, snatching the cat food with one hand and not giving it to the cat on the ground. The cat food thrown down from his hand just now. The cat underneath ate it joyfully, making her feel sour again. Guchen finally wiped the sweat on his forehead. This girl is jealous of cats even if she wants to eat cat food? Not so much, right? Enough. Oh, you can't eat it. He snatched it over with another hand, then reached out and gently gave her a brain crash. Bounced a bit, told her not to be jealous. Love you still not okay? Ao hu pain wash la. Tatsu looked at the little fool. Really? This cat is so pitiful. You even have to grab cat food from it. No ginkgo. Counted her down again and hooked his lips. She also knew it was wrong, rubbing her head, and could only get a little closer to accompany the feeding. However, she was jealous again not long after, because she saw that Guchen had been feeding this cat and treating it well. In fact, it was this cat that knew how to be pampered, just like her. This cat is the cutest of all the cats. No wonder you like it so much. Tatsu stroked the cat's back, listening to her slightly jealous words beside her, smiled and just subconsciously replied back, oh, the cat is even more adorable. How can it be as adorable as you can? Suddenly the words stopped at the edge of his mouth, as if he had accidentally revealed some secret, covering his mouth. Wanan was instantly happy after hearing this. Super happy. Slightly tilting her little head, she asked in a cute and adorable manner, shrimp 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 shrimp? Guchen lost his words for a moment, but he couldn't praise her to her face, or else he would surely be dejected for a long time because of this sentence. It's nothing. Wanan originally also flashed her eyes. Her little expression of anticipation was gone, revealing a reluctant and more serious. Quickly say it? Don't just tell me half of what you're going to say. I really didn't, he argued, turning his face away to smile. Wanan's little face was like eating an orange again. I hate people like you who talk until they're half-assed. Speak up or I'll keep pestering you. Saying that, she opened her hand and waved her little claw, indicating a very sharp yo. Although she knew what Guchen wanted to say, she still wanted to hear him say she was cute in person. Otherwise it's not happy enough, but he just doesn't say it. He just plays. She proceeded to reach out her little paws to pester him, hugging his neck and even opening her mouth to bite his ear, begging him to say it. The cats and cat lovers on the sidelines were dumbfounded and ate a meal of dog food. The cat, who had just eaten the cat food, raised his little head, and suddenly the cat food didn't smell good anymore, because it wasn't as sweet as the dog food. Then after pestering him for a long time he didn't say anything, and Wanan kept holding on to the matter. But the marshmallow still resolved it bit by bit. The two of them skinned and laughed, and gradually the sun got bigger, and they saw a gazebo, so they walked over. There were quite a lot of people passing by. I wanted to sit down and rest, but then I saw a small stroller in the courtyard. When Wanan saw it, she didn't bother with her skin and went over to take a look. Suddenly, her eyes caught a glimpse of a baby sleeping in the stroller. Immediately, her eyes widened. Wow, whose baby is this? Why is it sitting here? Where's mommy? She covered her small mouth and came to the window in a small voice, leaning down and carefully watching the little baby. It was as if it was her baby. Guchen instead observed the neighborhood for a while, and immediately deduced, there's not much around. It's not possible that an adult accidentally left the child here and walked away, right? He guessed with a frown. Wanan was actually thinking the same thing. Her mom and dad were not here. Otherwise a stranger would have appeared in time. After waiting for another 2 minutes, no adults appeared. Wanan could basically conclude that the child was temporarily placed. At this moment, like a real mother, she was a bit annoyed by this behavior of leaving a baby alone in a public place. Humph, who on earth is so irresponsible? Leaving the baby alone here. Don't you know how dangerous it is? Although I don't know how the parents did it, it shouldn't have been an intentional abandonment of the baby, because there was still a car key in the crib, a BMW. Later, if the child's mom and dad come, we must give her a good talking to. It's best to send them to the police station for some education. Wanan grunted. This girl's heart was super kind. Looking at this little baby, even Gu-chan had forgotten about it. The baby in the car, who was sleeping uncomfortably at the moment and wanted to turn over, suddenly woke up and babbled and cried. Boing boing. This was really a baby crying, not Wanan spilling her guts. The corner of her mouth hooked into a kind smile, reaching out a hand to gently press on the baby's chest. Good baby, no crying, out, sleepy sleep. She was coaxing the baby to sleep. Her small appearance was particularly serious, and she was still afraid that she wouldn't be able to coax it well. Looking at her, Chen unconsciously revealed a hint of doting. In the future, if this girl gave birth to a baby, she would definitely be a good mother. The two of them were just going to sit here and watch the child. After all, child abductions and sales happen from time to time in today's society. Chen suddenly thought of another important issue and gently patted her back. Wanan, then let's wait here for an hour. After the hour passes, if the adults are still not here, why don't we just hand it over to the police? We can't solve it anyway. He proposed a way to get the best of both worlds, and this wouldn't be too much of a delay. She nodded, and continued to put the child to sleep. It suddenly occurred to her that Gu-chan actually didn't change his mind again. Forget it, let's give him a break. After a while, the baby fell asleep again, so the two of them sat on the bench and waited, rocking the stroller and rocking it. Wanan had been muttering about the irresponsibility of the baby's parents from just now until now. Looking at the baby in the basket, she had to show Gu-chan a tolerable smile. Very tranquil. Chen, look at how cute the baby is. He nodded. It was indeed cute. It was a baby girl, because of the baby's small body. From the head melon to the little feet are very cute. So Wanan likes small children. While Gu-chan was gazing at the little baby, Wanan then added, the little baby that the two of us give birth to in the future must be this cute too. Subconsciously, she replied, aha. Shocked after returning to his senses. Seeing him agree so quickly, Wanan's bright eyes smiled even more openly. He, then when are we going to build one? Tatsu rolled his eyes, feeling that he had actually been set up by her. Wanan's giggling and cute look was like the sunshine in winter. He looked dumb for a while longer, and replied in a half-whisper. Who wants to have a child with you? He said. Learn to cook the food first, right, idiot? Counting her down, Wanan's eyes lit up again. Gu-chan actually didn't vigorously retort. So happily, her tiny body leaned over and stuck to his arms like a cat. Soon, 5 minutes passed. The sunlight was getting bigger and bigger, and quite a few people walked into the pavilion to cool off. A woman with a blonde figure was attracted to the gazebo when she saw two very young people pushing a baby stroller. Coming to the front, Wanan also looked at her suspiciously, thinking that she was the mother of this child, but she ended up asking, this child is quite cute. Girl, is it yours? How many months old is it? Wanan was dumbfounded, not thinking that she was actually misunderstood, but she actually didn't explain in time, her face snickering with joy. Gu-chan looked up sharply. What's going on here? Can't be misunderstood by outsiders. Auntie, this isn't. Ran Wanan, however, covered his lips and said for him, yes auntie, you have a good eye. She replied mischievously, anyway, there is a chance to take advantage of him, why not? And twisted his head to blink at him for a moment. Auntie heard cover mouth immediately incredible. Originally also quite do not believe, wow, so young to have a child? It is really rare. Is it early, love? No, 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 no. Wanan said quite sincerely, as if there was really such a thing. Tatsu looked at her serious nonsense. His own mouth was covered. Actually too late to retort. Oh, Cam, I can't believe I'm at the mercy of Wanan. I'll definitely clean her up later. After chatting with Auntie for a while, Wanan could be happy. In the end, she took one look at the adorable ground baby and left, and sent a few words of blessing. After the person left, not surprisingly, Gu-chan grit his silver teeth and meandered around to pat her ass. Pa boo. Ow ouch. He was slightly fierce. Let's see how much more nonsense you dare to spout. And gently pinched her cheeks again. Rubbing and rubbing. I was wrong, not next time. Don't bully me. Wanan was in pain. She didn't expect to be punished like this for taking advantage. However, being treated like a loving couple is still quite enjoyable. After cleaning her up for 5 minutes, Tatsu let go, feeling a sense of relief. After waiting for another half an hour, Wanan was about to fall asleep on her lap, when finally the baby's mother arrived. A woman dressed in gold and silver came up in a hurry. It seemed that she had been crying just now. You could tell that there were a few drops of tears on that face. Baby. As soon as she arrived, she examined the child in the basket, holding it in her arms for half a day to see that nothing was wrong, before she felt relieved. Turning her head to look at the two young men, Wanan was still rubbing her eyes. Are you helping me with the baby? Then thank you. Just now I went to the phone, suddenly went to the wrong place, and circled around for half a day before I came back here. Really thank you. After Wanan understood him that she was a mother, she immediately got in the spirit and made a look of a small adult, coming to such a crowded place. How can you just make a phone call and not care about the child? It's also too incompetent. Then, at a young age, she gave some sage advice to a woman in her 30s who had just given birth, and Gu Chen didn't object. Because the child is fortunate to have encountered a good person today. If they encountered a bad person, may be directly carried away. Regret is too late. Should be verbally educated. The woman nodded her head in a hurry. Until 2 minutes later, Wanan couldn't catch her breath before ending. She took out a black card from her Hermes bag in order to show her gratitude and let them swipe it at will. Gu Chen directly pushed it back. One was the owner of the company, and the other was a past business tycoon, and really didn't have much interest in this money stuff. In the end, he hugged the baby and said goodbye, and on his way out, he even said, "You guys look even more exquisite than the stars, so you're a perfect match together." Hearing her words, Wanan was originally still a little angry. This time it was soothed, nodding her head, agreeing with what she said and giving this review full stars. This matter did not become a big deal, and it just passed. Afterward, the two left the gazebo. Wanan was still rambling and chatting when he suddenly saw a stall selling balloons in front of him. Like a child seeing candy, he immediately rushed over. Then he pointed at the highest floating American sheep balloon in the air and bounced in place twice. "I want to buy a balloon, Chen buy me a ba." Gu Chen scratched his head a little. Incredulous, "You're not a kid. Why would you buy this?" He wouldn't buy anything for this girl at random. The key to this thing is still a child's toy. She's an adult holding it always feels weird. "I want it. Buy it for me." The balloon seller had already taken down the beautiful goat and put it in her hand, waiting for Gu Chen to pay with a smile. "You can buy it yourself?" He was strange, no doubt about it. It was something only a straight man of steel could say. And Wanan was not happy. Just $5 for something. This boyfriend of his was like an iron rooster, simply a dime a dozen. Of course, just he does not want to buy this and go to buy that. Cannot be accustomed to, buy food can immediately empty hands. But almost. Ran Wanan stomped his foot in place. Hummed a breath, "Humph, I want, do not give me to buy is it?" Then first buy Yula playfully spat out her tongue. Then, without warning, she actually held the beautiful sheep balloon, and then a turnaround feet running fast. So fled. A moment cannot see the shadow. Do not know where to hide. He stood in a daze. What just happened? Yi Wanan actually took the balloon and ran away. That's too skinny. If someone else's kid dared to do this, he'd have to go home and get mixed doubles from his parents, right? He wanted to chase after her, but he had no choice but to pay first. The stall owner wouldn't let him go without paying and blocked him. Sweeping $5. Quite cheap. Remember in the large amusement park to more than $10. Only then immediately chased after him. This little brat. That said, the way Wanan suddenly and abruptly hugged away the gadgets just now. Dish and playful is quite cute. What a naughty little princess. Chasing after her. I found her hiding behind a tree and detoured around it. Wanan explored her head from the left side of the tree to see if Gu Chen had chased her over. But she didn't expect a sudden burst of warmth to come from her neck, as if a warm breath had hit it. "Ow, help, pain. Shoulder broken." Only to see a big hand gently pressing her fragrant shoulder. Then a grip. The force was very small, but it made her scream in misery. "Will you dare next time?" He was slightly fierce, watching Goodnight hug the balloon tightly and shrink into a ball. "Don't dare. Definitely don't dare." After he let go of his hand, only then did Wanan feel better and gently rubbed his shoulder. "Ha ha," suddenly taking advantage of his inattention, she whacked his chest again with her pink fist, then turned around and ran away with a jolt. "Slightly, I won't let you catch up easily again." Slightly stinky Tatsu. Gu Chen felt his chest being smashed by a marshmallow, so soft and comfortable, and looked up to find her running away again. Ha! Not long after, he caught up with her again and pressed his delicate body against the wall to see where else she would run. Wan regretfully, little birdie cuddled with him, licking and eating his chin with her little tongue, begging to be spared. Really not skinny this time. This time, he really didn't want to be skinny. He felt weirdly numb. Next, the two of them went to the big fish pond, bought a few packs of fish feed and fed a group of goldfish. The goldfish were very beautiful. The number was huge. Spread a little bait and a group of fish swarmed to them. Some even jumped into the air. One clapped her hands like a child, and then asked for the fish feed to be given to her to feed. In the afternoon, there were a few more statues to see, as well as over 2 hours of tandem boating. Gu-chen was exhausted and wanted to go home, while Wanan was still bouncing around and even wanted to play again. It was still early in the day, and the park had already had enough fun for the two of them, so they planned to go out and get something to eat before going home. The two of them were walking along a river. There were thick lotus leaf bushes on the other side of the river, and they even drove a boat over to pick a few lotus seeds earlier. Wanan stomped his little feet a little leisurely. Chen was afraid that he would fall, gently pulled her a hand. He wanted to take out his cell phone to check the time, reached out, but his hand slipped, did not hold on to it, and slid to the ground. Wanan was also attracted by the sudden fall of something in his hand, like a soap slipping down. It was a close call, just sliding to the shore under the astonished gaze, almost sliding down. Tatsu says I'm clumsy and you're still the same? She counted him down slightly, which could be regarded as giving herself a little bit of face back. Gu-chen scratched his head and tried to pick it up, but Wanan had already bowed down and reached for it. However, coincidentally, there was actually a small stone on the bottom of her foot, and although Wanan grabbed the cell phone, her body slanted, her eyes opened wide over her lips, and she actually fell towards the river. Gu-chen was shocked. Crap, it's almost time to go home. How can there still be an accident? Wanan reached out to hold on to whatever she could, almost holding on to the corner of Gu-chen's shirt, but then suddenly remembered. I'm already going to fall. If I hold on to Chin-chen, he'll fall into the water too. Just thought for a second, then did not grab the corner of the clothes. He was about to fall into the water. Gu-chen's eyes widened, thinking to himself, is this girl stupid, not grabbing herself? Almost instantly, the big hand reached out again and grabbed her little arm. However, the arm was grabbed, but the center of gravity had completely shifted that way. In the end, the two of them were on all fours, and with a thud, coupled with a scream, they planted themselves into the shallow waters, falling out of the waves at once. Ah, help! Put! What are you grabbing me for, Tatsu? This is good. Both fell down. Put! Wanan tumbled vigorously after falling into the water, wanting to grab onto a powerful object, and so, with her mouth still blaming him, she panicked and hugged Gu-chen tightly. She clearly didn't want to pull him into the water, but as a result, he came over by himself holding his hand, and unluckily both the rescuer and the rescued fell into the water. Wanan was especially nervous, not only because she could not swim, but also because she had not married Gu-chen, had not had children, had not grown old together, and was going to hiccup because of drowning. She was so unwilling, but quiet for a while. Around the restless sound of the water slowly stopped, she found that he was held around her, suddenly quiet and no movement at all. Open your eyes, only to see Gu-chen very calmly, standing straight in the water. He was like a sloth holding him. At the same time, I noticed that the water on the shore was actually not deep at all, and I could even see the luss when I leaned a little further to the side, and Gu-chen helplessly hooked the corners of his mouth, looking at her as if she were a cute little lunatic. Her flustered look just now was really hard to see. The two of them just stared blankly for a while, wide-eyed. Time stood still, waiting for the wind to blow through the wet hair of the two of them, only to feel chilled. Gu-chen's body shivered a little. Froze dry, huh? Is it comfortable to soak in the water? Wanan reddened her little face, loosened her clumsy little hands, and was directed by him to climb towards the shore. Due to her petite body, it was quite a waste of energy to climb up, and he helplessly pushed her from behind. Feeling Chen-chen's hot face, Wanan managed to climb up with a jolt, turning back to look at Gu-chen. He is not nagging, in the water like a beautiful man, but also as if the Sea King came out of the water, so that the wet body of him, more bone, seems a little more handsome, hey, especially when Gu-chen casually flicked his wet hair to the back, presenting a handsome big back head, coupled with a robust and upright body. This is the king of the sea himself, right? After watching for a while, it's a pity that when Gu-chen climbed up, he accidentally fell and almost hit his face on the ground. Only then did Wanan come back to her senses. Although the river was very shallow, but without exception both of them were soaked. Wanan's delicate curves were also perfectly outlined. Her wet clothes tightened her waist to a very thin. Under the evening sun, the little face was wet, as if decorated with a pearl. He climbed up just to take a look, and suddenly his throat became a little dry. The two fallen chickens then shivered on the shore. There was no one here, and no one saw this scene. much less helped. Guchen felt his body hard, suddenly turned around, turned his back to her, took off the clothes on his body, and then held and twisted them vigorously, squeezing the water out of his clothes. Wanan wanted to look over, and just by looking at that bony and fine back, her little throat couldn't help but gurgle twice. Shyness wanted to cover her eyes, but the coolness of the air still made her want to fix what was wrong with her first. Shifting again like a cat, she shook herself in place, trying to shake the water off her body, but she wasn't a cat after all. Tatsu turned back to see her shaking her little body as hard as she could, her little head shaking like a rattle, but unfortunately not shaking off much water. Sighing lightly, he got dressed and came to her side, helping her squeeze the water off her body. Wanan was a girl and was too embarrassed to take it off directly, so he could only squeeze it little by little along the edges of her clothes. First the waist, then the dainty back, then the sleeves, the collar, then came the jeans, squeezing them dry with force. There was no place to change clothes here, and no clothes for her to change into. The two of them couldn't turn on their cell phones because they were in the water, so they couldn't make a call, so they had to rely on themselves. Wanan, like a child who needs to be fed by an adult to eat, stared blankly, somewhat aggravated after soaking in the water, her pink-eye bags bulging. Another cool breeze blew by. Harjo, Wanan covered her nose with her hand and sneezed heavily. Her throat was also a bit uncomfortable and she let out a aha. Undoubtedly, if this continues, she will definitely catch a cold. I have to say, girls are just physically weak, unlike Guchen. Ah cut. He suddenly sneezed heavily twice towards the sky. It seemed to be a little more serious. Scratching his head and pinching his nose, it's cold, isn't it? Let's hurry and go home first. Suddenly holding her small hand, feeling the coldness of her hand, suddenly held by him, she lowered her head and slightly apologized. Yes, sorry, it's me being clumsy, that's why I caused you to fall into the water. What's with the sobbing in her voice? He couldn't see a girl crying, and was still his rightful girlfriend, so his voice was super gentle. Fool, if it's my fault, it's also my fault for not holding the cell phone steady, otherwise you wouldn't have helped me pick it up, right? After hearing this, she slightly raised her head and was still a bit uncertain. Hearing the cries gradually retract, he continued, yes, it's all my fault, come and hammer me a little, otherwise I can't get over it. Wanan was amused. She didn't hammer him, her heart was still aching. The petite body leaned over again, holding on to him all the way. While speeding up his pace, he went to the bus stop. The wind is getting cooler and cooler in the evening, and the little one beside me is shivering badly. Obviously, yesterday my period was a little better, but what should I do if I catch a cold again today? At this moment, if he had a dry piece of clothing, he would not hesitate to put it on for good night. He sat Wanan down again, reaching out his hand to ruffle her hair, separating them thinly one by one, so that the water in her hair would evaporate faster. Wanan was still cold, so she made this small request. Chen-chan, I think I'd like a hug, it should be warmer. She opened her little arms, and Guchen just looked at them and hugged them without hesitation. I actually forgot to hug her when I was running all the way just now. Wrapping his arms tightly around her waist, he transferred the warmth of his body to her. Wanan felt a little more comfortable. Only then did he take out his pocket, and it was a good thing that the few coins he had exchanged earlier had not fallen off. Looking around, there weren't many people. It wasn't time to get off work at this hour. Otherwise a wet couple hugging each other at the bus stop would definitely be photographed, right? There are just old men who can't even walk easily. Wanan shivered gently in his arms, and now just wanted to pick at his warm body heat. Guchen now knows his role. He is just a big warm baby? Soon the 302 car rushed over, holding Goodnight in his arms, and directly lifted her up the steps, mainly because she was too light. This is to let people who do not know still think, drenched into a soup chicken, but also hugged together to show love. There's no one else. The bus driver took a look and was surprised that both of them were wet, but didn't mind. Throwing in a few coins, he carried Wanan to the last row of seats. This row had a good seat for 6 people, but the most important thing was that it would be warmer with a bunch of heat-generating parts here. After that, the bus started up, and the driver meanwhile watched the two of them in the rearview mirror, seeing that they were both soaked and still hugging each other. So he thought for a moment, and then reached over to turn the cold air off and turn on the heat. In a moment, though, warm air filled the modest space, and the two felt a rush of comfort. It wasn't winter yet, and normally they would have turned on the cold air conditioning or air exchange, but the driver had given them a small break. Wanan was sandwiched between warmth and cold, and had already drifted off to sleep. Everyone's eyes slightly narrowed, their little lips slightly drooping, a little naive look. He didn't hold back to rub Wanan's little nose. What are you sleeping for? We haven't gotten off yet. Guchen didn't want her to sleep, because her body temperature would be cooler if she fell asleep. making it easier for her to catch a cold. Ow, she pouted, and flopped down in his arms again, her little face rubbing her chest from side to side, hoping to wake up a little. Too cute. Along the way, he rubbed Wanan's head again. Her hair was finally dry. Arriving at the station in about 20 minutes, the two of them got off. Guchen saw that Wanan was cold and sleepy. Getting off the bus was shaky. If not for his own embrace, he probably would have fallen off the bus. A hint of doting appeared in his eyes. Then he reached out and hooked his hand. One hand hooked the back, and one hand hooked the thighs. Wanan's delicate body was lifted up, and was held in her arms like a princess. She was still at a bit of a loss. Who am I? Where am I? It was only in a panic that she hugged Guchen's neck. Looking at the clumsy her, he hugged her a little tighter. Chen, you're tired, right? There's no need to hold me. Then you'll help me pound my back later? He casually gave a perfunctory sentence and quickly ran home. Although it was a perfunctory remark, she took it seriously and thought about how to serve him later. Along the way, many people threw strange looks at her. When the two of them returned home and opened the door, Guchen casually found some clean, small-sized clothes and put warm water in the sink. Wanan was right next to him, so he pointed to the sink, and touched Wanan's head, telling her to wake up a bit. She was falling asleep standing up, and told her to hurry up and change. Isn't Tatsu going to help me wash? I don't mind at all, Wanan asked mischievously, tilting her little head. A black line appeared on Guchen's forehead. I do mind. He then went out and brought the door with him. Wanan started to take a bath, and from outside the door, he heard the sound of water sliding down on his tender skin. Somehow, he actually got a little excited. If other geeks saw this scene, they could probably eat 3 bowls of rice just from the sound. Wait, what am I doing? He immediately dismissed his strange thoughts. Wanan quickly washed up and changed into a dress. This dress was already relatively small, but the shoulders were still exposed. The shoulders were hanging diagonally. The Snow White was still steaming and fragrant, and Xianma was presented in front of him like this. He was still cleaning when he was suddenly attracted by the white light. Just by gazing at it for a while, some dryness began to hit his throat, and Wanan did not notice. Fragrant body quickly leaned in front of him, very quiet. Tatsu couldn't stand it, and hurriedly lifted it up for her, trying to cover it up so that it wouldn't fall off. This abrasive little goblin. I really don't know if it's on purpose. Tatsu, I'm done. You go wash too. Don't catch a cold or I won't be able to see you tomorrow. That's that. Before that, I still want to hug you a little bit. Before he could agree, Wanan's delicate body embraced him, and the refreshing scent filled his nose, causing him to actually have a hallucination, as if she was a flower fairy. I'm dirty. Let's hug again after the bath. He pushed. I really don't know what's wrong with Wanan. She's a bit afflicted. Obviously she washed herself white and she's so dirty, but she still wants to hug? Then the bath is not in vain? Though the clothes on her body were almost vaporized by the body temperature. It's okay. Just give me a hug. I'll be comfortable. Then she wrapped her arms around his waist, raised her toes, and placed her mouth on his ear. Afterwards, he exhaled softly in his ear. I'll go and warm the bed for Braingong first. The voice pulled quite long. This sentence, Guchen's body suddenly trembled a bit, almost soft down. In his heart, what is this girl thinking about all day long? What do you call a brain male? Should be called Lord Braingong. Listening to the soft words, she actually did not object, gently nodding her head. Wanan secretly snickered, slightly loosened her hand, turned around and really went to warm the bed for him. Guchen turned back and quickly finished his shower, and came out to wash his washclothes casually. After the end, and soaked 2 boxes of instant noodles will be, to Wanan and over to go. Open the door. The room. The air that comes to the face is the warmth of the young girl's fragrance. Inside the room, the air is warm and fragrant with the fragrance of a young girl. Seeing Tatsu coming, she gently patted the other side of the quilt. It seems like Daji is using her body to tell King Zhou, it's time for the king to go to bed. Her eyes blinked lightly. Temptation is indeed temptation, but he could resist. He smiled gently. You're hungry, aren't you? Let's eat something first. Just a little bit tonight? He brought it to the bedside and raised a bench for her to get out of bed to eat, so as not to mess up the covers. If her cell phone wasn't broken, she might be able to order takeout. But for now, she'll make do with what she has. Wanan sniffed and her little nose came up. Very pleasing. What is this? With the person I like, even if it's eating rice field altogether, I'm willing. Again, it was like taking an oath. Guchen rolled his eyes. Boring. Don't make that shit sound so innocent and sweet. Not wanting to get out of bed just yet, she came to the edge of the bed and opened her little cherry mouth. I wanna feed. So capricious. But this little look melted his heart again. He couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks and gently pick the noodles for her. Hissy. It was still a bit hot at first, so he blew on it again. After everything was settled, he went to rinse out his mouth again before returning to the bed with cool little feet, lifting the covers with a big grin and burrowing in like a kitten. He giggling in his ear again. It was still early. Guchin didn't want to sleep at all, but his body was a bit tired. Two people in a bed always felt like they should do something. When Chen turned his head to chat with her, Wan and Koran's small tongue suddenly touched his ear. Ah, what the hell? It tickles. Just like a kitten that loves its master. Then she bit down again. What nonsense. Gu Chen's ears were so red that he couldn't stand it. Wanan released her lips again after half a moment. Chen, you must have been tired when you carried me back. Ha, lie down and don't move yo. I'm going to use my mouth to soothe your day's fatigue. Gu Chen knew what she was up to this time, so she was concerned about herself. No need. His throat was dry, like he had been thirsty for dozens of days, and his heart was beating hard, because if it wasn't controlled well, it was likely to rub off. Gently pushed on her chest, which in turn made it meet him, and he couldn't push hard enough. Another kiss on the side of his face, like a kitten, contact for 2 or 3 seconds, then upwards, another kiss where his forehead was, turning again, a kiss on the right side of his face, then the high bridge of his nose, finally his chin, and finally the only part of his face that hadn't been touched, shallow lips. Muah. The soft jelly is very comfortable and cozy. It really was like that song, a heartwarming way of soothing one's day's fatigue. He was so touched that his heart melted. He didn't even think of resisting, enjoying it like a massage. He couldn't help but want to reach out and hug her again, but one loosened her lips, and then her small nose pressed against his cheek, and a small hand pulled open the collar of his clothes. A little here too blah. Gu Chen, who noticed her small actions, immediately stepped in to stop it. Enough is enough. There's no need there. It was actually the neck. Finally circling back, after planting countless strawberries, Wanan was also tired. Suddenly she wished so much that Gu Chen would also use his kiss to soothe herself all tired. But he definitely wouldn't agree. After all, he wasn't the mushy type. Bored, Wanan stroked his cheek again, his eyes so engrossed. Chen looked at the ceiling and suddenly asked, by the way, Wanan, our cell phone is soaking in water. What if it breaks? She turned her good-looking eyes after hearing this, somewhat reluctantly. To call me in. Tatsu smiled. Okay Wanan. Yes Wanan. Humming for a moment before answering him. It's okay, as your boss. I'll be responsible for any damage to your property because of saving me. I'll give you a new cell phone tomorrow. Do you like Apple or Huawei? Gu Chen had a black line. That's not what he meant. What did I say? Why does it feel like I'm eating soft food? He's just planning to go for repair tomorrow, and then replace it if he can't fix it. Later, after tossing and turning in bed for half a day, the two of them only fell asleep at 9 o'clock. However, before the two fell asleep, it was Gu Chen who slept first, and his clothes were huge, so Goodnight tried to shrink her petite body into his wide clothes. In the end, it actually succeeded. Although it was a bit cramped, but successfully the two wore a set of clothes bundled up and slept together. Tatsu slept well and didn't notice her small movements. Even if he did, he could only blame her for being too naughty. Until 2 o'clock in the morning, because Wanan's movements were too big. Along with Gu Chen's body, she heavily rolled over. At this time, Gu Chen was woken up by her movements, but woke up to find that Boanan was pressed underneath, breathing a little difficult. Looking at that sleeping little face, super close, with a little bit of drool flowing from the corner of her mouth. Feeling funny, he reached out and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Then, he realized that sleeping like this wouldn't work, so he could only slowly take off from inside his clothes. Naked, he went to find another nightgown before returning to the bed to continue sleeping. He couldn't sleep without a pillow, so he hugged Wanan again. Very, very gently. Perhaps it was a nightmare. She struggled twice more in bed, waving her hands, scratching him. He had no choice but to gently tap her on the forehead. Moo, good night, and then fell asleep with her forehead pressed against it. Originally having nightmares, she was kissed as if she had been hit with a tranquilizer, and the nightmare suddenly turned into a beautiful dream. Dropping her hands to hold him again, tossing and turning for the night. Day 2. The sun was shining, and the scent in the room was strong, attracting the butterflies that picked flower dew early in the morning to fly in. One landed on Wanan's little nose, tickling it and making her wake up first. Just after waking up, she made a small achoo and her little tongue came out. Butterflies ran away and rubbed their eyes with the cover. Looking down, she saw that she had an extra piece of clothing on her body, and was a bit confused. I'm full of questions. Could it be that yesterday, when I was asleep, I took Gu Chen's clothes off? Gu Chen won't hate me, will he? He won't never sleep with me again. The young girl who just woke up was as delicate as a flower genie. Her skin was breathable. With this thought in her mind, she realized that he had disappeared and quickly came to the bedside, only to see that Tatsu had indeed been kicked off the bed by herself. No surprise. But it really was accidental. Hands together. Super sorry. But after seeing that he had pajamas on his body, and realizing that he had woken up once before, some small regret. Obviously yesterday I planned to sleep with him wrapped inside a dress, then so that Tatsuya would never be kicked out of bed by himself again, and the worst result would be that the two of them would get out of bed together. But I didn't realize that I was still too young. Gu-chen on the floor was still sleeping soundly, perhaps because he woke up once last night, so he was still awake in the morning. Wanan immediately stomped on his calves, hands grasping the edge of the bed, quickly climbed down the bed, and then checked if he had fallen anywhere. He was fine. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. The floor was clean. Wanan shook his little head and sat down on his butt like a child. Looking at his face, she lowered her small body and asked for a good morning kiss first. Closing his eyes, his little nose quickly touched him. Muah-ah. The first thing that happened was that Gu-chun woke up, but he was still a little bit confused. How come there is sweet jelly to eat in the morning? Wanan looked at him like he still wanted to sleep. So, I said I was a little sloth before I see you're still a sloth, you big sloth. She sat on the ground grunting for a while, shaking her nice ponytail. The more she said that, the less Gu-chan remembered. Maybe this was a psychological problem. When one wakes up naturally, one gets up quickly, but once someone next to them urges, then sorry, let me sleep a little longer. She reached out her small hand again and grabbed his big arm. Pursing her peach lips, she let out a voice as beautiful as a small baby's. Brain gong, get up out of bed, girlfriend is hungry, want to eat rice. This voice is like adding sugar. Oh, not sandwich, chocolate. Plus her little hand shaking, just like a good daughter calling her father to get up. Gu-chen was half awakened by the cute voice for a moment. He almost exclaimed, is Wanan a cat or a rabbit? Why is she so cute? Still shaking and squirming. She did get up in the morning and was hungry, but because she wasn't good at cooking her own food, and the high-end ingredients in the fridge were even harder to manage, and she was afraid that Gu-chun would eat like a piggy bank again like he did yesterday. That's why she told him to get up and cook the food, and she was beside herself so that she could learn. Chan woke up, supported his waist, half sat up. Sleeping was accidentally kicked twice by her little feet. So sleeping with Wanan, this girl, every morning has to be like a kidney loss, like a little hard. When I opened my eyes, I saw Wanan tilting her little head, her big eyes looking at herself with curiosity, and she was like a new robot that had just been researched. There was saliva on his mouth. Sticky, slimy and uncomfortable. He subconsciously wiped his mouth again. Wanan looked at his action, and started to get excited again. Strange, why is it that when you are a man and a woman, you still need to wipe your mouth when you kiss? It's disgusting. Why are you wiping your mouth? This is the good morning kiss I gave you. Good morning kisses can't be wiped off, or else it's a wasted kiss. Come on, one more kiss to make up for it. Wanan seriously raised her eyebrows, and went over to hug him again. Her shiny little jelly puckered up. Seeing this scene, Tatsu gently hooked his mouth. Before he could stop himself, she kissed him again. Mooah! Right in the center of the bull's eye. Another sweet flavor entered. Don't rub it on me again. Be careful. I'll use my fist to hammer you. She was still acting like a little adult. However, Gu-chen couldn't let her get away with it. Not to mention, he loved the way Wanan was so helpless. After being kissed, she pretended to look disgusted, and then used her other hand to gently wipe her lips on purpose. Ha! Don't! He made a what can you do with me face for her, and immediately opened her eyes incredulously wide. He actually blatantly wiped his lips. This girlfriend of his doesn't want to lose face? Still wiping? Oomph. Instead of hammering him in time, she wrapped her arms around his head again and bit him even harder. Ah! Tatsu felt it. His lips were a bit swollen, but just wouldn't give in. After taking off his lip, he looked into her more serious eyes. He narrowed his eyes, gradually reached out his hand and wiped the corner of his mouth again and again. That handsome face changed into a defiant come-hit-me expression again. Wouldn't and let him go? Absolutely not. This time, furious, he simply pressed down directly with his whole body. Quickly, he crushed Tatsu to the ground. Wait, don't! Her strength was suddenly so great that she ended up directly depriving Gu-chun of oxygen before Wanan got up comfortably, raising the corners of her small mouth. Because the battle was won by her, Gu-chen no longer dared to wipe her lips. Helplessly, he gently pinched her still proud little face. Ha! I'll spare you first today, he said in a very manly manner, actually a bit scared. Then he heard Wanan's little belly make a gurgling sound. Hungry. Then he got up to make her food. He didn't like eating Wanan's dark cuisine. Luckily this time she didn't have an urge. The young girl followed him to the hall with small steps. First, she set up the dishes. Gu-chen didn't plan to cook any vegetables for breakfast this time, but instead, He took the remaining cold rice in the refrigerator and made an egg fried rice. Yesterday, I was too lazy to do it and ate instant noodles, so today I have to make up for it. With the young girl by her side, she took out another small notebook to write down the important points, the flavor of the outrageous. From time to time also reached out a small hand to fish tomato fried eggs in the egg. No accident and was scalded, crying. As a boyfriend he, of course, is to contain in the mouth. Actually, there's no need to put it in his mouth for the burn, but Wan Yen did feel better. Idiot, looks like he's starving. After eating and then downstairs, the time is a little late. He also simply do not ride the battery car. Directly take Wanan president car to the company. Wanan was incredibly happy, because this time Guchen, even if he was off work, he had to wait for himself to go home. Oh yeah, she was very skillful and arrived at the company's entrance in 10 minutes, quickly going upstairs to the work area. Wanan again told to give her the soaked cell phone. She took it, and Tatsu had no choice but to do the same. Sitting in her seat, Wanan was only planning to part with him, but before leaving, she had to spread a wave of dog food, whispering in his ear, with her lips pressed to his ear. She said sweetly in a Lolita voice, "Brain gong, I'm going to be busy, don't miss me too much, we'll meet again in the evening." This voice was even more energizing than a kiss. Although the voice was small, many people still heard it, and they revealed a TSK gaze, recalling that the dog food was quite fragrant. How could Tatsu spoil her? So he said confidently and easily, "Well, go and get busy. I'll concentrate on my work, and I definitely won't miss you. If I miss you, I'll be struck by the heavens. You can rest assured of that." Waving his big hand again, he was determined. Wanan's instantly kinded ecstatic little expression brushed off, transforming into a look of looking at a big fool. Stinky straight man, it's a good thing he likes him, otherwise he would definitely not be able to find a girlfriend. Saying not to think about himself too much was actually hoping that he would be full of himself after work. Women always say the opposite of what they want to say, but I didn't expect that he would actually pack a promise that he wouldn't miss her. She came a little closer, took out her pink fist, sucked in a little bit of force, and dropped it heavily on his chest. Ah, it hurts. Guchen could literally win an Oscar for the movie, covering his chest. Only then did Wanan leave with a grunt of anger. In fact, that kind of force was like 2 marshmallows stuffed into his chest. It didn't hurt at all, and he even wanted to throw a few more punches. Could it be that he has a masochistic tendency? After the president left, unsurprisingly another group of dog food-loving co-workers came up to ask their daily questions. He just casually dumped a wave of last night's dog food, perfunctorily. An hour later, Guchen had an urgent need to pee at work and went to use a toilet and came back. But he found an extra cell phone in the drawer, and it was a gaming phone with a very gorgeous shell. Nubia, Red Devil Gaming special phone. Sitting on the position of curiosity to open a look. The phone is new, and when the screen opens, a picture of a beautiful girl pops up. Yi Wanan. He stayed for a while. Yes, it was her in person. A sweet ultra-high-definition cute and adorable picture of her sticking out her tongue. It was too cute. I'm afraid it's only those anime otaku who would rather give up the second dimension and use the super cute picture as their cover. The moment he saw the picture, his heart shook. This girl actually gave him a gaming phone. Having a girlfriend who understands his gaming is quite a blessing, but he thought it was better to spend more time with his girlfriend. And didn't he say there was a Huawei yesterday? He actually prefers this brand. Of course game consoles he loved too. Speeding quickly, he inadvertently clicked on the phone number again, which only had one female contact with the name, Tatsu's little baby. Sure enough, it was her phone. It seems that the water-soaked cell phone can't be repaired, or it wasn't even taken to be repaired, so it's directly reimbursed to novice. It's not bad, it's just a pity that inside that cell phone, there are still a lot of downloads. A few G of important information did not see. The cell phone card is still the original, but it seems that there is no timely storage, may not be able to restore the original data. Wanan just first put her own number saved up. On the side, Lee wanted to cast an envious gaze, because that is to take half a month's salary in order to buy the high-end Another hour later, Guchen was seriously reviewing the young lady's video, eating popcorn. Suddenly a message came on his cell phone. Ding! Worthy of being a gaming phone, it was so loud. I opened it and saw that it was indeed sent by Wanan's contact. Cinnabar's little baby, are you there? Today's things are suddenly a lot of can you help your girlfriend to share a bit of received, please return care. Guchen slightly hooked the corner of his lips, unkindly smiled. Serves him right. Who told you to play yesterday? So he replied with a big grin. Busy, Moncler outlet online no time. His dry tone, but said gentle words. In fact, even if those who are really free, I'm afraid they won't have time to reply one more word. Sending it over and quickly getting a reply. It was a small aggrieved expression. Tatsu little baby, : Seeing this, Tatsu was still afraid that she would get depressed, so he replied back, "Say it, what is it?" Soon after, he's still saying you don't care about me? In fact, it's not a big deal. Help me go to the legal counsel department to get a report. It's very simple, crabby kneeling. Shouldn't you ask your secretary for this kind of thing? But she's very busy. After thinking about it, I can only come to you. Don't worry. I'll definitely give you a big reward for helping me get it back. Yeehaw, I don't want it. He finally agreed after half a day of chatting, but he still said a safe word, but I'll leave it on the table, and then I'm leaving, no pestering me. The words were sent over, and he got up and went to the legal department. Who asked her to be his girlfriend? When you have troubles, it's easier to share them together. That place wasn't easy to find. It took 2 rounds of searching to find it. As soon as he entered, a lawyer handed him the prepared report. I took the report and looked down at it and immediately saw what it was for. But I'm not the boss, so why should I care? He went back again. He came all the way to the president's office and entered without knocking on the door. But he saw Wonan doing something bad with her head down. When she heard the footsteps, she was startled, and immediately lifted up her stuffed face, with a QQ candy accidentally showing in her mouth. When she saw it was him, she was relieved, but when she thought back to the fact that he hadn't knocked on the door to scare herself, her little expression became milky and fierce. Oops, I am stealing food. Aha, you do not knock on the door, scared me a jumpet. Her mouth was stuffed with bulging but also complained. Chewed half a day before swallowing, and wiped his mouth. Guchen had a black line on his forehead. You call this busy? Ha! Wouldn't that be the purpose of letting yourself accompany her? Taking a stack of thick reports, he gently slammed them down in front of her. Oh, so you're justified in hiding underneath and stealing food? Hearing him say this, Wan's unintelligent little brain thought about it, as if it did not make sense. But she was afraid that the secretary would see her eating sweets and tell her mom, and then her mom would call her and scold her. Mom had asked her not to eat anything but white sugar. Guchen went up and gently pinched her little face. Naked, Wanan bared her little tiger teeth. After handing in the report and bullying her a bit, he turned around and wanted to leave. I'll go and get busy first. Seeing that he was about to leave, Wanan then remembered why she was looking for him. Of course, she wanted him to keep her company, because Tatsuya is the best and warmest shelter. Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't go. Stay with me for a while, okay? Guchen gently tugged on the corner of his coat. He had some brain pain. This girl is really in the name of getting a report to set himself. Seeing that he still wanted to leave, Wanan's little face quickly turned into a bitter melon as she continued to explain. Boing, Dad suddenly arranged a super difficult task for me today, and my troubles, which are so big, give me a good headache. Guchen had a shocked look on his face, and Wanan was now comparing her little hand to the air, drawing a big circle, indicating that was her trouble, reminding him of a cat emoji. He smiled, because this girl was so smart. Her parents had high hopes for her, so they always gave her difficult problems. As for Wanan just now, she had actually just finished working on one item and was about to eat QQ candies to slow down her anxiety when Guchen startled her. Looking at that anxious little face, Guchen hesitated a bit. Afterwards, Wanan reached out again, rummaged through the drawer and found a few bags of long-prepared fried snacks, placed them on the table, then got up and went to serve a leather chair, her poor big eyes begging him to just sit down. The hospitality was all ready, so he had no choice but to sit down. Wanan saw that he finally wouldn't leave, so he knowingly helped tear open the chips again, chucking out a piece and handing it to his mouth to feed him. Tatsu didn't take it, just took the chips, several pieces, and poured them straight here. Isn't it troublesome to take one piece at a time? Wanan then pouted his little mouth. Suddenly her brain hurt again, reaching out to press the temple area. Your father, what exactly has he arranged for you? He was just casually concerned, and of course a little curious. Taking out a chip, he stuffed it to her lips like he was feeding a baby hamster. It was rare to see Wanan look despondent, as if he had been ignoring her for a day, and was particularly bitter. Wanan looked at him puzzled, as if to say, why don't you eat what I feed you? I still have to eat what you feed me? Am I a cat? Am I that obedient? It's a bit unfair, but she still obediently stuck out her little tongue and took it, barking. After quickly finishing the snacks he fed her, Wanan was still pressing her temples, but slightly inclined her little head. Her little face was haggard and her voice was soft. My brain is still hurting, my boyfriend, can you rub it for me first? The small head again came closer, and then this is going to stick to his chest. He had no choice but to gently press on her temples, seeing that she was having such a hard time. The gentle squeeze on both sides of her head made her feel like the world was easier for a moment. It's so comfortable. Just a little bit harder. The voice was a bit strange, with a hint of seduction, making Guchen blush a bit. Only then did she explain. Well, here's the thing. The company is going for another big expansion recently. And for that reason, Dad gave me another death order. It's required to cooperate with the world's largest star group within a month. Is this still my own father? How can I possibly do that? That's an even stronger existence than the Yun group. Tutaying her little mouth again, with a reluctant and hopeless face. Gu Chen was somewhat familiar with the world's largest star group? What group exactly? Chen gave her gentle pressure on her temples, and then replaced his index finger, so that the big fingerem was gently rubbing and grinding on her eyes at the same frequency, as if he was doing eye exercises. Wanan didn't expect him to actually be so good at pressing. It was almost as if she was going to lie down comfortably. Her sandalwood little mouth was open all the time. Gu Chen really wanted to stuff something to plug it. Of course. It's Gume Group stumbling comfortably, licking the corner of his lips again. Ha, don't you know? A big question mark appeared on her little head. The chairman of that Gume Group. But the existence of the world's rich list for a long time. Oh, Tatsuya gave a meaningful oh. And finally his fingertips slid down again, and went to the bridge of her nose to press gently. Hoa Wanan couldn't help but let out a strange sound again. It was as if her soul was going to be emptied by him. And it was only after half a second that she came back to her senses. Oh what ah? Seeing as you're stupid, I'll reluctantly introduce you, she also said to herself, explaining it to him. This group is a group that specializes in signing artists, and it's only been established for 10 years, and it's already the #1 presence in the world. It's really ridiculously strong. The Gume Group has more than 500 artists signed under its banner, both at home and abroad. There are over 5,000 netizens under contract. The business is all over the country. Several of the stars we know are from her company. I've also heard that several Oscar-winning crooked countrymen have come from her company. You know, there aren't many top-tier stars in the whole of China. Not only that, making stars is only one of the biggest businesses of Gume Group. Besides that, it also involves business, politics, drugs, real estate. After saying a whole lot about how powerful this group is, Wanan started to get a headache again. And looking at Gu Chen's face, he did look relaxed as if he wasn't intimidated by his own words. Wanan narrowed her eyes. In fact, when she heard the name Gume Group, the first thing that came to her mind was of course, Gu Chen. The name was so similar that she almost thought he was the son of the chairman of the group. However, she realized that the chairman of Gume Group was a strong woman, and her surname was One. Of course, the probability of a woman being involved in a star company was high. Plus, if it really was her son, then how could he still be staying in his own company? Could it be that he was not wanting to go back to inherit a huge fortune? It wasn't like this was a drama. She thought about it and shook her head. Gu Chen thought that his expression couldn't be so bland anymore, so he added a meaningful, surprised look. Oh what a cow. Wanan was going to be bursting with laughter when she heard this. This is too perfunctory. Just to hear a story? And inside again. Alas, the contract has been sent over more than 50 letters. Our company is not small but people do not bird me Lu. Her little hands are drawing circles on the table, as if she is making a little curse. Come on, Wanan is the best. Tatsu suddenly cheered in his ear. With a handsome and gentle smile on his face, Wanan opened her big eyes, regaining her confidence in general, and in the next second, feeling full of happiness, she quickly burrowed in his arms. Thanks. A little tired, just hug for a while. She got up, all but sitting on his lap, and fearing that she'd be too mellow to slide down, she reached out to give a pocket. Really? Capricious. Without thinking, he gave another doting smile and reached out to stroke her silky hair. No one knew what he was thinking, and then was in his arms. Her face was covered with heat before she came out, and tilted her little head again, looking up at his big face. Tatsu, I'm going to personally visit Gume Group in the afternoon. Can you? The voice was going to become soft, giving the impression that it was going to be pampered and cute again. That is, can you accompany me to go together? Get me as a bodyguard, okay? I add money de. Tatsu rolled his eyes. This woman was influencing herself to be a salted fish again. No. Then he reached out to pull out her little chin, tickling it and making her behave herself. That group are all big men without you around. I'm so afraid. Delicate good body again in the arms of pampering, like a kitten needed to and fro. A soft mass, hair close to the very close. He was going to be fascinating hair sent to the brainwashing. He pressed his lips on her hair and said in a warm voice, aren't you also a big brother? This girl immediately fluttered in her arms again. I'm not, I'm just a little baby in your arms. I'm very fragile de. Tatsu was softened once again by her voice, but still didn't agree, rubbing the back of her neck before she tilted her head back and pushed back. Ouch. Pouting. Her little face puffed up like an inflatable again. He also took the opportunity to stand up now. By the way, took away a packet of QQ candy in her pocket. Time's up. Work to go. Bye Lu. Wanan cleaned up the messy hair, before tucking the bear hummed a breath. porcelain white doll milky voice, but also a little arrogant. He went out the door to bring the glass door, but did not leave in time, stood outside the glass door and looked for a while. Seeing her in the office, as soon as she left, she started to get busy again, eating the torn chips, and then took the report, and then registered it on the computer. Not to mention, the cute little girl is quite cool when she gets serious. Imperial sister. After half a meeting, Wanan wanted to eat candy again, touched the bag, only to find that the last pack of QQ candy was actually taken away. Ah, stinky Tatsu taking my QQ candies again, boing boing. She stomped her little legs and complained about the unfairness of heaven, but then carefully touched a touch, only to touch out a chocolate. This moment and wondered at the look. Carp hit the boat to sit stable body, and reveal a big surprise, Hee-Chan really still love me de. On this side, Gu-Chen did not return to the computer, but first went to the toilet. In the corridor, he opened the QQ candy that he had shunned over, and tore it open and stuffed it into his mouth. Other people's stuff is just delicious. After chewing, he went into the toilet, took out his cell phone, and clicked on a contact he hadn't talked to for a long time. Beep, the call was soon connected. Hello, who is it? Came the voice of a professional woman. He smiled. Hey, good noon, my dear mama. It's been a while since I heard your voice. I miss you so much. On the other end of the phone, it immediately turned into the ferocity of a mature woman again. Aha, bastard. Is that you? Miss me? Yee-haw. Hearing her son say something so mushy, the mom was still a bit uncomfortable. Ha, it's been a year since you called home, right? What's wrong? You're a womanizer out there. And you got a girl pregnant by accident? Need money? A mother knows her son best. So he, the mother, might not be his own. Mama, I'm not that kind of person. It was rare for Tatsu to look like a child in front of an adult. This was also the first time he called his parents after traveling over. In the future, his parents were in good health, so that's why he hadn't remembered to greet them even after crossing over. Hearing no, Mama's smile changed. Ho, then what's the point of calling? Gu-Chen had a black line. Seeing that her son was mute beside her ear, Mama laughed softly again. Cough, cough. Or is it just that you've encountered difficulties in your life outside? Have you figured it out? Then why don't you hurry back and inherit the property? Your father and I have long wanted to retire. Ah, Tatsu again is a bitter smile. Not. I do not come back, Lu. Inheritance of property or something? Simply cannot hook his interest. Mama was angry again. Hummed a breath. Some hate iron not steel, then in the end when to come back. Your father and I would like to have a quiet two-person world. Go out and travel. But the company is too busy to get away. Chan giggled. In the end, his parents still envy him. But I have not even gone on a trip yet. Mama talked for a while about what he ate and lived in, or cared about himself as a good son, and gradually came to the point. Say, don't want to go home and didn't find a girlfriend. So what's the matter with me? Mama, good doubt. Gu-Chen did not put his own girlfriend out of the matter, lest she have to worry blindly again. He immediately raised his eyebrows. Mama, look at your words. I miss you, right? He pulled his lips again. Ah shucks, ah shucks. Mama didn't believe it. Then, he hemmed and hawed. Then I'll say it ha. Mama is the best. Just do me a small favor. With the humorous Mama sama. It took more than 10 minutes of conversation before the call ended, before he lifted his pants, his legs numb, and walked out of the toilet. The corners of his mouth were slightly bitter. The old thought that he was incapable of persuading himself to go back to inherit property. This was the biggest headache in his previous life. This is why, in his previous life, once he graduated from high school, he had to go out and start a business to do big and strong. Reason is because adults do not look favorably on their own, that no parents cannot do big things. Of course, generally are like this. In his previous life, he did make it big, in the end, but also his own parents' company were swallowed up. Of course stronger at the same time bald, humming, back to his own position. His butt has not even sat in the chair. Suddenly, the opposite side of the president's office, the door opens, a touch of silhouette appeared. It was Yi Wanan, who ran out excitedly, like a sprinting kitten. Very happy, very happy. The problem that was going to plague her for a month had actually been solved just like that without any warning. Gu-Chen looked at her flatly. It was expected. He just didn't expect the efficiency to be so fast. He was a bit flustered as to whether he should hide or not. Wanan was now like a little kitten that had been imprisoned for a long time, especially needing to be pampered by its owner, and fell head over heels. Yay! Awesome! Tatsu, I have to tell you a good news. Suddenly the little head hit the arms. The body subconsciously rebounded a bit. The recoil is a bit big. Good thing he was strong to stabilize her petite body. Otherwise it would have to all fall backwards. Rubbing her head, What are you doing? What's the good news like adrenaline? He pretended to be surprised, seeing that she had successfully whetted his appetite. Wanan raised the corners of her mouth again, her smiling face blooming like a flower. Hee, do you want to know? Give me a kiss and I'll tell you why I'm so happy. Goodnight's innocent smile was especially nice. He was a bit mesmerized for 2 seconds. Tatsu, forget it then. Work to go. He pushed again. Ha, you're giving up? Come on. Just a little bit. Whenever you want to be intimate with him, you will intentionally send the secretary away from a far place. So here is so bold. The female president again in public to spread dog food, so that countless employees have to look up. The hands of the snacks also do not eat. Lunch is not going to go to the cafeteria. Here to eat a full forget. In the end, Wanan. The girl forced herself on him and gave him a bit before rambling on about it. Guchen wiped the strawberries on his face. This girl is outrageous. I don't want to listen but still have to kiss me to force me to listen. I'm so sorry. Whoever likes to come. He really amazing. Gume group actually agreed to sign. Do you think the sun came out of the west? Her big eyes were filled with stars. I was planning to go there in person this afternoon, but it turns out that they said that all they need to do is send a representative over and sign each other's names. Tatsu, oh, that's awesome. Looks like you were impressed by your sincerity. Giving him another thumbs up. After all, people have at least sent over 50 contracts over. Wanan then looked at him wistfully, with a puzzled little face. Tatsu, I've realized that ever since I told you about all the bad moods I've had, everything turned out to be going well. Could it be? Her not-so-smart little brain thought about it for a while, and there was only one truth, and she guessed a possibility. Guchen felt as if there was a risk of being exposed, so he covered up. Ah, this must be that you sent too many, and people got tired of it so they signed it for you? Wanan smiled again. No, you, shouldn't you? Tatsu was a bit nervous, afraid that he wouldn't be able to hide it. However, her eyebrows were just slightly twisted. It's not possible that you're Aladdin's lamp, right? Aha! Guchen had a black line on his forehead. What kind of brain circuit is this? Wanan again and again, half jokingly. He isn't it? I only complained to you before, but my wish came true very quickly. And you say you're not Aladdin's lamp? You're actually secretly helping me fulfill my wish, right? So cheerful. Ah, this. He was dumbfounded. This girl has read too many fairy tales, right? Hey. Can I also tell you? Can you help me realize it? Blinking at her again with her nice Kaziran eyes, and small hand on the waist, like growing small wings a fly, like a fairy tale princess. Tatsu thought for a while and did not hide, hooked the corners of the lips, eyes more than a trace of favor, promised her, good idea. Just so perfunctory. Wanan is fooling around with herself. God light a fart yo. Guchen looked at her lovely smile, did not hold back, and gently pinched her little nose a few times. Ow, idiot, just be happy. Muttering to herself again, she didn't hear. It was only after a while that she let go of her little nose that was red from being pinned by her fingers. In fact, Wanan started to want to connect Gume group with him, but how could she think of such a big company? But Guchen was so plain. Maybe it was the sincerity that moved the other party. Guchen turned around, only to realize that almost all of his colleagues were looking over with dumbfounded gazes. They all loved to see the female president's dumb and dopey look, but on weekdays, it was still a bit cold and non-committal to all of you, and only when Guchen was there could she see her soft side. Sitting back in his seat, Wanan still hasn't left, and seeing that his teacup is empty, he helps him to pour a cup of coffee. It was too late for him to reach out. Soon after the coffee was poured, he thought she was about to go and get busy, but in the end, he actually went to get a leather chair. Then my divine lantern-sama grant me one more little wish. Will you? Tatsu turned his head as if he was looking at the little innocent and fell back to messing with her. What wish? It's too big for my mana. He rubbed his nose to hold back a laugh. It's simple day. That's it, let's get married in place right away. Guchen smiled as he picked up his coffee and was taking a sip when he was suddenly choked by her words. It was a good thing he had already swallowed it or else he would have sprayed it all. Cough cough. Facing her again, he tickled the flesh of her waist. This wish consumes a lot of mana. It will take a long time at least. He didn't reject it in the end, but answered her politely. Wanan saw how gentle and tender his words were, and suddenly her teenage heart bud melted. Seeing his helpless look, Wanan's little head spun and thought of another idea. Then I have another wish. Which is, I want Tatsuo to love me forever and ever. I'm the only one in his eyes. Ah, this. He was a bit embarrassed. Wanan looked at his reluctant look and puffed out her little cheeks again. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Do you love me or not? I don't know. and then murmured in his ear, pushing his big arm with his small hand, like a kitten wanting to eat dried fish. This is a routine. But he surrendered in a short while. The spirit of the spirit of the spirit. Love. Okay, fool. Reaching out again, he stroked her head. Although this answer is a bit perfunctory, but Gu Chen's big hand is still very comfortable to endure, not live on rubbing. However, in his opinion, there was actually no need to make this wish. Not a moment later, he was reviewing the video, and one and important things busy actually do not go, but here to serve him, give him a small snack to eat, but also to help him trim his nails, without saying a word in the side like a small daughter-in-law. This company welfare, really good but it seems to be limited to himself. After cutting his nails, he looked up and down. His nails are very nice. I really want to paint them with nail polish and decorate them. With this idea, suddenly fumbled out a mouthful of red from his pocket again, and the next second he was going to paint it on his nails. This girl is starting to be naughty again. Don't you want money for lipstick? Can you put it on? Hey, he hurriedly stopped her. Why are you still playing with her nails? Withdrawing his hand and pinched her face again. Wan Yen was gently tugged twice on her face and chin, defiantly reached out and pinched back too, the two of them pulling each other's faces. Humph, you let go first. You first. Humph. Not hurting your girlfriend at all. The colleague beside him, Li, wanted to look over, thinking that this dog food he meow is not finished. Tomorrow's portion of dog food is also resolved, right, Cam? But day after day, he is used to it. Time has come to noon. Gu Chen went to the cafeteria to casually order a few dishes, after eating, and did not immediately return to the work area, but went to a gym. After going up one floor, he reached the fitness area, a public gym, which was also a kind of company welfare. The weather had cooled down a bit, so he needed to work out, exercise himself and move his muscles again. The gym wasn't small, almost as big as a small workspace. If you work all day or take a break, you can come here to exercise. The gym had all kinds of equipment, so it could be said that it was more professional than a professional gym. This company was really enlightened. Gu Chen's own company didn't have such high benefits. Of course he couldn't manage it. Looking at the wide array of fitness equipment, he walked over and eventually chose the treadmill, running out a sweat first. There weren't many people here. Most were on their lunch break. A few minutes later, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he came to sit on the bench. The air conditioning was more comfortable here. Panting and looking at his cell phone again, resting and resting, just that he did not notice that a pair of cute big eyes had already paid attention to him. Just now has been hiding without disturbing, this time to see him resting before stepping in with small broken steps. That was Yi Wanan, who had gone out earlier and saw him when he came back, so she followed him over. Moreover, Wanan's hand was holding a hot and fragrant delicacy. It's 2 roasted sweet potatoes. The weather is getting cooler, so have a roasted sweet potato to warm up your stomach. I hope Gu Chen will like it, but she personally ran down to buy it. Earlier, when I was tired of working, I stood at the glass window to blow the wind, and suddenly saw a grandpa selling roasted sweet potatoes on the ground under the window. He was delighted, because he himself loved sweet potatoes, hot and warm. Of course, more than anything, he was buying them for Gu Chen. He had just picked 2 of the biggest and largest sweet potatoes, and couldn't hold them in his 2 little hands. Although the wind had been blowing for a while, the sweet potatoes were still hot, and her little hands were always upside down on both sides. She didn't mind getting tired, and came to him, like a nymphomaniac girl handing a boy mineral water after he finished playing basketball, and reached out to hand him a heap of it. Nah, it's superb, I'll share it with you. She blinked her big eyes innocently. He, who had just been swiping through the B station, then looked up and saw that it was actually a big sweet potato bought by Wanan. Froze and did not take it in time. What is this girl doing again? I have eaten enough. Wanan was a little tired of lifting. I quickly catch it. Don't people's hands get tired? Pouting again, and puffing up one side of her little cheeks. Chen reached out to take it. Thanks. It was really hard for her. Wanan held another one and sat down beside her, getting very close before licking the corners of her lips and preparing to start. Looking at the cracks on the surface of the sweet potato that had been burned open, gently peeling it open, the unique aroma came out. The flesh of the sweet potatoes baked in the oven is soft, and it opens up when pinched. I licked a bite, and found the center was so hot, so I spit out my tongue again to cool it down. Only then did he honestly go to the edges, but this was the best place to eat. Wanan, beside her, was gnawing like a little hamster. Good, 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 good. Wanan turned her head, and Gu Chen looked at her little mouth spitting up poop, and for a moment, he couldn't swallow it. It's an illusion. Dumb and Dumber look over. Chen again took out a tissue from the bag, gently wiped her small lips. Wanan also cooperated with the eyes closed, shook left and right to rub a little, picked up and continued to nibble. Dry rice people, equivalent to not rubbing, eat quite fragrant, so he also moved his mouth. He peeled it open and took a relatively elegant bite. It was the same flavor as when he was a kid. Beside him, Wanan quickly finished such a big pile of sweet potatoes, blinking his big eyes, and blah 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 small mouth. Looking at the rest of the sweet potatoes he has not moved. It's so delicious. She only ate a snack at lunchtime, and now that she's only eaten one sweet potato, she still wants to eat another one. Guchen saw her little mind. I had lunch. You haven't eaten yet, right? This half is for you. I don't really like sweet things. Another half of the sweet potato was shoved back into her hand. Wanan was a little ashamed, clearly saying one for each person. She also really wanted to buy more, but business was too good for the other lord, and only the last two were left. Waving her hand haughtily for a moment. Don't. In the end, she obediently took them. Tatsu smiled. Really good gas-o. Bought 2 sweet potatoes, she ate 1.5 it. Did not care too much, but look at her like a small hamster gnawing on something small appearance. Quite cute. Eat 2 mouthfuls of attention for a while. Would like to pinch this little hamster a little, but afraid that she choked. After eating, he continued to look down at the mixed cut. While Wanan settled down, she started to pick at his body again. When he was about to lower his head to look at the contents of his cell phone, he suddenly saw that a white color actually appeared on his black hair. That was actually a white hair, erected in the center, and could not really be found without being careful. Of course not idle, will not go to notice. The appearance of white hair in the black hair is how out of place it is. With a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder, she couldn't help but stretch out her own hands, wanting to go and pull down this piece of hair. Fingers peeled on his head. Tatsu wondered at her small movements. Wanan saw the gaze, only a little embarrassed to explain, there is a white hair. Let me help you pull out blah 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 blah. White hair. He was puzzled, but one had already started to do it. He, thought Guchen. It's a gross relationship, but in her opinion, this was not only an out-of-place white hair, but it also affected her boyfriend's handsomeness, so it had to be pulled out. Yes, that's right, definitely not because of OCD. Before long, Wanan gently pulled one off. Oops, sorry, pulled the wrong one. Wait a little longer. Wanan reached out again, and with her other hand, she pressed his head down again, causing it to stick to her fair thighs. Inside Guchen's mind, sinning. Although the OCD wasn't very serious, but something that was about to succeed. Could this be easily given up? Guchen was still fidgeting, pulling out another one. Wrong again. After 2 failures, the white hair became even more conspicuous in her eyes. It'll be done soon. Just give me a second. Wanan once again went to pluck his hair more seriously, like little animals looking for each other's lice. Tatsu wasn't happy about it. Just one hair was enough? Stop. Don't touch my hair. He immediately reached out and grabbed her small wrists, both together as if they were handcuffed. She broke free twice and actually didn't break free. She wanted to break free from his hand and then go to pull out his hair. This is just a case of having too much to do. It's just gray hair. It's not like normal people don't have it. Okay, I can let go, but don't touch my hair, or I'll clean you up. He couldn't be fierce, and talked her down. Only then did he slightly let go. But Wanan was like a small snake that was trapped. Once she broke free from her bonds, she immediately popped back up. Ha! Her hands once again touched his head and gently hugged it. Just one last time. She smiled. As if she didn't pull this white hair off, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. Tatsu inexplicably could only respond in agreement, lying helplessly on her thighs for a while again. Her breath made her thighs itchy, ticklish, but she was still holding on. And finally, this time, she succeeded. Plucked that one very obvious white hair. I'm sorry, I'll give you a massage right here, strong. Forced to settle, and reached out to touch the top of his head a few times, like a little sister pissing off her brother. Guchen sat up at once, suddenly much taller. This time, Wanan reached out before she was able to reach his head, and continued to caress him, as if saying Big Bear be good. Guchen then forgave her, sort of understanding the OCD patient. She sat beside her for a while. The livejoy factor in her body couldn't be controlled again, and looked towards the treadmill that had been used by Guchen before, and smiled. I just finished eating, and I'm going to go to the gym or else I'm going to grow fat and Chen Chen won't want me. Guchen looked up. What did the silly girl say again? How much did you eat at lunch? Don't you want to die? So he gently reached out and wrapped her delicate body around him. The palm of her hand covered her waist, so thin that she was afraid of breaking it. Lose weight, my ass. Give me more to eat. Lose weight again, have no meat. He advised. Can't lose any more weight. Now it's just right. Wanan was pulled into his arms at once, still a bit flustered, lifted his delicate face to look at him, and then chattered to himself. Then if I grow fat, will you not want me? Tatsu looked at this fool and thought for a while before replying. 2. Okay. Oh yeah, Wanan cheered again in his arms. Originally thought it was because he was not in good shape. Couldn't attract him. Hearing such a guarantee, he was much more relieved. I stayed for a while. In a few minutes, it was time to go to work, so I didn't play with her, and got up with the intention of returning to my workplace. Wanan also quickly got up and rose, and with a single jump came to him, knowing that he was about to leave, before remembering something very important. Wait, almost forgot. Good afternoon kiss. Haven't you given it to me yet? Another new type of moth. Gu Chen drawled and looked at her. Just don't give it. Chen got up and left. Good morning and good night kiss. Even if this how he meow really more a good afternoon kiss? Women can't get used to it anymore. Wanan saw how fast he escaped, with big strides, so she stepped in small steps and immediately chased after him. In the end, after catching her breath a few times at the entrance of the building, she still didn't catch up with him. Then he grunted and stomped his feet on the stairs. Hoof titanium straight man. But she didn't know that Gu Chen actually just turned a corner and hid. And hearing her angry look when she stomped her footsteps was like a naughty kitten blowing up. It was a real crowd pleaser. It's just that her own cell phone was taken away by her. Never mind. Let's just pretend it was confiscated and get it back at night. Afternoon. Normal work. Wanan also went back to the office to busy herself. Looking up from his position, Gu Chen inadvertently saw a pile of information being blown to the ground by the wind in the president's office. There was a loud snap, and then several more piles of information were brought down. This sound actually did not wake up the sleeping goodnight. She did not know whether she was too tired or what. Working for more than 2 hours, and now is lying on the table huffing and puffing, and the window is still open. The wind on the upper floors is a little too big. Before the information on the table blew off down, Tatsu looked at her like this, a little heartbroken, when the president is still quite tired. So he got up, pushed open the president's door, went to close the windy window, and then picked up all the information on the ground, and finally went along with the table. The red devil cell phone that she gave herself. Looking at Wanan, she was sleeping on the table, with a little bit of drool flowing from the corner of her mouth. So because she was so cute, I gently scratched her little nose. Wanan didn't feel anything else, but having her nose scratched suddenly made her bat her eyelashes a few times. She opened her eyes, but only saw Gu Chen's departing back. A little bit of the scratched touch remained on her nose, and as she watched the window being closed by him, she felt the slightest bit of happiness flowing through her body, and complained a little. Hoof, the bad guy who scratched my nose. My nose is so small. If I scratch it again, it will be gone. Muttering to herself. When I came home from work in the evening, the orange and yellow afterglow had already covered the building. Wanan had something to do temporarily with a little extra work. Gu Chen did not go, but played with his cell phone and waited for her. After all, in the president's office, once she got off work, Wanan always sneaked a look over from time to time, just to see if he would leave early. The result was no. She knocked keys and inside. Half an hour later, after finishing the work at hand, Wanan lightly wrapped Gu Chen's big hand around her and swung down the stairs. Thank you Tatsu for waiting for me ha. Chen gently pinched her soft flesh. Pretend to be polite. Do I walk home without waiting for you? Will you reimburse me for the taxi? Wanan heard this and it made sense. She went downstairs and got into the car. She increased the horsepower and went home quickly. Eager to taste the good food Gu Chen was going to cook again today. Dozens of minutes. Bought a good dish. And came to the neighborhood downstairs. Find a place to park. Looking for half a day. Today's parking position is a little biased, because yesterday's position was occupied. Just parked. The two found that the left is also a high-grade car. Porsche series, Mekong. Is a lot of young people's dream. Low with 530. 000 top with 920. 000. In fact, this price is not very expensive. Wanan did not care too much, after getting out of the car, to go to the trunk to pick up food. Suddenly, next to this car came vibration. One up and one down. Let a person some strange. Obviously have turned off the engine. The car door are locked. How can the car vibration? Wanan, who had never seen the world, immediately leaned over. This glass door affixed a layer of sunshade film. The quality is very good. From a distance is very difficult to see what's inside. Approaching are not necessarily able to. Only stick closer perhaps. Then, they heard a strange scream coming from inside. But the car soundproofing is very good. Did not hear much. Eyes turned. After her not-so-smart little brain a guess. Suddenly thought of a grim question. Oops. It can't be that the owner of the car was careless when he left and locked the puppy inside, right? It will lack oxygen. She covered her lips with a shocked look. If that was really the case, the owner was too careless. Wanan was a great lover of animals, although she was often jealous of kittens and cats, but she couldn't bear to see animals being abused. Thinking of this, she subconsciously lowered her body again, and felt toward the ground for a fairly sharp stone. Tatsuya closed the car door and immediately stepped forward to stop her when he saw her behavior. Wait, what's this for? She was a bit exasperated. I think a dog might be locked in there. Wait, if the real situation is what I think it is, I'll crack the glass immediately. Such a disgusting owner. It turned out that she was just making preparations to smash the window. Listening to the explanation, Tatsu rubbed his head. Looking at the movement coming out of this Porsche, he thought remotely that an ordinary dog couldn't possibly have this much strength to shake this car. Could it be a Tibetan Mastiff, Doberman, Husky, or both? Of course, if this is really the case is very scary, but after scrutinizing the frequency of the car's vibrations, his gaze narrowed. Having entered society for many years, he could tell at a glance why this car was vibrating. Ahem, Wanan. Don't worry, don't look over there. He reached out and pulled a hand, still a bit embarrassed, persuading her to hurry up and stop. This girl still didn't believe him, very stubbornly drawled. No. Tatsu shook his head and laughed bitterly. It will be regretted. Oh, are you sure you still want to see? Of course, it's only regret if I don't watch it, right? It was a good thing that she wanted to save the critters. She could watch it if she wanted to. Hopefully it wouldn't ruin her outlook when the time came. Wanan had always been a good girl. She had never seen a scene like this before. Even the words of tigers and wolves that her sisters chatted about, she just barricaded herself away. In the end, she took one step closer, and pressed her face against the glass window, before she could barely see what was inside. When she saw that scene, her face was a bit dumbfounded, and the stone in her hand fell unconsciously. Her body trembled a little, as if she had seen something extraordinary. In an instant, her face turned red again, and smoke rose from the top of her head, and even water vapor appeared on the glass. It turned into a proper steamy hime. It turned out to be two people doing exercises inside, then instantly turned her little face, directly covered it, embarrassed to face Gu Chen, feet rubbing against the ground, super shy to run in the direction of home. As expected, Wanan's expression was completely within his expectations. He shook his head with a heartfelt smile and followed. The people inside the car, on the other hand, didn't notice that someone was peeking outside, too intense to care. Wanan's feet curled up, recalling the scene she had just seen. Her small mouth muttered, How can you do that kind of thing? Here? What kind of thing? Tatsu couldn't help but tease her a bit as she looked strangely cute in her little form. She slightly lowered her hand and gave him a look. Still pretending, why didn't you tell me just now? If I had known I wouldn't have watched. Tatsu deliberately played innocent. I didn't say anything? Besides, I'm very simple. How would I know what's going on? Why don't you tell me? He was quite shameless. Wanan didn't believe him. Just now he was the one who said that he would regret reading it. What else did he say? Say something. Shame on you. Biting her lips lightly again. Wanan's appearance is so cute that she doesn't even want to hold her hand and walks up the steps quickly. The scene in the car just now. The owner really shouldn't have done that. Not illegal but not advocated. Parking a remote parking space to see the scene. 1 in 3 views to be destroyed half. That is the first time she watched. Although her sisters tried to pull her down on weekdays, she was always repulsed. Gu Chen carried spinach, empty vegetables, marinated pork, etc., as well as a few small deliveries that Wanan had inexplicably received upstairs, and she helped press the elevator floor. Inside the elevator, suddenly the lights flashed, and then returned to normal. The two of them didn't know what was going on, and only felt that the elevator should be repaired. When they arrived at the front door, Wanan still covered her face, and secretly opened her fingers to look at Gu Chen's expression, and found that he was smiling while opening the door, and was secretly laughing at herself, and she was too embarrassed to dislike him. Entered the door and quickly cooked the dishes on the table. As time went by, she wasn't shy anymore, but sometimes she still grunted. After dinner, she volunteered to clean up the dishes again, and then pushed Gu Chen into the shower room to take a bath. Her man was tired after a long day, so a woman should definitely take care of some of the housework. But Wanan had a hard day too. Gu Chen wanted to help but was pushed away. Looking at her like a little daughter-in-law, Gu Chen felt warm in his heart. After he finished his bath, he used a towel to wipe his hair. A glance swept through the hall. Actually did not see Wanan. Eyes and then a contraction, only to see that the sofa, revealing a high ponytail, and the opposite side of the TV turned on. He never watched TV, so it must be that Wanan was busy before he turned it on. The key TV was actually playing a cartoon. Slowly arriving at the sofa, he saw her bare feet, her black socks still on, sitting on the sofa, eating snacks and watching anime with great interest. This couch might be a bit high. Or you could say she's short. I can't believe I only saw her high ponytail just now. Quietly coming behind her, he glanced at the cartoon, and then lowered his voice to whisper in her ear. How old are you? Still watching Bear Ruff? Wanan's delicate body was jolted, only to turn around and see Gu Chen's lips so close to her. Humph, really? Scared me again, she babbled and tucked her waist. Obviously an adult, but with the look of a little loli getting angry. Just now, she was too focused, so she didn't even hear his footsteps. Recalling his words, Wanan blushed a little again. What's wrong? Can't a big man watch it? You still watch The King of Thieves, Lu? She thought for a while before arguing. Watch the Bear Ruff, know what? There is no age limit for favorites. Okay? Aha, corresponding to the age group is not the same, he argued back again. Not to mention, those who watch manga will definitely watch King of Thieves, and those who have watched King of Thieves won't necessarily watch manga, because the bears have grown up, and those who watch the King of Thieves are in their 30s, such as him. Wanan said some dumb speechless. This is not disguised in saying that they are a little kid? Thus being said by him, obviously feeling a little childish. The little face reddened a little, just grunted and muttered a few times, and then picked up the remote control, intending to change the channel. If you don't want to watch it, then don't watch it. I'll change it for you. However, Tatsu reached out and snatched the remote control. Wanan was puzzled and cocked her head to look at him strangely. Tatsu replied with a curl of his lips. Who says I don't watch? I actually like this cartoon as much as you do. Saying it in such a warm voice, Wanan's small face revealed a look of delight again, as if telling you that Ultraman really exists. To believe in light. So, he sidled over to sit on the sofa and watched the cartoon with her. After watching for a while, he realized that it was the Raiders of the Lost Ark movie. Playing in always has a very low laugh point. Any character action can make her laugh, plus the various quirks of Bear Big Bear Too Bald Headstrong. Wanan is simply going to have a cramp from laughing. Ha 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 ha. As soon as she laughed, she flung herself into his arms, and as soon as she flung herself into his arms, Gu Chen looked at her with the gaze of a little fool. This niece has never seen a funny movie, right? If she were to watch Love Apartment, wouldn't she be crushed with laughter? Maybe it's because of his age. This anime has almost nothing to laugh at except for the plot, which is not bad. Maybe it's because he's seen it once before. The whole time he just felt her flopping around in his arms, his chest tickling, and tapping him on the shoulder every now and then. After the end of the anime, the credits were somewhat touching, and Wan Yen, sensually, secretly cried tears again. Like a delicate little woman, she gently rubbed her eyes, letting the tears swirl around in her eyes, not showing them to Gu Chen. But what could escape his eyes? He reached out and drew a piece of paper, don't over her little face to wipe on her eyes. Wanan was in a happy mood again for a while. Subsequently, after the anime movie, she actually wanted to watch a horror movie again. Tatsu, it's still early. How about we watch another horror movie together? His eyes widened. Horror movie? What is this girl thinking? This is an old plot. She must want to watch a horror movie, hide in her arms when she sees the horror plot, and then beg for comfort. Increase her affection. In short, sticky and greasy. Of course there are indeed many couples who go to the movies will choose the set. Very practical. He didn't object. It was indeed still early. Otherwise he would have to go play games. He just raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Do you still have to sleep tonight after watching a horror movie? Wanan immediately straightened up the good-looking bare chest, swore and raised his small hand. Don't worry, there is Tatsuo by his side. Even if there are really demons and monsters, I'm not afraid of it, because my Chun-Chen is very powerful and reliable. Gu Chen was a bit dumbfounded. Who in the world gave you the confidence you gave me? Wanan took out her cell phone again and searched for a horror movie that she wanted to watch a long time ago. I remember during my school days, a class of people were discussing how scary this horror movie really was. You have to realize that it was a class of people. All of them had seen this horror movie, and all of them at least voiced their feelings. The sisters played a clip for her, and she couldn't help but watch it curiously. But it happened to be a scary trick, and Wanan was so scared that she clamped her legs together. The ghost suddenly appeared. How can it not be scary? She is a very sensitive girl. She wanted to smash her cell phone. These sisters are too bad. Just like Gu Chen. He looked at this horror movie that Wanan had searched for. At once, his pupils shrunk. Mountain. Village Old Corpse? Thinking back, this movie was still quite scary. It was a big childhood shadow for him. What's the matter? Have you seen it? Cinnabar? My sisters used to show it to me, but it was too scary for me to watch. No. He hooked his lips into a smile, keeping it mysterious, just in time to give this girl some psychological shadow as well. When his nose smelled that the scent on her body had faded a bit, he noticed that she hadn't taken a shower yet, and instructed again. Why don't you go take a shower first, then we can watch together? She turned her witty eyes and thought for just a second. Yes, I know what tatsu means. It's for me to be white and clean and smell good and lie in your arms. Not bad for you. The last sentence was quite serious, spoken as if it were true. Gu Chen had a series of question marks on his forehead. What the hell? This self-absorbed little guy was actually pointing a finger at himself as if I was really that kind of person. But it seemed like there was no way to refute this reason. Wanan then left her arms, and just casually found some of Gu Chen's clothes and bounced into the shower room. Gu Chen's forehead squeezed out a black line. She obviously had her own clothes and still had to wear his. Did she want to be more comfortable? Why don't you just wear the same underwear? Through the door, listening to the sound of clattering running water, Gu Chen watched the drama, his throat rolling slightly. Since she was going to watch a horror movie with Chen Chen in a while, Wanan was super looking forward to it, and washed herself quickly and well, making her body smell good. One would feel the urge to take a bite out of it at first sniff. The moment the door was opened, Gu Chen subconsciously looked back, washed white, steaming like a freshly baked milk bun. Dada's clothes were always pulled down. I really don't know if this girl did it on purpose or on purpose, but her collarbone is really pretty. With a smile on her small face, she flew in a circle and came to his side. Then she sat directly on him with her legs, letting him hold her like a daughter, waiting for his horror movie cast. I'm ready, just like SpongeBob SquarePants. Wanan's perky and fluttering look, sitting in his arms, a big long leg straight and slim. His eyes would always move downwards without notice, and there was a slight heat emanating from it, as if it was a freshly steamed cake with a superb creamy flavor. One taste and you'll be immortalized. And those delicate ankles, snow-white feet. He really wasn't a foot controller, but he almost became obsessed. Shaking his head, he realized that his eyes had a problem. She was half lying in her arms. Her clothes were too big and too fluffy, but with a gentle pull on both sides of her waist, she was able to shrink a full 2 times. The small waist can be held with bare hands. That little hand hiding in the sleeve, just like in winter, while covering the small mouth. Bright eyes arc looking at the TV expectantly. Half of his face is still close to him, as if it really is his little cotton jacket. The abrasive little goblin. Feeling the warm and fragrant face, he smiled gently. It's starting then. He tapped the cast button, and the horror movie appeared directly on the big screen. In order to be more relevant to the horror atmosphere, the hall lights were also turned off. Once the movie opened in the dark, Wadan was still a little scared to shrink in her arms, her little feet exposed in the air in a very nervous manner. After the start, Wadan then slightly staring, not as happy as before. Small feet also unconsciously scurried into his big clothes. The first can cover the feet to warm the ground. The second is afraid of small feet by the ghost to catch. Of course it was only a psychological fear. Gu Chen hadn't reacted much to watching the ghost movie, but after being tossed around by Wanan for a while, several black lines appeared on his brow. As soon as she saw the scary episode, Wanan couldn't control herself, so she subconsciously pinched the flesh on his arm, only to realize that she had pinched him and hurt him, so she reached out to give him a rub, softly saying sorry words. He wasn't angry, he just looked at her silly face. The next scene of fear, another accidental scratch on Gu Chen's skin. His face twitched. It hadn't even been a few minutes since it played, and now there were a total of 4 scratches. Since the opening was about corpse oil, a few people were chatting when a female ghost suddenly appeared behind them, and they didn't even notice. Rubbed again and said sorry. Gu Chen only felt. He meowed for fun. Watching a horror movie, Wanan's little face went a little pale. It was as if the house was full of them, with good company in every corner. Until the middle. Wanan did not dare to look directly. Buried his small face in his arms in the chest, curious to ask the plot. How's it going? Did the protagonist meet a ghost? What does it look like? Do ghosts eat people? It won't just scare people and run away, right? Come on. Say it. Say it. Wanan, this girl is around the torment. He helplessly pickpocket like 502 glue stuck to her. You want to know you instead of their own look nah. He was speechless. Typical and vegetable and fun loving no one else. Of course, Gu Chen was also patting her back, comforting her not to be so scared. One of his hands, leisurely, accidentally rested on her thigh. When he looked up, Wanan didn't seem to notice anything yet. Maybe he was too nervous. Gu Chen originally wanted to let go, but realized that the touch is good. Continue to hitch, purely to let go. Before looking up, watching the drama unfold on the TV, another ghost was about to jump out soon, so he hemmed and hawed, before answering her words. Well, the plot is smooth now. That person got on the elevator. Wanan then breathed a sigh of relief, but just as she turned her head, her worried little face hadn't quite turned away when suddenly a ghostly scream resounded through the hall. This was a movie that could leave a psychological shadow on even Gu Chen. And that scream wasn't normally scary. The second class wasn't even this scary. The ghostly screams that suddenly popped out of the elevator. Even now when he heard it, his legs thumped. Wanan even directly put her face away, and then hit her forehead hard against his chest. Ah, boing boing boing, liar, burying hard into his chest, as if she would never dare to watch a horror movie again in her life. Ha ha ha, it's okay, relax. See, now the ghost is gone. I don't believe you, Lou, big bad guy. Bad egg, bad egg, bad egg, scared me to tears. Wanan is dead in the arms drill, but also hold him, so that his chest are a little stuffy. But on the TV, it really resumed its normal plot. He was helpless. Was this a cocoon? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Don't cry, good girl. After gently rubbing her little head again, pinching her shoulders, and then pinching the soft back of her neck, Wanan relaxed away from his chest, and he instantly breathed much more smoothly. She tilted her face again, looking up at him with a small grudge. There was a drop of tears in her eyes, looking even more adorable. Guchen couldn't help but reach out and gently scrape her little nose again. Wanan lowered her head in enjoyment. Poof. The TV continued. Next, she is still afraid to look. Guchen also obediently tell her the plot. Do not bluff her to come. Watching the movie, drank a lot of water. Once the water drank too much, the urge to urinate came. Would have held out for a long time. The urge to urinate made the eagle tense up fast. Some blushed and touched her little face. Wanan, get up a little, I go to the toilet. Watching a horror movie, she hugged too tightly. Can't even push it. Wanan raised her head slightly. Her small face was in a state of shock. What? You're going to the toilet? What should I do then? As if going to the toilet doesn't mean she's not wanted. Small. He smiled slightly. Wanan's little face can be aggrieved. But I'm scared. In case you're not there, if there's a ghost sneaking up on me in the dark, then I'll be finished. Chen heard this and immediately giggled. Luckily he didn't drink any water. This soft voice saying such words is really funny. It's normal for girls to be afraid of ghosts, and boys are too, but it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that real ghosts will attack people. Of course, if Wanan didn't exaggerate a bit, he wouldn't be moved. Soon. Pause the TV first. I'll be right back. Blinking at Wanan. Guchen's uncontrollable face value, gently blinking his eyelashes, to a woman that could be an extreme charm. For a moment, Wanan's deer started to crash again, but because of the horrible atmosphere, she still hugged him tightly. No medicine, no medicine, she deflated her little mouth and pouted. If an ordinary man saw this, it would definitely erupt with extreme protectiveness. Looking at this little look, she was on the verge of crying. Good girl, wait for me. Shen really can't hold back. Hand gently wrench. Will hang on the neck of the hand, grab down, and then embrace her waist, hooked her big white legs, then gently thrown to the sofa. He wanted to go to the toilet. Wanan is not good together into the toilet, and cannot be directly here to solve. Aggrieved grabbed the corner of his coat. When he went to the toilet, he pressed the pause button again, intending to watch it together later. Wanan watched him step away, and could only turn back and curl up. However, just as he turned his head, the TV coincidentally, the pause position, grandma drop, actually happened to be a horrible ghost face. Goodnight just stared blankly at it, and didn't dare to gaze at it anymore, immediately covering her eyes. Her slender legs fell to the ground in panic. Her slippers were put on backwards, and she ran towards the only man in the toilet. Her mouth still muttered, "Ah, Chen Chen, you big bad guy is messing with me again, so annoying." She thought he was purposely pausing at that spot, but he was really just random. Who knew it was that coincidental? Coming to the restroom, he almost slammed the door shut. Wan Yan squeezed in with a gentle push, then quickly leaned against the door again to unlock it. What are you doing? Is there a kid chasing you? He joked. Wanan looked like she was holding back and not leaving. Tatsu could only say, I can't pee with you standing here. But I'm afraid then you go on yours. Can I close my eyes? This pathetic request made him feel a little moved inside. However, he still frowned. Then turn your head around, positively closing her eyes. Who is she fooling? Wanan closed her eyes, and only then did she obediently turn around. But the speed of turning around was particularly slow, as if she would regret it at any moment, because she suddenly wanted to see her own boyfriend. Just how majestic he was, suddenly not scared and excited again. It wasn't until Wanan completely turned her head and hummed a breath that Guchan unbuckled the waistband of his pants. Holding his gaze unchanged for 5 seconds, he kept looking at her, still a bit uneasy. Although the saying goes, I take off without being a rogue. Whoever looks at me is a rogue. He was still afraid of scaring Wanan. This was for her own good. When she heard the sound of running water, Wanan was really not honest, her tongue licking the corner of her lips and sneaking a glance over. Luckily, Guchen was prepared for this and held her eyes down with one hand. Ah, Wanan pouted. What are you doing? He was unperturbed. I just wanted to see if you were well. Guchen, was that a reason? She didn't give up yet. Even though one hand was covering her eyes, she could move. just shifting her body slightly to pat her toes. And then she almost saw that amazing scene. Gu-chan was shocked. This kind of volume, afraid that if she saw too much, she would mess up her mind. So she blindfolded again with her eyes and hands again. Wanan, you're playing with fire? She didn't listen to it. Her delicate good body lowered down again. And she almost saw it again. I have to say that his reaction was quick, plus his hands were quite big. So as long as the undulation wasn't too big, one hand finished covering it up. Then, as she repeatedly failed, she began to get antsy. She got anxious, quickly lowering her body. The amplitude was much larger again. The playful little head tilted, and his quick eyes directly messed up her hair. Pie for almost a minute. Gu-chan before turning off the faucet. In the end, she still only heard the sound and did not see it. When he lowered his hand, Wanan's hair was already in disarray, like a female ghost, and it was only when she ruffled her long hair that he noticed how stubborn her little expression was. Find your girlfriend? I can't look at this or that. Is it meant to be left for other girls to enjoy? As your girlfriend, is it illegal for me to take a look? The petite little model was actually questioning the title of girlfriend having a hairy use. Seeing that she was getting angry, Gu-chan reached out and scratched her chin again. Being watched by you. I really can't get it on. He was also helpless. Stinking straight man, slightly. She inserted her thin waist and spat out her little tongue again. Coming out of the toilet and entering the dark atmosphere, Wanan became afraid again. This time obediently grabbing his arm. Birdie's eyes closed. Gu-chan suddenly smiled and gently pinched the back of her neck, causing her to feel a slight pain. Oh, why don't you tug? Wanan hummed again in his arms. How dare you pinch me? See me hammer you. Finally, he went to hammer his stomach again. His stomach is so strong. Boom boom boom. You can knock it out. After all, it's 8-pack abs. Then I pinched it again. I couldn't get any fat out of it. She was so mad at him. Then she changed her direction to pinch his waist again. But he smiled and grabbed it with one hand. Humph. If you're naughty again, I'll bite your hand. Grabbing the struggling little hand and placing it near his mouth. He opened his big mouth to do something to bite down. Wanan fearfully, don't she then drew back her hand, not pinching him. Her small face reddened. Her own small hand is very small. His mouth can hold it with a little bit of force. If she is really being held by him, she feels that her whole body will become numb. Wanan, this horror movie is so scary. Why don't we stop watching it? Besides, not many boys in our class dared to watch it at that time. He counseled. Scared like this and still watch it? Drunk. Then, in that case, am I not very brave? Gu-chan, what kind of brain circuit is this? He meow. I'm not trying to praise you. Forget it. It's better to keep watching then. Wanan still wanted to watch, so he could only click the play button again. In the end, for half an hour, the movie finished playing. This movie was an old movie when put in the present, but its quality was still quite high as a 3 or 4 story building. The movie ended, and it was time to go to bed as it was getting late. Come down, let's go to bed and sleep. He shook and coaxed again, trying to shake Wanan down. Reaching out again, he grabbed her little feet out of his own clothes and put them outside several times, cold, and suddenly put them up again, really giving her a hard time, though every time it made him feel comfortable. Now, the girl is like a small sloth. Ba is not moving. Okay, then carry me to the bed. Okay? I don't dare to go down to the ground. I'm afraid that there are ghosts squatting under the table, and under the sofa, under the cabinet. She stared into his eyes, and spoke timidly in a soft voice. Gu-chan hadn't thought anything of it, but suddenly, when she said that, he immediately felt that the room was full of. He was scared. Giving her a little dumb look, he reached out and put his hand around her, lest her little butt fall to the ground. Slowly coming to the middle of the 2 doors, Gu-chan saw that Wanan was so scared. Those big eyes had been gazing at something in the darkness. Just now, when she watched TV without turning on the lights, it was because she had to create a scary atmosphere so that Gu-chan could coax it. But she realized that Gu-chan repeatedly tried to tease herself, and wouldn't take the initiative to coax it at all. This time, Gu-chan smiled at the corner of his mouth, wanting to tease her again, and his body moved forward at the door of the room originally prepared for her. Wanan realized something was wrong. Why didn't she just go into his own room? Spinning around, he hugged even tighter, then gulped several mouthfuls of saliva. Tatsu, why did you come to this room? You don't want to sleep separately, do you? You're not going to leave me on the bed, are you? Oh, I'm really scared. Can't you feel sorry for me? I'm angry, I'm crying. She looked like a small child that her mom didn't want, hugging an adult and still looking angry. Seeing that she seemed to be really crying, Gu-chan stopped teasing her and tickled her soft flesh before turning around. Just kidding with you. No crying. Immediately opening the door again, he brought her into his room. Good night reached out another small hand to wipe the non-existent tears, the corners of her bright mouth raised. Closing the door and turning the light off again, the two lay on a bed together again. Gu Chen tucked her in, gently patting and caressing her delicate back, telling her not to be so scared or she wouldn't be able to sleep. Wanan was still hugging herself now, and had completely clamped down on her thighs, so not only was she scared and couldn't sleep, Gu Chen himself couldn't sleep either. Forget it. In fact, in his childhood, after watching that horror movie, at that time, he actually didn't sleep for a night either. Wanan's small mouth was still chanting. Hiss, the room is suddenly so cool. Is there a little ghost? Tatsu, I opened the window. Then that. Could there be something under our bed, waiting for us to fall asleep to catch us, Jojo? Speechless. Wait, did you hear water dripping outside the door? Could it be the brat opening it, drawing us over? Boing scared. This time he was speechless through and through. It seems like you left it open when you brushed your teeth. Right, sis? Wanan is a bit embarrassed but still uneasy then. Just in case, we must hide under the quilt. I've heard that ghosts don't attack people under the quilt, so our Jojo cover up. Wanan reaches out again, pulling his exposed thighs in, afraid of being hurt by the ghost. Gu Chen. Wait a minute. Is his girlfriend a simpleton? Forget it. Wanan is by nature timid and too sensitive. I believe it will take a while to let go. After chanting for a while longer, Gu Chen was actually on the verge of thinking that this house was haunted under such chanting. Cam even produced a trace of fear, took the initiative to hold her tightly. Wanan clamped his legs, and then slowly fell asleep. Late at night, 1:30, Wanan finally woke up from being suffocated. I can't hold it in. She woke up wanting to go to the restroom, and had been holding it in since before she went to bed, not daring to go, and not wanting to trouble Gu Chen. After rolling over in bed for a while, recalling the horror movies she'd seen, she didn't dare to get up again, and retreated back under the covers. Looking at his sleeping face, Wanan blinked her eyes for several times, reaching out to poke him, but then thought, Gu Chen is very tired and just wants to go to the toilet. Would it be bad to wake him up like this? However, remembering that horror movie where a female ghost suddenly appeared in the bathroom, she was so scared that her hair stood on end, torn, teeth biting the tips of her nails. This can't be done again. Her big eyes gazed at him again, hoping Gu Chen would wake up naturally, and at that exact moment, Chen seemed to sense her call, slightly opening his eyes. What followed was a wide-eyed stare, gazing at each other for a while. Tatsu, are you awake? Great. He had a puzzled look on his face. Can I not with your legs clenched so tightly? He looked at the little fool. Only then did Wanan realize that her thighs were still clamped around one of his legs, and because she wanted to go to the toilet, she subconsciously clenched it a bit. Realizing this, Wanan immediately loosened it and then lowered her head apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose, rub it. Smart as he was. Before she finished explaining, looking at the bulging little face, Gu Chen guessed what she wanted to say. Want to go to the restroom? Then go. Together. The gentle voice immediately made Wanan's little head lift up, thinking to herself that it turned out he also wanted to go to the restroom. Actually it wasn't. In fact, it was Wanan who had not drunk less water than himself before, but had not gone to the toilet even once. So he guessed. Lifting the covers, Wanan's little feet got out of bed and grabbed Gu Chen's arm again, as if she had found a way to rely on it, and walked all the way into the hall. Seeing that she was so scared, Gu Chen directly turned on all the lights in the hall, and only then did Wanan feel better. Only her eyes were paying attention to the corner of the kitchen cabinet, because that's where the light doesn't shine. She was playing it off this time, twisting the doorknob again. The doorway wasn't even wide enough for her delicate body to tuck in like a soft kitten. Then, she tried to take him in with her. He didn't agree. Hey, why should I go in if you're going to the bathroom? After struggling at the door for a while, he didn't want to go in. He was a bit embarrassed, but he was just accompanying her, so he just stood outside. Boing, here is a big mirror. I'm afraid of you are not beside me. I simply cannot come out. Her soft voice sounded like she was about to cry, hammering his heart word by word. Gu Chen's brain hurt a bit. What kind of brain circuit is this? He was eventually dragged into the house by Wanan bit by bit, and locked the door for fear that he would run away. Wanan was about to sit on the toilet, so Gu Chen immediately turned his body around. Alright, I'll wait for you. Hurry up. She, however, was a bit upset. There's no need to turn around. I don't really mind AC. She was being cute again. Gu Chen rolled his eyes. I mind. What's wrong? Do you still want to see it in plain sight? Wan Yan looked at him like that, and secretly snickered again. Chen Shen's about to freak out, looked so manly. Wanan quickly solved the problem and stood up. Okay, your turn. Gu Chen tentatively looked back for fear of not lifting his pants to intentionally scare himself. Good thing she wasn't naughty. Okay, you go out. said a voice, although the words didn't always work. No, I'm afraid as expected. She was directly knocked back by this sentence, and she squirmed and pouted and didn't leave. Taking Gu-chan by the hand again, she settled him on the toilet, then bucked and turned around herself, seemingly knowing better and obediently promising not to look as if he also had to unzip his pants. Wanan heard the commotion, and the corners of that cute little mouth lifted up again, then slightly inclined his head, but to his surprise, he turned around and didn't see what he wanted to see, but instead met a pair of serious eagle eyes. Hiss! She was immediately startled. It turned out that Gu-chan had guessed that she would peek, so she just made a little noise to attract him, but actually stood at his back and stared at his small movements. Still looking? Wanan shuddered, like he had been caught doing something bad. But not only did she not surrender, instead she became even more stubborn. Che, what's so pretty? I don't care. I just want to turn my head and look in the mirror. Finding a reason that he himself couldn't even hear, he had a question mark on his forehead. Who was the one who said before that she was afraid of ghosts inside the mirror? In the end, it took 2 minutes for her to settle and walk out of the bathroom due to her mischievousness for a while. Wanan still only saw one dot, but it was enough to shock her. The little face lost some color. Returning to her room, she quickly hid under the covers and wrapped herself up again. Gu-chan gently patted her back again. She quickly fell asleep. Another 2 hours later, it was already midnight. There was a sound of movement in the quiet room. Wanan's delicate body, not sleeping properly on the bed, accidentally rolled onto the floor. With a snap, her little face made a close contact with the ground. Ow! It was going to hurt her to fall. Fortunately, Gu-chan had already guessed that she would easily fall out of bed, so he had already laid a soft mat on the floor. That's why she didn't fall on her face. Wanan tremblingly supported her body and twisted her neck. Ah! Pain. The bones still hurt a little. Getting up slowly on the floor, squinting her eyes, she prepared to crawl into bed again to sleep. Stinky Chenshin didn't even hold me a little tighter, causing me to fall down. One side of her little mouth was still muttering. She wasn't that scared now, because sleepiness was bigger than fear. But her eyes inadvertently swept over something that attracted her attention. The room was pitch black, and what she had just seen seemed to be hiding under the bed. Why is there someone under the bed? What's Tatsuya doing burrowing in there? Wait, what seems wrong? She looked up, but saw Gu-chan lying on the bed in a fitful sleep. The more Wanan's not-so-smart little brain thought about it, the more wrong it became. Jiao! For a moment, it felt like the already cold room was even cooler. It seemed to be a humanoid object, with long hair and no movement, just like a doll. But how could she think of that in her fear? It was almost as if her throat trembled, her jaw tightened, her teeth chattered, and finally condensed into a scream. Ah, there's a ghost, there's really a ghost. It's not a lie on TV. Chirp life, chirp life. She immediately climbed onto the bed. First one foot went up. Due to too much nervousness, the other foot fluttered and stomped twice in midair before succeeding. Immediately lifted the spread and wrapped herself in it, hiding under the quilt and shivering. Boing boing. Mom, there's a ghost. Wanan was really scared, and even started calling for her mom, like a child having a nightmare. When she looked up and saw that Gu-chan's body was still exposed, she stopped crying for a moment and moved the quilt all the way over to cover all of his body as well. Oh Chin-chan, let's not go out. I've heard that ghosts never hurt people under the covers. Let's just hide quietly for the night. She wanted to rely on Tatsu, but the ghost was so scary. How could Tatsu beat it? Fearing that he might get hurt, she wrapped him up tightly, not exposing a single strand of hair. Since both of them were hiding under the quilt, it looked like the quilt was arching high from the outside. After a while of excitement, Wanan realized that Tatsuo beside him hadn't moved, so she looked down. Only then did she realize that his eyes were actually wide open, gazing at him with an incredible gaze. It was like looking at a little fool. Gu-chan had been woken up a long time ago, but just kept cooperating with her, kept looking at what she was actually doing when she stayed up late at night. She looked like she wasn't awake. Why are you screaming in the middle of the night? What the hell? He didn't understand. She was a little embarrassed to be told off like that, but it's normal for girls to be afraid of ghosts. There's someone under the bed. Oh no, it seems to be a long-haired ghost. It couldn't be Chu Run-mei popping out of the TV, could it? A few minutes later, hearing the commotion coming from the kitchen, Wanan didn't lie down anymore, got up, stretched her marvelous waist, and the clothes that were originally raised up, also fell down to cover her waist. She came to the window and breathed in the fresh air. Her spirit was refreshed. Like a kitten, she blinked her eyes with delight, shook her beautiful high ponytail, and jumped to open the door of her room, intending to learn cooking from him. As soon as the door opened, the aroma from the kitchen instantly hit her. It made her heart flutter. What's this, boiled pig's feet? He. Wanan loves eating pig's feet. And when she smells it, and she loves all the roasted and boiled pig's feet. She tiptoed to the kitchen quietly and stood at his back. Gu Chen was using a spatula to roll the pig's trotters, and suddenly felt a soft mass behind him, and immediately his body was numb. Turning around, he saw that it was really her, and his eyes became a hint of favor. Wake up? Next time walk with a little sound. Scared me. One in a skin. He. Attention is again on his waist. Why don't you bolt on the apron again? Come on. I'll put it on for you. She didn't pay attention to the pot and realized that Gu Chen was again cooking without an apron, so she took one in her hand to put it on him. No, just cover it and cook it later, he said. But Wanan muttered. No, I'm your girlfriend, you have to listen to me, bolt it on, or the clothes won't wash well. This more serious small appearance, also pouting face, let his heart a soft only, can obediently open the arm. In fact, it is not bad to wash, just this apron above the waterproof effect, if accidentally soup overturned, can effectively prevent hot to the skin. Now, Wanan is a so-called good woman, right? Then, as usual, she took out a small notebook to record the portions of green onion, ginger, garlic and salt. After nearly 20 minutes of boiling, he sprinkled chopped scallions as a garnish. This is a boiled pig's trotters, but it's not uncommon to eat such food in the morning, mainly because it's been in the fridge for a couple of days, and the refrigeration is not good, and it's definitely going to go bad if you don't eat it again, so you have to fix it in the morning in order not to waste food. The pig's trotters are cooked soft and tender, Wanan's favorite. Taking it to the table, she set up the dishes again and waited for Gu Chen to take off his apron. She waved her chopsticks and gave a tap on the edge of the table like a drummer. Dry rice, dry rice. Gu Chen hooked his lips and smiled. Isn't it just a breakfast? It's like eating a big meal. After unraveling, sitting back in her chair, Wanan was like a rocket that had long been ready to soar into the sky. Before she started to move her chopsticks, she took a piece of the thin one, and muttered, He Chen Chen's pig's feet. Gu Chen first tasted a mouthful of soup, and almost didn't spray it out. Put, looking up at this gloating little haughty girl, is she scolding me? Can't you add 1 or 2 more words? Several guys. I should have known not to cook the pig's feet, letting her have her way. Seeing his black line, Wanan took a bite with a smile. Barf barf Tatsuji's big pig's hooves can be really good times, with a little more chili. I'll eat pig's feet again when I get off work tonight. Eating with a mouth full of oil and a big grin. The words he said made more black lines appear on his forehead. He meowed. Isn't it impossible to get away from the words big pig's hooves? Naughty. Eat slowly. Don't get your clothes dirty. He was deliberately fierce, but still got up and drew a piece of paper to wipe her mouth. Wanan's small mouth ate little, but her movements were fast, and in a short while, the two of them had solved a small pot. There was still a pot of soup left. Gu Chen couldn't drink it and wanted to get rid of it, but Wanan pulled it over like a baby and drank it directly from it. The nutrition is all in here. Shoo gulp. Hiccup. She didn't put down the pot until she finally burped heavily. The soup wasn't fully resolved. It wouldn't hold up, and there wasn't much left. Wanan touched her small belly, as if she had been pregnant with a baby for a month. Gu Chen smiled, collected the bowl, stood up, came to her side to take another look, leaned over and curiously touched her little belly. Curious, girls eat so much in the end, how not to grow fat? Feeling the caress on her belly, Wanan cocked her little face again. Have you felt it? He wiped the table with one hand again. Feel what? Wanan was serious and raised her little face. What? Didn't you feel the baby kicking you? He. Wanan giggles, innocently speaking about her propped up little belly. It's a little baby. Still kicking me? Boring. Seeing him turn his face away, Wanan secretly snickered again. In the end, she also got up and went to the sink, helping Gu Chen wash the dishes. However, due to her clumsiness, there were still bubbles on the dishes. Not long after, she got ready for work, and Wanan put on her new clothes and appeared in front of Gu Chen's eyes. The moment she appeared, he couldn't help but look slightly dumbfounded for a moment. He thought to himself, how can you be a different person after changing your clothes? Is your girlfriend so beautiful? Wanan pawed his toes and came to him in front. Hooked bright smile, hey, see what Lo is so beautiful? Chen Shen, you are looking at the doll. Ah. Her voice warped good surprise. This girl is again in the get-up. So he subconsciously switched his bored gaze. Yes, I'm just looking at the fool. At the dork. Hooking his lips again as if he was victorious. Wanan instantly narrowed her big eyes and arched her eyebrows into a slit. Not multiplied by 10. Grunting. On her petite upper body was a delicate white striped shirt with a very neat neckline. Underneath was a pair of black stretchy hip-hugging shorts with a white button in the center of the waistband, which seemed out of place, yet fit so well. The overall dressing was quite alluring. And looking at Xiongwei's place, Gu-chan lost some of her concentration. This is what she bought from the internet. And the express that was unpacked yesterday was these. Originally bought a few clothes for him, but Gu-chan didn't wear them because those looked too formal. It was better to wear his own loose casual clothes for comfort. Departure. When Wanan was leaving, she even shunted a few grapes from the refrigerator as an after-dinner dessert, and Gu-chan could only go and help her out with her cell phone key. Closing the door, the two of them walked into the elevator. She reached out her small hand and pressed the floor, and then began to wait for the elevator to drop. Wanan grabbed grapes with both hands, stuffed one into her mouth, and while bulging, she stood on her tiptoes again, reaching out to feed it to Gu-chan. The elevator quickly reached the first floor, but suddenly, the lights inside flashed twice. Looking at the bright and dim lights, Wanan's tiny head floated out in great confusion, but Gu-chan has been accustomed to it. The old elevator is this problem. The light bulb is bad, should be changed. But this is an old neighborhood. The property has long been not much care. Unless necessary, can have a sweeper is good. However, what puzzled him next was that the elevator had clearly reached the first floor, but did not open the door. Why isn't the door opening? He was unsure, but didn't reach out to break it, and proceeded to wait. Wanan also accompanied him curiously. 2 seconds later, suddenly, the lights, which had flashed several times, went out completely. Immediately after that, there was a strong tremor in the elevator, as if some joint had snapped. A clicking sound came down from a very high place. The two of them looked up, but just then, the elevator dropped steeply. It instantly descended from the first floor one to the negative floor. Gu-chan's eyes widened. From just now he realized what would happen, so he put away the things in his hands, reached out and immediately stopped Wanan D's thin waist, and gave her a hug, and let her lie in the air. She didn't even have time to think about what Chen Chen was going to do, but the centrifugal force generated by the elevator's descent immediately sent the two of them into the air, and Wanan was held tightly by Gu-chen. Gu-chen also encountered this situation for the first time, so he couldn't help but scream out as well. Luckily, the falling floor was the -1 floor, and the centrifugal force didn't cause the two to slam into the ceiling, but rather, after stalling in the air for 2 seconds, he hugged her and crashed into the ground. Cough. The moment he landed, he coughed heavily, but fortunately, the descending floor was only the -1 floor, and hitting the ground, at most, his bones hurt a bit. It was only then that he was completely sure that the elevator was malfunctioning. Myself and Wanan were about to be trapped in it. When the danger was temporarily lifted, the sound of his heavy coughing came from inside the closed elevator. Cough cough cough. Yeah, Tatsu, you're not hurt, are you? Really? I'm so heavy. Why are you hugging me? Boing. Her old heartbroken self picked up her body and turned around to check him again, feeling his stomach and forehead. It was those areas that were mainly pressed just now. The elevator was dim. Turned on the bright screen of the phone, shining onto Gu-chan's forehead. She saw a few beads of sweat emerge, immediately helped wipe it again, and while doing so, her little face was still sobbing. Chen, you still say you don't care about me. After a quick check, it seemed that there was nothing serious. Gu-chan just smiled slightly. It's good that nothing happened to this girl. Just now, it was really dangerous. If she didn't hold her immediately, then her petite body would definitely hit the floor, and then bumped and bruised. Her own heart also hurt. At least is her boyfriend. Of course to protect is not it? So he simply held her in his arms and acted as a meat cushion. Good thing. It's just a little pain in the bones. Don't cry. I'm not dead. She cried, and reached out to wipe away her tears again. Her heart was so warm, like being hit by the winter sun. Don't curse yourself. Okay, good boy. Don't cry. He sat up and used both hands to wipe her tears again. But her tears were always indisputable. The more she wiped, this was because, what Tatsuya had done just now had touched the most vulnerable part of her heart. The feeling of being protected like this, it was really tempting to rely on someone. The elevator is malfunctioning. Now we have to figure out what to do and see if we can get out. He reached out again and stroked her head like a kitten, and she narrowed her eyes so comfortably and rubbed up against it, then nodded again and half sat up to get up. Don't get up. Sit and rest for a while. I'll figure out how to get out. She pressed Gu-chen again as he tried to stand up. She wouldn't let it. Couldn't she solve it herself? And her own body was so heavy. She had just pressed him hard. It must have hurt, right? Still not taking a good rest. Actually it wasn't. When she pressed on his chest, it was like a big ball of cotton. Gu-chen didn't feel much, and even wanted to take a bite. Helping him sit in the corner, Wanan gave him another kiss on his right cheek to put him at ease for a while. Gu-chen, what a time to kiss. But in this environment, this kiss was quite reassuring. His right cheek actually turned a little red. Wanan came to the elevator door again. Looking at the closed elevator door, she didn't go to break it, because it was absolutely dangerous. Maybe as soon as it was peeled open, the outside was a big mass of cable wires, flanking the elevator again. The bright light shone on the elevator buttons, and saw the single yellow bell button at the top. Reaching out, he pressed it heavily. It had no effect. Wanan frowned, and pressed it several more times in succession. Still nothing. It seemed that the power was completely out. The only thing to do now was to make a maintenance call. Gu-chen just watched quietly. He suddenly felt that his girlfriend had gotten much smarter. Hey, she picked up her cell phone, only to find that there wasn't a single signal here. Then she tiptoed in the elevator and raised it high. Still no signal. Then to keep trying to bounce. The elevator was malfunctioning and had fallen to the bottom, so no matter how much she touched it off, it wouldn't go down any further. Unfortunately, this is an old neighborhood. There is no signal in the basement at all. Wanan was helpless. Her cell phone didn't work, so she could only knock gently on the door to see if there was anyone outside. Sheepish fists knocked for a while. There was no movement outside, because the -1 floor is seldom people come. Geez, what can we do? We're really stuck here. She commiserated, and finally came to squat in front of him again, her little face very unhappy. Gu-chen also just touched her cheek. There was no way out of a situation like this. He could only wait. It's rush hour at work now, and without an elevator ride I believe it will soon be discovered. Today is really unlucky. Cannot go to work. Looking at her frustrated face, she made a calling sound in her throat. After all, it was the first time she had encountered this kind of situation in her life, so a normal girl would be scared. Gu-chen then comforted her again. It's okay, at least we're not alone, right? Gu-chen could smile in the face of anything, and Wanan lifted her face and seemed to be infected as well. Just remembered. A man and a woman sharing a room. Wasn't this the scene she had been looking forward to? Ever since she fell in love with him, Wanan wanted to fall into a world where there was only him and herself. No outsiders to disturb her. Happy and joyful. Now it seems a bit thrilling, but it's also lucky, isn't it? Said as if. Also ooh. The cute corners of her mouth lifted again. After a while, and rubbing her stomach, Wanan was in a good mood, and started to be clingy again. Yeah, it's so boring. Or, halfway through his sentence, Gu-chen thought she was really bored, so he hugged her and let her sleep for a while. However, this girl said, why don't we make a child and have some fun? His smile froze, and the hand that was stroking him drew back, bending his bow slightly. He then touched her forehead in the grayness. She didn't know what hard thing was against her head, and just as she was about to look up, she was hit in the head by Gu-chen. Bayu. Aw, it hurts. Ha, what kind of time is it to be making jokes like that? Humph. Straight man. Wanan grunted and rubbed her head again, before hugging him again and melting into him. After being naughty, Gu-chen still held her soft and delicate body, lest she be afraid. Wanan was still not honest in her arms, reaching out to finger his chest, drawing a circle in boredom. In a soft voice, he was fuming. Tatsu, you said, when are the two of us going to have a child? Gu-chen, did this girl forget about the month-long relationship between a man and a woman? However, he seemed to have forgotten almost as much. After all, there was no contract signed. Just words. Just tell me. Give me something to look forward to, okay? Gu-chen twitched the corners of her mouth. Seeing that she didn't get a reply, she muttered to herself, oops, ever since the last time we went to Jingchuan Park and saw that little baby, I really want a little baby so cute, so sweet. Yazzie. Gu-chen slightly lowered his head, his lips brushing against her fragrant hair, and her delicate earlobes. The aroma swept through his brain, and without much thought, he subconsciously replied back, cute, not even as cute as you. He suddenly paused. Ha, shrimp? Why did you stop talking again? Wanan was so happy. Her little face immediately turned around and was directly pressed to his cheek. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. He smiled awkwardly and woke up his nose. Wanan was anxious again. This time the porcelain doll's little face pressed tightly against him, forcing him, say I let you get away last time. This time you have to say. Grunting. No really, girls don't be so self-absorbed. She nudged her cheek again, because she was going to kiss it any second. Say, goodnight was slightly fierce again. Her eyes wide, and she opened her cherry mouth and bit right into the other half of his face. Not with his teeth, but gently with his lips. Then, lilac. Gu-chen looked into her big eyes. Although it was not easy to see in the gray environment, but Wanan's eyes were stars. They would sparkle. Hey. The eyes were full of seriousness. Gu-chen's cheeks blazed with heat, something that made him itch. Only then did he reluctantly agree. Fine. Fine, I'll say it. I'll say it. Wanan finally loosened his mouth, and then a big strawberry mark appeared on his cheek, where he was kissed, and he was still rejoicing inside. So, all without me? What? Tell me, or I'll bite you again. Okay. All of them. Not as sweet as you, okay? He was so helpless that he covered his face to stop her from biting it. This abrasive little goblin made the originally cold elevator's temperature a little hot. Wanan cocked her little head after hearing this. That's it? She had thought that Guchen would say that it wasn't as cute as you. But this answer. It's not bad. Cunning but. Count yourself as passing. Finally coaxed. Wanan happily pounced on his arms again, continuing what she had just said. So, when exactly are we going to have a child? Anyway, tell me in advance so I can make preparations. He draws the corners of his mouth. Somewhat amused. Prepare for what? Aya, this is so serious. Please don't laugh. Of course, I'm going to decorate the baby's room in advance, and I'm going to buy a crib, a stroller, and clothes for the baby. She innocently cited a lot of things, and even wagged her finger. She couldn't even count them on 10 fingers. Guchen didn't know how to answer her. To have a baby, as long as 2 people like it, then maybe today, maybe tomorrow, or once drunk, or once did not hold back, the baby will come, probably after we get married. He replied in a warm voice. This was the answer Wanan's mom gave him. Wanan's little head was tilted again. How is it the same as my mom? She was a little bitter, but it wasn't unacceptable. It seemed that now she had to set a small goal for herself, which was to customize her wedding dress. A ball of cotton was rubbed in her arms again, still talking about the baby. So what do you think? If we have a little baby, what name do we have to give the baby? What, you want to fly before you've even learned to run? The straight man of steel directly interrupted. Wanan puffed her little face again, then hammered him heavily on the chest. The rebound hurt her hand again. If we have a boy, how about the baby's name? Guan, she suggested, and Guchen immediately looked up. The name was good. That kid sounds like the sunny and handsome type at first glance. Of course it's a combination of both names. If it's a girl, then let's call it Guan. Thinking of this point, she was as excited as if she had eaten ice cream on a hot day. Immediately, her small hands snapped and clapped. Geez, why am I so smart? It's really great. Guchun huffed and looked at her. She was up close, and noticed that Guchun seemed to look reluctant. So, what's wrong? Do you have a better name? Guchen thought for a moment. The names she had taken were all quite good, and Guwan sounded like a gentle, virtuous, quiet and elegant type. One could only nod. Wanan was excited again. I'm so smart, so why don't you praise me, applaud me? Her little face was so innocent, like a little girl asking for candy. If you don't give me candy I'll tug on your coat corner. He rolled his eyes hilariously and could only clap. The sound of snapping ensued inside the elevator of a man and a woman. Wanan quickly got tired and slowly fell asleep in his arms. As the kitten dozed off, Guchen also closed his eyes. He was calm, as rushing would not solve the problem. 3 hours later, Wanan Baba Lips woke up from her dream, rubbing her eyes. She felt so thirsty. Maybe it was because Guchen had burnt the ground pork trotter soup in the morning and put in too much oil, and now she was even more thirsty after drinking a pot of soup. Of course, it doesn't taste good without too much oil. I wanted to drink water, but I didn't bring any with me when I left the house. I reached out and felt my pants pocket. The few grapes I grabbed earlier were all stuffed into my bag, pinched and broken, with a few left intact. Her pants were a bit tight, so she could only fit 2 or 3 grapes in one bag. Of course, she only had 5 left. Putting it to her mouth, she dabbed a little bit of saliva, and was about to open her mouth, but then she suddenly thought of another problem. Muttering to herself, no, Tatsu hasn't eaten yet. As she said that, she held on to this one grape again. For the current closed situation, no resources should be wasted as well as overused, but rather all of them should be used on the tip of the sword. She usually watched disaster movies, and remembered one where the main character was driving a car, buried in a mudslide, and had no choice but to rely on the only food left in the car and wait for rescue. This was much like that now. Both of them locked in an elevator, not knowing when they would get out. Maybe noon, maybe afternoon, maybe a day or 2, or longer. Just a few grapes, which she now wanted to leave for Guchen again. So she put them back in her pocket again, trying to hold back her dry mouth. But just as she made her move, her small hand was suddenly grabbed by a big hand, and gently pushed in the opposite direction, and the grapes returned to her mouth again. Wanan was slightly delighted. So Guchen had woken up. Woke up without even saying a word. Scared me. Chen, you're awake? Why are you grabbing my hand? She wanted to break free, but Guchen wouldn't let her. Thirsty? Why don't you eat? His eyes were very bright. From just now, he woke up when Wanan made a move, and noticed that she wanted to eat the grapes, but didn't understand that she somehow put them back. In the dimness, Wanan's throat rolled. Guchen heard the gurgling sound coming from her voice. Listening to the sound should be very thirsty. has been swallowing saliva to be. Wanan lowered her little head. I'm fine. I drank so much soup in the morning I'm not thirsty at all. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Grapes for you to eat? She tried to break free of her small hand again and feed this one grape to his mouth. Instead, he dismantled it with a glance and said in a warm voice, with so much oil inside the soup, after diluting it, you've wanted to drink water for a long time, haven't you? You eat it quickly. I'm not thirsty, and I don't like sweet, he said so, and grabbed her small hand tightly again. But this girl, however, closed her mouth and rejected this grape from her lips. No, there weren't many. It's better for you to eat them. My body is so weak. If I'm trapped for a long time, I definitely won't be able to hold on for long. So, you must hold on for me, this young girl said foolishly, and gradually pushed the grapes to his mouth. Gu Chen immediately burst out laughing. Why do I feel like this girl has delusions of grandeur? She was talking as if she was going to die, but she couldn't curse herself like that. However, girls do lack a sense of security. Idiot, you've seen too many disaster movies, haven't you? Besides, if we're really stuck for days, whose life can be saved with just a few grapes? He used the actual situation again, gently hitting her. To put it bluntly, he was just trying to get her to eat the grapes obediently. Although he was also a bit thirsty, he wasn't to the extent that she was. I don't care, I won't eat. Open your mouth for me. The grapes were brought out by you and have to be eaten by you as well. Seeing Wanan still sealing her mouth, he was suddenly very domineering, as if this grape was a sinner. Whoever brought it out had to take the blame. Wanan instantly wanted to laugh, but still shook her head. Don't take it away. Again, she looked like a little fat girl who was trying to lose weight, hoping that the tasty food would not appear in front of her sight. She was quite playful, her lips sealed so tightly that not a single drop of water could get in. Gu Chen didn't want to spoil her. Her lips were sealed? Then pry it open for her. Ahem. So what? Let's have a kiss first. Suddenly, he removed the grapes from Wanan's hand and placed it somewhere else. Her tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and she didn't even notice that the grapes were taken away by him. Just a surprised little expression. Jiao. Is the sun coming out of the west today? Or his own goodness accidentally moved him low? The needle does not rub. Her face was full of excitement. This request is great. Unprecedented. Kiss. Kiss? Once the other party took the initiative, the young girl developed a small reserve. That's not good. Then, it's okay, we don't have anything else to do anyway. He. Wanan muttered to herself. Gu Chen again looked at her as if she was a little fool, and muttered in her heart, exposed. Right? Woman. Are you ready? Open your mouth wider, he instructed in a warm voice. Wanan immediately corrected his posture, lying on his side, old and happy. Before it was kissing his face, but today he wants to take the initiative to kiss his mouth. It's unbelievable. No matter what he says, just obediently do it anyway. I'm good. Pouting, even in the darkness. It was like the scent of 100 fruits condensed into jelly. Refreshing. Only then did she lower her head. The small face was drawn closer. The nose quickly touched the nose. The tip of the nose bumped into one piece. Both cheeks were numb. Wanan's heart leapt with joy. Her little feet curled up, to remember this unforgettable moment forever. However, it was only after half a moment that she felt something was wrong. Clearly her lips were touching her lips, but no bobbing sound was made. Feeling obviously something pressing over, but on her lips was not exactly the scent of cherry blossoms, but a different sweetness, like the flavor of grapes. Thinking of something, that's when her eyes widened. Oh, trickery! Lasso! Bastard! It turned out that he had taken the grapes in his mouth in advance, and then in the name of borrowing a kiss. So bad. And also teasing. Wanan subconsciously took a bite, and the grapes immediately broke open. However, Gu Chen had no intention of letting go, as the grapes were still hovering in the middle of the two. As long as even one of them let go, the grapes would fall off and fall to the ground. Oh, not eating. Even so, she was still being stubborn, and even pushed back. But boys are always stronger. Gu Chen didn't do anything, and reached out to gently hold her chin and head down to prevent the girl from spitting it out. This elevator was fortunate that there were no other people, or else they couldn't stand this sweet and greasy dog food. Wanan felt super aggrieved. She wanted to be nice to him, but he didn't appreciate it. She didn't chew. Gu Chen thought she was going to spit it out, so he pinched Wanan's chin, like a puppet on a string. Barf. When it's over, she throws a little tantrum and turns her face away. Gu Chen saw how misbehaved she was and touched her forehead again. One can't quench her thirst, so she takes another grape out of her pocket and passes it to her mouth. Good girl. Have another one. Don't. She was in a tantrum. She couldn't be coaxed. The promised kiss came, but it became a feeding, playing patience, not concentrating at all. Then, one more kiss? So he held the grapes again, half of them exposed, and then pressed it to her lips. Wanan saw that he had actually gone to such lengths to get himself to eat the grapes. A few wisps of redness suddenly surfaced on her small face again. In fact, there was no need to go through so much trouble to quench one's thirst. Gu Chen's way of feeding her seemed to have some kind of powerful magic. Wanan had originally refused, but she couldn't hold back, and gently turned her head away, her lips brushing against the skin of the grapes. Seeing that she was taking her time, Gu Chen laughed and added force, then directly pressed her little head against the wall and grasped her hands on the wall. Oh! Wanan's little face was so red that it was almost dripping with water, and the top of her head was bubbling with hot air. What is this? A wall thud? That's great! Eating grapes can still enjoy this kind of treatment. Wanan herself didn't even know how many honoring homes she had repaired in her previous life to have such a blessing. Her eyes had become low, and were looking forward to his next move. But, if it continues like this, it's really going to be a baby. Gu Chen's face is also a little red, but he is still relatively calm. The corner of his mouth hangs Microsoft, slowly stopped, and did not expect Wanan little head off the wall. However, Gu Chen did not continue, just looked at the front of Wanan, pouting little mouth waiting for a kiss look, light luxury a smile. She was half a minute before she came back to her senses. The little cherry raised in the air. Gu Chen did not continue to bite. Suddenly in the heart sprang up a sense of shyness. So embarrassing. In the dimness, although they couldn't see each other clearly, the sound of their heartbeats was clearly audible. After that, Wanan shook her head vigorously. Although she liked this way, there really weren't many grapes. He didn't continue either. Only Gu Chen himself ate one, and kept the rest for now, just in case he really had to stick around until the night. Between the two of them, the atmosphere was a little strange. Leaning back again, sleeping a little longer. Time passed, 2 hours passed. Knock knock. A knock sounded outside the elevator, and both of them were woken up, opening their eyes to find the direction the sound came from. Ha, there's a knocking sound outside? Could it be someone? It's been so long. It should be the rescue team coming, right? Ah, then we can be saved. Get up first. Gu Chen supported her delicate body. This time, she was close to this closed elevator door again, and heard another human voice from outside. Is there anyone inside? Shouted loudly from outside. Wanan immediately got smart and slapped the iron door. There's there. Help! What? Then hide far away. The elevator was so soundproof that the people outside couldn't hear what was being said in the elevator, but it was clear that there was someone inside who needed rescuing. The doorway was starting to loosen. Someone was prying the door open, and shouting for the person inside to lean back a bit. Gu Chen then took her hand and stepped back. It looked like there was something sharp that was going to penetrate through the doorway. Touch! Finally, after 3 knocks, the same sharp warped pole reached in. Then it moved hard to the left and right, breaking the elevator open. Once the door was opened, the light from outside shone in, and for the 2 men who had been trapped for more than 6 hours, the scene was like entering a new world. After being in a dark place for a long time, the light was a bit blinding, but the 2 of them quickly adapted to the light by covering their eyes. The 2 saw that outside the door were a few rescue workers with helmets, as well as some passing residents of the neighborhood. Curiously looking inside, Gu Chen saw that although the door had been pried open, only half of the space was accessible. Because of the elevator's descent, the exit wasn't even on the same level, and was intercepted in half, so the space was barely enough to drill out 1 person at a time. The rescuers outside the door looked at it, and then reached out their hands, wanting to save the person inside the door. Gu Chen didn't delay and patted her butt, letting her lean forward. Wanan, you go up first. Quick, they'll catch you. As a man, of course he should let his girlfriend escape the danger first. At this time, Wanan was still quite excited, but that little head thought of something else and suddenly stopped on her heels. No, it's better for you to go out first. I'll push you. Gu Chen looked at her in bewilderment. Wanan, stop it. Get out. I'm not. If you want to go, you go first. I've seen a movie which describes that in the end, the male lead rescued the female lead, and as a result, the male lead couldn't make it out in time, and was buried in the rubble forever. I think this current situation is similar to the movie. What if it's just like what happened on TV? Wanan's little face looked so worried as he meandered around behind him. In fact, he just wished to push Gu Chen out first, because he had fallen before and his bones were aching and it would definitely be inconvenient to climb out later. However, Gu Chen's rock-hard body was so hard that he couldn't even push him out. Even if the whole person's strength to the back pressure, or no response, he didn't even use much strength. This girl simply couldn't push. In fact, there is no danger now. The elevator has reached the foundation. Wanan is probably suffering from mild paranoia because of this incident. A turn. She is still making efforts. Suddenly weightlessness scurried to the front. Gu Chen obediently pushed her butt, gradually lifted it up. Cut the crap. The people outside are still waiting. Can't delay them, he said. Then his head patted under his ass again, pushing Wanan's delicate body against it so that the rescuers could easily grab it. Boing. The sudden change of heart left Wanan puzzled, thinking to herself why she couldn't push him at all, when he could raise herself with one hand by pushing herself. A grieved face. Forget it, I can only go up obediently. Wanan was grabbed by several pairs of gloves, and then with a gentle tug, half of them drilled out, leaving only a pair of thighs flopping around within the claustrophobic environment. Gu Chen, in order to exert more force, reached out and took off her shoes, then covered the heart of her feet to go. Wanan was a relatively sensitive girl, and felt the warmth of her hand coming from the bottom of her foot, and it tickled a little. Adding her strength, she succeeded. Having just gotten out before she could catch a breath of fresh air, she turned around to face Gu Chen, stretching out her two soft little hands. Chen, catch me quickly. Gu Chen was tall enough to see how anxious she was, so he had no choice but to just hold her arm, and then after the drag and pull of the bystanders, he finally managed to escape. Exhausted body gasping for heavy breathing, Wanan surrounded him to check for injuries. Originally he wanted to stand up and touch this girl to say that he was fine. However, in front of his eyes, there was a sudden blackness. Plop, the tall figure hit the ground head-on. He fainted. Before he fainted, he could only hear Wanan saying, "Tatsu, Tatsu? What's wrong? Did you hit your head? Don't go to sleep. Don't scare me. Oh," and finally seemed to cry. 2 hours later, a private high-class hospital. Inside a VLP ward, a young man with a clear look slowly opened his eyes. Into his eyes was a snow-white ceiling. Turning his head in confusion, "Am I sick?" he muttered to himself. Climbing out of the elevator earlier, he suddenly felt his head shake, and then he appeared in a hospital room. Not seeing anyone, then twisting his head to the right, suddenly, saw a snow-white girl, the small face that was still crying. When she saw him awake, she immediately smiled and slowly stood up. "Cinnabar, you scared me to death, finally awake, oh hug." Suddenly, the snow-white girl transformed into a ball of super soft cotton, burrowing into his arms, begging for comfort. Wanan. He had some dizziness before he remembered that this snow-white crying girl was none other than Wanan. He was a patient himself, and this girl even pounced on him. Gu Chen coughed gently, cough. "Wanan, what's wrong with me? Why are you in the hospital?" The latter immediately left before remembering that he was a patient, so he hurriedly helped his body up and leaned on the pillow. "Oh yeah, no more moving around. Oh, you're a patient now. The doctor's examination said that the back of your head had been hit and you got a mild concussion. Although it's not serious, but the cell phone must be played less, as well as hanged water, medication, and rest on time." Gu Chen then realized, oh, it was probably caused by holding her and hitting the back of his head on the ground when he fell, and a mild concussion wasn't a big deal, he thought. Her gaze drifted, and she reached up to scratch her pretty little nose. "Stop crying. I'm not dead." Wanan closed one of her beautiful eyes like a kitten getting its nose scratched. "Oh, quick poo-poo. No more saying that." She stopped crying and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. "Wanan, I'm not seriously ill. Go to work. The company needs you," he added. "The company can be without him for a day, but not without the president for a day. What? You mean, you don't need me anymore?" Wanan began to add fuel to the fire in her own head, her little face puffing up. "What the hell? Saying it as if he dumped you." "No, I mean the nurse will just take care of me." Wanan's eyes widened again. "What? You'd rather have a pretty little nurse take care of you? You wouldn't rather have me?" There's no love left. The corners of Gu Chen's mouth twitched, almost bleeding from anger. What the hell kind of brain circuit is this? I don't care. I'll personally take care of you today even if the sky falls." Seeing him still frowning, so Wanan smiled. "Look, I've brought my office computer this time. You don't worry, right?" Saying that, she took out her computer again and casually knocked a few words on the keyboard to perfume him. Gu Chen nodded his head. "It's good to have someone close to take care of you." As for the elevator malfunction, the property promised Wanan some moral compensation and apologized to her in person. Gu Chen looked down, and again felt his wrists tighten as if they were being strangled by something. It was a blue band. He wondered what it was for. "Wanan, what is this?" He reached out and pointed to the band on his hand. She glanced at it, blinked her eyes, and casually said, "This is a pulse pressure band." "Ha, what band?" He didn't catch it. "Pulse pressure band, Tatsu is so stupid." The voice was sweet, with the characteristics of a Japanese-American girl. "Oh," shiver to hiss inside. Gu Chen nodded in satisfaction. It was only then that Wanan remembered something, covered her small mouth, and her small face turned a little red. Later realized that the pressure pulse belt tethered to the hand was supposed to be injected, but Wanan saw the nurse hand needle is too thick. Hit on the skin will be very painful. Take out will certainly leave a spot on the skin. And pumped out the blood will be more. She old heartache. So she told the nurse to change the needle to the thinnest one. Of course, the downside is that the fine needle is twice as slow. Not long after, a pretty female nurse wearing a mask appeared in the ward. Gu-chan and the nurse exchanged glances, somewhat curious. I don't know if the nurse was a novice or what, but her little face suddenly turned red. However, it was Gu-chan's face value that was too overbearing. His shallow short hair couldn't even cover his charming temperament, more like a retired soldier king brother in a novel. The pretty young nurse didn't even have the courage to look at him, and her fingers were trembling. Wow, this little brother is so handsome and handsome. Ah, I'm going to faint. The little nurse grabbed his hand, feeling the warmth in her palm. She couldn't even bear to give him an injection. So Gu-chan's hand was inexplicably grabbed by her for half a day. Plus her palm trembled when she inserted the needle, making the latter a little scared. And Wanan just watched from the sidelines. This little nurse kept grabbing his hand and wouldn't let go. It had been almost 3 minutes already. The vinegar was about to evaporate. Her face was bulging and her hands were stuck on her waist, staring at the nurse's movements with those big eyes. He really hoped that she would hurry up and finish. Finally, after 4 minutes, the little nurse had touched him enough, taped him up, and let go of his hand. Turning her head but seeing Iwanan staring at herself, she was immediately a little furious. So she pushed the medical supplies and left the ward hastily. Only after the nurse had completely left, did Wanan withdraw her gaze, bulging her cheeks, the gas inside finally releasing some. Reaching out, she took an orange from the bag on the table, but she didn't pick the red one, she picked the sour one. Humph, open your mouth and give me an orange. Wanan peeled the orange hard and took off a petal. When Gu-chan heard this tone, he immediately stared at her eyes. Why did this seem like an order to himself? Before he could agree, a petal of orange was brought to his mouth and stuffed into it. Ah, hiss Wanan, I don't eat oranges. And aren't there yellow oranges here? Why are you giving me sour ones? He wanted to vomit, but Wanan gently pinched his chin and just wouldn't let him, and stuffed another one. Humph, that nurse just touched you for 4 minutes and 2 seconds, and your eyes looked at her for 4 minutes and 5 seconds. It pisses me off. Humph, it's too much of a loss for me to be jealous alone. Let's make you sour too. This is the punishment. Wait, the nurse is giving me an injection, so who do I look at if not her? He really isn't looking at the nurse because she's pretty, because of being sick. While being tossed around by her for half a day, eating 3 petals of sour oranges, souring her teeth. It was only when Wanan was in a better mood. It was 2 o'clock before lunch. Gu-chan wanted to be discharged. He didn't feel comfortable in the hospital, but Wanan just wouldn't let him go. In the end, he decided to stay at least until 6 p.m. before he was discharged. Wanan took the wash basin and went to fetch a dish of water, fetching it and putting it on the pillow. Here, Tatsuya, I'll wash your face. She squeezed a towel. But no matter how hard she tried, with her strength there was still quite a bit of water on the towel. Gu-chan hurriedly interrupted. Take a break. It's better if I do it myself. She had been pitching in during lunch earlier. Spoonfuls of rice and soup. Happy to do it. So she couldn't let her get too tired. No way, I vowed to be the best girlfriend I could be. And now that you're sick, I should be the one to take care of your life and living, no deal. She said. It was like being ruled by a dictatorship. Gu-chan looked helpless, and Wanan put the towel on his face again, rubbing it gently with her hand. I can't breathe. Gu-chan struggled. This girl was still completely incapable of taking care of a person. Wanan hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, and then wiped her skin inch by inch. After cleaning your face, the next step is to clean your body. Take off your clothes quickly. He. At the mention of this matter, Wanan got excited again. Gu-chan quickly waved his hand. Don't. Are you trying to wipe my body? You're clearly craving my body. Come on, Wanan touched towards his abdomen again. No need. I'll go home and take a bath directly, he said. This time Wanan had no choice, carrying the water basin, spitting a bit of lilac at him, closing his eyes, very mischievous, slightly petty. Gu-chan had been bored, wanted to play games, but Wanan did not let him play with his cell phone, because it was doctor's orders not to play more. She turned on her computer to work, so Gu-chan chatted with her for a while. After a while, Wanan seemed to have run into some kind of problem and cupped her little chin to think. Looking at her anxious little appearance, she was still a bit icy and cold, but it was even more flavorful. Gu-chan reached out and took a ripe orange, peeling off one petal after another, and kindly slowly sent it to her mouth. She subconsciously bit into it gently, and a sense of cold and domineering female president came to life, and then continued to think about the problem, barfing down her stomach. She waited for half a second before coming back to her senses, tilting her little head. ABA? Tatsu actually took the initiative to feed himself. His eyes were delighted, as if the problems that bothered him were no longer bothering him. Gu Chen continued to feed. From time to time, her hand had to be bitten by her. It was full of saliva. This girl was doing it on purpose. One and then ate while thinking about the problem. This feeling is very cool. Literary ideas. But Gu Chen's feeling is strange. Wanan is like a rich woman. She is being adopted to serve her. 2 hours later, Gu Chen was still looking at her with his hand on his forehead. There was nothing to look at in the hospital room, but she was still the best looking. Maybe she was full, or tired, and fell asleep on the keyboard. Gu Chen was a bit worried that her drooling wouldn't wet the keyboard. He was not sleepy at all, and if it wasn't for Wanan not letting him go, he would have gone home and played on the computer himself. Wanan's breathing was even, and her little face was turned away. As soon as Gu Chen got closer, his warm breath spilled onto her hair. Wanan was about to enter dreamland, but a sudden itch in her hair gradually woke her up, but she didn't open her eyes. She just rolled over, trying to see what was blowing in her hair. With a twist of his head, Gu Chen thought that he had just woken her up with too much movement, and was about to shrink back to cover his bunk and pretend that nothing was wrong. But Wanan didn't move at all next. Phew, lightly exhaled. Now, said Wanan's cute doll face was facing herself. Only the eyelashes seemed to be moving. Probably a nightmare? Unbeknownst to him, Wanan's eyes opened a tiny slit and saw his dazed gaze, as if he was looking at a finely crafted work of art. Ha, why is Tatsuya suddenly leaning so close? He, am I beautiful? Tatsuya's looking at me like I don't even care. You're such a liar. Gu Chen leaned a little bit closer, and a bad smile appeared on his cheeks. And when Wanan saw that, she suddenly got a little nervous. Hey, so close, what is this for? You don't want to steal a kiss from me while I'm asleep, do you? No way. Is Tatsuo that kind of person? Does Tatsu want to kiss me every time I fall asleep? Humph. Is stealing a kiss that much fun? I don't know if I've been kissed or not. Tatsu is so cunning. But hey, I caught you now. Didn't I? Come on. Then, I'll open my eyes and scare you. Then I'm going to catch you in bed. Hey. Wanan made up a big paragraph on her own. The deer in her heart kept banging around. Gu Chen tilted his head and got a little closer. His breath already intertwined with hers. Although such kisses were common on weekdays, stealing a kiss was even more tantalizing. However, just when she thought Gu Chen was going to steal a kiss and was about to jump to scare him, a different kind of touch came to her face. Gu Chen stopped, and instead of kissing, he stretched out a hand and rubbed it on her soft, fluffy cheeks. This is ripe for sleep? Ha! Wasn't you quite a drag before? How dare you feed me sour oranges? Look at you! How dare you bite me? How dare you bite me? Don't you want to be a gangster anymore? Not discharging me? Oh, are you teaching me how to do my job? Well, the skin is quite tender. Gently poking her cheeks several times, seeing that she actually hadn't woken up yet, and 10 points over the top, he pinched the pink cheeks with his hand. This girl actually still hasn't woken up, actually sleeping like a pig. He gradually heart even bigger, still not satisfied. He pinched her little nose again. He remembered how hard it was to wake her up last time, so he couldn't possibly wake her up this time. Could he? Even if she woke up, he could instantly take it back and hide under the covers to pretend to be asleep. After playing with her like a doll for a while, his heart felt comfortable and unrestrained. He didn't notice that Wanan's teeth were already fighting up and down, like a sleeping beast about to awaken, its teeth about to tear into its prey. Gu Chen looked at her sleeping cheeks, and for a moment, another good idea came to mind. Reaching out, he took a watercolor pencil. Watercolors were provided by the hospital, convenient for patients to draw when they were bored. Now he was really bored. Holding the tip of the watercolor brush was about to approach her skin, just 2 millimeters away. However, the accident happened at this moment. It was as if Wanan had a knee-jerk reflex, and her eyes suddenly lit up at first glance. The arc of light with a sharp edge stared at the villain on the hospital bed. Gu Chen's hairs immediately stood on end, and his watercolor brush suddenly stopped in the air. He had been startled, and his throat gurgled. Wake up, calmly keeping a smile. Wanan did something and twisted her white neck. What are you planning to do to me with the watercolor pencils? Although Wanan's voice was sweet, she could clearly feel a slight tremor in her tone. He stumbled. Although he woke up, the scene of tossing her face before should not have been noticed, right? Ran Wanan. However, hooked her lips and answered the answer for him. Wanted to draw a big wangbang on my face, right? Humph, said the man, and immediately slapped his palm on the computer, snapping, but accidentally slapped his hand painfully. Although it hurt, he still kept his face expression milky and fierce. I am not that boring, Gu Chen explained with dodging eyes. Wanan, however, had already arrived in front of him and snatched his watercolors with one hand. I've been so good to you, and you're actually treating me like this? In that case, I can't let you go. I'm going to draw on your face too. Sit still and don't move. Wanan was milky and ferocious, controlling his arm, then lifted the brush and started making drawings on his face. Don't, my handsome face. He couldn't even cry in time. He didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. Wanan was so angry. Originally thought he was trying to steal a kiss from himself, but it turned out to be just bullying him hard while he was sleeping. It is really too bad. In the end, when Wanan put pen to paper, Gu Chen's cheeks were covered with an octopus, and then the rest of his face was forked and circled. But even though his face was covered in messy doodles, it still couldn't cover up his handsome and compelling face. After painting, Gu Chen was crying, but Wanan still wasn't satisfied. So he pressed his head, very dominant, close to the little cherry, and ruthlessly barfed on his mouth. That's what made him comfortable. Gu Chen was forcibly kissed before covering his mouth. He was depressed. After doodling and still asking for a kiss? Simply beast. The two stayed in the hospital room until 6 p.m. Gu Chen asked to be discharged, so Wanan could only go to do the discharge formalities. When they left, Gu Chen's face was covered in black ink pen marks, which brought many strange stares. Of course, if Wanan hadn't woken up, the ink marks would have been unwashable on her face. He deserved it. When he came to the car, as soon as Wanan drove, Gu Chen hurriedly got in, not because the car was so good, but because his face attracted too much attention. Wanan bullied him for a while and was in a very happy mood. He was humming a song as he drove home. It was raining a little bit. There was a bit of traffic jam on the road, so Wanan could only put the car in P gear and wait. The car played some more rock music. The rain got heavier and the windshield wipers worked. She swayed along with the music, humming while pouting her red lips, looking out the window at the wipers swaying from side to side, working hard to scrape the rain off the glass. It was very rhythmic. She couldn't help but follow the rhythm of the wipers and swayed. Once, twice, 3 times, the little head followed the rhythm perfectly. The little head swayed from side to side. The high ponytail behind it also swayed. It looked oddly cute. A living playful beauty girl. Gu Chen was originally in a depressed mood, but when he saw her follow the windshield wipers and wiggle around in a naive manner, his mood suddenly improved a bit. Is this the kind of thing that can make you depressed and also cure you? 10 minutes later, back home, both of them chose to take the stairs. Perhaps the elevator has left a psychological shadow on both of them. This life will not easily touch the elevator. Going home, Wanan brought Gu Chen directly into the bathroom. Chen, you're tired after a long day. Take a bath first. I'll go make you something delicious later. She was like a good wife and mother, arranging for this sick husband. You're going to make me something delicious? Gu Chen was a little afraid to believe it. Wanan just smiled cheekily. She then went into the shower room, turned on the faucet, and filled the bathtub with water, then went to get a change of clothes, and came back to let him lie in the bathtub again. But she wasn't going to leave. Tatsu, the water's filled up. Quickly get in, I'll give you a back rub. Wanan smiled innocently, but Gu Chen felt a wave of headache. No, I'll rub it myself. Can't. The doctor has said that you have a mild concussion. Someone must supervise you and help you bathe. What if you accidentally faint again in the bath? What if you get flooded? She said a whole bunch of reasons why it had to be done. Gu Chen's body was chilled to the bone, and he was a bit scared. Right, the water was so full. What if I accidentally fainted in the water? Wanan secretly snickered. Worthy of being her. So smart. Actually, the doctor hadn't said any of this nonsense. It was just something she made up in order to bathe Gu Chen. Yes, she just wanted to rub his back. Definitely didn't have any other bad ideas. No need. He still waved his hand in veto, and reached out to push her delicate back, giving her a gentle push outward. Get out of here. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Just know to crave my body. Almost pushed to the door. Wanan immediately grasped the door again, aggravated and squirming. Don't intervene. I'm just a good wife who understands what's going on. What extra thoughts can I have? Then why are you laughing? I'm not laughing, she denied. But in fact, she didn't even know that the corners of her mouth were raised. Wanan's petite body was too soft, and she couldn't push hard for fear of hurting her. So, she utilized her strength to fight, and with a spin, she circled around behind him, and then hugged his waist, yanking it hard towards the fish tank. You're my boyfriend. What's wrong with helping you take a bath? The big deal is that you'll help me wash it too. Gu Chen frowned. This was said as if he had earned it, shaking his head. I don't care. I'm going to bathe you today. Jesus couldn't even stop me when he came. She grunted behind her again, using all her strength, and Gu-chun was afraid that he might accidentally break free and fall, so he could only slowly lean back. The palm of his hand gripped her small wrist, trying to get her to let go, but her small hand quickly drew away like an earthworm and hugged him again. Just like this before the bath. The fight went on for 3 minutes before Gu-chun compromised. Okay, then let go of me first. I always have to take off my clothes, right? Oh, only then did Wonun let go, tilting her head, staring at his expression for fear that he would back out, and then quickly went to close the toilet door, lock the window, and reverse the lock twice, so no one could run away this time. Then she turned her head and stared at Gu-chun's body as if she was looking at a delicious meal, being stared at by her. Gu-chun, a big boy, was still a little embarrassed. The bathtub was filled with hot water, and the water vapor filled the air, making the atmosphere a little hot. Wonun's small throat was already slightly bulging. In the end, he took off the clothes and pants on his body, leaving only a cover-up, before quickly scampering into the water. And she, who witnessed this scene, remained where she was, dumbfounded. Wow! She suddenly felt a stream gushing out of her nose, so she reached out and immediately pulled a few sheets of paper to wipe it clean. It was so humiliating. Gu-chun felt like he was being stared at by a hungry wolf, and just wanted to hurry up and take a shower and leave. This time, Wonun came to the front again and took the towel in his hand. Sit still and don't move. Let me do it. Then Wonun bit her lip while holding her little face, and used the towel to help Chun-chun wipe his back. This was simply a historic moment. Gu-chun didn't say a word, but his heart beat much faster. Because, there was one thing, omit to think for yourself. Wonun wiped her back and put on a little more body wash, wanting to wipe his money face. Gu-chun watched as her little hand was about to give birth to it, and immediately interrupted. Wait, it's better if I do it myself. Being caught trying to do something bad with her little hands, a small loss surfaced on Wonun's face, because she wasn't satisfied with this. She was just thinking about how to continue to find opportunities to mooch off of him, but a drop of shower gel accidentally dripped onto the ground, causing the soles of her feet to slip. Whoosh! Wonun's body suddenly fell forward. The shower gel was too slippery, causing her feet to be unsteady. In the end, plopped down into the dunking bathtub, splashing water everywhere, and pinned Gu-chun down. Her clothes were instantly soaked, her legs knocked against the side of the bathtub, and with some pain, she tried to get up, but couldn't make any effort. She was looking up in a trance, but she saw Gu-chun staring at herself with the gaze of a little fool. Oops. Sorry. She apologized, blaming herself for being clumsy. She was obviously going to give him a bath, but ended up falling into the water and washing herself. Her whole body was submerged into the bathtub. Wonun, you're pressing me uncomfortably. Why don't you get up? Wonun was pressing down on him, making him somewhere a little uncomfortable, his throat dry and incomparable. Wonun's originally shallow clothing surface got wet as soon as it was dipped in water. After wetting her clothes, it had to be said that Wonun's figure was really superb. It was hard to take one look away. The curve of her back was too perfect. When she reached out and tried to get up, she suddenly felt that the temperature of the water in the bathtub was actually not as hot as Gu-chun's skin. Wonun raised her face in confusion, and several drops of water on her face slid down like pearls, and eventually coalesced under her chin and dripped into the water. At this time, the hair was plastered to her cheeks again, her eyes were big, her nose was small, her cherry was slightly loose, and her skin was snow white. Snow White, gosh, don't be so tempting, and he spread his hands, very constrained. In his eyes, Wonun is like a flower he is really afraid to touch it to break, because she is too small and fragile. He really hoped that this abrasive girl would hurry up and get up, or else he really couldn't take it anymore. Wonun figured out that Gu-chun was shy, and the body that originally wanted to stand up was suddenly buried again, soaked in the water with him, although the clothes were wet and a bit uncomfortable, but now could not care about those. His eyes were glowing with a strange color, and he kept staring at his evasive starry eyes. Since it's all like this, why don't we take a bath together? Autumn waves were all over the place, smiling and proposing. Her face once again climbed up to burn red, leaning closer and closer to him. Together? He wanted to gently push, but it was already too late. Wonun just tilted his head, and scurried out from his arms to kiss him, followed by a wave of sound, and continued to stare into his eyes. What's wrong? I'm not afraid. Are you? With a hint of teasing. Damn. At this moment, Gu-chun finally couldn't take it anymore. Fine. You're the one who teased me first, so don't blame me. What are you afraid of? Be careful, I'll make it so you can't get off for a month. Ha? Wonun was still a bit confused about the meaning of his words for a while. However, her body was held tightly by him. At this time, the originally gentle warm man's eyes became playful and greedy. Then, the shower room made a nice sound. Omit 10. 000 words here. In the end, the two soaked in the bathtub for 2 hours before Guchen stepped out and went to his room to get her a change of clothes. Hooking his lips, he was in a great mood, fetching a clean set of clothes for her. Wanan dressed up and came out from the sanitary napkin, walking twisted and turned. She was truly surprised that she had only teased a little, and Guchen had become like a ravenous wolf. She was very weak lying on the wall, and Guchen behind her, seeing her in such a sorry state, stopped her waist and gently picked her up, then flew to the room and threw her onto the bed. Ow! Then he covered her with the quilt again, and looked at her little face that was still a bit pained. So he gently said in her ear, "Still dare to tease me?" When Wanan heard this, she immediately looked like a shy little maiden, covering herself below her nose with her spread. Recalling that scene just now, her mind went blank. She had completely underestimated Guchen, and was really caught by his words. She would never dare to tease him again. Originally she wanted to cook and eat for him, but now she couldn't even get out of bed. Boing! A difficult sound came from her throat. Guchen looked down at her difficult little face and pinched it. It was so cute. "I'll go cook for you. Give me a good rest." Wanan was too embarrassed to meet his eyes and subconsciously nodded obediently. Big bad egg. Half an hour later, he came to the bedside with pot after pot of steaming dishes, not allowing her to get up, but instead feeding her with his own hands. I don't know why, but since doing that, Guchen instinctively spoiled this girl even more. Wanan was covered with a quilt. Her doll face was exposed, chewing on the greens, especially cute, like she was taking care of a baby. Later, after cleaning up everything and turning off the lights, Guchen took the initiative to hold her to sleep again. Wanan was in pain and didn't dare to make any other moves for fear that a casual movement would cause him to lose his appetite again. If it was in the past, I would have to give him a good night kiss before saying anything. It was late at night, about 11 o'clock. Wanan was asleep, but Guchen didn't fall asleep, because he was too excited. I didn't expect that today. Due to impulse, he really took a bite out of Wanan, the girl, but the flavor was quite good, sweet, more delicious than sandwich chocolate. Getting up, while Wanan was sleeping, I turned on the computer and wanted to play a game. Putting on the headphones, without making a single sound, he played for almost 20 minutes or so. It was awesome. Previously, because of the slight concussion, Wanan had been prevented from touching the game, so he could only play while she was sleeping. He realized that he was becoming more and more like a wife's husband. In bed, she suddenly wanted to go to the toilet and slowly woke up from her dream. Seeing the light in the room, rubbing her eyes and turning her gaze, she realized that Guchen was actually secretly playing games behind her back. So immediately, he let out a light humph. Slowly, she climbed out of the quilt and tried to come behind him, when gently moving his lower body. It still hurt. Hiss. So the crawl was slow, like a caterpillar. The side of the bed wasn't far from the computer desk. As long as it was a reach, it could touch Guchen's arm. He was playing chicken, a handful of games for a long time. So, with her little cheeks puffed out on one side, she reached out and grabbed his arm and gave it a gentle shake. Brain gong, it's late, don't play, go to bed. Brain gong, go to sleep. This sweet, naive and pampering voice suddenly made Guchen dumbfounded. He immediately unplugged his headphones and listened to his wife's instructions. At this moment, the teammates were still in the middle of a fierce battle. She had just woken up from a nap, and was like a little baby in need of coaxing. Be good. I'll finish this game soon, and touched her silky hair. How to play behind his back and still get caught. He was helpless. Afterwards, he casually killed the remaining enemies with a few shots, finished eating chicken, and shut down the computer, accompanying Wanan to go to the restroom. When he came back, Wanan felt so tired, so he simply acted like a little milk cat, directly lying on his body to sleep, his little face resting on his chest, huffing and puffing, already dozing off. Anyway, she wasn't heavy like a ball of cotton, so it was easier to hold her like this. Guchen had a good time playing the game, and hugged the fragrant her, and slept until dawn. The sun shone brightly in the morning, and Wanan woke up rubbing her bleary eyes, stretching out her delicate waist, like a pretty flower blooming in the morning. It finally didn't hurt so much down there, but it was still a bit hard to get out of bed. It's all Cinnabar's fault for not being more gentle. However, once she recalled last night's scene, her small face climbed up with a touch of blush, and then covered it with her two small hands. Her hands were covered with hot. Wanan was mediocre for a while, but Guchen didn't wake up. She wanted to wake up, but was attracted by his cell phone, curious to pick up. This cell phone just gave him a day or two time. Do not know what is stored before his cell phone is locked. Simply cannot open. But give him this. Actually did not lock. So want to take advantage of his sleep. Check his cell phone has what little secret, whether there is with a certain young lady chat or something. After all, my own husband is so handsome. It is easy to be hooked. Open the phone. The first thing is to look at the buckle. He usually used the most. Suddenly, he was attracted by the first column. A message. The person who sent the message was called by his note, 2 dogs, probably a good brother. Originally did not care, but this 2 dogs, before sending a link, let her suddenly interested. This link was sent by second dogsy yesterday at 3 o'clock, and had been clicked on by him. Curious as to what it was, she clicked on the link called, Find Study Materials. She was curious about what she was studying after she graduated, and she was also studying to learn. The moment she clicked on it, a loud squeal came out of her cell phone, causing her eyes to suddenly widen. Boy, the voice in the cell phone screamed even louder than the one she screamed yesterday, but it wasn't as good. She was suddenly lost in thought. So this was the so-called study material. She suddenly thought of something, that is to say, Tatsuo's control is obviously so good. Yesterday he gently teased a little. He committed a crime, so he had already done his homework. Yesterday, I really ran into a gun, but in retrospect, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. There might be a baby in my belly in a few days. But the cell phone in her hand, which kept making noises, was very tricky. She couldn't be seen by Gu Chen, or she would have to die on the spot. Although it had already ruined her outlook, she had long since turned off the screen, and was about to throw it to its original location when Gu Chen was awakened by that previous scream and slowly opened his eyes. Wanan was suddenly particularly nervous, afraid that he would find out and laugh at her, so he wanted to find a place where he could hide first. Finally looked around, then looked underneath, and had no choice but to have a bright idea. Thought of it and shoved it into his pants. Gu Chen had already opened his eyes and saw that Wanan was already awake. He was puzzled as to who made the sound just now. It seems like I've heard it before yesterday. After opening his eyes and looking at nothing, there was only Wanan's sweet and silly smile in front of him. Hee good morning Tatsu. He scratched his head. Oh good morning, I'll make you breakfast right away. Seeing Wanan's stomach flatten, he got up and was about to go to the kitchen, to cook something delicious for his little girlfriend. Reaching out, he wanted to take his cell phone with him, but he didn't touch it. Turning back to look, the cell phone is actually not on the side. He wondered, where's my cell phone? Hand phone? Wanan's little face almost collapsed. The cell phone is right here in her. I thought he would leave for a while first, so I could take it out myself. Don't mind the cell phone, I'm hungry, I want to eat. She reached out again and shook his arm, disturbing his thoughts. Gu Chen was shaken by her twice, to see that she was really hungry, so just casually said, oh, my cell phone alarm is going to ring soon. Wait for me to turn it off. That's right, if not wrong, the cell phone alarm will ring soon, and this cell phone vibration frequency is particularly large. Wanan suddenly froze after hearing this. What? And set the alarm? Finished. Gu Chen was about to turn around, when suddenly Wanan vibrated. Her face turned red, hiss, and she bit her lip. Gu Chen heard the sound of movement, then turned around and looked around. The alarm rang, but did not see where. Could it be in the blanket? Wait. His eyes finally locked on a place. Small face red like a steam engine of her, before hurrying like taking hot potato general to take out. Since she was the type of person whose body was more, she couldn't stand the slightest vibration. The whole body was still. This time, she was too embarrassed to look at Gu Chen, and her 2 small hands completely covered her face. However, the latter had narrowed his eyes, surveying Wanan's strange behavior. Boing, so embarrassing, she muttered to herself. Gu Chen saw the cell phone she took out from, and picked it up curiously, turning the alarm off and finally unlocking the lock screen to check it. What's Wanan doing with my cell phone? Must be peeking at something. So, just as he unlocked it, the unfinished continued to resonate in the room. This time, Wanan was really happy, and immediately hid under the quilt, wrapping herself up tightly. It was as if she was a little vampire girl, and his eyes were the sunlight. Being seen by him, every inch of her skin would be unbearably uncomfortable. The sound then played for nearly 10 seconds before Gu Chen pressed the pause button. Wanan was curious as she heard the seemingly lack of movement outside from under the covers. Wouldn't Gu Chen take this opportunity to talk about himself? Wouldn't he mock her? Would he go to the kitchen to cook? It's kinda hard to get used to not being mocked by him. So, slightly poking her head out, first her ponytail came out, then her little face, looking left and right. However, how did she know that Gu Chen actually quietly ran to the bed? And when Wanan's small face came out, he was like catching a thief, gradually bringing his face closer and closer, sticking it to her face, with one hand guarding her shoulder again, not letting her shrink back inside the quilt, and, with an evil and bad smile, interestingly said, Anun, what are you doing peeking at my cell phone video, and watching this early in the morning? Not too good, right? The voice was a bit bitchy. Wanan really wanted to give him 2 punches on the chest. but she was very shy. This stinking Chen Chen. It's clearly a case of lust. I just accidentally clicked on it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it for the rest of my life. Gu Chen then gently opened his mouth and bit her. Don't. Wanan subconsciously refused. Because, it seemed like she had completely aroused his animalistic desire. And if it continued to develop like this, it was possible that yesterday's scene would repeat itself again in the early morning. The most critical thing is that the body has not yet recovered. At least a month. So the tone of aggression with a bit of begging. Gu Chen smiled, knowing that this little fool didn't mean to open the door. So he loosened his mouth and let her go. Alright, just kidding. I'm going to go cook. He then put on his pants and left the room, and scratched the bridge of her little nose. Ooh-hoo. Wanan hid under the quilt and gasped. It was really close. Almost being eaten by him again with a mouthful of food. But there was still a little bit of loss in her heart. Early in the morning, Wanan was in bed, thinking wildly, waiting for the aroma of the dish to completely waft into the room. Before he smelled the aroma and danced, drooling as he jumped out of bed. Dry rice man, dry rice souls, dry rice are all people. At the end of the morning, Gu Chen carried her downstairs and put her in the car. Originally, he was going to not want her to go to work. Yet she said that as the president of the company, how could she just take a break? In reality, it was just that Gu Chen had to go to work, and she would freak out if she didn't see him for a day. She could walk on her legs, but driving was inconvenient. So Gu Chen grabbed the driver's seat and drove for her. Wow, you know how to drive? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask? He touched her silly little face again, and started the car at an even speed. Arrived at the company, sent her into the office, and then returned to his seat. The time came to 10:20. Wanan went to the restroom alone, making many people feel strange due to her crooked walk. When she came out of the toilet, the cell phone in her bag, however, was accidentally squeezed out and fell under the sink because she was pinching her leg. She failed to notice, turned away. A few seconds later, a man came out of the men's bathroom. This man was very handsome, with clear eyebrows and handsome eyes. Gu Chen was coming to the sink to wash his hands, and when he looked down, he suddenly found a cell phone on the floor. Picking it up and taking a look. This cell phone case is actually a picture of himself. Opening the screen again. As a result, the cover, including the app image inside, was all about a photo of himself. Wanan's cell phone? How did you drop it here? Luckily, I picked it up. Give it back to her later. He realized that he was quite lucky, picking up that girl's phone as soon as he came out. This cell phone is also particularly recognizable. The entire phone is full of photos except for the chip. Returning to his seat, he remembered to return the phone, only to see, there was no sign of her in the office. He wondered, maybe she was out running errands. He put the cell phone back in his pocket. It's safer to keep it in his own place anyway. And, when he went to work, he opened his cell phone to read her little secret. It turned out that besides pictures of herself, there were some selfies of herself. There were the icy ones, the cute ones, the ones with her tongue out, and the ones with her parents, and the ones from her lowly days. Wow, this little lowly is too cute. It turns out that this girl was a beauty embryo since she was a child. He didn't notice that his cell phone was about to run out of power. It was 2 p.m. Gu Chen went to the restroom again and came back. Looking at the office again, Wanan was finally back, but she seemed unhappy, lying on top of the desk, not knowing whether she was sleeping or crying, just in time to return the cell phone, so slowly pushed open the office door, then gently closed it. Oh, just walking into the office, he noticed that this girl was really crying. Gu Chen froze. Who bullied her? Ahem, coughing lightly twice, indicating someone. Wanan really subconsciously looked up, somewhat startled. Just now, she had been crying all the time and hadn't noticed the movement outside. When she saw it was him, she was embarrassed to raise her face and buried it again. In that instant, Gu Chen saw red tears on her cheeks. Wanan, what's wrong with you? Don't cry. Can you tell me if there's anything you're unhappy about? Let me be happy too? Wanan was amused by him and softly scolded. Stinky straight man. Seeing that she still didn't dare to raise her head, Gu Chen simply brought a bench over to sit on, then reached out to press on her temples to make her comfortable. Wanan's skin was very sensitive, and she stopped crying after being rubbed twice, slightly raising her head, yet the next second she scurried into his arms, finally hugging him and confiding, "Oh, I lost something so important and so sad." Lost it? Gu Chen thought for a moment that she was probably talking about her cell phone, so he was about to pull it out, but was unable to take it out because she was hugging her so tightly. Her small mouth continued to mutter again. I don't know where I lost it. I think I lost it in the restroom, but there's no surveillance there. I can't check it at all. Oh, it hurts. It's full of high school memories. It's all my fault for not charging it yesterday, or else I might have found it. Oh, I'm useless. She's frustrated. Like someone died. This is too much. Is it a cell phone? That's actually in. Gu-chen tried to tell her the truth. But Wonan lost her cell phone and couldn't hear anything. Boing, I'm sorry, it's full of memories of you. I lost it. I'm a sinner. I'm unforgivable. Boing, I'll never see your high school pictures again. Gu-chen listened to this with a black line on his head. This wailing tone said as if the photos themselves had passed away. Shaking his head. It's just a high school photo. I didn't expect her to care so much and cry. I should have picked up the cell phone and put it directly on her desk. Cough cough. Don't cry. Dang dang, look what this is. Gu-chen was like coaxing a child, taking it out of his pocket. Wonan was still crying and whimpering. Suddenly, seeing what was in his hand, just like a child seeing sugar, she suddenly stopped crying, and then stupidly picked it up. Ah, how come you have it here? Ah, you asshole, why didn't you give it to me earlier? It made me worry for so long. You're so bad. After getting her cell phone and examining it carefully, she was sure it was her cell phone even though it was dead, so she hammered his chest a bit petulantly. Gu-chen would have been tickled long ago. The way this girl cried really made people want to pamper her. After being hammered twice, he couldn't control it anymore and grabbed her tiny hand one, then stood up and gently pressed it on the table. Ah, Chen-chen, what are you doing? Not just hammering you twice? You don't have to return the favor so much. However, no matter how much she pampered and pleaded, he didn't let go, because Gu-chen just wanted to bully her now. Milky white cheeks, wobbly cherry lips, dainty voice, evasive eyes. It was too cute, right? He couldn't help but eat her up already. He was like the domineering president at the moment, handsome as hell. Then the face close, only slowly let go of the hand, because afraid to press her pain. But still it's in the embrace under the wall into the trend of wall thud. Wanan's small heart fluttering. She recalled last night, Gu-chen was so active. His nose was about to touch his nose, but Wanan was shy and gently pressed his face with her small hands. Wait a minute, are you going to kiss me? Then I have a small request. She was super excited that Gu-chen had finally taken the initiative again. It was true that she had gotten more attractive again, but she wanted to spice it up a bit more for that. Request? He cracked a smile. It was the first time he had heard of kissing her and talking about requirements. Maybe because she was a bit scared from yesterday. Yes, that is. You have to call me Shobu first in a milky voice. So it's just a name change. Gu-chen smiled, thinking that it was no big deal. Xiaobao? Wanan was so excited to hear Gu-chen address himself so seriously for the first time. So she went after him with and call me, baby. He agreed without saying a word. Lips, and closer. And, baby little baby and baby, I want to hear it all again. He. Gu-chen snorted a laugh. This girl is really good at tossing and turning, but did not spoil her anymore, and simply said, alright, my little baby. Immediately after that, he couldn't wait. Once Wanan had been tasted by him once, he would become more and more addicted. So he simply kissed her, and not long after, the sweetness of the jelly made him unable to let go of his mouth. Moo. Stinky Tatsu just perfunctory but, save those names for later and call them slowly. Soon, the employees outside the glass all stood up. Today's portion of dog food is a bit big Even the secretary was standing outside, embarrassed to come in and disturb them. The two of them kissed happily for a full 3 minutes until they couldn't catch their breath before they separated. A year later, Wanan gave birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix babies for him. A boy and a girl. The daughter was even more adorable than her mother, making Gu-chen very spoiled, and Wanan started to fight with her own little daughter over jealousy again. In the same year, Gume Group and Yi Group merged, becoming a national super large enterprise. The adults forced their children to go back and inherit the company, but neither of them wanted to inherit the property so soon, so they brought their children and continued to live a fish out of water and mushy life. This book is finished. Thank you for your support.